Hello. I figured I'd open with this podcast while I'm still getting my coffee together, even though it's not actually coffee.
Just imagine the
You know, the equivalent.
psychological shift in this country. The military goes from being this apolitical force meant to kind of protect the nation and the interests of the nation to being a politicized force meant to protect the political interests of a MAGA president in this country. The trust that people have in the U.S. military, it's usually the highest rated institution. All of a sudden you lose that. Mm-hmm. And how do you get that back? You know, that's the thing. This is something we have to think about for the next 4 years. There's some terrible things that are easily correctable. This kind of shift in the nature and makeup and leadership of the military and potentially the missions of the U.S. military, that's going to be a hard Rubicon to kind of come back from.
Welcome to Rhodes Map. This is a show where Ben Rhodes, our in-house foreign policy expert, former Deputy National Security Advisor, and I, a lowly producer and journalist.
No, don't sell yourself short.
Do a deep dive into various topics that our fellow foreign policy nerds might want a little more context on. And so just a reminder, we're always looking for new topics. So if there's something you really want us to get into, drop it into the comments. And don't forget to subscribe to Pod Save the World on YouTube because it really helps. So let's get into today's show. Hi, Ben.
Hey, Alona.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So we're doing something a little different this time. I don't know why I feel giddy about it because it's actually really dark and ominous.
Because we have to put on a brave face.
Yes, exactly. And so this is not like directly foreign policy related, but I would say it's more of a hybrid.
Well, everything connects in the Trump years, yes.
Everything is connected, and we're framing it as authoritarian watch. So can you explain for the people why we're doing it this way?
Yeah, I think, look, I've, if anybody who listens to Pod Save the World knows I've spent a lot of time thinking about researching, talking to people about authoritarianism. It was the subject of my last book where I tried to understand what was happening in the United States by looking at what's happened in other places that have transitioned to authoritarianism, Russia, China, Hungary, many other countries, unfortunately.
Transition?
And the purpose here is to look at the things Trump is doing, which are a blizzard of news that nobody could possibly consume every aspect of, and to try to focus in on the things that are potentially the most worrying in terms of transitioning the United States from a democratic system to a more authoritarian system, and doing that not just by evaluating how alarming it is that Trump did that, but doing it by also looking at how things have been done in other countries, so we can understand what may be about to happen to us by looking at what's happened to some of the other countries that have undergone, unfortunately, similar transitions.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's really important for us to get into specific details, give tangible examples, because we know that just screaming that, oh, Trump is a threat to democracy.
Bro said.
No, it doesn't sway people.
Bro said that electing Trump was a similar transition than what happened to Russia and China.
Norms, yelling democracy does not seem to, concern people, or at least enough people. But hopefully, we can give some context that makes it, both alarming and makes sense.
Yeah. All right. So today we're going to focus on. Obviously, there have been many, many, many executive orders and actions that Trump has taken in just over the first week in office, but. We're going to talk about him sending troops to the U.S.-Mexico border. So the Pentagon has already sent 1,500 troops. There's a memo out there, though, that shows that they're planning for potentially up to 10,000. And just for some context here, right, this was part of the actions that Trump took on his first days in office. He declared a national emergency at the southern border. He signed an executive order that directed a whole slew of actions to stem what he calls a large-scale invasion. And he directed the Secretary of Defense to do what they must do to ensure complete operational control and to seal the border. Those are very vague things, but in practical terms, that means things like providing real-time situational awareness of persons, vehicles, vessels, and aircraft, assisting in the construction of temporary and permanent physical barriers. So if they, extend the wall, they're going to do that. And a lot of support tasks, motor transport, minor construction, heavy equipment detection, medical and aviation support for Border Patrol. Before I go further into kind of the legalese of what Trump is and isn't allowed to do, Did you know that we already have troops at the border? I think that a lot of Americans probably aren't aware of that.
Yeah, we've had some guard troops down there at different times over the last several years.
Since 1989,
Yeah.
actually, yeah. And primarily they're there to like help combat drug smuggling
Yeah.
and, if it's like a narco trafficking capacity. So there's 2,500 of them currently there. So 1,500 isn't like a crazy number, but if he sends up to 10,000, that would be certainly unprecedented. And I want to get into a little bit of the legality before you really start making some, I'd say, scary comparisons for us with what's happening internationally. And I want to preface this by saying that I'm not a legal expert by any means, but I can put some links into the description of places where I was getting information, including Lawfare, which had a really good detailed breakdown of this. And so here's a basic understanding of what the president can and can't do. There's a law called Posse Comitatus from 1878 that essentially prevents active duty troops from conducting law enforcement activities. So that's why, like, when Trump is sending troops to the border right now, it doesn't mean that they're rounding people up or even detaining people. They're doing this kind of support role for CBP. But that does not mean that it's completely illegal for troops to operate domestically. There are things like the Insurrection Act, which does authorize the president to use armed forces whenever there is an insurrection in any state against its government, an insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination or conspiracy that hinders the execution of federal or state law. And the concern that a lot of people have here is that Trump, who spoke about using the military against the enemy from within while he was on the campaign trail last year, whose advisor Stephen Miller said last fall that Trump had a plan to use the Insurrection Act to use troops as immigrant agents, and of course Trump, who entertained using the military against Black Lives Matter protesters in 2020, that, basically it could be a very slippery slope here. And again, I really want to direct people to this Lawfare piece if they want really, really detailed kind of layout of all the legality here. But what do you feel right now, right? Like, what are the concerns that come to mind? What's your reaction been to him sending troops to the border?
Yeah, I think that this is one that we have to pay careful attention to in the authoritarian watch bucket for several reasons. Because there's a combination of things here happening at once. The first is that the United States has tried to set up the military to be a profoundly apolitical institution. There's, yes, civilian control of the military, but the military is not supposed to be enlisted for any political ends. When I was in the government, the military would get very uncomfortable. I mean, I'll give an example. When we were ending the Iraq War, removing our final troops, we had some meetings where, things like, how are we going to message this landmark for the Obama presidency? The military did not want to be a part of that. That's you guys decide how you want to communicate things. We're not going to participate in these things. It was, very, very rare to even bring military officers into the White House briefing room because they didn't want to be seen in political settings, and these were norms largely. But Trump, with Pete Hegseth coming in, he clearly wants the military to be more of an extension of his political agenda and his political persona and his political identity. And he wants to kind of re-engineer the military by getting rid of diversity programs and, frankly, probably promoting people like Pete Hegseth, not just Secretary of Defense, but in the General Officer Corps. So that's concerning. Then in terms of the border, you identified both the legal and I think the kind of political third rail that we have to be concerned about. So usually law enforcement and immigration are in the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. The military, when they deploy in the United States, it's for, there's a natural disaster where you need extra military support. There's a distinct event that needs, more some military presence. Maybe the Army Corps of Engineers have to help construct something. But already we've seen Trump take what were civilian, and this was the Columbia dust-up, what were civilian flights of undocumented migrants. He's militarized those flights. So now they're military planes that are suddenly doing something that just a few weeks ago was being done by civilian parts of the U.S. government. So he's already beginning to stretch the mission set of the military into areas of immigration enforcement. And I think what we have to watch with Trump is how far does that go? Like, does the military that is down at the border start apprehending migrants in the same way that Customs and Border Patrol does? Does the military participate in deportation raids inside of the United States? This would be totally new territory for the United States. And what it does is the United States military is it's deployed outward. It's deployed in nearly 200 military bases and outposts around the world. We are not accustomed to having military, in our communities
Definitely
in this
not,
country.
yeah.
And so if Trump begins to use the immigration enforcement mission, which could be anywhere in this country, and through a military prism, all of a sudden you're normalizing the military not just being in Trump's image, in MAGA's image, not just being used for his political purposes. Remember he wanted to have like military parades. I think we'll probably see some of that, but used in the United States for purposes of law enforcement. That is new. And frankly, the slippery slope that takes you to is, yes, like after the George Floyd protests, Trump wanting to use military force to crack down on protests against him. And this is suddenly where very quickly you get into a place that we see in countries around the world. The U.S. military, we're accustomed to it being overseas. Maybe you see guys in uniform as they're flying around, on airplanes, but they're not on a mission. All of a sudden, we could, be like a lot of other countries in the world where the military is kind of part of the force of the state that is present in the country. And this has often been a huge flashpoint in other countries for protest. And if and when we ever get to a place where the U.S. military is using force against Americans, or even just in American communities in deportation raids, we are in profoundly new territory that will, I think, change the way Americans think about the military, from being this overseas protection force to being something that is part of like domestic enforcement on behalf of a MAGA political agenda, and that is some serious authoritarian watch.
Well, like right now, I feel like, it's very jarring if you're an American and you travel to another country where there is, military all over the airport, right?
Yeah.
Or just like in places where you are not used to them operating in your day-to-day life, right? Like it's something that you really, I feel like can see.
And I'd say that the soft end of the spectrum is like when you're in Europe and you're in like a train station and you just see somebody in fatigues carrying a machine gun, which is like more normalized in European countries. The far end of the spectrum is like Egypt, where the military is embedded in the society and cracking down on any dissent and any protest. In between that, there are all kinds of models of how much the military can be involved. And frankly, what is an insurrection? Is a protest an insurrection, or does it have to be violence? And we see in countries as different as Russia, India, Latin America's had a lot of history with this. When the military begins to be used against protests, sure, maybe it could start in a more logical scenario. There is some violence. But then all of a sudden, it's like, well, there's a peaceful protest, and the military's there to disperse it. And so that can be a slippery slope.
Well, and that's where, like I was saying at the beginning, too, like we're not trying to be alarmist here.
No.
Right? But
We're just here to inform.
We're here to inform. And even just looking back at the first Trump administration, when like June of 2020, right, there were nationwide protests that were happening after the death of George Floyd, or the killing of George Floyd, and Trump wanted his military then to step in and be involved in dispersing the protests. And his defense secretary at the time, Mark Esper, had actually come out and spoken out against this.
The option to use active duty forces in a law enforcement role should only be used as a matter of last resort and only in the most urgent and dire of situations. We are not in one of those situations now. I do not support invoking the Insurrection Act.
And he was fired a few months later.
Yeah.
Not shocking. And I think like we've spoken about so much on Pod Save the World, and as you mentioned just now, the people that Trump is putting into place in this administration are more in the loyalist camp than necessarily like independent figures. And then one other thing is I've read a couple analyses of this from people within the military who have just been also saying that like this is, just want to flag, this is not what they're trained for, right? Because if you are doing anything on American soil, you have to take the Constitution into account and people's constitutional rights into account. It's not like the military deploying overseas, and doing whatever it is they feel like they need to do to neutralize the enemy. And so it is there are potential like dangers that come into play, things that could be fatal if people are overreacting and not acting in ways that are making sure that the rights of civilians come first.
That's right. I mean, the U.S. military is trained to do like counterinsurgency in Iraq and Afghanistan, and people just need to kind of entertain a scenario in which the military, I mean, the worst is if there's a big protest and the military is used for kind of crowd control and to suppress that protest in the way that Trump wanted. So we're not being alarmist here. This is something that Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and Mark Esper, the Secretary of Defense at the time, were alarmed about because Trump was raising it. What if, in that context, things get a lot out of hand and the U.S. military, uniformed personnel of the U.S. military, kill peaceful protesters? Just imagine the psychological shift in this country, and both the kind of sense that the military goes from being this apolitical force meant to kind of protect the nation and the interests of the nation to being a politicized force meant to protect the political interests of a MAGA president in this country. The trust that people have in the U.S. military, it's usually the highest rated institution. All of a sudden you lose that. And how do you get that back? You know, that's the thing. This is something we have to think about for the next 4 years. There's some terrible things that are easily correctable. This kind of shift in the nature and makeup and leadership of the military and potentially the missions of the U.S. military, that's going to be a hard Rubicon to kind of come back from on the back end. And look, you could even apply this to a deportation rate. Any use of force by the U.S. military in this country is going to be a new experience for Americans.
You know, you mentioned a couple other countries too, but is there an international equivalent that you would look to now?
One place that's constantly analogous to Trump is Hungary, which I've looked at a lot, where Orban similarly wanted to seal the border, wanted to build a wall, wanted to stop the inflow of anybody coming from outside, refugees, and deployed the military and utilized the military in that regard. And part of what that is essentially erasing the boundaries between the leader and the institutions of the state. That essentially this is not a shared institution among the 50 states and the 300 plus million citizens of the United States. This is a force that acts on behalf of the leader, and that's the kind of, now there's places where this didn't happen. So in Brazil, Bolsonaro, Bolsonaro, when he tried his January 6th, he tried to enlist the military, the Brazilian military, into that effort and failed. So there's also been times where things held, as it did here after the George Floyd protests and after the whole Stop the Steal movement after the 2020 election. So I think what people need to watch for is how, with Pete Hegseth in charge and with probably yes men, and they'll probably all be men in the leadership of the military, is there any resistance when Trump wants a military parade in his honor, when Trump wants to use the military to enforce his immigration policies, if Trump wants to use the military to quash protests? If we start to see no resistance to those actions by Trump, from the United States military or from Congress or courts, then all of a sudden, we start to resemble any number of other countries where the military is normalized in terms of its use in domestic politics.
Yeah, and then I think that it
I
seems
tried
like
to
people have this.
sign in on my other browser, but it wanted a two-step verification code, and Jack created this account, so I don't have the two-step. But I was hoping it was going to fix the chat so I could actually see it without having to put it on screen.
This assumption that it's so cut and dry, well, it's illegal for the military to do anything on domestic soil. But again, I keep referring to this lawfare references, but I saw, I read stuff about this in ACLU, Brennan Center websites too. There's a lot that people can go out and research that, truthfully, we don't have cut and dry laws in a lot of ways. Like we mentioned, the Insurrection Act, what counts as insurrection? It can be interpreted so vaguely. And so they suggested that there are all kinds of reforms that Congress could put into place, that states could put into place, right? That puts limits on how state National Guards could be used for federal purposes. But that requires leaders in the states in Congress, in the judicial branch, to also, want to take a stand.
And the laws have kind of frayed on this because of this Supreme Court. And so some viewers may remember that when Trump was mounting legal arguments for his immunity from prosecution for things that he did when he was president, he essentially argued the president is immune from prosecution for anything he does in his official duties. And literally, the Trump lawyers were asked, if you had your political opponents killed by like Navy SEALs, do you think that that's an okay use of presidential power? And they said yes. And fundamentally, the Supreme Court sided with that argument. Now, Trump wasn't saying that's what I want to do, but that's the extreme end of the scenario, right? Where, he has monopolization on violence through command of the military. He has immunity from any criminality. So even if there are laws against the U.S. military being used in certain ways, confusingly, the Supreme Court has also found that the president himself is immune from being able to violate any laws as long as he's president. And so this is the kind of tensions that we're going to be faced under where, yes, the military itself may be breaking laws about its use, but the commander-in-chief can't be breaking any laws. And, I think this is the kind of gray space that Trump is going to try to push into in the next 4 years.
Well, let's hope you're wrong.
No,
let's hope in all of our worst case scenarios that we have played out here do not happen.
I should say, 10,000 troops at the border, military flights flying migrants, that I don't like that. If it stops there, it's not good, but it's not the things we talked about. That's possible that it stops there, but people just need to be able to see, okay, this thing that Trump's doing, these executive orders, these initial steps, we're only a week in. Where might they lead a month, a year, 2 years from now? And the areas we've talked about are the places where you really don't want it to lead.
Yeah, like you said, the military is not only doing deportation flights too, but also as part of this is conversation about potentially military bases being used as additional migrant detention facilities too, which is not the norm. Like there's a lot that's floating out there as potentialities that, again, I hope none of them happen. Before we wrap it up, I always like to ask you one question. Yes. I have to say that the commenters on the last episode, people were deeply offended and so not into the fact that I tried to make you do a, fuck, marry, or kill game.
Yes. Good, thank you.
Which, you know what I have to say to her? Get over yourself. We're trying to have a little fun and lighten the mood a tiny bit here in our serious foreign policy, thing. And also, I was accused of Grover Cleveland erasure because I didn't mention that he had also served non-consecutive terms. So, sorry, everyone.
Grover Cleveland stands out there.
And so, my question to you this time, Ben, is if you were president for a day, I don't want to say dictator for a day, but if you were president for a day, what would your first executive order be?
Oh, that's an interesting question. What would my first executive order be? The true answer, right, that is boring, would be to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord, just because that is such a fundamental and dangerous step that Trump took. But if I was going to have a little more fun with it, I'd like to create, I'd like to create a national holiday. So, what would be a good holiday that I could create? I mean, I'm not suggesting, my
Ben
birthday
Rhodes
or something.
Day, yeah.
You know what? I mean, the serious answer for the national holiday would be to make Election Day a national holiday.
Yes, yes, Election Day should not be
that would be
a work day.
The serious answer. I guess the unserious answer is I don't know. I got to think of a sporting event that I'd want to give everybody the day off for, perhaps. But it would have to be tied to the performance of my own teams. So I'm not sure that would go down well with people. How about I want to make sure that Wednesday before Thanksgiving, people should have that off.
Yeah,
so
that
you
should
just
be
get
a holiday
the full
too.
5-day weekend, So just kind of extend that
Totally
holiday. That's the
with you
best I
there.
can come up with.
Okay.
There's a few
I think
ideas.
those are good. You know, always you give the most diplomatic answers, and so I feel like those are all good. Paris Climate Accord.
What would you do? Like, I like a dictatorial answer would be a fun one. What would be your,
I don't know. Don't ask me these questions. No, I think what you said about, you know, making sure that there's a whole campaign about this, right? Why Tuesday? Like, why do we vote on Tuesdays? That it should not be a work day for people. And
actually, I'm going to go with that. I mean, that would
That's
be,
a good one.
why that's
That's a
crazy.
good one.
You know, I'm sure people would fight it in courts, but they're going to fight Trump's.
And climate action, absolutely. All right, well, thank you, Ben. Pleasure as always.
Good to see you as always.
See what the other pod bros have to say today.
Welcome to Pod.
Yeah, and we'll get into the another
Wouldn't it be
plane
so
crash
cool if this
that
button was
happened.
real? Oh, it literally is. This is Pi, and if it sounds familiar to
I
you,
don't
it's
care.
probably because
My
you've seen
ad
their
blocker
ads
doesn't
everywhere,
work on this
especially
account.
This one. It's a
That's
free
why I
Chrome
wanted to
extension
switch
that blocks
accounts.
ads basically everywhere else you go online. And no, it's not one of those sketchy ad blockers that like steals your data and installs.
Shut up. These people. Just always yapping. I'm gonna change where this ground news thing is so it doesn't cover chat. How do we even switch this? Interject said you could. Design? Logo. Okay. There you go. No, it doesn't cover chat.
Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
On today's show, 3 of Donald Trump's most extreme cabinet nominees were peppered with questions at their confirmation hearings this week. We'll talk about the nuttiest moments and whether any of it will matter in the end.
The nuttiest moments.
We'll also get into the nationwide chaos caused by Trump's spending freeze, which the White House backed away from after a judge blocked the order. But even as Trump cut bait on that dangerous and terrible idea, he moved ahead with many more, including forcing every federal employee to resign or face loyalty tests and preparing to house thousands of immigrants at Guantanamo Bay. What a wonderful country. But first, we shouldn't have to talk about the plane crash in D.C. on the show because there usually isn't an...
Y'all ever think about, and it's because my DVDs are behind me, or in front of me, behind my monitors, you know. Rambo 4 is just Expendables 0. You ever think about that?
immediate political angle to a mid-air collision that hasn't yet been investigated, but half the voters decided to make Donald Trump president again, so here we are. The American Airlines flight from Wichita was about to land at DCA when it collided with an Army helicopter on a training mission, killing all 64 people on the plane and 3 in the helicopter. Trump held a press conference the next morning before anyone had any real information about what actually happened. So, of course, being president, he took the opportunity to console the nation and reassure the public that air travel is safe. Let's listen.
We did not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse, because they put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. And I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been.
That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
He does have common sense. Later in the day, he did a press event where he signed a memo to the FAA blaming the crash again on diversity programs under Obama and Biden and ordering the administrator to roll them back. So, Trump has been president for 2 weeks, signed a record number of executive orders, fired a record number of federal workers, and is blaming his own FAA on the first fatal commercial plane crash on American soil in 16 years because the FAA says on its website that they want to make sure that people of different backgrounds have equal opportunity to get hired, including people with disabilities, language that was there during Trump's entire first term. I mean, it seems like Trump got what he wanted, which was to, pick a fight about whether the plane crash was caused by diversity. And so he got what he wanted because that is what everyone has had to talk about all day, arguing about whether the plane crash that has yet to be investigated, the investigation has just started, was caused by diversity. Dan, your thoughts?
We have to begin with just pointing out and saying out loud just how absolutely disgusting and cynical what Trump did is, right? There are upwards of 70 families who are dealing with loss, who are trying to find out what happened. There are communities across this country and the world who have lost community members because of this. It is a traumatic thing for the entire nation to deal with when you have a plane crash like this. And instead of consoling people, instead of trying to comfort people, what Trump did is as he does with every tragedy, is immediately try to exploit it for his own gain. And I know this is going to happen all the time over the next 4 years, but I do think we have to continue to call it out when he does it, even if it is only maybe for our benefit. But we cannot, there is something dangerous about allowing this to just become the normal way in which we do things. Just reading some rote pablum that your speechwriters wrote for you that you clearly did not care about before launching into this absurd, unfounded attack, that is not sufficient, right? And it should be called out for. And I do think you say he got the debate because we are all talking about it. We as a select group of people of which we are part of, the rest of the country did tune in for this, right? The plane crash is something that gets people who do not pay attention to the news to pay attention to the news. It is when historically CNN's ratings go way up as during a plane crash because people they fly, they think about flying. It is a big deal. And so people who saw Trump do that today, I'm not convinced that this is some giant political winner for him to see him doing that hours after the plane crash. And so, yes, there will be a big debate about DI, and we can talk about how Democrats should talk about the plane crash and that going forward. But in the moment, what he did was repellent, and I think a lot of people will find it that way.
Sarah Longwell had done some focus groups last year early on, and she was talking to some voters in the focus group who said that they didn't like Trump, but they were going to vote for Trump. And I think there's this guy who said, I'm just going to close my eyes for the next 4 years, not watch him on TV, and just enjoy the Trump policies. And the reason that has never been a real option is because every president faces crises.
I think they're pretty
and
good
disasters.
when it comes to.
And I started thinking about this when the fires hit LA a couple weeks ago before he was president.
They actually dive into policy in a way that
people
most
are still
people
fleeing
don't.
from their homes,
And they have the fucking policy experience.
Who should evacuate
so it's
where,
cool.
and we were trying to get alerts. Donald Trump immediately
kicked off
this whole
Sam
thing,
Cedars more
blaming
informative,
Gavin Newsom
but they're
for
a
the
little
fires,
bit more
talking about fucking water in
listenable.
Northern California, all that bullshit. And I thought to myself, this is.
And
This
by
is
that
gonna
I
be the
mean
next 4
you'll
years, and even
drown
in
them out while you're on your
even in
phone.
the
It's good
best case
background stuff.
scenario that any of us can imagine.
I
with
listen
the
to
Trump
them
presidency,
daily,
right? He does a
basically,
bunch of
because whenever
corruption,
I'm
still pretty
working
bad,
early
but we
like
all
this,
make it,
I
we
always
survive
have
a
them on
second term.
anyway. So I figured
There are
if
still
I'm
going to be crises,
gonna be
there are
at
gonna
my
be
desk
disasters,
and
there's gonna be
listening to them,
tragedies,
why am I
and
not streaming
when the
it?
country tunes in, we're not going to be able to get good information from him. He's going to pick fights with people he doesn't like and his political enemies and blame people and divide people and make people angrier. And he is going to compound every single fucking tragedy that this country faces. And God forbid, when
I'm
going to
do what Trump does and give this a political title by saying the plane crash
like
is his
there
fault.
was last time he was president during the fucking pandemic. We're not going to know what to do because we don't have the media has been splintered, balkanized. Like no one knows where to go for good information. We can't trust our president. We can't trust the government because there's a bunch of fucking bozos that are running the government now. And You know, like last night when this first broke, I was like terrified, as you all know, very nervous flyer. It's like worst nightmare, you know. And I saw on Twitter immediately some people on the left were like, "Oh, this is Trump's fault because he gutted the Aviation Safety Committee last week, and also maybe the freeze affected this and that thing." And I thought to myself, look, maybe some of this could be true, maybe it's not, but like I wouldn't want to say this right now. Like, the plane just crashed. Let's just like have a fucking moment. Let's not be like him, and not because like we should be nice, you know. Like let's if we want to present people with an alternative and with a real choice, then that requires not acting like Trump when a disaster happens and like immediately just throwing around accusations
acting
without
like Trump
knowing all the facts. And
by
also,
changing this
by the
title.
way, like, let's give the country and each other a moment to collectively grieve and mourn, and also like find out, you know, reliable information. And so I was like, ugh, it's just like, it's so annoying, but whatever. It's like random accounts on Twitter. Who the fuck cares? And then wake up today, Thursday, and the fucking president of the United States is out there. The first thing he does is blame diversity. Doesn't even know who the air traffic controllers were, what caused the plane, whether it was the air traffic controller's fault, whether it was the FAA's fault.
Yeah, because he has
whether it was
common
the pilot's
sense.
fault, the helicopter,
Didn't you hear
or
him?
whether it was no one's fault, because sometimes tragedies just fucking happen. Fires just fucking happen. Sometimes just things happen. And like, it's just, it is, oh, it's going to be a long 4 years, man.
Two thoughts on this. One, obviously Trump, without any evidence, as the reporters I think did a very good job of calling out, blaming this on diversity. Like, it's obviously a lie that this is DEI's fault. Like, Trump doesn't know that. No one knows that. And it's not how the world works. But it's also the most true thing that Trump and Republicans ever say, because it's what they truly believe is that what makes America weaker is diversity, right? That everything that is different from what they view as inherent American culture, right? White male Christian culture makes us weaker, right? It is like probably the most true thing. And I think this was Charlie Kirk who tweeted this. I would say I apologize, but I don't. If it was someone else, but was, if you want to go back to the 50s, you have to get rid of the 60s. You have to undo the 60s. And that is what this is all about. This idea that, like, in their mind, they truly believe that any effort that seeks to add diverse points of view, diverse backgrounds to an institution, which means that it is less white, less male, is therefore a weaker institution. Like, that is what they truly believe.
Well, no, I mean, what they are saying now is, the new thing now is, if you are a woman or a black American or Latino or Asian or gay or anything but a white man, and you have a job that is a senior position, whether it's in government or media or politics or anything else, you got there because of diversity efforts, because of DEI. There is no way you could have earned that job. They start with, you got the job because of DEI,
Yes.
and then you have to somehow prove that you didn't get the job because of DEI, but that you got it because of merit.
I mean, that they called Kamala Harris the DEI vice president.
Right.
Yep.
That's where they are now.
And the second thing here, and this goes a little bit to the politics of this, is there was this surreal thing of me sitting on my couch in my house in the middle of the day watching Donald Trump in the briefing room stage managing a press conference with a bunch of fucking dolts, right? I was like back into 2020. And that is the stuff that people don't like about Trump, right? When they are tuning in and he is acting like a clown, when he is clearly unable to meet the moment, when he is background noise to low gas prices and cheaper milk, he's fine. When he is in your face, when you want information and he is making it about himself, that is what causes people to take a step back, to not like about it. And that is what that was today.
Yeah, and he's got luminaries like Pete Hegseth and J.D. Vance and Sean Duffy, former Real World contestant who's now the transportation secretary, all parroting the exact same line. It's like they all have to take turns going up to the podium and just parroting exactly what Trump said. Idiots like Sean Duffy and Pete Hegseth, they probably believe it too. J.D. Vance, like, he knows better. Like, he knows better, and but he has signed up for it, and he's just gonna fucking parrot the line, the Trump line, and just be the guy that Trump calls up and says, yeah, no, go ahead, say what I just said. I
mean, it was a press conference of 2 reality stars, 1 cable host, and a former CNN pundit, all together to lead our government.
So I wanted to ask you about the Democratic response. Pete Buttigieg, for example, he posted a tweet calling Trump's comments despicable, which they were, and pointing out that there were 0 fatal airline crashes in the 4 years that he was secretary, and then saying, quote, President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again. And of course, I mentioned there were, pieces circulating among Trump critics about the gutted Aviation Safety Committee, and also how the
Wow, that's fucking tragic. That's karmatic, ironic. Took DEI away. Now planes are falling out of the sky. Exactly. Tell us, John, is Marco Rubio the more progressive Secretary of State because he supports diplomacy, like all the commies are saying? I'd say for a Secretary of State, he's progressive if you compare him to all the other Secretary of States. I think Zelensky is right. You should send him the weapons first, so he has leverage. So when Russia escalates, he's ready to respond. And you would de-escalate the war that way because Russia would stop escalating. But I think they don't want Russia to lose. I just don't trust government, and I think they're evil.
Head of the FAA resigned last week, and this was after, a couple months ago, Elon Musk went after him on Twitter and said he should resign because the FAA sort of demanded some kind of safety fix to a SpaceX rocket. And Elon was very pissed about that. He thought it was regulatory overreach and said that he threatened he was going to sue the FAA. So, that guy's out, so there's no FAA administrator. How do you think Democrats should handle all of this?
I think Pete handled it exactly right, which is Trump wants a big fight about DEI. Like, that's the fight he wants to have. We don't have to take the bait on that, right? We don't have to get down. We don't have to fight on his chosen territory every time. We just have to always remind ourselves that Trump is in charge of everything. He owns it all. And he's in this plane crash, he's the person responsible for the FAA whose air traffic controllers were giving direction to the airplane. He was in charge of the military, whose helicopter was involved in the accident. He's in charge of the National Transportation Safety Board, which is investigating it. And after the end of this investigation, if they find out that there were insufficient number of air traffic controllers, as is very possible, that the few air traffic controllers we have were deployed incorrectly, Donald Trump's the person for fixing that problem. Like, he ran promising to fix all of our problems to put us in a golden age, and he did not do that. And we should hold him accountable for that. I'm not saying that voters are going to blame him on his 9th or 10th day for a plane crash that happens on his watch. I don't think they hold presidents responsible for crashing planes, but they do hold presidents accountable for how they address the crisis itself and how they solve the problems that led to that crisis, right? The voters did not blame George W. Bush for the hurricane hitting New Orleans. They blamed him for the fact that we weren't prepared for it and how poorly responded to it. And the way that he is responsible, we have to hold him accountable for what happens from this point forward.
Also, I think it is useful to our point that we've been making, which is like Democrats don't want to just defend institutions, but want to be we should be the party of reform. Like, have the investigation, and whatever reforms need to be made to the FAA, they should be made, and we should push for them. And if there are reforms that should have been made under the Biden and Obama administrations, then let's find that out, And look, this was, by the way, a former FAA official sent this message to David Shepardson at Reuters, who covers aviation for Reuters. And just so people know, he said every single air traffic controller candidate goes under the same rigorous testing. Very few applicants even make it to the training stage because the process is so difficult. And those diversity initiatives that Trump mentioned don't even apply to air traffic controller hiring. So that's a former FAA official. So that's just complete bullshit from Trump. And then, Juliet Kayyem in the Atlantic, she's a former DHS official. She pointed out that in 2023, FAA identified 19 serious runway incursions, which is the most in almost a decade. So this is not like completely out of the blue. There was a series of close calls over the last couple years that alarmed a lot of air safety experts. And the causes have been varied. It's either air traffic control staffing shortages, which, by the way, the New York Times reports there was one air traffic controller at DCA the night of the crash when there should have been two. Pilot inexperience, demand for air travel, outdated technology, and, of course, knowing all of this and knowing that DCA is already a very crowded airport, and there's also like military flights and training flights like the one that took place the night of the crash that happened. The FAA actually added flights to Reagan last year over the objections of a lot of local lawmakers.
And why did they do that, John?
Why do you think?
Well, Congress did it. And why did they do it? Because they want to land at DCA instead of Dulles when they come in for work.
But again, it's like, and you know what? So just find out what we need.
Let's just say, what does Russia's end look like? What comes after Russia? Do we think that the like provinces or whatever you would call them, what do they even call them? The federations, would they split apart? Because there's nobody living in most of Russia, so I think it would be difficult for a lot of those countries to make their own states. So like maybe Chechnya, Crimea, another Russian province, might gain something from it. But other than that, like, what is Russia's end? Like, Israel has collapsed many times. Greece has collapsed. Like, I don't think it would, like, be like the Soviet Union, which would cause a breakup for it to splinter more.
To have safe fucking air travel and do it. And it doesn't matter, like, whose politics that fucks up. Just do it. But I will say that in just 2 weeks, the Trump administration is, we're going to talk about the freezing all spending. We're going to cut government. Elon Musk is telling people to quit and to take buyouts. And there is waste in government. There is efficiencies to be had. There's an abuse. There's fraud. All that stuff is good, right? We should all clean up government. We should make it more efficient. But they are gutting government and want to gut government so badly that it's going to get to the point where basic government functions that all of us depend on, like air safety, like the FAA, like air traffic control, are going to be in jeopardy because these fucking people don't think we need government. They think that government is there for them to get rich and for them to, like, do favors for their friends and punish their enemies. And they don't see a real use for government in helping protect the American people.
I mean, we're going to get to the freeze and the hiring thing in a second, but just on this point, there's a shortage of air traffic controllers. You know what's going to make it harder to get more air traffic controllers? Cutting federal spending.
Yep.
Making it higher to hire people, and then just shitting on the federal government so much that no one wants to work there.
Yes.
How are you going to get enough people, qualified people, who can do the job in the pipeline? Because as this FAA official pointed out, it's hard to become an air traffic controller. You need people of certain training and qualifications. And so you need a very big funnel to get them in. And you're not going to get enough people, qualified people, to do the job if you are making it, you don't have the money to recruit them, you don't have the money to pay them, and you make working in the federal government seem like it sucks.
Especially if a lot of people who are training to be air traffic controllers, who are in school to be air traffic controllers, and the ones who aren't white men, why are they going to want to be in the federal government when now anytime that they, if they get the job of air traffic controller, that Donald Trump and his administration or potentially future Republican administrations are going to call them DEI hires. And if something goes wrong, they're going to get blamed because they're a DEI hire. And so what the fuck are we doing? Pod Save America is brought to you by Uplift Desk. Physio, chiropractic, and massage therapy are all great resources for when you need them, but going to these appointments every few months may not give you the ultimate results you're looking for when it comes to your well-being. It's taking daily, even hourly opportunities to move your body that makes the biggest difference. Well, Uplift Desk can help you prioritize movement throughout your workday. Uplift Desk is at the forefront of ergonomic solutions, promoting better posture and health through adjustable standing desks designed to help you live a healthier lifestyle. Plus, they have all kinds of accessories to keep you moving throughout the day, even if you work for only a few hours at your desk. Ugh, if only that were true. So I walked into the office and I fit the workspace with.
Damn, their ad's long as fuck.
That day.
The memo followed executive orders last week calling for the government to stop spending money on woke projects, not really defined well, and it immediately plunged nearly every function of the federal government into complete chaos. Democratic and Republican officials all over the country were fielding panicked calls from people in their states who were worried about not being able to access funding for Medicaid. The Medicaid portal was briefly shut down. Head Start classes, free school lunches, college financial aid, medical research, and a lot of other programs that the White House said were not part of the freeze, but somehow were still temporarily interrupted. A bunch of nonprofit groups immediately challenged the memo, and a federal judge agreed to put it on hold for 6 days. The White House then rescinded the memo after the judge agreed to put it on hold so they could comply with the judge's order. But then White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt tweeted that they weren't actually backing down and that the rescinded memo was only intended to avoid confusion with the judge's order. Then a second federal judge, considering a lawsuit brought by the Democratic attorneys general, said of Leavitt's post, quote, "I can't cross-examine the tweet."
Jesus Christ.
Not yet. But said he may need to grant a longer-term restraining order because Leavitt is making, quote, "a distinction without a difference." We later learned from reporting in the New York Times and the Washington Post that the White House Office of Management and Budget put out the memo without getting approval from senior officials like White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles or even Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. And they were all pretty pissed about the fallout. The entire episode gave Democrats a chance to show the fight that they'd been lacking over the last 2 weeks. And let me tell you, Dan, they were pretty happy with themselves. Let's listen to Chuck Schumer.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Dan, I want to know, when's the last time you can remember being this aroused by a rescinded OMB memo?
Look, John, everyone has their thing. And I would say that OMB memos have never been my thing, but I am also
Don't
not here to
kink shame people.
I am not kink shaming anyone, especially the Senate Minority Leader. Right? So let's live your life, Chuck Schumer. Whatever floats your boat.
Wow. On the process point about how the White House rushed this decision and generally stepped on a rake, what happened to the whole, this is a professional White House now. Susie Wiles is running it like SEAL Team 6. You know, what happened? I thought this was the Trump White House that was finally figuring it all out.
RIP to all of those beat sweetener pieces written by all those White House reporters about what an amazing job Susie Wiles would do. Now she'd make all the trains run on time. Look, to be fair here, it is true that this version of the Trump White House is better run.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Than the first version. But that doesn't mean it's well run. The fact that some minion in the Office of Management and Budget, which currently does not have a director, can put out a memo that vaguely shuts down trillions of dollars of federal funding in a moment without running it by anyone is one of the most evocative examples of incompetence I've ever seen in my life. And then the fact that they put this memo out, it's not even like this was a bad idea. This was like a well-executed bad idea. The memo was so vague, no one had any idea what it meant. It really shut the spigot off and caused mass chaos across the country. One memo written by, once again, an OMB nerd, which is what we always call them when we work with them. A nerd, like a nerd deep in the OMB, sends out this memo, shuts down Medicaid funding, housing vouchers, everything, total disaster. Then the White House, instead of just being like, throw the OMB minion under the bus, all defends this. Stephen Miller, who did not sign off on it, went on CNN to defend it. And they defended it up until the moment a judge took it away and Trump got upset about the bad press coverage, and they rescinded the memo.
Not only Stephen Miller, who works in the White House, but Republican politicians all over the country defended the memo.
The Speaker of the House.
Glenn Youngkin, governor of Virginia, was like, this is the media spreading this is misinformation spread by the media and partisans, and all these Democrats this is hysteria and blah, blah, blah. And then the White House was like, oh yeah, we take it back, actually. But I do think that it is revealing about the argument that Stephen Miller was making. and Russ Vought, who is going to run the Office of Management and Budget, the man who authored Project 2025, they believe that the president does have the power to control all federal spending and decide who gets what money, even though it is the job of Congress, according to the Constitution, to appropriate money, to appropriate funding. And Donald Trump and Donald Trump's White House now believe that they have the power of the purse, not Congress, in contradiction to the Constitution, and that they get to just not spend money that they don't agree with that Congress has appropriated. So I do think that they are gearing up to eventually challenge it's known as the Impoundment Act, which just makes clear, because it was clear in the Constitution before that, but makes clear that presidents may be able to delay spending certain money, or they can maybe not spend extra money if they have achieved the goals of the law with the money that they already spent. But they are not allowed, presidents are not allowed to just not spend money because it doesn't comport with their political positions if Congress has passed a law appropriating it. And Stephen Miller and Russ Vought don't think that's, they think that the president is king and gets to do whatever he wants with his power, and so they're going to eventually challenge this, and it's going to go to the Supreme Court.
I mean, that's fine. They work for the king, so maybe that's less surprising.
Right.
The person who is more surprising and alarming in this is Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House.
Oh, he doesn't get
the power of the purse is their singular power. It is the greatest check and balance they have over the functioning of the executive branch, is how they control, dictate policy, have influence on what happens. And Trump is like, no. And he's like, okay, more please, sir. I mean, it's just absolutely embarrassing.
They have all decided, except for, I don't know, maybe 3 Republican senators at most, 4, and I haven't seen anything from any House members, that Donald Trump, because he was elected, he can do whatever he wants, and that their role is just to cheer him on and go on TV, I guess, on all their favorite, regime media channels, and talk about how wonderful dear leader is. Like, why do these people want their jobs? Just go make money somewhere. You can probably make more money in the private sector. What are you doing? You're not making any decisions on your own. You're just there to fluff Donald Trump.
I mean, it's an image you're painting. Yes.
It's, Chuck Schumer. It's just
Chase in your head, Chuck Schumer. Yeah, Chuck Schumer's got you going.
Unfortunately. So let's talk about the Democrats, now that we're back on Chuck Schumer's arousal. The Times had a story on Wednesday about how Democratic governors got on a call with Schumer to push him and the Democratic caucus to do more to oppose Trump and his cabinet nominees. More about them in a minute. Because, things like the spending freeze are pummeling the states, but the governors themselves can't really take action to stop it. Presumably, the details of the call were leaked, presumably by the governors or their staff, to the New York Times reporter Reed Epstein. What do you make of this piece, the blame shifting, and just zooming out, sort of like the Democratic response in general? And it does appear like the party has found its footing on their response to the OMB spending freeze.
Basically, I think Reed Epstein got a window into a lot of the conversations that are happening in the Democratic Party right now. There has been, particularly in at least the first week of the Trump presidency, a tremendous amount of frustration at elected Democrats more generally, but congressional Democrats in particular have acted. I have ranted, I believe, on this podcast and in multiple other forums on the internet about Democrats voting for Trump nominees. Like, to what end? What do you think the upside of that is? Why would you want to put your name? Like, do you really want to have endorsed Sean Duffy? Like, is that really what you want?
Is that an ad you're going to run in your race about your bipartisan credentials? I did support Sean Duffy. No one knows who that
or
is.
Scott, or the hedge fund, the billionaire hedge fund manager who's going to help implement the Trump tariffs. Yeah. Like, is that, it's just like, what's the upside, right? What's the argument for it? And just this, some of it is unfair in the sense that there's nothing Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats could do to stop any of these appointments from happening. No Senate Democrat voted for Pete Hegseth, right? No Democrat's been the 50th vote for one of these people. Like, that has not happened. They've just voted. I don't understand the votes, but they've been in places where there were enough Republicans that put him over the top, so it didn't really matter. I mean, they have very limited legislative authority to stop stuff, but there is this frustration that there's just been too much silence and too much equivocation from Democrats in their messaging, where it's like, we just can't figure out the right way to talk about Trump, because before it seemed easy to us because we felt like we had all the political high ground, because even if we lost the presidency in 2016, we had the majority of voters were anti-Trump. Now the plurality of voters pick Trump, and we're just like, everything is, on one hand, we disagree with Trump. On the other hand, we also agree the borders should be secure, right? It's just, there's like all this equivocation. And in the response to the federal funding freeze, Democrats did better, right? They got louder. They spoke more strongly. They spoke with one voice. Now, I don't think we should break our arm patting ourselves on the back over it, but I think you should get credit. It was better than it had been to date. And I think if there's a lesson to take from it, it is that the things that Democrats were saying about the federal funding freeze was not our typical, pay on to institutions that sort of sounds like something on the cutting room floor from Hamilton. But instead, we just talked about how people were getting hurt, right? This program in my district can't get money. These people can't pay their rent. This Head Start program is closed and parents aren't able to take their kids because of this. It's just very simple, granular, real world impacts on real humans. And I think there is a lesson in that going forward, that with more of that and less of the stem winders about democracy.
And I think a good lesson too is just say what you feel. Just go to the mic, get to your favorite platform, all the platforms, whatever, and just say how you feel about this. And there was plenty of things I heard Democrats say over the last couple of days about it that were cheesy or made me cringe or whatever. I'm not going to criticize any of it, because it is more important to get out there and talk quickly and show some emotion, show some anger over this on behalf of the people that you represent. Not just anger at Trump, but anger on behalf of people who are getting screwed by Trump. I think that's an important distinction. And just do it. And sometimes it's going to hit. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you're going to say things that resonate. Sometimes you're going to say things that make people cringe. It's okay. This is going to be, it's going to long 4 years, but I think just getting out there and talking and doing it, you always say, everything, everywhere, all at once. That is better than sitting and waiting and thinking about how's this going to poll and what should I say, and we need a caucus meeting first, and we need to just go out there and talk.
This is a really important point, because I think one of the things that held Democrats back is we're waiting for the message. We don't know what it is. We haven't analyzed all of the results yet. We haven't done a bunch of exit polls or focus groups with first-time Trump voters or whatever else, and we're flummoxed.
We're all going to fucking die waiting for the catalyst results.
I mean, they're supposed to come in 6 weeks, so I hope not. So it's but the election shook Democrats to their core. What we thought worked did not work in any way, shape, or form, and blew up in our face. And so they're waiting for the right thing to say. But if there is one lesson of the Trump era, is that volume and frequency is much more important than precision when it comes to messaging. You just get out there and start talking.
By the way, because that's the game he's playing.
It is just talk all the time. If you're talking all the time, it increases the number of chances that someone will actually hear what you're saying. And if you happen to fuck up and say the wrong thing, if you're out there 5 minutes later, you're going to pay less of a price for it. This is one of the things that really hurt Kamala Harris, was she was out there so much less than Trump. So when she did make a mistake, like she did on The View, it haunted her in ways. Trump was out there saying crazy shit on a podcast 3 times a day, but because he was doing it, there was always a new thing coming after it. There was less political consequences for doing it.
Same problem with Biden over the last 4 years.
I mean, let's not
I know,
you speak every 6 months.
Right. But yeah, no, it is a volume game, and just someone added this up, but apparently, in Trump's first term, in his first week, he was in front of the press or in front of cameras, speaking for 4 hours the first week. Biden in his first week was a little less, maybe 3 hours or something. The first week of Trump's second term, it was 8 hours. He was in front of cameras. I mean, even he did that fucking awful press conference about the plane crash this morning, Thursday morning, and he did another press avail as he was signing the more executive orders blaming Biden and Obama for the plane crash later in the day, and he was taking more questions.
For even as nuts as Trump was in 2017, that he was still abiding sort of by what is now an anachronistic model of political communications, where you try to stage manage stuff, right? We're going to this is the story of the day. If we do X, we can't do Y later because it'll ruin our headlines about our EOs. It's nope. Just do it all. It's always happening. It's never ending. There is no news cycle. And Democrats could learn some lessons from that. Like, we obviously have a huge megaphone disparity here. Like, we have a very small handful of politicians who can get real attention. It's great if we can all speak with one voice, because that will help about one thing, but that's not going to happen
Not
every
necessary.
time. So just get out there.
Yeah. So the spending freeze fiasco has done little to slow Trump down. Keep signing orders and memos targeting immigrants, government workers, trans kids, educators, parents, just about everyone. In the past few days, he's issued the following executive orders that will deny federal funding for schools that teach kids about racism and discrimination, penalize schools that don't teach content that is patriotic enough. I guess Trump gets to define what that means. An executive order that will deport international students who protested the war in Gaza, will revoke their visas, ban gender-affirming care for trans children, and send tens of thousands of undocumented immigrants to detention facilities at Guantanamo Bay. The White House also sent a mass email offering more than 2 million federal employees a buyout if they just reply to the email and write the word resign. We're going to talk about the email in a second, but on the executive orders, which one of these seems real? Which of them seem like bullshit?
Most of them are bullshit in the traditional sense of actually having the president having the authority to implement what he said he is going to do, right? Across the board, not just ones you mentioned here, across the board, most of these executive orders they're not even really executive orders. They're really presidential memorandums. They're missives, right? They are press releases with signatures. He doesn't have the authority to do the things he's saying. There's no legal precedent for him. Some are very clearly in violation of the Constitution. Well, I mean, will hopefully be struck down, but who knows? But there is not a ton of actual legal power in it. But I think that really undersells the danger here, right? So let's take the example of the ones in education trying to deal with, quote unquote, critical race theory or forcing patriotic education. The federal government has almost no role in what local schools teach. Even if they were to use federal funding to try to put policies in place, that's very limited. 90% of school funding comes from state and local communities. Even in the states where they have actually passed laws putting some of the stuff into place, studies have shown that they've had very little impact on. In many cases, or have not been as impactful as the conservative legislators would think, because teachers still, there's not someone in the school telling teachers what to do. But there is a chilling effect of these sternly worded but very vague missives declaring that things are now illegal or not allowed, or if you do them, there will be retribution, right? Like, for example, Michigan State University this week canceled their Lunar New Year celebration because they thought it, according to reporting from this in the Lansing Journal, that it might violate DEI policy, anti-DEI policies. Right. And it's because they're confused. They don't know. Here's this thing. We have no idea what it actually means. Are we going to get ourselves in trouble? Are we going to face political blowback? Could there be a big fight over this? Could, there be retribution from the government? And even if I'm sure that if the general counsel of the university looked at it and was like, obviously we would win this fight, you don't want the fight. You can't afford the fight. You don't financially, time-wise. And so you're going to see people making a lot of decisions to avoid getting on the wrong side of Trump on some of these things. And I think about here in California, like up where I live, the public schools every fall do Ruby Bridges Day to celebrate the Ruby Bridges and to teach about segregation and desegregating the schools. And everyone, if you can, is to walk to school that day like Ruby Bridges did. Like, I don't think this would happen here, but you could see in another part of the country, people wondering whether that was too woke to have, right? Is Black History Month going to be too woke? Are people going to trim some of that stuff back because they're worried about angering a federal government? Even the federal government has no statutory authority to enforce these policies on you. Yeah.
And just another example that just popped up that I think is even more consequential, which is the EO on banning gender-affirming care for children. Again, that is not something that you can do by executive order. I'm fairly certain, though I do not have a legal degree. But a children's hospital and healthcare provider in Richmond just said that they have suspended all gender-affirming care for those under 19 years old because they feel like they have gotten very specific guidance on this from the state. I assume that means that a lot of these Republican governors who like Trump, like Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, probably see the federal EO, match it with a state EO. Now, what's ultimately going to happen with gender-affirming care for children, it's a case at the Supreme Court right now, so it's going to be decided there. I don't have a lot of hope about how that's going to turn out. Also, Congress, with the Republican Congress, I'm sure they're going to try to include. There's been some reporting that they might include like a Hyde-like amendment in the budget bill that sort of threatens to cut off all federal aid to hospitals and healthcare providers that provide gender-affirming care, like they currently do for hospitals that provide abortions. That's the Hyde Amendment. So I don't think that I don't think that's the last word here. But you're right that the chilling effect is there's going to be schools and hospitals and organizations all across the country in red states and maybe in some blue states or red areas of blue states that just take these seriously because it's a fucking executive order from the federal government. On Guantanamo, are we really going to build a 30,000 person detention facility in Guantanamo Bay? Just for context, the Cook County Jail in Chicago is one of the largest single-site facilities in the country, and it has an average daily population of 9,000. We're going to build a 30,000 person detention facility that who's going to run? And we're just going to send we're just going to send undocumented immigrants. We don't know where they're from, where they came from. We're just going to put them in a detention center for what? Indefinitely? Like, what the fuck?
We would hold migrants in one of the most notorious prisons in the world, right? Something that has been at Guantanamo Bay has been a recruiting tool for terrorists for 20 years now. And I assume would be run by the military because Guantanamo is a military base. So you would have a military-run prison camp for migrants who came to America. I know Tom Homan said this is the worst of the worst, which
by the way, they've been saying that. We thought it was going to be bullshit. It is bullshit. I think the rate for how many undocumented immigrants have been rounded up and deported with criminal records versus undocumented immigrants who the only law they broke was illegally crossing in the first place is like Joe Biden had a higher percentage of deportations that were actually immigrants with criminal records than Trump has in his first week already. So it's just the whole thing was bullshit. They're not just going after undocumented immigrants with criminal records. They're going after every undocumented immigrant that they find.
This is something that Tommy and Ben can talk about much better than I could, at least, is, it's not like the U.S. reputation's like doing fucking great right now. But with Donald Trump's our president, both what is, our role and what is happening in Gaza has been deeply damaging to our reputation around the world. But the idea that we're going to house migrants in a prison camp is like I said, a notorious prison camp is going to be deeply damaging to our reputation around the world.
Also, this just happened this week in a speech that Donald Trump gave, and no one paid a lot of attention to it. But after he finished his whole anti-immigrant thing, he was like, and then there's some people, and maybe they didn't come here illegally, but they're just criminals in this country. America, there's criminals, and they're here, and they're really bad criminals. And you know what? I think we're going to get approval to just deport them. We're going to send them to some other foreign countries. And I'm like, you're going to send American citizens who are convicted of crimes you're going to deport them to foreign countries? Like, are we going to send now? We're going to when is the line that he's going to start trying to send Americans to Guantanamo Bay? American citizens to Guantanamo Bay? Like, what?
Are there any particular American citizens that you have been worried about over in recent years of being sent to Guantanamo Bay?
I mean,
it's been. The thing is, it has been a running joke for nearly a decade about us about being sent to various people who have been Trump opponents being sent to Guantanamo, and they're building it now. This will be interesting. Like, you would feel like you're going to need a lot of money to build the largest prison under American control at a military base. I presume you'd probably have to appropriate money for that. Maybe they can find it in the couch cushions the way they found money for the wall, but there will likely be a big congressional debate about this.
A big congressional debate. The courts will have a role as well. And look, I think that the scary moment here is what happens when the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court, hands down a decision that Trump is opposed to, and what Trump does. And, so far the White House complied with the federal judge that blocked their spending freeze. And, I guess it was kind of a fuck up in OMB anyway. So whatever, they were fine with it. But, it's a very conservative court. And a lot of times they give Trump exactly what he wants, but they hand down a decision that he opposes. And then he says, I'm not going to listen to the court. J.D. Vance was on a fucking podcast a couple years ago. It said, oh, my advice for Trump in a second term would be to fire everyone in the federal government and replace them with all your people. And when John Roberts tells you can't do it, you say, yeah, you and what army? I mean, J.D. Vance is on the record saying that. So, what happens? That's the real constitutional crisis. That's when people start going to Guantanamo. So that's something to watch for. That's coming attractions, Dan.
Cool.
Let's talk about the buyout. The email had the subject line "fork in the road," which was exactly what the email that Elon Musk sent to Twitter employees had said, fork in the road, right after he took over the company. Do you have a sense of whether this move is serious, whether the federal government is authorized to spend money on a buyout for federal employees who decide not to come back to the federal government to work?
I have no idea whether they are technically authorized to do it, but I imagine this is quite serious, right? This is, as you point out, this is exactly what Elon Musk did at Twitter. He has installed some of his closest allies, people who helped him with all of the layoffs at Twitter, at the Office of Personnel Management, which is an obscure but incredibly powerful agency which staffs the government. I imagine that there probably is some sort of authority that allows you to, because these people are choosing, by doing this, they were not firing them, right? This is a way to get around civil service protections, right? You are not firing them. You are giving them the opportunity to leave. Now, Judd Legum, in his newsletter, Popular Information, has pointed out, he's read the actual missive that the OPM posted on their website, and it's not actually a buyout. A buyout is you take the money for the next 9 months and you stop working tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
What they are saying is basically you leave in September and your job duties will change, but you're not free of working. You might still work. There's a lot of gray area into what would happen. You'd be free of some in-person responsibilities, but it is incorrect in Judd's view, and he makes a very compelling case that this is a buyout. It's actually just a way to get people to forcible resignation or encourage resignation.
Well, there's also video uncovered of Russ Vogt, again, Project 2025 guy who's going to be the OMB director, who basically said, we want to make working in the federal government as traumatic as possible for bureaucrats that we want to get rid of. So and clearly that's what they've been trying to do the last couple weeks, is to try to make it so miserable for people that they just leave on their own.
And I think it is just the reason why we should take this very seriously, regardless of what the specific powers they may have, is this is the full conservative project of decades now, which is to hollow out the federal government so it can do less stuff. Then on the things it continues to do, it does them less well, which makes the public more dissatisfied with government, which causes them to elect more anti-government politicians who then hollow out the government some more, rinse, repeat. And the end goal of this, right, is not just though that the government's doing less in healthcare and education, is what these hardcore conservatives, who are not just Trump types, these are Paul Ryan people, is they are going after Social Security and Medicare. What they do not want is the federal government to be giving people healthcare and retirement security. And those are sacrosanct programs. Trump voters love them. The only way you ever get to be able to take those down is to reduce people's faith in government to such an extent that they're unwilling to trust it with their healthcare and their retirement security. And so this is what this project is.
Yeah, and Social Security and Medicare probably come at the end, after.
Yeah, that's the last thing. You make it so that everything else is hated. They can do nothing else well that people are willing to say, put my retirement in the stock market, right? Or privatize my Medicare to insurance companies.
And by the way, I think this is part of the reason that they walked back the spending freeze, because it caused the kind of uproar around the country that they know is unpopular, and they want to cut government and cut all those programs and benefits in a much sneakier, quieter way than what happened with an all-out spending freeze that freaked everybody out. So it's something to watch. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, but two things before we do that. We all know the news is exceptionally shitty right now, but we really hope you find this show and all the shows we make here at Crooked helpful in sorting the facts from the bullshit and maybe just staying a bit more sane. The best way to support our work is to subscribe to Friends of the Pod. You'll directly support our growth as an independent media company. You'll get ad-free episodes of Pod Save America and Pod Save the World, access to our wonderful Discord community, and exclusive shows, all while supporting our mission.
Discord's better.
If you're
Join
listening
our
on
Discord.
Apple Podcasts, just open the app, tap subscribe from the Pod Save America or Pod Save the World feed, and start your 7-day free trial. Also, in an ongoing effort to help folks who have been devastated by the fires here in Los Angeles, we just launched Friend of Los Angeles merch in the Crooked Store, with 100% of the proceeds going to Vote Save America's Action Wildfire Relief Fund. You can show off your LA pride while supporting organizations like the LA Regional Food Bank, the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation, and Latino Community Foundation. You can shop now at crooked.com/store, or you can donate directly to the fund at votesaveamerica.com/relief.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Beam. The reason we care about Beam and we like Beam so much is because poor sleep, in my opinion, ruins everything about life.
Yeah, it does.
You feel tired, you eat worse, you're in a worse mood, you're not as productive. Like, just nothing goes right if you're getting bad sleep. Things hurt more. And that is why we were so excited to talk about Beam's Dream Powder, the science-backed healthy nighttime blend for sleep that is actually clinically shown to improve sleep and have you waking up refreshed. With better sleep comes more energy and better focus and the feeling that you can tackle your days instead of just getting through them. Other sleep aids can cause next-day grogginess, but Dream contains a powerful all-natural blend of reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, aptonin, and melatonin to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. If you're like me and you struggle with sleep often, there's no better way to start 2025 than with a consistent, restful night's sleep. Dream will help you feel your best every single day. Again, I love Beam Dream. It tastes really good. It's just a really nice way to close down your day and go to sleep, and I think it works.
Damn.
So, the ultimate
They
sleep
got a lot of ads.
Speaking of
They
way too
must
much
make
going on at
bank.
once, 3 of Trump's most extreme cabinet picks had Senate confirmation hearings on Thursday alone. Health and Human Services Secretary nominee RFK Jr. in front of the Help Committee, DNI nominee Tulsi Gabbard in front of the Intelligence Committee, and FBI nominee Kash Patel in front of the Judiciary Committee. Let's start with Kennedy. This was actually his second hearing. The Finance Committee got its turn on Wednesday, and both days were contentious and fairly terrifying. Here's a sampling of some of the Q&A for RFK Jr.
You made some grave accusations. Pedophilia to the administration of vaccines?
No, it wasn't pedophilia.
It was a perfect metaphor.
Well, if you have 1 in 36 kids who has neurological injuries, and if that is, linked, that's something that we should study.
Is it a perfect metaphor?
It's not a perfect metaphor, but there's no metaphor that's perfect. But I am pro-vaccine.
Vaccines do not cause autism. Do you agree with that?
As I said, I'm not going to go into HHS with any preordained.
I asked you a simple question, Bobby.
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy, that we can't be a moral authority in this country.
Right, but that isn't what you said back in New Hampshire in 2023. My question is exactly when did you decide to sell out your life's work and values to get this position?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy. Show me a single statement I've made about science that is erroneous.
How much time do you have? Yeah.
So basically, these 2 days boil down to Democrats trying to paint Kennedy as anti-vax and also unqualified, which he is. Kennedy's trying to say, no, I'm not anti-vax. I never was. I'm being misconstrued. Who do you think came out on top? And are we getting a vaccines optional HHS secretary?
That seems like, if we just got a Fox weekend host as our Secretary of Defense, and everything's on the table here. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen here. I think there was one. Yes, Democrats focus a lot on the vaccines. That is RFK Jr.'s Achilles heel politically with the public. Like that is the part of him that they are most skeptical of, that they do not like. But I thought some of the smartest questioning came from Michael Bennet in the first day in the Finance Committee. Michael Bennet, the senator from Colorado. He did this the right way. He did a lightning round basically with RFK Jr. where he asked him, he read him quotes and he read them in context and said, did you say this or did you not say this? And it was some of the things we've heard about vaccines, about various conspiracy theories. But the last one he asked was basically, do you believe a pro-abortion access comment of his? And the reason why that was smart is that's how you defeat RFK Jr. is you have to get the only way to actually defeat him. There are ways to score political points with the public, but to actually defeat him, you need to get a Republican. You need to get 4 Republicans to vote against him. And one area of concern, and this is a weird thing to say, Mike Pence's political organization is running ads attacking trying to get Republicans to oppose RFK Jr. because he has been in favor of abortion access prior to becoming Trump's buddy here. And so like that's a way that is a smart way to do it. Was he going to confirmed? Probably. But I thought that at least showed a savvy way to try to actually get some Republican votes or make it more uncomfortable for Republicans to do it with their constituents, which is going to matter more than making them uncomfortable than just getting more Democrats who are already opposed and riled up.
Well, I thought some bad news on that front was he basically said that he would look at the safety of mifepristone, the abortion pill. And so that's on the table. And then after the hearings, the Susan B. Anthony group, which is an anti-abortion group, said that they now favor RFK Jr. because they think he's going to help them pull mifepristone off the market and ban the abortion pill. So that is pretty frightening.
Yeah, but it's not good if he gets confirmed. I was just trying to find a bright spot for Democrats, trying to keep him from getting confirmed.
My only bright spot, we'll see what happens, is Bill Cassidy, the senator from Louisiana, Republican senator from Louisiana, who's a doctor and who voted to impeach Trump, had some really tough questioning about RFK Jr.'s anti-vaccine stances and positions and what he said, and basically ended the hearing leaving it up in the air whether or not he was going to vote for him.
I mean, he's theoretically potentially the fourth because we know there's 3 possibles in Murkowski, Collins, and McConnell. Although not that I have any evidence that particularly
I know.
McConnell
That's the thing is like,
the right thing.
also you could see Cassidy be a no, but then like maybe McConnell doesn't vote no on this one, right? So it's like it's tough to figure out. It's not like those are automatic no's at all, you know. So, but I guess Cassidy would be the hope there. We're not going to subject you to separate sections on Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel. Reminder here, if you need them, Gabbard is an Assad and Putin sympathizer with no intelligence experience, and Patel is a Trump-adoring hatchet man with no FBI experience. Both hearings were pretty tense. Let's take a listen.
Gabbard, a simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Yes,
Mr. Vice Chairman,
just,
Edward Snowden.
I mean, no,
broke the
just
law.
lie.
I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it.
My understanding is that the performers on this J6 choir were the rioters who are in prison.
I'm not aware of that, sir. I didn't have anything to do with the recording.
You weren't aware of who made the recording?
No, Senator.
Your boss has said that General Milley, who served us with great distinction, I happen to have great admiration for, should be tried for treason. Do you agree with that?
Senator, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Who put away the Unabomber?
The FBI.
Who put away Timothy McVeigh and his Stalin's stomach for blood?
Break agents at the FBI.
Who helped investigate?
Did he just say Timothy
Jesse
McVeigh
Smollett?
and Stalin in the same sentence? Timothy McVeigh is a Nazi. That's why he had Turner Diaries in his trunk. He was trying to make that book come true.
What?
Who?
How did he get in
in
there?
an effort of self-aggrandizement set back the fight for minority rights for years.
I think that was local authorities.
It was the FBI that opened an investigation, wasn't it?
Wow. I hadn't heard that.
That was quite the turn that I was not expecting.
Yeah.
What was the point he was trying to make even up until that point?
I guess that the FBI is great.
I mean, sure.
Sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Kash Patel has just decided, like, the old Kash Patel is just gone. He's gone. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know this guy. I didn't go on this podcast with all these white nationalist racists, with Nazi sympathizing views. Didn't do any of that. Never heard of that person. Jan 6 choir. I don't know what you're talking about. He broke with Trump on the January 6 pardons for the violent offenders, the people who were there for. He said, I just disagree with that. And he was very much like, no retribution, not going to be looking backwards. So that's Kash Patel. I guess he's getting through.
It seems that way. All the reporting has been he has really assuaged a lot of the very obvious concerns about him with Republicans
by just lying and just pretending, or just saying like, yeah, I was just saying some crazy shit on podcasts. Which I guess If we're ever confirmed, we can say that too, huh? We can.
There's not a chance that either of us are ever
Let me
seeking
just
Senate
play.
confirmation.
Let me just play something you responded to from John Lovett. That was very.
Oh no,
offensive.
not the Pundies 2018. No.
Just be like, I don't know any of those people. I don't know what you're
Like,
talking
oh
about.
no, the
That
San Francisco live show. Fuck.
sounds like my voice, not my voice.
Yeah. Well, people mix our voices up all the time, so I just say that was Tommy.
Yeah. So Kash Patel, FBI, great. That's gonna
Seems like that's happening. I mean, the fact that whenever you're doing the list of people who are possible no votes, Tom Tillis would be on that list because he is a senator who has to run for re-election, has had moments of sanity in his brief career, but he introduced Kash Patel, so it seems like we're not going to get him.
Ugh. And then I guess Tulsi Gabbard then is the one who's in most jeopardy.
Yeah.
God,
because
please.
She wasn't mean enough to Edward Snowden.
Actually, John, you know what the most fucked up thing is the person in the most jeopardy may actually be his nominee for Secretary of Labor because she once endorsed the PRO Act.
Oh God, she's actually not even like okay enough for Trump. Like she's actually a decent, like any Republican president who nominated her, Democrats would be like, wow, that's pretty cool.
On one specific issue, right?
Yeah, well,
On
no,
this
I
one
just,
issue.
she's pretty pro-labor as the next labor secretary.
Yeah, so there are
which
a lot
is-
of Democrats who didn't endorse the PRO Act. So
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so she's in the most danger. I'm not entirely sure the strategy of focusing most of our ire on Tulsi Gabbard on the Edward Snowden traitor thing. I don't
get that either. She has plenty of targets there for Tulsi Gabbard.
I mean, that's obviously it's the Intel Committee. This is like they are very closely aligned with the Intel community, who obviously have very strong feelings about what Edward Snowden did to them. But it's just from a public perspective, or even trying to peel off Republicans, it seems like I'd be curious to know what the reasoning was because there were smart people who were making that case, and I was surprised by it.
Yeah. So, and those are all the most controversial picks. I think Pam Bondi's also getting through, which is fucking crazy.
She did. She made it through committee on party line vote last week. So,
well, we'll see. We'll see if any of these
oh,
Republicans
see if we can take down the
finally have
pro-labor secretary.
One last thing before we go. So, right before this recording, I interviewed Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut for Offline, which will be out this Sunday. It's a great interview. He wanted to talk about big tech and regulation. He's been talking a lot about social media and loneliness and all the topics we love discussing on Offline. But because I had him for the interview, at the top I asked him all about these last 2 weeks and how they were responding and how Democrats were responding. He's someone who has not been afraid to be out there, being very forceful, sounding the alarm. And so I asked him about all that, and I thought his answers were interesting enough that wanted to play it here on Pod Save America as a preview of Sunday's Offline episode. So you'll be hearing that right now. Do you think some of the reticence about speaking up has to do with the fact that some of your colleagues are just personally afraid? Like, do you sense any fear among either your Democratic colleagues or even the Republican colleagues?
Listen, that is not a conversation that we have out loud. But I don't know how what has happened in the last week doesn't have an impact. I haven't shared this yet, but it is just true. My office has received phone calls and threats that are different than anything we had received prior to the pardoning of the January 6th protesters. We have had to have very different conversations internally about how we protect me, my family, and my staff. I assume other offices are getting those calls. I assume those calls are reaching other Democratic activists who speak up online all around the country. And whether or not that reaches the level of consciousness, I don't know. But when your family is threatened with harm, of course, it may, at the very least, subconsciously depress your interest in fighting as hard as you can. And given the fact that Elon Musk can sort of rouse those people with 1 or 2 or 3 tweets, it probably also has to do with why there hasn't been a concentrated effort to take him on personally, because folks don't want to end up, as I have been and many others, on the receiving end of sort of his social media storms, because what comes with that is an implicit threat of violence.
Those threats do not seem to have slowed you down. How are you personally sort of handling that?
Well, I just feel like I have a unique responsibility. I mean, I'm one of 47 Democratic senators. I'm going to take some precautions to make sure that me and my family and my staff are protected. But if I, mute my voice, then all is lost. And yes, I don't completely understand why everybody isn't fighting as hard as as some of us have been. So I feel like my role right now is to model a kind of vigorous, organic, authentic anger at what is happening to hopefully inspire others to join.
Good for Chris Murphy, huh?
Yeah, Chris Murphy's great.
First of all, terrifying that's happening, that he's getting those threats, and that other people are, and that then people are scared now of speaking out. But I'm glad he's out there, and I'm glad he's not backing down. So, all right, that is our show for today. Everyone have a great weekend. because the news is so wonderful, and we'll be back in your feeds with a new show on Tuesday.
Now, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to two other confirmation hearings that took place Thursday for roles overseeing American intelligence and law enforcement. Director of National Intelligence pick Tulsi Gabbard faced bipartisan skepticism, while Trump's pick to head the FBI, Kash Patel, appeared to have the support he needs despite vocal opposition from the Democrats. Kash Patel testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee, downplaying his past promotion of right-wing conspiracy theories, and said only 40% of Americans have faith in the FBI. While Republicans hailed him as a reformer, Democrats grilled Patel over his past comments calling for a so-called enemies list and praising the January 6th rioters. This is Democratic Senator Dick Durbin, ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Patel posted on social media, quote, January 6th, never an insurrection. Cowards in uniform exposed. End of quote. Let me repeat that. Cowards in uniform exposed. Who was in the Capitol building on January 6th in a uniform? The Capitol Police were. Do you think they were cowards?
Is that Erdogan?
Many of them risked their lives and some gave their lives in defense of this building. How about the D.C. police who were here as well? They were in uniform. Cowards risking their lives as well. Some of them being battered and beaten by these mobsters that came on into the Capitol. And Mr. Patel claims that the FBI agency aspires to lead, get this now, was planning January 6th for a year. He says the FBI was planning January 6th
If he had the
for a
mustache.
year.
That's what I'm saying. Erdogan tapes on the mustache,
Mr.
goes
Patel
out.
has gone so far as to co-produce and sell musical
He's been
recordings
infiltrating us the
of a
whole
song
time.
performed by January 6 rioters in jail.
Democrats also focused on Kash Patel's record of going after journalists and calling for retribution against people he believes are trying to undermine President Trump. This is Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island questioning Patel.
Here's what this nominee himself has said about using his office to prosecute journalists. We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. We're gonna come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that a correct quotation, Mr. Patel?
Senator, that's a partial quotation.
But it's correct.
In part.
Regarding his publication of his enemies list, Mr. Patel proclaimed, the manhunt starts tomorrow, and reposted a video depicting him taking a chainsaw to his political enemies. Is that you, Kash Patel, reposting that at the top of that page?
Retruth?
Senator, I had nothing to do with the creation of that meme.
Is that you reposting it, was my question.
And that's me at the top.
You said FBI agents were responsible for the violence on January 6th, and I quote you here, beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what you said?
That's completely incorrect, and I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
I'll give you an opportunity in writing, but this is my time now.
Have at it.
An Inspector Attorney General investigation found that that was false. And you said we should impeach judges who rule against Donald Trump, who are, in your words, political terrorists.
So that was Senator Whitehouse questioning Kash Patel. This is Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota.
Have you referred to the media as the most powerful enemy of the United States that they have ever seen? Is that right?
Again, you're reading a quote. I take that you're reading it
accurately. CPAC 22324. You said we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens who helped Joe Biden rig the elections. We're going to come after you whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that something you said?
That's a partial statement of what I said.
Steve Bannon's podcast. You also said you would put the entire fake news mafia press corps on your list. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
I don't have that in front of me.
Danny Johnson's podcast, 82123.
For more on the Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard nomination hearings, we're joined now by Chip Gibbons from Washington, D.C., journalist, policy director of Defending Rights and Dissent, where he's advised multiple congressional offices on reforming the Espionage Act, currently working on a book on the history of the FBI for Verso Books. Chip, thanks for joining us. Before we move to Tulsi Gabbard, if you can talk about the Kash Patel talking about going after journalists and also making an enemies list.
Well, Kash Patel is one of Donald Trump's most disturbing picks, and that is saying something. Patel's comments about going after journalists should be very alarming. First of all, because no one should be in a law enforcement or intelligence position who wants to go after journalists. And I think we have to clarify that the FBI is both a law enforcement agency and an intelligence agency. It's been a hybrid agency since Hoover, and Hoover used the intelligence aspects of the FBI to go after King, to go after civil rights protesters. And in spite of this myth of sort of the reformed FBI, ever since then, they've been doing exactly the same thing. While writing my book, I've come up with documents from right before 9/11 that show them spying on bank protesters with incredibly intrusive means.
He's
so
one
the
of them
FBI
facial
is
hair
a
guys.
political police force, and we are nominating someone who has shown themselves to be gleeful about using its political policing powers. The journalism comments are extremely disturbing because the FBI has broad powers to go after journalists. Because the unauthorized disclosure of national defense information is governed by the Espionage Act, authority for enforcing leak investigations is in the intelligence division of the FBI, the division with the least restrictions and most surveillance. And I will note that the Heritage Foundation in Project 2025 has called for hiring more FBI counterintelligence agents with the goals of finding journalist sources and imprisoning them. Unfortunately, there has been a bipartisan trend in this country to come after first journalist sources like Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning, and then under the Trump and Biden administrations to go after journalist Julian Assange. When you look at what was in the plea deal that Julian Assange agreed to, that he is a journalist and he worked with a source to publish classified information, and that is a conspiracy under the Espionage Act, Kash Patel has the perfect tool to go after Trump's critics in the media. So Patel's desire to go after journalists and their sources, the fact that both parties have created and cemented the tools to do so, and the fact that the FBI is a political policing bureaucracy makes Patel an extraordinarily dangerous figure. And we should be extremely concerned about what's coming down the pike, while also acknowledging that if we did not have this bipartisan building up of the surveillance state, this bipartisan ratification of the Espionage Act, this bipartisan use of it against whistleblowers like Snowden, with journalists like Assange. Yes.
I want to go to Edward Snowden, meaning I want to turn to the confirmation hearings for Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's pick for the Director of National Intelligence. She refused to call whistleblower Edward Snowden a traitor repeatedly throughout this hearing. This is a heated exchange with Colorado Senator Democrat Michael Bennet.
Was Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, I will also repeat my answer. He broke the law.
You said earlier that you were offended by a question that my colleague from Kansas asked, which I think was his duty as somebody on this committee to fulfill his responsibility to advise and consent. We are not here to be a rubber stamp for the President of the United States. So let me ask you again, Do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believes, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agencies
don't
believe,
think so.
that Edward Snowden
I
was a
think
traitor
this is like
to
the
United
weirdest
States of
admin of all
America?
time.
Senator, if confirmed
This
as
is when the
Director of
rubber
National
hits the road.
Intelligence,
This is
I
what-
will
this is
work
not-
with you to make sure
This
that
is
there is
not
not
a
another
moment for
Snowden-like
social
leak.
media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories, or attacks on journalism in the United States. This is when you need to answer the questions of the people whose votes you're asking for to be confirmed as the chief intelligence officer of this nation. As my colleague said, this is not about you. It's about the people that serve the intelligence agencies of the United States. Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high.
Senator, as someone who has
your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
as someone who has
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't. Apparently you don't.
So that's Democratic Colorado Senator Michael Bennet, echoing questions from other Democrats and Republicans. There was a kind of consensus here. And Tulsi Gabbard repeatedly refused to call the whistleblower Edward Snowden a traitor. Chip, we just have 2 minutes. For those who aren't familiar with this case, but also what this means if she were to become the Director of National Intelligence, or
He
if
literally
it's going to be
is
the
a traitor,
basis on which she's
regardless
voted
of how you feel about the crime
first of all, I want
itself.
to say that Senator Bennett's
If you think he did a
performance
good
was
thing or a
worthy of
bad
the
thing,
House Un-American Activities Committee.
Like,
Edward Snowden is not a traitor. He is a
by the
patriotic
function of the state,
whistleblower.
he is a
Treason
traitor.
is the only crime defined in the United States Constitution. It is defined incredibly narrowly. Edward Snowden has never been charged with treason. He has been charged with unauthorized disclosure of national defense information. Edward Snowden worked with journalists who won Pulitzer Prizes to expose the illegal, unconstitutional mass surveillance programs of the National Security Agency, which were targeting U.S. citizens and others. In spite of the claims that these were foreign counterintelligence programs facing outward, Snowden showed conclusively the NSA, working with the FBI, was being used to engage in the bulk collection of Americans' metadata and was abusing other surveillance programs to access Americans' communications and get information about them. One of the results of Snowden's disclosures was the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals found one of the programs he exposed
We have 30 seconds.
To be illegal and likely unconstitutional. Someone who exposes the violations of Americans' rights is not a traitor. It is a betrayal of the oath of office to violate the Fourth and First Amendment rights of Americans.
A man who many consider a hero across the political spectrum, Dan Ellsberg, before he died, said that Edward Snowden is Dan Ellsberg. Chip Gibbons, I want to thank you so much for being with us, journalist, policy director of Defending Rights and Dissent, where he's advised multiple congressional offices on reforming the Espionage Act, currently working on a book on the history of the FBI. That does it for our show. I'm Amy Goodman.
What our old buddy Steven Crowder's doing these days. Oh, yeah. It's Friday. Let's have some fun. Oh, this is my favorite episode of Louder with Crowder.
This is a new set?
Yeah, he's got a new set. It's a Western background. Here, just pop up there. I'll just talk over it before we start to play. This is a great new set he has where it's a Western background. He doesn't have as much makeup on as he usually puts on, I guess, for his show. I like it. It's a little bit more down and dirty. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. This is a deposition. This is a deposition in a lawsuit that apparently he settled for defaming someone.
Edward Snowden was always a fucking idiot. That's why he didn't get the promotion that pissed him off in the first
place.
place.
Researching the comments as he loves to tell people.
Yeah, exactly. Here he is. Now, I want to make it clear, this has nothing to do with his divorce. This has nothing to do with the video of him berating his pregnant wife.
Growth in his lawyer.
No, this is a completely different legal situation that he's in.
In terms of, let me do it this way. You would agree you should not display the image of a suspected mass murderer unless the image had been confirmed by someone involved in the official investigation or by reference to some kind of primary source. Would you agree with that?
No.
All right, pause it. Okay, so now the reason why he says no, let me just give you a little bit of backstory. There was a mass murderer who shot up a mall. This is in California, right? Texas. And the mass murderer shared the name of somebody else. And a couple of websites started putting up the picture. And in fact, if I remember correctly, Steven Crowder crapped all over. He said he had to find the picture. What was it from? Like some like foreign outfit. Can you look this up as to what the outfit is? Where Crowder had to find this picture because no one else had the guts in the American media landscape to put this out there, and only he had the guts to show it. I can't remember what it was. I don't want to say the publication that he claimed he got it from, but maybe we'll play that clip on Monday. But Crowder was super excited that he was going to be doing the one, and so he has to say, no, I don't need to check the validity of a picture.
Why?
He doesn't need to, and he's going to explain right now. Let's hear it.
Source. Would you agree with that?
No.
Okay. And would you agree that you don't fulfill your responsibility in verifying the photo of a mass murderer by assuming that another news organization has verified the photo?
No.
Okay.
I don't agree.
What are your requirements for publishing a photo allegedly showing a mass murder?
Objection form.
So the process would be similar for any stories in which we're not the primary source, to use your example, would be to find at least one source that would be viewed as legitimate. So usually that's why, when we provide references, we often use left-leaning sources, which we make available every day for every show, and then confirm it with another source where it is available. That would be the process when it's someone else's reporting.
Does it matter who's reporting it?
That's why I said you try and find the initial, the most credible source to use as a primary source, because it's a little different when covering news.
Pause it for a second. Okay, this is a fascinating look into he's thought about this stuff. It's fascinating to me. It's like we use left liberal sources. That's what set us astray. What was that, Les? Was it someone's saying it was Today News Africa? I don't know if that's.
I'm seeing on Reddit Real Africa News. So
Real Africa News.
Yeah.
And so that would be Simon Atiba, who's a reporter there. He was also named in the lawsuit, as well as Televiso Univision, which is a Spanish language channel. They were both named in the lawsuit as well.
Okay. Now, we don't do this. We never put out pictures of people like this, and we wait a couple of days because it's just not worth it for us to, with the opportunity of spreading this information, which always in the wake of these things happens. But I love to hear how he justifies it. Are those guys, Simon Atiba, that news outlet, are they left wing?
No.
Oh, they're not, but they're from Africa.
Well, Atiba. I had credentials with the White House correspondence, and he was always asking right-wing framed stuff to Korean John.
Oh yeah, okay, but it is from Africa. So okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of left. Reporting it.
That's why I said you try and find the initial, the most credible source to use as a primary source, because it's a little different when covering news. So to give you an example, if there is a new study conducted on, let's say, medical and COVID intervention, primary source would be one on PubMed, right? The people who conducted the trial. Secondary source would be
CNN covering said clinical trial. So same principle, but it's a little different when covering someone else's reporting. So the primary source that we would look for would be as authoritative as available at that time.
Pause it for a second. Now, what's fascinating here is, you know, if you want to know why he settled after he gave this deposition, it's because of the things like this. He just described a primary source correctly as the study. And then the secondary source is reporting on the study. But when it comes to the shooting, the primary source would be not a news outlet, but the police, let's say. In this instance, the police. They're doing the investigation. If the police put the picture out, you would be protected. Because it's the police who are doing it.
Or if like even local news, but like,
I don't know. Maybe you'd have a better argument.
So I'm just running with. I mean, that's basically our approach. Is like,
yeah, I think if we wait a lot on those for that reason.
Yeah, we're not taking Real News Africa's sort of fresh off the press.
When all of a sudden no one else is willing to report on something. It sets off a little bit of alarm bells. But the point is, he just switched between what is a primary source and a secondary source. Primary source does not change based upon what you can find. Primary source is the primary source. It's not the best of a few options you have. Go ahead.
But it's a little different when covering someone else's reporting. So the primary source that we would look for would be as authoritative as available at that time.
All right, so to use that example, if you didn't have access to the PubMed article, but you did have access to a CNN report in which they reported on the PubMed article and cited that PubMed article, that's probably okay to report on. You would agree?
I would report according to CNN.
Right. What if CNN didn't have any sort of primary source? What if CNN just reported a fact, but it didn't have any source?
That's why I would report it according to CNN.
Okay. And it would be important for you to make clear that you had not been able to verify that. Would you agree to that?
No.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about this incident we're here about today. You understand that on May 6, 2023, a neo-Nazi mass shooter murdered several people at the Allen Outlet Malls.
Objection form.
No.
You don't understand that right now, sitting here today?
The way you said it, no.
Help me understand what you mean by that. What is it about that
I don't understand a neo-Nazi mass shooter, no. Mass shooter, yes, no. Neo-Nazi mass shooter, no.
Okay, you're aware that the shooter had tattooed neo-Nazi symbols on his body?
Sure.
You're aware he did it with a right-wing Death Squad vest? You don't contest any of that?
I'm aware that it was reported, yeah.
Oh. I'm aware that it was
I'm
reported.
Not asking you whether it was reported. I'm asking you whether you can, do you believe that's true? Do you contest that?
No, I don't contest any of the tattoos, no.
Okay. So I guess the hang up is you have a shooter who's tattooed up with a swastika and SS lightning bolts, but you're hesitant to call that a neo-Nazi mass shooter.
Correct.
Okay. You covered that shooting on your show and your website.
It's very strange.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't know that it had any. In fact, you can almost hear the lawyer being like, wait, what? Like, why are you even contesting that? I don't know if he thinks there's some other hidden story there.
It's an Antifa guy in deep cover.
I mean, one wonders why he was so hesitant to accept that this was a neo-Nazi. Is it because he thinks there's this is a secret agitator, Or is it that like he doesn't want to malign neo-Nazis?
He can't call a Nazi even if he did a shooting with swastika tattoos. There's your truth teller.
Fascinating. Maybe he thought he was just being really clever, but you know what happened. He walked out of this room and his lawyer said, Stephen, could you sit down for a second? We're going to want to settle this. But I've got alimony payments. We're going to want to settle this. And that's just maybe part of like all that made Stephen's sort of, I don't know, world so much fall apart.
Yeah. I don't know. It's tough to keep a family together when you can't say it's Nazi stuff to have a right-wing death squad patch.
I mean, you can't blame a guy just because he's wearing the tattoos and the outfit, and then also doing the mass murder. Did he have a manifesto?
Also, he had a whole fucking diary.
Amazing.
We should have fucking released our fucking thing where we dove into that shit, but we were worried that
he's not pure
it would
white.
deplatform us. But we went through his whole manifesto
I would have never let him
and did
into my
record it, and then we
organization.
just deleted the recording. And
He had a number
the
of, like,
fact that
writings
it's
and
still
online
relevant to
postings
this
that
day has
had
me kicking
similar
myself that we didn't
subject matter,
release
but
it.
not like a defined manifesto.
I would have loved to hear the answer. Like, why don't you think he was? What do you have a theory about that? But I guess that was a little bit off topic.
Pinochet fan.
Folks, we have run out of time. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it.
It was brought to you by Ground News. In recent years, European NATO members have been ramping up their defense spending in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In fact, this summer, they're expected to reach a consensus with the rest of the alliance on a new spending target. Last week, however, President Donald Trump raised some eyebrows when he said that he wants NATO members to spend a whopping 5% of their GDP on defense, more than double the current target, and much more than even America, which spends just over 3%. So in this video, we're going to look at how much European NATO members actually spend on defense, who is and isn't on board with Trump's 5% target, and whether European states could even afford it anyway. We're getting remarkably close to 1 million subscribers, and currently 72% of you haven't yet subscribed. So lend us a hand and
It's because
subscribe
subscriptions
today.
don't matter anymore.
So let's start with a bit of context. During the Cold War, most European countries, including Germany, France, and the Netherlands, spent around 3 to 4% of
Your
their
niche is
GDP.
becoming popular slowly.
However, after the end of the Cold
What do you
War,
mean?
and with no obvious military threat, European countries redirected most of their military funding towards social welfare, and saved across Europe 1.8 trillion euros since 1991 as a result of spending less money on defense, a phenomenon often described as a peace dividend. By 2006, most NATO members in Europe were spending less than 2% of their GDP on military, and cut their budgets even further following the 2008 financial crisis. Whereas at the same time, the US's military budget was surging, especially following their invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq. However, things changed a few years later, following Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014. That year, NATO countries committed to an informal target of spending 2% of GDP on defense. Eastern European countries bordering Russia, such as Estonia, Latvia, Poland, and Lithuania, were the most keen on ramping up spending. But only 3 countries in the entire alliance actually met the 2% target. 8 years later, Russia's full-scale
It wasn't
invasion of
Crowder, it
Ukraine
was the
prompted an
shooter, the
unprecedented
Allentown shooter. We read his
18%
whole
increase in defense
manifesto, but
spending across
that's
the
why we
alliance.
deleted it.
As a
Because
result,
I wasn't sure
2/3 of member states in
what to even do with it at the
2024,
time. And
that's
we had
23 out of
just
the
been
32
like
members,
hit by the
fulfilled the
YouTube
2% commitment,
algorithm
which is up from
censors
just
by
10
fucking
countries who met the target in
talking about the
2023.
Houthis and the
Then
origins of the
collectively, the alliance
Houthis.
is
So
spending
I just didn't want to
$1.47
risk anything
trillion
and got rid of
on
it. We
defense
needed the
this
recording
year.
space for the
Still,
program we
a third
used
of
at
the
the
alliance's
time.
members fall short of the 2% target, and Spain, Italy, and Belgium, all of which have pretty big economies, spent less than 1.5%. Unsurprisingly, this has irritated Trump, who has long criticized European nations for being too reliant on the US for their security, and essentially freeloading off the US. For context, in dollar terms, the US is the alliance's top spender, and by some margin, making up about 2/3 of NATO's annual defense spending. During his first term in the White House, Trump often expressed annoyance that many European members were failing to meet the 2% target. At a 2018 summit, Trump hinted that the US could even leave the alliance if countries that fell short of the target didn't fix up. Then, during his campaign for the 2024 election, Trump reportedly told an unnamed European leader that if they were delinquent in their payments, he would not protect them under any circumstances from Russia. Now, though, Trump has actually doubled down on his threats and told NATO members that he wants to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, more than double the current target. However, for many countries, reaching the 2% target was a struggle, and 5% looks quite out of reach. Last year, Germany managed to hit its 2% target for the first time since the Cold War. The leader of the opposition Christian Democrats, Friedrich Merz, who will almost certainly win the federal election next month, has said that Germany will not commit to the 5% target, saying that we first really have to reach the lower 2% limit in Germany. We are not there
Twitch
yet.
is not restrictive,
In fact,
it's
truthfully
YouTube that's
speaking,
the issue.
Trump's 5% seems to be more of a coercive tactic or opening position for negotiation rather than a sincere demand. Still, many countries, particularly those in the Baltic and Nordic region, feel that the 2% defense target is insufficient, even during peacetime. In comparisons to Russia, which is projected to allocate around 8% of its GDP to defense this year, as well as an equivalent amount of off-book spending via state-directed bank loans. Estonia's Prime Minister, for instance, voiced strong approval of Trump's proposed 5% target, noting that this is the message that Estonia has been advocating for years. In fact, from next year through to at least 2030, both Estonia and Lithuania have committed to spending over 5% of their GDP on defense, positioning themselves as the first NATO countries to do so. For Lithuania, this represents a near doubling of its current expenditure of approximately 2.9%. Additionally, Sweden's foreign minister remarked that there is a broad consensus in Sweden, which currently spends about 2.1% on defense, that an increase is necessary. Meanwhile, the president of Poland, the NATO member with the highest defense spending as a percentage of GDP, stated that Europe should embrace rather than resist Trump's call for a 5% target. Now, NATO is set to increase its target anyway at its June summit this year, and according to NATO's chief, Mark Rutte, the new target will likely be around 3.6 or 3.7%, which is higher, but quite a bit lower than Trump's suggested 5%. But even 3 or 3.5% would be a stretch for many members, especially for those struggling with debt issues. For context, multiple European countries are currently running budget deficits larger than the 3% of GDP threshold that's allowed under EU rules, and are simultaneously failing to meet NATO's 2% target.
Yeah, Twitch
including
allows Houthis
Italy,
to be
Belgium,
interviewed, but he's
and
not a
Spain.
Houthi.
Countries with high debt levels and high interest costs just don't really have much room to raise more debt. So the only real way for them to spend more on defense is to cut spending in other areas, which almost certainly means cutting welfare spending. In fact, Rutte has already urged NATO members for essentially a reversal of the peace dividend, arguing that on average, European countries easily spend up to a quarter of their national income on pensions, health, and social security systems, and we only need a small fraction of that money to make defense much stronger. Although it's of course worth mentioning that many European governments have struggled to cut social benefits in recent years. A way around this could possibly be the creation of a joint borrowing mechanism for military spending across EU NATO members, which would be similar to the EU's jointly backed bond issuance during the pandemic. This idea has already been floated around by the EU's defense chief and been pushed for by the French president Emmanuel Macron, as well as being backed by the EU's foreign minister, Estonia's Kaja Kallas. Rutte has also said that the new target can be potentially lowered if European states are able to do a better job of jointly buying weapons and equipment. But not everyone is on board with the idea of jointly borrowing, especially the more so-called frugal countries like the Netherlands and Germany, where Chancellor-in-Waiting Friedrich Merz has already said that he's not keen on further debt sharing. And while there are some savings to be made via joint procurement, the wave of EU skepticism sweeping the continent at the moment means that governments will probably resist anything that looks like a joint defense force. There's no easy answer here then. Trump is demanding more spending, but it's not obvious to see how this would be achieved without damaging cuts. But lots of people are talking about this problem, with more than 79 outlets reporting on Trump's initial statements on this issue, with 25% of those leaning left and 43% leaning right. On the left, outlets tend towards more aggressive terms like demand and accuse, framing Trump as being confrontational with European allies, while the right characterizes Europe as failing to meet its obligations and letting the US down. And this is all possible thanks to our sponsor, Ground News, a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission
Who
to
cares
give
if he's
readers
from
an easy,
NASA?
data-driven, objective way
Click
to read
our
the
link
news.
instead. Our link's
They pull in
better.
stories from all over the world and organize them by story, with each coming with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting. All backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite features is
Got a
their
mistake
blind
in
spot
there.
feed, which shows you stories underreported by one side of the political spectrum or the other. For instance, if you lean right, you might have missed this story about a GOP lawmaker who suggested that school children should have to work in order to earn free lunches. A story which was reported on by many major left-wing outlets, but not by anyone on the right. Now, as an impartial news outlet, we're passionate about informing our viewers about bias and helping them to understand how it affects the media they consume. Ground News is very effective at this, showing you exactly how each side of the political divide covers every story you see online. And best of all, Ground News are currently offering viewers 40% off Round's Vantage plan, which includes access to all of their amazing features, like their blind spot feed. This is their biggest discount of the year, so go to ground.news/TLDR, scan the QR code on screen, or use the link in
Scan
the
our
video
QR
description
code instead.
to subscribe today.
It's better.
A story of how caught in the ensuing crossfire was an American soldier, Jo Ellis. She's a service member who has dedicated her life to defending this country. Spent 15 years in the Virginia Army National Guard, is a chief warrant officer, a combat gunner, a UH-60 Black Hawk pilot. Jo is deployed to Iraq, Guatemala, and Kuwait. She's also a transgender woman who transitioned while in service and coincidentally once worked as the digital media manager for Smirkanish.com. Now, go back to Monday.
As I always say,
on Monday, President Trump signed an executive order
if
directing
Chelsea
newly
Manning
confirmed Defense Secretary Pete
was
Hegseth
respected,
to implement a policy to come
she
up with
wouldn't
the
have leaked
means to
secrets.
preclude transgender personnel from the U.S. military, arguing that being transgender is not consistent with military ideals. When I read that, I invited Jo to be a guest on my SiriusXM radio program. On Tuesday, she wrote a moving piece about her experience. We published it on my website. And then on Wednesday, she joined me for a national radio interview on SiriusXM. It was that night that the tragedy occurred on the Potomac. And by Thursday night and Friday morning, Jo Ellis was falsely accused of piloting the Black Hawk helicopter that collided with the American Airlines jet. And then absolutely horrific headlines like this. Offensive, conspiracy-fueled tweets ensued that went viral. Jo Ellis was the #2 most trending topic in the United States on X late Friday morning with more than 90,000 posts, according to Trends24, a website that tracks trending topics. I suspect the visibility that came from the radio interview, along with the article we published at Smirkanish.com, put Jo's name in play such that she became an easy target for some of the twisted voices that have outsized influence online. Jo became collateral damage, linked, blamed via high-speed internet to a tragedy with which she had nothing to do. Collateral.
Finish your sentence.
In the president's unfounded theories and attempt to divert attention away from real conversations about who's going to lead our country and what truly happened in the crash. And now she'll forever represent a cautionary tale of how the combination of loose talk and trigger fingers on keypads can sully a person's reputation and subject them to online ridicule, scorn, and threats. Joining me now is Jo Ellis. Nice to see you, Jo. How did this all happen from your perspective? Where were you? What were you doing when you found that you were being blamed for the Washington catastrophe?
Thank you for having me, Michael. I want to reiterate that I'm speaking in a personal status, not representing the National Guard, U.S. Army, or Department of Defense. My heart goes out to the families of the victims, and they don't deserve these rumors. I learned of this at 4:30 a.m. Friday morning from a text message of a close friend. That
Wow,
a bot
what a
account
nice
was
person to
commenting on
say
his
something like
Facebook
that,
post, asking
unlike
if he knew
Donald
Joe
Trump.
Ellis, who killed those people in the D.C. crash. Then someone sent me a link to a Pakistani newspaper article naming me in the crash. And then I received a Daily Mail phone call asking if I was
Pakistan.
alive and if I knew what was happening to me.
Pakistan is great for pushing
What
disinfo.
sort of threats,
We use
what
them all
sort
the
of
time for that.
ridicule, what sort of, pain have you been put through as a result of this process?
Well, Michael, I was not surprised by the hate. This is my reality. And now that I'm more visible, more comes. The false claims put me and my family at risk. I was surprised by the outpouring of love and support, though, from strangers all over the world sending me messages. And I believe love shines brighter than hate.
So I don't believe in coincidence. You know that about me. I see causal connection. I don't think that Joe Ellis would have been wrongly blamed for the D.C. catastrophe, but for the comments that the president made in that press conference where, without foundation, he tossed DEI into this conversation. What's your reaction?
My reaction, Michael, is that I've heard anecdotes from many of the trans communities saying that they have been targeted since the comments of the president, and their safety is at risk. And I am very fortunate from a very privileged position, but other people are not so much, and this is really putting people's lives at risk.
Relative to your backstory, I'm going to put on the screen some of what you wrote earlier in the week. I've had symptoms of what I now know to be gender dysphoria since I was 5 years old. I learned early to hide these symptoms from my family because I thought they meant I was a bad person. This led to healthy and not so healthy coping mechanisms. I thought that if I could just be more religious, more successful, more manly, that I would cure my condition. I got married, bought a house, helped raise a stepdaughter, played drums in the church band, adopted a dog, all the things I believed a good man should do. And I really wanted to do those things, but I also secretly hoped it would fix me. It didn't work. You come from a family with a rich tradition of military service. You know now that your future service is at risk. Speak to the controversy that surrounds whether transgender individuals such as yourself should be able to serve.
Well, I believe in a meritocracy, and I have met all of the standards to serve. I came out while it was allowed and part of policy, so I did what I believe was totally legal while serving, to come out and to serve openly. And in my mind, I still meet those standards today, and any deviation from the standard, it should be what decides if a person should be fit to serve or not. Changing the standards to target a very specific group is very different.
Joe, let's talk now about something you'd probably rather be addressing, which is your actual experience in flying helicopters. You know the corridor. You obviously were not involved in any flights there this week, but you know the corridor. Talk to me about your reaction to this catastrophe based on your knowledge.
Yes, Michael, I've flown those routes like many pilots. I've seen on the news many people speaking to this. I've always felt safe operating in that airspace thanks to the rigorous Army training that I've received and the helpful air traffic controllers that guided me along those corridors. I'm not an accident investigator, and I'm not really qualified to speak about the crash specifically.
Is it a particularly, I get that and I respect it, is it a particularly difficult area from your perspective as a helicopter pilot in which to fly as compared to other places you've been? You've flown all over the globe.
It is difficult.
I would say that it is busy like many areas that have busy airports. There's FAA training that is required to fly into those areas, and we take all the necessary precautions anytime we fly into that area.
What has been the reaction from those with whom you have served to A, your transition, and B, the way in which wrongly you were injected into this controversy this week?
Overwhelming support, Michael, from my battalion commander, from the Adjutant General of Virginia, from up and down, left and right of the ranks, from civilians, from veterans. I've received messages from South Africa, from places all over the world,
I've never
supporting
met
me
a
and
nice
serving
South
me,
African.
allowing me to serve openly.
And finally, I described what happened to you, Joe, as a cautionary tale for all of us of how just someone who is in service, in your case, in service to their country, going about their private life, all of a sudden gets thrust into the public domain. In a prior era, you know, your injury to reputation would have been limited by how many voices could tell a story, whisper down the lane. But in this instance, when you were the #2 trending subject on X yesterday, it's all just a send key away. Final thought?
A final thought is my Army training has prepared me to handle the unexpected. And so I reacted in that way, and I made preparations and contacted the proper people to keep my family safe, to keep me safe. And nobody deserves this kind of false rumors and attention.
Satellite images show a Russian naval base under construction on the Black Sea. It's part of Moscow's increasing ambitions in an area that is crucial for European security and home to a number of NATO member states. The base is located in Ochamchira in Abkhazia, a breakaway region of Georgia which is de facto controlled by Russian-backed separatist forces. Its location has raised fears Russia could use it to disrupt the entire Black Sea region by hitting back at Ukraine, hijacking lucrative trade routes, and threatening the security of NATO member states. In 2023, Russian-backed Abkhaz authorities announced Moscow's intentions to transform a port in Ochamchira into a permanent naval base. Since then, construction work at the port has ramped up. Natia Siskuria is an analyst with defense and security think tank RUSI, where she focuses on Russia and the Black Sea region.
Ochamchira is located around this area where we have the occupied region of Georgia, where Russia has effective control.
The port has taken on a new significance since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and Kyiv's claim to have damaged or destroyed 1/3 of Russia's prized Black Sea fleet.
Russia sees the Black Sea fleet as a tool of projecting its power within the Black Sea. Ukrainians have been quite successful at targeting Russian assets in the Black Sea. And in October 2023, we saw how Russians have been relocating their ships from Sevastopol to the Novorossiysk port. But still, Novorossiysk has not been a safe haven for Russia, and Russians have been looking at alternatives. Novorossiysk port is located over here. We have the Ochamchira port around here, and you can see that the distance between these two ports are quite significant, which means that the Russian warships will be much safer when it comes to the distance from the actual war zone in Ukraine.
While the location offers Russia's navy some additional security, Ukraine still possesses the ability to hit Ochamchira. So Moscow is relying on the fact that despite its status as a breakaway region, internationally, Abkhazia is widely recognized as part of Georgia.
Ukraine recognizes the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia, and should it decide to strike, this will eventually mean that Georgia would be dragged into this conflict.
As well as helping Russia assert military dominance, a naval base offers Moscow another advantage. It could use it to disrupt a major global trade route.
The middle corridor runs from China all the way towards Georgia and the Black Sea, and this is a significant route which can serve as an alternative to the northern corridor.
Before Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, more than 85% of land-based trade between Europe and China transited through Russia. but sanctions on Russia have upended that lucrative route, and now Georgia stands to benefit from the new focus on the Middle Corridor.
Georgia, being located strategically here, it has a very significant benefit. Its proximity and access to the Black Sea, as well as its connectivity with the East.
Georgia is constructing its own deep-sea port in Anaklia to help turn the Middle Corridor into the fastest cargo route between Asia and Europe. In 2023, the Middle Corridor handled under 3 million tons of cargo. With improved infrastructure, the World Bank estimates that trade volumes could be boosted to 11 million tons by 2030. But there's a problem.
The Russian naval base will be located just an hour away from the Anaklia port. This will eventually kill the Anaklia project.
Satellite images reveal how Russia is working to turn this tiny port into a naval base.
We have seen some changes in terms of the access to the port. For instance, we see that the access has been widened, potentially in order to allow bigger ships to enter the port.
The satellite images also reveal that in the summer, a larger Russian ship, a type of salvage tug, docked at Ochamchira.
This here indicates that the port can actually receive the Russian ships.
While the port is small, experts suggest it is big enough to refuel vessels that are capable of carrying Russian cruise missiles. Analysts say Russia's moves to upgrade its military infrastructure in the Black Sea reflect Moscow's long-term plans to assert dominance in the region.
Turning Ochamchira port into a naval base would be significant progress in terms of militarizing the Black Sea.
But the same can't be said for NATO, despite having a number of member states and partner countries which border the Black Sea.
Currently, NATO, United States are trying to figure out what is their policy when it comes to Black Sea security. There is no significant progress when it comes to developing some sort of strategy.
And that's something that Moscow will be looking to exploit, particularly when it comes to countries where both NATO and Russia are seeking influence.
Ukraine and Georgia that have been directly targeted by Russia, and these two countries have been aspiring to become members of the EU and NATO. That has really driven Russian foreign policy within the Black Sea in terms of making sure that the presence of the EU and NATO are diminished.
By ground news. Trump has never been much of a multilateralist. He's always talking about America first. He suspects America's allies are free riding, and he doesn't really do diplomatic pleasantries. Nonetheless, even by his standards, his first few days in office have been confrontational. He said he wants to annex a whole load of territory, withdraw from the UN's World Health Organization, and threaten trade wars against America's longest standing allies, including Taiwan apparently. So in this video, we're going to look at all the various geopolitical spats Trump is currently in, how they might play out, and whether it'll ultimately isolate the US. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. So let's start by looking at all Trump's recent spats. Most obviously there's Denmark and Greenland, who've been put out by Trump's repeated insistence that he wants to buy or seize the world's largest island. This also hasn't gone down well with the rest of the EU, with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz reaffirming the inviolability of borders, and the French Foreign Minister even announcing that France was considering deploying troops to the island. Then there's Canada, which also doesn't like Trump's idea of incorporating it into the US or the prospect of a trade war. Trump's comments have gone down so badly that even Canadian Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, Trudeau's likely successor as Prime Minister and someone who was previously seen as relatively close to Trump, has come out swinging, telling Trump, quote, "Canada will never be the 51st state," and insisting that he would retaliate hard if Trump imposed tariffs. Finally, there's Panama, which is in a similar situation given Trump's stated ambition to retake the Panama Canal, and Mexico, which, on top of massive tariffs, is now also facing the threat of unauthorized military action, which looks increasingly likely given Trump signed an executive order designating the cartels as terrorist organizations, and the Pentagon has now deployed 1,500 active duty troops to the border. Donald Trump Jr. even suggested on X a couple of days ago that the president could issue what are known as letters of marque and reprisal, which would basically offer private actors, like private security firms, money to go after the cartels. Another possible point of tension in the US-Mexico relationship is Trump's hardline immigration policy, which will entail deporting millions of undocumented migrants back to their countries of origin. This has already put a strain on America's relationship with its South and Central American neighbors. A few weeks ago, for instance, Honduras threatened to close the US military base in the country if Trump followed through on his deportation plan. And there was a brief deportation-related standoff between Trump and Colombian President Gustavo Petro earlier this week, which apparently ended when Trump threatened to tariff the country. Trump's tariff threats have also strained relations with its longtime allies like the EU, who are already put out by his demand that NATO members spend 5% of GDP on defense, and Elon Musk's controversial interventions, but also Taiwan. For context, earlier this week, Trump announced that he was planning to put a 25, 50, or maybe 100% tariff on semiconductors coming into the US, and withdraw all subsidies for new semiconductor manufacturing plants, which were introduced under Biden's CHIPS Act. In practice, this will mainly affect Taiwan and the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, or TSMC. Not only does TSMC produce the vast majority of the world's chips in Taiwan, but it also benefits from generous CHIPS Act subsidies, which are funding its new factories in the US. You get the idea. In just the first week or so, Trump has irked quite a few world leaders. Now, to be fair, he's also had some diplomatic wins. It looks like he negotiated a ceasefire in Gaza, which presumably went down well with America's Arab neighbours like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and he's been surprisingly strong in his support for Ukraine, blaming Putin for refusing peace talks and threatening to put further pressure on the Russian economy.
Surprisingly strong.
It's also worth saying that polling suggests that Trump is remarkably popular in the so-called Global South. ECFR polling found that pluralities of people in India, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, South Africa, Turkey, Indonesia, and even Ukraine thought Trump's election would be good for their country, presumably in part because these countries appreciate Trump's peace-focused foreign policy and his frankness. To at least some people in the Global South, America has always been a geopolitical bully, and at least Trump's honest about it. However, even here, whatever goodwill he might have garnered is being quickly undermined. In Gaza, Trump is now pushing to displace Palestinians into Egypt or Jordan, an idea neither the Palestinians nor the Arab states are keen on, and just days after having a go at Putin for stymieing peace talks, Trump announced a freeze on all foreign aid to Ukraine. Similarly, that polling we just mentioned was done back in November. Trump's peacemaker credentials have since been somewhat undermined by his neo-imperialist overtures to Canada, Greenland and Panama, and it's hard to imagine Saudis, for instance, still being so pro-Trump, given his plan to evict Gaza, his push for lower oil prices, and his request that Saudi Arabia invest $1 trillion into the US. Now, of course, it's too early to say anything definitive. And if it turns out Trump's bark is worse than his bite, America's network of alliances might hold, as it did in his first term. But there are a few reasons to think that Trump's second term will be more destabilizing. But for starters, one of the big reasons Trump's bark was worse than his bite in his first term was that his policies were blunted by what he'd call the swamp. This is no longer true.
The swamp.
Trump and his MAGA advisors are clearly far better prepared for their second attempt at governing, and his control of the courts and Congress gives him even more room for maneuver. On top of that, in 2016, America's allies thought Trump was an anomaly. He won the Republican primary against the odds, lost the popular vote, and lost the next presidential election, and so were willing to wait him out. The fact that he's won again, plus the magnitude of his victory, and the fact that Joe Biden actually continued with lots of Trump's policies, means America's allies now think this could be the new normal, at least for Republicans, which will encourage them to pivot away from the US. Of course, Trump would probably say that this is no bad thing. As he sees it, America's current alliances just aren't worth it. With Europe, for instance, America subsidizes its security via NATO and fuels its economy via its trade deficit. Nonetheless, even if Trump's right and an America unburdened by obligations to allies really is a stronger America, this would still represent a pretty dramatic reshaping of the world order. This story is only growing, though, with Trump's recent claim that America will take Greenland being covered by more than 106 outlets, with 31% of those sources leaning left and 40% of them leaning right. If you compare the headlines, you'll start to see some interesting framing emerge, with outlets on the left more likely to describe Trump's attempts to take Greenland as worrying or greedy, while those on the right tend to focus on how important this is to Trump and how serious he is. This is all possible thanks to our sponsor, Ground News, a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven
Good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Caroline Coles. We have a lot going on this morning. We are still following the latest on another devastating plane crash, this one happening in Philadelphia. Officials saying that a medical plane crashed into a busy intersection shortly after takeoff Friday evening. We are told this happened 30 seconds after taking off from the Northeast Philadelphia airport. I want you to take a closer look at some of the video that we're seeing from this incident. You see fiery balls just all over a highway from this accident. This is from someone's front door camera. You are looking at the moment that the jet erupted into a fireball, engulfing nearby homes and cars just into flames. You see it right there on your screen. At this time, officials have yet to confirm any deaths to the passengers on the plane or bystanders.
His admin obviously caused it.
So here's what we know so far, though. The FAA is confirming that there were 6 people on the plane. Officials tell Fox News 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a child patient, and her mother were on board. We are told that the child had been treated for a life-threatening condition and was being transported home to Mexico. But the plane was en route to make a stop in Missouri first. Take a look right now. You can see.
Oh, so they were terminally ill anyway.
You can see parts of the plane and an oxygen tank scattered throughout a parking lot. Fox 29's Shawnette Wilson from our sister station in Philly was there the moment crews responded to a nearby home that felt the impacts.
But right here behind me, you can see that we are kind of right near ground zero. That home that was on the corner, you can see that it has some damage. It actually was on fire. And just trying to get to the scene, I was going through the neighborhood and a lot of people were asking what exactly happened. And to be quite honest with you, a lot of people are really afraid because we just saw exactly what happened over in DC on the Potomac River. A lot of people have questions about how does this happen back to back, because the reality of the matter is this is something that doesn't happen often. So a lot of people are on edge. I mean, it was a Friday evening. People were coming home from work. Some people were getting ready to enjoy their weekend. And then something like this happens right in their backyard.
Now, the biggest question that remains this morning is what caused the plane to go down? Like we mentioned, we don't have confirmation quite yet on whether anyone on the plane or the ground survived from this. Philadelphia Mayor Cheryl Parker did speak at the scene last night, saying all agencies are doing whatever they can to recover following this crash.
Our fire, our EMS, our police department, they have been here working vigorously to ensure that we get this perimeter and the surrounding area blocked off to ensure that we make public safety and health our #1 priority.
Now, at this time, the FAA and the NTSB are the lead agencies investigating. Now, President Trump did put out a statement on Truth Social about the accident. He wrote, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all."
Wait.
The mayor
both saying that all resources possible from that region have already started flooding into the area to help assist.
Yeah, and as we talk, Tom, I'm looking at the latest weather out of that area, out of Northeast Philadelphia Airport, rain and areas of fog. Obviously, we don't know whether this was weather-related, but that will be something that investigators will have a keen eye out for. What were the conditions at the time of this? Tom, this is kind of an airplane is a jet. It's smaller. It likely would not have flown out of a major airport.
No, that's 100% correct, and I'm just checking again the notes from the FAA on this, and the FAA is making a point that it flew out of, I believe, the actual name of that airport. Let me double check. Northeast Philadelphia Airport, so not Philly per se, not the main airport, but Northeast Philadelphia Airport. And that's not uncommon for these medevac flights, for example, to leave from a regional airport and then head to another regional airport. Again, we don't know if there were individuals, how many individuals were really on board, whether there in fact was a patient on board. There are also reports that not only were apartments or homes hit, but so were cars on the ground. Of course, it's a rush hour, 6:30 p.m. Would create the potential for very crowded streets in that area near the Roosevelt Mall. And that video, as I said, would suggest that the fire department is dealing with a significant fire it looks like a block of row houses there.
And we obviously are all noting, I think, probably personally or out loud, that this, of course, comes on the heels of the collision that you and I are covering here in Washington, Tom. Yeah. Different circumstances, different kinds of airplanes, but understandably rattling for people watching this, having watched what occurred the other night.
No, I think that's absolutely true. We are at Reagan National Airport, where the NTSB says they have now collected the black boxes from both the regional jet and the Army helicopter that crashed into each other over the Potomac River. And we believe there are still victims in the Potomac River, and the recovery efforts continue. But to be clear, that was a case of an airliner that was on its final approach into Reagan Airport, and suddenly, according to the President of the United States and senior investigative sources, hit by an Army helicopter that, according to the President, was flying too high. We are working more on that story, and the developments will come out over the course of the next few days and weeks. Completely separate circumstances and a different type of plane. And again, the one in Philadelphia is not a commercial plane. This is a medevac, we believe, medevac Learjet that for whatever reason, it appears developed some sort of a very serious problem that then led to a crash.
Yeah, and Tom, we know that these kinds of planes operate under different rules than airliners in terms of what they're required to do. Let me just ask you, do we know if it would have a flight recorder or a cockpit recorder?
You know, that's a very good question, Lester, and I don't have an immediate answer there, in part because you're right. The rules and the regulations as it relates to those carrying paying customers are very different than a private aircraft. And so I don't know that they would have been required to have a black box or black boxes on board this Learjet. Sometimes companies decide they don't want to spend the money on that. Sometimes some do. But we don't have that information about this particular plane in Philadelphia. I can tell
money
you
issue where
that,
they're
yes,
trying to cheap out.
Both
I can predict what caused the crash in theory.
All right, Tom, thanks for that update. Again, if you're just joining us, there's been a plane crash, a small jet in the streets of Philadelphia near a mall. We're still gathering information.
Philip, and we begin with breaking news tonight. Another plane has crashed in another American city, and this time it is Philadelphia. I want to reset what we know at this hour. We are told a twin-engine medevac jet took off from a local airport en route to Missouri. That plane reached 1,600 feet after takeoff before plunging 11,000 feet per minute. 6 people were on board, including a child patient. Here is another look at the crash as it happened.
Crazy.
You saw there the jet plummeting almost like a missile out of the sky before an explosion. It landed in a busy section of the city near a mall. It's unknown whether there are any casualties on the ground. Here, though, is how one witness described the scene.
I was in shock. I'm still in shock. Like, this is insane. Why can this happen? And before that, to be honest, in my mind, I thought, like, what if the rocket would, because I'm from Ukraine, right? And there's war. There's always rockets coming in and stuff like that. And then I see, like, things flying. Like, no way, the war started again? You know, and you say, you never know.
Here's the conversation also that we have now obtained from the air traffic control tower. Listen.
Medevac Med Service, Northeast Tower. Medevac Med Service 056, Northeast Tower. You on frequency? We have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out.
Let's go straight to Philadelphia, where Councilman Mike Driscoll, who represents that area, is with us now. Councilman, thank you very much for joining us. I know this is a very active scene. There was just a briefing with other city officials, but I want to ask you directly about that plane, 6 people on it, according to the company. Do you believe that there are any survivors on that aircraft?
Well, Abby, I can't say for sure, but it doesn't look good. It's a sad situation we have here in Northeast Philadelphia. We were only celebrating a couple of days ago, you know, our football team's success, and now we have this tonight. And it looks like not only the people that won that plane and the person that needed medical help, they seem to be people that were doing the Lord's work. And now we have our first responders out there en masse. Our governor, our mayor, you know, all doing all they can to not only the folks that were on that plane, but we are afraid there's more casualties on the ground. We don't know yet. It's going to take some time. We have to have some patience. We have to let our first responders do their job, but we're very nervous.
Yeah, I want to talk about that for a second. Can you tell us about the scene there, where this plane went down? Our understanding is that there might be cars involved, homes involved as well. Do you have a sense of what was impacted by either the direct crash or the subsequent fireball that we see in all of these videos?
We believe this happened.
So it appears the plane went down into a parking lot area where there were cars, stores. Just across the street, as you mentioned, there's a giant mall with many, many, many stores. And then right beyond the stores on both sides, we have residential neighborhoods. And I think what the video you just showed was a house very close that was getting a delivery, and all of a sudden the explosion hit. So what we're going with our first responders now is door to door to see if anybody in those homes were actually, you know, injured or worse.
And as of right now, do you know if anyone has been transported with any injuries at all to hospitals or other facilities?
Abby, there's first responders vehicles moving in and out, whether they're taking them to the hospital or just responding to the homes or to the businesses or to the folks that were actually in the cars when that plane hit that sort of parking lot area. We suspect a lot will be going on as the evening progresses.
And in terms of the fire, our understanding is that the fire is being described as under control, but is there still fire burning? Are there still kind of active parts of this scene that are being dealt with from a fire perspective?
Absolutely. We have a wonderful fire department here. By the way, the first fire department in the United States of America. You know, we have a highly trained first responder unit. And so, yeah, they're putting the fires out. But as you can imagine, there's those tinders that are always active that the first responders and the police have to make sure that they don't become a problem when the wind hits them. And they're also near vehicles that still have fuel in them. So, yeah, we're nervous is the word, but confident that our wonderful governor, our wonderful mayor, and our wonderful first responders will get this under control and keep the casualties to a minimum.
All right, Councilman Mike Driscoll, we're going to keep close with you as we try to continue to get updates throughout the night.
Hello, Sherelle Parker, Mayor, City of Philadelphia.
Wow. What a boss introduction.
Let me just start by thanking you all for being here. Today is Saturday, February the 1st. I want to give you an overview of where we stand. This remains an ongoing investigation, so the situation remains fluid and active. Our Philadelphia Police Department, our Fire Department, Office of Emergency Management, first responders, with all of our local, state, and federal partners, they all worked through the night at this crash site. I want to personally give my deepest thanks to each of them and my gratitude for their persistence. At this point, we can confirm that there were 6 souls on board the plane that crashed on Cottman Avenue last evening. A pediatric patient, their mother, and a 4-person flight crew. This was a medical transport plane that took off from our nearby Northeast Philadelphia airport, and it was only afloat for a very short period of time before something went terribly wrong and it crashed. The aircraft, a Learjet 55, it was en route to Missouri, according to our Federal Aviation Administration. I want to be very clear that the city of Philadelphia, we mourn their loss, and they are in our thoughts and in our prayers. We can also confirm that at least one other person perished in this tragedy, and this individual was in a car. We can confirm that there are also a number of other victims who were injured in this incident, and they are being treated in area hospitals. And thus far, our count is that there are 19 injured victims. But again, this is not etched in stone. The investigation is ongoing.
All right, putting this
Let's
on
talk
for the
about
length
the
so I
war
can
in
get up for a
Myanmar.
second.
Opposition forces are trying to overthrow the military, which has been in power for decades, and it looks like they may have the edge. All kinds of people have joined the fight, from established armed groups to students and activists who want democracy.
The military, if you like, is on the ropes.
Is losing significant land, civilian territories.
Myanmar is now at the verge of state failure.
Millions of people have already been displaced. There are now warnings of famine and reports of all sorts of atrocities being committed. So what's behind the fighting? And could the military regime really be about to fall? Myanmar, which used to be called Burma, is in Southeast Asia, sandwiched between all these countries. And to understand what's going on there now, we need a quick backstory. For decades, a repressive military regime has been in charge, ruling over a very diverse country made up of more than 100 ethnic groups. Myanmar was heavily sanctioned and isolated from the world. It was seen as a kind of pariah state. But from about 2011, things started shifting and led to a period that some people call Myanmar's experiment with democracy. The ruling generals agreed to share power with a civilian government. There were elections in 2015, and a party called the National League for Democracy, or NLD, won. It was led by Aung San Suu Kyi, who'd been the face of the opposition for decades and had spent almost 15 years under house arrest. In 2020, the NLD won again, by a landslide. But the military disputed the result. They staged a coup to take back power. Aung San Suu Kyi was detained and then sent to prison, although it's not clear where she's being held right now. What came next led to a full-scale civil war that is still going on.
Myanmar's 10-year journey to democracy appears to be over.
The military takeover has sparked the biggest demonstrations seen in Myanmar in more than a decade.
A stark warning from the UN Special Envoy on Myanmar, quote,
A bloodbath is imminent.
Security forces shot more than 100 people dead.
Peaceful demonstrations were responded to with massive violence by the military. This violence made them even more determined to get the military out of politics.
The people of Myanmar were not prepared to turn back the clock. Since then, the people have built up their armed resistance to the military, and the situation now in Myanmar is unprecedented.
After 4 years of fighting, the map of Myanmar now looks like this. The military regime has lost a lot of territory, especially in the last year. It now only has full control of 21% of the country, according to a BBC investigation. But that includes the capital Naypyidaw and other big cities. The rest is controlled by a range of different anti-military groups. You can see there are lots of them, but they roughly fall into two main categories. You've got the ethnic armed organizations. These are groups that represent different ethnic minorities, and they've been fighting against the military for more rights, autonomy, even independence for a long time.
These wars go back 60 years. It's nothing new. There have been periods of greater or lesser violence in these wars, but they have been continuous since the military became the dominant power in Myanmar in 1962.
Every minority in Burma has their own stories to tell you how much they are suffering. So that is a main driving force for these minorities. They feel that we must protect ourselves.
As well as the ethnic armed groups, the other main category on the anti-military side are the resistance groups that emerged in response to the 2021 coup, when many of the protesters decided to pick up weapons with the goal of ending military rule and restoring democracy. You had all sorts of volunteers joining the fight: students, lawyers, medics, and a lot of them have been trained by those ethnic armed groups in secret jungle camps. And over time, they've become a more effective and better equipped fighting force.
A lot of Myanmar citizens, they've been donating money to the resistance movement. Eventually, they grow exponentially.
One of the things that's made a huge difference in the last 6 months is weapons the pro-democracy forces have seized from military bases they've overrun.
The main resistance group are the People's Defense Forces, or PDF. These are the areas they control. The PDF are essentially the boots on the ground for a rival opposition government that was set up after the coup, called the National Unity Government. Now, while the PDF have been pretty effective, it's really the ethnic groups that have been making the difference.
Much as the NUG would like to claim this military success of the resistance as its own, what's happening on the battlefield in Myanmar is primarily being driven by the ethnic armed groups.
For example, one group, known as the Arakan Army, is now in full control of the border with Bangladesh after pushing the military out. In this video, you can see soldiers waving white flags and surrendering. There are lots of reports of how the military have been struggling to get enough people to fight for them.
There is a massive number of surrenders to the People's Revolution side.
We know that morale is very low, that they have introduced conscription and are literally kidnapping young men to fight in the military.
Sending them to the front line, using as a human shield. This is the biggest crime going on in Burma.
So you've got this situation where the military, which used to be all powerful, is really under pressure. Could the regime actually fall, though? Well, plenty of people are predicting that it's only a matter of time.
This illegal coup attempt by the military, now we can see for sure.
I love the words illegal coup attempt.
One of the very
like there's legal kinds.
Because of the very unwavering determination and resilience of the Myanmar people. Especially the young generations are absolutely resolute in their fight to end this military operation once and for all.
We should not be surprised if sudden and dramatic change comes to Myanmar. Maybe I wouldn't predict it, but we shouldn't be surprised when it happens or if it happens.
A lot would still need to happen for the regime to finally go. One big advantage the military has is air power.
And it uses these weapons brutally and basically adopts a scorched earth policy to seek to obliterate the villages, towns and even cities that it has lost in the fighting on the ground.
The military also still controls the major cities. The PDF and ethnic groups would have to stage a pretty major offensive to take those cities. But there are big questions about whether they're all united enough to make that happen. Keep in mind, the ethnic armed groups are more focused on achieving autonomy in their own regions. Some are even fighting each other.
The ethnic armed groups do understand that if this current military is left in power in the center, they will never be at peace. But whether that translates into a willingness to expend enormous resources and lose a huge number of lives by marching on the central cities, that's another question entirely.
So what about pressure from other countries that could shift the balance of power? Well, just as Myanmar isn't really in the news much, there's not a great deal of diplomatic attention focused on it either. The main player here is China, but Beijing seems to be hedging its bets.
China is the only country that has been putting significant effort to address the issue. But on the other hand, that was mainly for protecting its own interest, but rather than resolving the issue in Myanmar.
China traditionally has tried to play all sides. It has been a supporter and armor of the military, but it's also armed most of the ethnic groups, directly and indirectly. I think China's major concern is to ensure that whoever wins the war in Myanmar, China is on that side.
And while the world's attention is elsewhere, the people of Myanmar are suffering a desperate humanitarian and human rights crisis, and it's getting worse. Parts of Myanmar are cut off with no internet, so it's hard to get information out. But there are reports of atrocities being committed by both the military and some of the armed groups. In Rakhine State, for example, civilians from an ethnic minority called the Rohingya are reportedly being killed and displaced by the military and the Arakan Army, which is the main ethnic armed group there. You've probably heard of the Rohingya, a mostly Muslim minority who've been persecuted for years. 750,000 fled to Bangladesh in 2017 to escape what the UN have called genocidal violence by the military. Aside from the reports of attacks on the Rohingya, the broader humanitarian situation in Rakhine is particularly bad. The UN is warning of famine there. But people all across Myanmar need help. 20 million, according to the UN, and nowhere near enough aid is getting in. 15 million people don't have enough to eat, while cyclones and floods have destroyed huge areas of farmland.
And that's really heavily impacted food security.
Now that the resistance controls so much of the country, including all of the major crossing points to Bangladesh, India, China, Laos and Thailand, there is no excuse not to provide massive humanitarian relief by land across those land borders. And this is a failure of the international system and of Myanmar's neighbours not to be undertaking this kind of humanitarian relief.
Start Here is all about explaining the news. Watch our recent video on tariffs, which Donald Trump is talking a lot about right now.
All right, guys, got a quick breaking news video here for you. And I have to say, it's becoming impossible to squeeze everything into these little weekend segments. So definitely tune into the show on Monday because there's a lot of stuff that I can't get to today. But eventually we'll get to all of it. But a couple things to update you on. So first of all, Trump appears absolutely positively convinced that doing tariffs is the right thing. I don't see a way out of it at this point. He's going to basically use national security authority in order to try to get it through. So in other words, he's kind of going to go around Congress, and then we'll have to see in the courts if that holds up. But a new study just came out, and Trump's tariffs could cost the average U.S. household $830 in extra taxes per year. So this is effectively going to be like a tax, and of course it's going to hit the middle class and the poor harder than anybody else. When pressed on this issue of the tariffs in the White House, he came out and admitted that, well, there might be some temporary disruption, but people understand that. They understand that. We're talking about a 25% tariff on Canada, 25% tariff on Mexico. We do a tremendous amount of trade with both of them. That means de facto, virtually every good that comes from these places is going to shoot up 25% because, of course, the cost will be put onto the consumer. Then you also have the terrifying notion. He even floated that we're going to tariff pharmaceuticals coming in this country, which means drug prices will skyrocket even more than they already are, and we already have the most expensive drugs in the world. So this is like 5-alarm fire. To put in perspective for you how horrible this is, I want to read you this quote. This is something else. So Linda Hassenfratz is the executive chairwoman of the Canadian auto parts maker Linamar. Yeah, Linamar. And she said this: the 25% tariffs President Trump intends to impose tomorrow on exports from Canada and Mexico could shut down North American auto production within a week. Nobody can absorb this kind of cost, not the automakers, not the suppliers, not consumers. Hassenfratz, whose Canada-based company has plants in all 3 countries, said in a statement to the New York Times, demand will collapse and vehicle production will grind to a halt, putting millions of workers out of work, the vast majority of which are in the U.S. So this is what we're talking about here. And Trump genuinely appears to be ideologically committed to this, despite all the evidence to the contrary that this would actually be horrible for the U.S. economy.
Y'all, wait till you see this. Didn't I figure out a way to, like, zoom in, too? As zoomed in as possible. Look at him. He just woke up. He's got his sleepy face.
Economy. I got to be honest, even the donor class, even the people who
The
bought
donor
Trump,
class.
even, the corporate overlords and the robber barons, most of them are like, hey, this is a bad idea, but he can't help himself. He read a book on McKinley, and he's obsessed with President McKinley. McKinley's thing was tariffs, and so now he appears like a bull in a china shop. He's going to go ahead at 100 miles an hour, and we're in real danger here. This could absolutely crash the U.S. economy. So that's one horrible update for you. I have more. So yesterday, as I'm sure many of you have seen already, there was another plane crash. Another plane crash. It was a small medical plane, I believe. There were 6 people on board. It had a pediatric patient of 5 years old. I mean, this stuff is heartbreaking, man. I think the plane was actually from Mexico, and it crashed in Philadelphia, and there's all these horrible videos out there of it just plummeting to the ground and exploding. There's a video of a guy at a McDonald's drive-thru, and the explosion happens like pretty close to him, and he's recording it. I mean, just really horrible stuff. This is the second plane crash since Trump took power. Now, at the same time, we just got this news. Listen to this. 90% of U.S. airport towers in the country are understaffed. Only 10% have the proper number of air traffic controllers. This is what we just learned. And at the same time, Trump axed hundreds of FAA officials when he got in. Elon fired the TSA chief. And of course, they froze air traffic controller hiring. And they're trying to get more of them to retire by offering them that buyout, which is not really a buyout, but they're basically trying to get more to retire to slim down the government even more. Guys, this is anti-government fundamentalism is what we're looking at. And the fact of the matter is, this anti-government extremism mixed with deregulation, which is part of that anti-government
Look at these
extremism,
little ads.
that's how we ended up where we are. That's why we're having these plane crashes. That's why nobody's even talking about a solution of, hey, maybe we should actually beef up airline safety right now. It really does feel like we're in a flat-out failed state at this point. And then the final thing I wanted to bring up to you guys, and again, tune into the show on Monday because we're going to have a million more stories. I simply don't have time to get to absolutely everything today, but there's a federal government purge going on of all these different websites that help people with HIV, that help young people. They're removing the T in LGBT all across every government website. They removed the vaccine page. Like, this stuff we're witnessing is just insanity. And on top of this, we have Elon Musk literally seizing the treasury and kicking out career bureaucrats and trying to freeze payments illegally, even though Congress has the power of the purse and they allocate the spending. I mean, what we're witnessing, look, it's nothing short of a robber baron coup, what we're witnessing. This is out of this world, what we're seeing. But again, tune in Monday. We're going to have way more on all of this stuff. We've never been in a position like this before, guys. We really haven't. But I wanted to finish with this one today. So Trump said on Panama Canal, quote,
President Trump vowed that on day one in office, he would end the war in Ukraine. That didn't happen. Now he's given his special envoy 100 days to find a solution. Next month will mark 3 years since Russia's invasion. Almost since the start, American volunteers have been on the front lines fighting for Ukraine. And there's no exact count of how many, but the number of Americans killed and missing in action is growing. Some of their families find themselves targeted as they do whatever they can to try to get their loved one home for a proper burial. Nick Payton-Walsh reports from Ukraine.
America isn't sure it wants this war anymore, but some are still fighting it.
Gotta move, move, move!
This rare footage of American volunteers in combat who are increasingly dying and missing in action. At least 20 now MIA, 5 cases in just the last 6 months, as they're used to urgently plug holes in Ukraine's defences. Fierce fighting has raged around Pokrovsk in the east for months. In the horrific web of bunker defences there, a 3-man American team were pinned down after their mission to blow up a bridge fell apart in September. Only one American survived, callsign Redneck.
Artillery kicks in bright and early, before the sun's even up, then followed by 2 helicopters coming in attacking us with rockets. And then a boatload of drones, and the radio is screaming at us, prepare to fight, prepare to fight, prepare to fight.
Russian footage shows the intense fight back
Can
then.
y'all
A
spam
drone
chat
strike
to
hit
get
2
rid of
the
that
3
bot? I
Americans.
tried to delete
One
it
died
from
of his injuries
Restream, but
quickly,
it doesn't
but
work.
the third, Zachary Ford, seen here, seemed to have been stabilized. Yet another attack was coming.
We weren't going to make it through another attack, so he started asking me to kill him so he wouldn't be captured. I refused, and then he called me over a couple minutes later, told me he loosened his tourniquets.
Ford was quickly dying from the blood loss.
He wanted to see the sun, so I laid him down with his head towards the door so he could look out to see the sun. And I just held his hand. As he looked at me and he said, "Never let it be said that the bastards killed me."
In order to pay the tribute to the warriors, defenders of the people of Ukraine.
Sounds like he
Bodies
would
of
have
other
lived.
fallen Americans
If
have
this guy
endured
lived,
a public distressing fate.
it sounds
Most
like he
veterans,
loosened his
some keen
tourniquets,
to use their experience, others
and
to
he
help
could have
Ukraine.
walked out of there just like this guy did.
Honoured here in Kiev, former US Marine Cory Naroki, who was killed in Bryansk, Russia in October alongside another American. Their bodies were posted on social media, and even Cory's mother trolled online before lengthy negotiations returned their remains to Ukraine Friday.
Oh gosh, a whirlwind of emotions, like relief.
Wow,
the
CNN
sadness.
actually
It's
getting
almost like
sources
a
and
weight's been lifted
interviews
off my
here.
shoulder because, sorry, because now I don't have to worry about what I think they might be doing to him over there.
But pro-Russian trolls didn't just post images of Cory's body.
They had posted a picture of my house, my full address. They would post all these nasty comments and, you know, smiley faces and stuff like that.
Wow, sounds like
Texan
great
Lauren
people.
Guillaume helps identify dead foreigners, often through a gruesome trawl of morgues. She said foreigners are increasingly used in the toughest spots to fill urgent gaps in Ukrainian manpower.
It's increased dramatically in the past 6 months, and most of that
is missing in action cases. We find that foreign operators do fill the gaps of very difficult, high risk, high reward operations. We think it is a reflection of how the battlefield looks right now.
Drones, artillery, impossible to get the bodies back.
Correct.
One of her first missions was getting Cedric Ham, a veteran from Texas, home. He died in Sumy region, was sent home with honours in Kiev, and found through his tattoos. His mother reads his old text messages.
I met people whose homes were blown up. I met people whose women were raped in front of them. I think God understands I'm doing a good thing. And that was my greatest fear, that my son was going to be used as a symbol of hate, because here he was as a foreign fighter helping Ukraine. And was so overwhelmed with joy that my son was located, that we were not going to have to wonder.
What do you remember as being the darkest moment for you?
Knowing he's not going to be around. Pretty much that.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
No, you're not. You asked that question to trigger
fun
this.
And, could do anything and everything that I asked him to do. Very good son.
A war so much of America feels distant to, here, so very close to home.
And as we said, it's so many of these military veterans, some seem to miss soldiering, some urgently want to use their experience to help Ukraine. But what's been startling in reporting this story is to hear of the ghastly circumstances on the battlefield in which bodies and sometimes the injured even are abandoned, cannot be evacuated. The drones, the artillery, the intensity of the conflict, but also too how so many of these foreigners seem to be being deployed to the hotspots of the front line to urgently make up holes in Ukraine's manpower. Startling shortages in infantry we constantly hear about, and that's really, I think, playing to Russia's advantage here, Anderson.
Nick Baden-Walsh, be careful. Thank you.
President Donald Trump's pick to oversee 18 intelligence agencies, including the FBI and CIA, is facing renewed scrutiny over an unannounced trip to Syria in 2017. The Wall Street Journal reviewed congressional filings and travel itineraries that detail 2 meetings Tulsi Gabbard had with then-President Bashar al-Assad. The previously undisclosed visit with the dictator raised alarms when it came to light.
Congresswoman, how would you explain your meeting with Assad to skeptical senators?
Critics say the meetings reflect a pattern of her questioning U.S. intelligence and embracing Washington's adversaries, while supporters argue that her positions represent an anti-war, non-interventionist perspective. Here's what the documents and the meetings they reveal indicate about the nominee's approach to U.S. intelligence and foreign threats. Gabbard's trip came on the heels of Assad and his Russian backers retaking the city of Aleppo. It had been the last major rebel stronghold in the country's nearly 6-year civil war. The loss was a strategic blow to the numerous factions in the conflict, which included a mix of foreign-backed groups, secular-leaning rebels, and U.S.-designated terrorists. By the time Gabbard left for Syria in 2017, more than 135,000 civilians had been killed in the uprising, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, and the consequences of Assad's crackdown had caught the world's attention. Congressional disclosure forms submitted by Gabbard's office after her return from Syria included 2 itineraries. A proposed itinerary, which was approved by the House Committee on Ethics before she left, has no mention of Assad. The final itinerary says it reflects more meetings than the proposed itinerary. This final itinerary shows that a meeting with Assad came 45 minutes after Gabbard arrived in Damascus from Beirut and lasted about an hour and a half. The document says Gabbard then had a 1-hour meeting with First Lady Asma al-Assad, a London-born Syrian banker who had been under international sanctions since 2012 because of her ties to the regime. The next day, video shot by Gabbard's spouse shows the Congresswoman touring Aleppo, where she met with humanitarian workers and religious leaders. Gabbard later said that they called for peace and an end to foreign support of terrorists who were trying to rid Syria of its secular, pluralistic, free society.
We are not having rebels. We have terrorists.
The day after that, documents show Gabbard met with Walid al-Muallim, the country's foreign minister, who had previously accused the U.S. and its allies of supporting terrorist groups seeking to destabilize the Assad regime. Immediately after, Gabbard met again with the Syrian president. On the final day in Syria, the itinerary shows a 1.5-hour meeting with Syrian political opposition leaders, some of whom Gabbard said led protests against the Assad regime at the beginning of the conflict in 2011. A Trump administration spokesperson did not respond to a request for comment. During an interview days after the trip, the Congresswoman discussed her reason for the visit, which she'd previously described as a fact-finding trip organized by peace advocates.
I wanted to see if there was, in some small way, a way that I could express the love and the aloha and the care that the American people have for the people of Syria, and to see firsthand what was happening there, to see that situation there.
The final itinerary, showing her meeting with Assad less than an hour after her arrival in Damascus, states, as similar to the original submission approved by the House Committee on Ethics on January 12, 2017, this trip to the Middle East consisted of travel within Lebanon and Syria. The final itinerary reflects changes due to the rapidly shifting environment in Syria and Lebanon, and due to our desire to meet as many individuals and groups within Syria and Lebanon.
Initially, I hadn't planned on meeting him. When the opportunity arose to meet with him, I did so because I felt it's important that if we profess to truly care about the Syrian people, about their suffering, then we've got to be able to meet with anyone that we need to if there is a possibility that we could achieve peace. And that's exactly what we talked about.
Gabbard says her foreign policy views have been shaped by her experience as an Army Reserve lieutenant colonel who served in Iraq. In 2013, she questioned U.S. policy on Syria when President Obama sought congressional authorization for a military strike in the country. The administration said it knew, based on U.S. intelligence, that the Assad regime had planned a chemical weapons attack that killed more than 1,400 people, including more than 400 children.
Young girls and boys gassed to death by their own government. Now, this attack is an assault on human dignity. It also presents a serious danger to our national security.
The attack came despite Obama's 2012 warning that movement or use of chemical weapons would constitute a, quote, red line. In the years that followed, Gabbard introduced bills aimed at preventing U.S. support from reaching Syrian opposition groups.
By helping groups fighting to overthrow Assad, we're essentially helping ISIS and al-Qaeda achieve their objective of taking over all of Syria.
Less than 3 months after her trip to Syria, Gabbard said she was, quote, skeptical when the Trump administration found that Assad launched a chemical attack on civilians.
Including women, small children, and even beautiful little babies. Their deaths was an affront to humanity.
President Trump ordered a military strike against a Syrian airbase in what the Pentagon called a proportional response to the attack.
These heinous actions by the Assad regime cannot be tolerated.
Gabbard criticized the strikes as reckless and short-sighted. A month before meeting Assad, she proposed the Stop Arming Terrorists Act, a bill she said would achieve this objective by making it illegal for any U.S. federal government funds to be used to provide assistance to terrorists, or to any nation that has given or continues to give assistance to terrorists, and requiring the Director of National Intelligence to determine the individual and groups that should be considered terrorists.
Our limited resources should go toward rebuilding our communities here at home, not fueling more counterproductive regime change wars abroad.
If confirmed by the Senate, Gabbard's powers as Director of National Intelligence would include exercising authority over the $100 billion annual U.S. spy budget and briefing Trump on the most sensitive U.S. secrets in the president's daily brief. Trump's work now includes deciding what U.S. involvement in Syria will look like going forward. As Assad's regime was collapsing, he declared, "This is not our fight."
It's one of the many reasons why I appreciate President Trump's leadership and his election, where he is fully committed, as he has said over and over, to bringing about an end to wars, demonstrating peace through strength, and putting the national security interests and the safety, security, and freedom of the American people first and foremost.
What was your relationship? What was your relationship with Assad? What about your relationship with Assad?
Okay. Let's do some tariff stuff now.
From Mexico, Canada, and China could become more expensive. President Trump said he's placing import tariffs on production from those countries. Mexican
chat.
and Canadian
Spam it
imports will
harder.
face 25% tariffs,
Make the thing
and goods
disappear
from
on
China
screen.
will face a 10% tariff. Trump first threatened tariffs during his campaign and seems likely to follow through with that plan. It's a political gamble, though, since many voters cited inflation as one of their top issues. Tariffs could trigger higher prices and potentially disrupt the energy, auto, lumber, and agricultural sectors.
Mr. President, is there anything China, Canada, and Mexico can do tonight to forestall your implementation of tariffs tomorrow?
No, nothing. Not right now, no.
Not a negotiating tool?
No, it's not. No, it's a pure economic. We have big deficits with, as you know, with all three of them.
Both Canadian and Mexican leaders said they will respond with their own tariffs on American goods if Trump's plan goes forward. China is also expected to retaliate if their goods face tariffs as well.
Tomorrow, President Trump's tariffs on China, Canada, and Mexico are going into effect, and they could impact everything from avocados and tequila to new cars, appliances, and electronics. ABC 7 News reporter Suzanne Fon spoke with some local businesses that are expecting to take a hit.
So everything is handcrafted here.
Look around Luz de Luna in San Francisco's Mission District, and you'll find all the colors of the rainbow. Handicrafts in all shapes and sizes. New stuff is always arriving at Denise Gonzalez's store.
How often do you get stuff from Mexico? Oh, every 2 weeks, these candles.
From Mexico?
From Mexico.
President Donald Trump announced that new tariffs start Saturday. 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada, and an additional 10% tariff on Chinese products.
80% of the items in this store are imported from Mexico. The owner tells us the new tariffs are really going to hurt her business.
We are not a necessity. Our items are like a luxurious things for somebody that needs. So this is going to be harder because people first have to think about eating. So this is something that worries me because are they going to afford us?
Economists explain the impact of these tariffs.
From Mexico, for example, we import a lot of vehicles. Various auto manufacturers from around the world have set up plants in Mexico, and they produce cars in Mexico, and we import them in the United States. We also import agricultural goods, things like avocados and other kinds of fruits and vegetables. We import beer from Mexico.
JVS Imports in South San Francisco is a wholesale distributor that sells spirits and wines.
About 15% of our business is the products imported from Mexico, and that includes wines, mezcal, tequilas, pulque.
San Filmus says the tariffs will hurt a small business.
My commission-based reps will suffer, and the company will suffer, and our customers and consumer will suffer.
Small business owners like Gonzalez say things have been tough, and tariffs can make it a lot tougher on everyone. In San Francisco, Suzanne Fon, ABC 7 News.
This morning, the Trump administration's tariffs against three of our largest trading partners took effect. Starting today, February 1st, imported goods from both Canada and Mexico will incur a 25% tariff, and imports from China will get hit with a 10% tariff. According to New York Times analysis, these tariffs could affect 40% of all U.S. imports, including everything from avocados to lumber to car parts to oil. Now, as I said, Mexico, Canada, and China are our biggest trading partners. The United States imports roughly $1.3 trillion worth of goods and materials from those three countries alone. Trump and his new press secretary have cited the flow of both migrants and drugs like fentanyl as the main reasons for imposing these tariffs, and Trump has claimed that the tariffs will raise trillions of dollars from foreign governments. But most economists agree that's not how this works. So let's dig into it. These tariffs are essentially a tax levied on imported goods, meaning that the U.S. companies which seek to buy goods from other countries must pay that additional tax or tariff. That fee is not paid by the nation that sends the goods, but by the American importer. And that increased cost is almost always passed on to American consumers to offset the company's new higher expense. For a moment, let's focus on the trade that occurs between the United States, Mexico, and Canada. The North American trading bloc is the largest trading bloc in the world. The trading relationships we have with Mexico and Canada, respectively, are larger than any trade agreements we have anywhere else in the world. And because our North American bloc has enjoyed more than 30 years of free trade agreements, from the Auto Pact with Canada to the Free Trade Agreement with Canada to the North American Free Trade Agreement, which included the United States and Mexico, to the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA, today, our three economies are deeply and intricately intertwined. In 2023, the United States imported roughly $475 billion worth of goods from Canada. Our top import from Canada is, far and away, crude oil. After that, top categories include automobiles and car parts, machinery like nuclear reactors, and materials like plastics, wood, metals, and a lot of minerals. The same year, the United States exported roughly $350 billion worth of goods to Canada,
Spam harder.
including
It's not gone
automobiles
yet.
and car parts, machinery, electronics, oil and gas products, and plastics. So we buy more from Canada than we sell. Now, to Mexico. In 2023, we imported roughly $418 billion worth of goods, a little less than we buy from Canada. Top imports from Mexico include automobiles and their parts, computers, crude oil, and fruits and vegetables. Notably, half of America's imported fruit and more than 2/3 of our imported vegetables come from Mexico. Mexico is also the #1 supplier of medical supplies and devices for U.S. hospitals and doctors' offices. Now, in that same year, 2023, the United States exported roughly $320 billion worth of goods to Mexico, including electronic equipment, machinery, automobiles and parts, oil and gas products, and plastics, similar to Canada, and similarly, we sell Mexico less than we buy from them. Most American cars contain parts that are made in Mexico and Canada, and in the process of manufacturing, many American car parts cross continental borders multiple times. Experts estimate that, barring exceptions, car prices will increase by thousands of dollars. Many products like cars, electronics, denim, blue jeans, home goods, processed foods, they cross back and forth between all three North American countries as they're processed from raw materials to parts to a finished product at the point of sale. The decades of free trade between us and our neighbors have allowed that process and that relationship to develop. The United States imports roughly 70% of its crude oil from Canada and Mexico. And though Trump has indicated that there may be a 10% tariff on petroleum products instead of the 25% tariff being applied to the other sectors, the Council on Foreign Relations suggests that American consumers can expect to see gas prices rise at least 50 cents per gallon. In response to these new tariffs, both Canada and Mexico have announced plans to implement retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods, but the details on those are still to come. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has said that Canada will respond, quote, forcefully but reasonably. And Canada's former finance minister suggested targeted tariffs of their own in order to exert political pressure. Her suggestion, published as an op-ed in the Financial Times, suggested targeted tariffs on Tesla products and products from Republican-led states. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum has also indicated that she is prepared to impose retaliatory tariffs, but hasn't provided details about what they might be. As our trade partners determine their responses to these new tariffs, Trump's new trade plan, now in effect today, has the potential to reshape decades of complex, hard-won international trade deals on which we've all come to rely.
The White House says 25% tariffs are going into effect today on goods coming into the U.S. from two of this country's biggest trading partners, Mexico and Canada. And while President Trump campaigned on lowering costs for Americans, these tariffs could do the opposite, potentially raising everything from avocados to tequila, clothes, cars, and more, which could impact your budget by nearly $70 a month, some experts say. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins me live now for more from the White House. Selena, what have we heard from the administration about when these tariffs are expected to go into effect today, and what are they saying about potential impact on consumers?
Yeah, Phil, we don't know the exact timing today. The world is currently bracing for this announcement, but yesterday the White House said that these tariffs would be implemented sometime today. So we're talking about 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada and 10% tariffs on goods from China. We're talking about America's three biggest trading partners here. So this could upend global supply chains, upend the global economy, and increase prices both at the grocery store and the gas pump. President Trump yesterday even acknowledged that his tariffs could cause short-term disruptions, even though he campaigned on lowering prices for Americans. So I pressed the White House on those higher prices. Take a listen to how they responded.
Can you guarantee that those tariffs won't increase prices for Americans, including at the gas pump and the grocery store?
I think Americans who are concerned about increased prices should look at what President Trump did in his first term. He effectively implemented tariffs.
If those tariffs do increase prices for Americans, will the administration reverse them?
That's a hypothetical question, and the president is intent on ensuring that he effectively implements tariffs while cutting inflation and costs for the American people.
Say that we should be looking at what Trump did during his first term. Well, studies have repeatedly shown that his first term tariffs hit American consumers and companies the hardest. Now, experts are estimating that Trump's tariffs could cost, on average, the U.S. household more than $800 this year. It's also estimated that those tariffs on oil and gas could increase prices at the gas pump by as much as 70 cents per gallon. Also estimating that this could impact fresh produce, alcohol, clothes, electronics, cars, and more.
So, Selena, how are Canada, Mexico, and China responding? And, you know, is this the beginning of a trade war?
Well, this certainly threatens to be the beginning of a trade war. You already have Mexico and Canada who have signaled that they are ready to respond. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau yesterday saying that they are ready here. They will not relent until the tariffs are removed. And he also said that everything is on the table. So tariffs are essentially taxes on goods that U.S. importers and U.S. companies pay, and then they largely pass those higher costs
One more
onto
spam.
US
It's almost gone. Look at the screen.
And leading
It's
to
probably
an
different on
inflationary
mobile.
effect. So you also have some companies who are warning that these tariffs could also threaten millions of jobs. In fact, there's a Canadian automaker who is warning that this could threaten to shut down North American auto production. I just want to read to you a little bit of what this chairperson had to say, saying, quote, "Nobody can absorb this kind of cost, not the automakers, not the suppliers, not consumers. Demand will collapse and vehicle production will grind to a halt, putting millions of workers out of work, the vast majority of which are in the United States." Phil.
All right, Selena Wang from the White House. Selena, thank you.
Get out of here, Ad.
Tariffs on imports from China, Mexico, and Canada could impact our economy. Those are set to go into effect tomorrow. KCCI's Pepper Papura talked with an Iowan who lobbies for the state's agriculture industry about what this could mean for Iowans. Pepper?
Well, Stacey, that plan would overturn the current free trade agreement with the U.S. and Canada, or that the U.S. has with Canada and Mexico. The president says he's responding to illegal immigration and drug smuggling on those shared borders. But while the politicians create a new deal, some Iowa farmers are concerned their competitors might take advantage.
Stu Swanson's feelings about tariffs are twofold.
We are concerned. We're optimistic that it may lead to something better.
Because as a farmer and a pro-agriculture lobbyist, Swanson remembers how President Donald Trump's plan to tax foreign goods once helped this industry.
We did see some benefits. We were able to get China to the table to make some purchase commitments.
But now he's worried about the potential fallout for farmers that new tariffs could cause.
They're disruptive to our markets, and as farmers, we like free trade.
Because if President Trump enacts tariffs, the cost to import from neighboring countries will jump 25%. Leaders in Canada and Mexico promised their own tariffs in response.
If tariffs are implemented against Canada,
we will respond.
So let the people of Mexico know that in the face of a situation that could arise, we are prepared.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump already proved that he can keep inflation low with tariffs.
I think Americans who are concerned about increased prices should look at what President Trump did in his first term. He effectively implemented tariffs, and the average inflation rate during the first Trump administration was 1.9%.
But while trade agreements are hashed out, Swanson says he's worried American producers could get replaced.
We've seen an explosion of production in Brazil. So without the ability to make a profit, it may leave opportunities for other producers in other countries as well.
The president also says that he's considering reducing the tariffs on Mexican oil imports to avoid hiking gas prices.
Pepper, thanks. Now, it isn't just the agriculture industry that could take a hit. Experts say the tourism industry could also be affected. KCCI talked with Greg Edwards, the president and CEO of Catch Des Moines. He says Des Moines is a hub of agriculture conferences, which bring thousands of people to central Iowa and millions in revenue.
Just those shows alone, we estimate about a $35 million economic impact, bringing in, not only just Iowa farmers and Iowa ag people, but really farm and ag people from all over the world, especially some of these bigger shows.
Des Moines hosts major agriculture conferences like the Iowa Agriculture Expo and the Future of Farmers Conference.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Saturday that Venezuela has agreed to receive all Venezuelan illegal migrants captured in the United States and pay for their transport. That includes gang members of Tren de Aragua, Trump said in a post on Truth Social. The Venezuelan government did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The announcement comes one day after White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Trump's envoy Richard Grenell was in Venezuela to work on this. Grenell on Friday made no comments on the gang members, but did say he was headed back to the United States with 6 American citizens. A surprise development after he met with Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in Caracas. Grenell did not name the 6 men shown with him aboard an airplane in this photo he posted online. 4 of them were dressed in light blue outfits used by the Venezuelan prison system. Trump cheered the move in his own post. It is unclear exactly how many Americans were being held by Venezuela, but Venezuelan officials have spoken publicly of at least 9. Maduro's officials have accused most of them of terrorism and said some were high-level mercenaries. The Venezuelan government regularly accuses members of the opposition.
Wait, so were these the guys who did the coup for Trump
with the US
in the
to
first
commit
term?
terrorism. U.S. officials have always denied any plots. Maduro told officials in an annual speech to the judiciary late on Friday evening that the meeting between him and Grenell had gone well.
Le decimos al presidente Donald Trump.
We tell President Trump that we've taken a first step, and hopefully it can be sustained. We want to maintain it.
The White House said Grenell's visit does not mean the United States recognizes Maduro as Venezuela's legitimate leader. The meeting comes as Trump has kicked off a sweeping immigration crackdown pledging mass deportations. Some 600,000 Venezuelans in the United States were eligible for deportation reprieves granted by the previous administration. But U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said she would cut the duration of the protections.
It's one of these only text things. Let's check out this guy.
Government agency
Old
that
gas guy.
should be shuttered. Hello, I'm Steve Forbes, and this is What's Ahead, where you get the insights you need to better navigate these turbulent times. There's no better example of modern socialism than the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB.
Wait, the owner of Forbes is Steve Forbes, and he actually works?
Created at the behest of Senator Elizabeth Warren in the aftermath of the 2008-2009 economic crisis, its stated goal is to protect consumers from bad actors and practices in the financial marketplace. In reality, it has been on a power-grabbing mission.
Here we
of how
go.
Banking and lending
Billionaire
should
telling
be
us
done,
that
as they
consumer
think it should
protections
be
are
done.
bad.
Old-line Marxists thought that the government needed to own
Oh my
the
God.
so-called means of production to realize their socialist goals.
Oh
Modern
my God, this
Marxists
is fucking awesome. This is fucking awesome.
realize you don't need to own something to control it. Rather, you can achieve that by extensive, intrusive regulation. In the case here, the CFPB was structured in a way that is a socialist delight, as it made it unaccountable to Congress. It gets its money each year.
Oh my
not
God.
from congressional appropriations, where it would have to make its case.
It gets the money from the fucking people it goes after. Yes. The people who violate consumer protections. What a fucking crybaby this guy is.
Answer questions, but rather automatically from the Federal Reserve. That's right, the Fed simply transfers funds to the CFPB. The agency can run wild while thumbing its nose at Capitol Hill, which often does. On its face, this would seem to be a brazen violation of the Constitution. A federal appeals court thought so, but incredibly, a befuddled Supreme Court refused to throw out this bizarre, unprecedented arrangement that makes a mockery of accountability in a democracy. In practice, the CFPB has been a disaster for consumers. It tore after payday lenders, overlooking that this could push low-income people to the none-too-tender hands of loan sharks. It waged war against credit card and various bank fees that ended up raising consumer interest rates. It passed a rule that will have the perverse effect of making it easier for fraudsters to scam bank and credit card customers.
Fraudsters to
went after
scam.
high-tech outfits that would compete with big banks. It made getting mortgages
Fraudsters
more
to
difficult for
scam.
certain groups of people. It launched an attack on auto financing that was baseless. Most of its actions are against small businesses, and on it goes. Of course there's wrongdoing in the money business, but there are plenty of rules
The
and
money
laws
business.
on the federal and state level to deal with those. Given its egregious mistake, perhaps the High Court can reverse itself in a face-saving way. The Fed is ostensibly supposed
Keeps
to use
licking
the
himself,
interest it
too.
receives from its $7 trillion portfolio to fund the CFPB.
Oh, no, it's somebody,
But
like,
in a
clicking a
first
pen.
in the
It's not
history
him
of
licking
central
his lips.
banking, the Federal Reserve is losing money. It loaded up on bonds and mortgages that pay little interest. Banks deposit their reserves at the Fed, and the Fed pays interest on those reserves at a far higher rate than what it gets from its portfolio. Last year, the Fed's loss was over $100 billion. The Supremes could perhaps use that technicality. The Federal Reserve isn't financing this agency from its portfolio earnings, since there are no net earnings. However it's done, whether by the Supreme Court or by an act of Congress, this entity should go to the historic dumpster. I'm Steve Forbes. Thanks for listening. Do send in your comments and suggestions, and I look forward to being with you.
I got a
soon
suggestion
again.
for you, Steve.
President.
Senator from Delaware is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise today to address the chaos that has been caused by this week's disastrous, unprecedented, and unconstitutional funding freeze directive. Then candidate Trump said on the first night of the Republican National Convention that starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. I don't think the actions of this week have contributed to making America affordable again or driving down prices at all. Instead, when the White House abruptly announced a complete halt to all domestic grants that cover trillions of dollars of spending to thousands of organizations, from medical research to police and fire, from construction projects to daycares and senior centers, it caused great chaos and concern. I got calls, texts, emails from hundreds of Delawareans, from the state and local governments, from nonprofits, from business leaders saying, what does this mean? Meals on Wheels and school lunches for Delawareans in school, opioid prevention programs in community health care centers, critical programs for military families stationed at Dover Air Force Base, and police and fire departments up and down the state raised their hand digitally to say, what does this mean and where are we going? The Delaware delegation convened a conference call that day with 250 different participants to try and give them clarity on the path forward. I hope that this disastrous directive has been rescinded, but I only can say I hope because I don't truly know. The White House press office tried to rescind the rescission, so it is unclear exactly what its status is now. There have been filings in court, both in the district court for D.C. and for Rhode Island. There's an injunction
Trump defunded
against
the police.
OMB order here in D.C. There is an injunction or a TRO under consideration up in Rhode Island, but it created a mess. It created a mess at a time when Americans need clarity. What I've heard from business and business leaders for decades is that predictability is the most important part for businesses to grow. And what I've heard from families and friends at home was that this was not the sort of start they had expected to the Trump administration. I want to caution folks. We may not know when or if the administration will try this order a second time or a third time. I'll remind you that at the beginning of the last Trump administration, he tried to pass a Muslim travel ban, a ban on people coming to this country from a series of Muslim-majority countries. That ban was enjoined in federal court. It was blocked. They tried again. It was blocked. They tried a third time. It was ultimately found to clear judicial muster. So frankly, an administration that has said over and over again they believe that impoundment is within the scope of power of the president is likely to try again and again. Impoundment sounds like a fancy way of putting your dog on a leash in the backyard. What it means is violating our constitutional order. Article 1 of the Constitution sets the powers of Congress, and the power of the purse, the ability to say what will and won't be spent, is central to the relevance and the authority of the United States Congress. And I'll say there's a reason this is dangerous. This is bad. I am an appropriator. Those of us who serve on the Appropriations Committee every year participate in a difficult and complex process where we pull together all the different requirements and requests and issues and concerns from across our states and departments, and we pass a bill here on the floor, we pass it through the House, we send it to the President signs it, and then the directives go out for what grants and what funding will be available. I understand. President Trump won the election. There's a new majority in Congress. I fully expected that this year's appropriation process would reflect those different priorities. That's the normal order of things. But this order is reaching back to last year's appropriations and the previous president and trying to freeze it and reallocate it. That has real consequences for our ability to come to bipartisan agreements and pass legislation on appropriations if in the going forward years, presidents can say, I'm not actually going to do disaster relief for this state because I don't like them, or I'm going to freeze and cut funding for this program because it doesn't fit with my priorities when he's already got signed legal orders. There are still impacts on the ground. I am still hearing from Delawareans that funding for construction of roads or bridges under the bipartisan infrastructure law, new energy sources, and tax credits under the Inflation Reduction Act are frozen or facing freezes. And I want to turn to another concern of mine that is critical, important, and ongoing. But let's just focus on this first point. Until Trump backs down on these illegal orders and respects Congress's power of the purse and puts his focus back on helping Americans and reducing costs, this place and our country will not function and will not get better. Nothing about this order makes us safer, more prosperous, or more secure. Mr. President, I'm speaking today in strong opposition to President Trump's illegal executive order of last Friday night that pauses all of our foreign assistance and development assistance. Let's be clear. Our development assistance, our foreign aid, isn't about charity. It's about security, and it's about values. We have alliances and partnerships around the world that are undergirded by our soft power, by our partnerships and investment in helping make the world safer, more stable, and more secure. And what happened last Friday night at the end of the workday, when there was no one there to answer urgent questions, was a freeze on all foreign assistance, with a very narrow exception for food aid. And it has caused chaos in the global community that delivers aid and assistance around the world. For days, there were questions unanswered. What did this mean in Ukraine, in Lebanon, where there's wars and ceasefires, where critical grant funding and work by contractors helps put the lights back on after Russian attacks on the electrical infrastructure in Ukraine, where ceasefire implementation in Lebanon was ongoing, in parts in the world where we were continuing to bring home to the United States those who'd served alongside us in Afghanistan, Afghan SIVs and their families, waiting for processing, abandoned in Qatar and here in the United States. A halt on drug supplies that helped keep 20 million people living with HIV through the program PEPFAR, long supported by presidents and Congresses of both parties. A freeze on activity to counter fentanyl and narcotics trafficking, to push back on Chinese and Russian disinformation, and to promote democracy with urgent upcoming elections. The International Republican Institute and the National Democratic Institute are frozen in their activities and forced to lay off or furlough their workforce. Let me thank Secretary Rubio for responding to urgent calls to broaden the aperture for humanitarian waivers for this freeze. But let me also say that with dozens and dozens of the most senior people at USAID put on furlough, so implementing this got harder, and with thousands of contractors who work for USAID in countries around the world dismissed or laid off, the consequences will be severe. I'll just give you one example. I suspect everyone listening has heard of the disease Ebola. I suspect not everyone has heard of the disease Marburg. They are related. They're highly transmissive and deadly viruses. There is a new outbreak of Ebola in the capital of Uganda. There's an ongoing outbreak of Marburg in the neighboring country of Tanzania. This freeze pauses the pandemic surveillance work, the urgent public health work, the assistance we provide that makes sure that we are safe from a rapidly emerging and lethal global pandemic that we put in place after the last pandemic. When we halt foreign assistance, it has consequences. It's just 1% of our total budget. Most Americans think it's a big percent of our spending, but it's 1%, actually less than 1%, of the total federal budget. And there's a winner here. It's not the American taxpayer. Freezing programs like this causes chaos and often causes more to restart them after a review. The winner is China. Our biggest global competitor and adversary is delighted that we've handed them an opportunity to say to communities and countries around the world that we are not a reliable partner, that despite contracts and promises, commitments and programs, they now have months to crow about how we have abandoned our partnerships with country after country around the world. China's delighted when we lay off or furlough or cut the resources that help fuel the work of our diplomats and our development professionals. And China has seen its opportunity to expand its influence through programs like the Belt and Road Initiative. They've spent $1 trillion in projects across the global south in the last decade, and our ability to counter Chinese influence, to make strategic investments, has been put gravely at risk by putting on hold the workforce and the contracts that help deliver. The administration may be claiming that this pause is temporary, but its effects will not be. The lasting impacts on small businesses, on contractors, on NGOs, and loss of expertise, loss of their workforce, and loss of their credibility, I think will be lasting, dangerous, and harmful. Mr. President, I rise today to warn my colleagues about the risks posed by the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence. As ranking member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I have a substantial role with our nation's intelligence community. And what we've seen already from former Congresswoman Gabbard in her hearing is alarming. Refusing to speak clearly to the actions of Edward Snowden that have earned him the title traitor. Bemoaning the rise of HTS in Syria without mentioning the fall of the brutal dictator Assad, repeatedly dodging relevant, timely, and pointed questions about FISA and Section 702, critical to America's security. All of this, sadly, is in keeping with a long-standing record as an apologist for authoritarians and enemies of our nation. She's repeatedly blamed the United States and NATO for Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. She visited Syria and met with Assad, a brutal dictator, in 2017 and relied on pro-Assad sources to cast doubt on his horrific use of chemical
Syrian girl
weapons to
is the
attack
pro-Assad
his own
source, by the way.
and former Congresswoman
How
Gabbard's
funny is that?
long history of repeating pro-Kremlin talking points, such as the false claim the United States was operating biological research labs in Ukraine, has made her a favorite guest on Russian state media. We should be working together to elevate people in our national security apparatus who are sanctioned and banned from Russia because they've worked hard to oppose our enemies, not praised by them. Our nation faces real and growing security threats daily. We need an intelligence service resourced, equipped, and led to capably oppose them. Can we count on Tulsi Gabbard to provide that leadership?
No.
I don't think so, and I cannot support her nomination. With that, Mr. President, thank you, and I yield the floor.
Latest step by the Trump administration to target those DEI programs across federal government. Workers being told they must follow the revised policy by 5 o'clock tonight. Workers at several federal agencies ordered to stop using their pronouns in email. ABC News obtaining internal memos
Epic.
that cited 2 executive orders signed by the president his first day in office that target diversity, equity, and inclusion.
It cannot be the scapegoat for every societal ill.
Local lawmakers gathering in Revere to criticize President Trump's now rescinded federal funding freeze. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley noting the president has blamed everything from the mid-air collision over the Potomac to the California wildfires on DEI programs.
Everyone needs to be alarmed and upset about the dismantling of diversity, equity, and inclusion, because that is for veterans. That is for rural communities. That is for women.
Attorney General Andrea Campbell pushing back on efforts to dismantle DEI. In a joint statement with other states' attorneys general, she says we condemn discrimination in any form, and we stand in strong opposition to the president's recent orders and the misleading narrative he has pushed to justify them. On OTR, Economic Development Secretary Yvonne Howe telling us the data shows diversity is a strength.
It is very clear. More diverse teams end up with better business results. So it is the best thing to do for business and for state government, I would argue.
Now, earlier this week, the Office of Personnel Management also put out a memo directing agencies to review email systems like Outlook and turn off features prompting users for their pronouns. Live in the newsroom, Sharman Sketti, WCVB News Center 5.
State attorneys general say President Trump is misleading the public about DEI initiatives.
Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul joined 11 other AGs condemning the president. Among his flurry of executive orders, Trump signed an order dismantling diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility initiatives. A joint statement issued today called the move, quote, unnecessary and disingenuous. The group also rebuked Trump's claims linking DEI initiatives to a recent tragic plane crash, calling them an insult to those who are grieving and the individuals serving in the military and air traffic control. Attorney General Raoul has been a vocal opponent of Trump's executive orders, including filing a lawsuit fighting Trump's move to end birthright citizenship.
Cut yourself off there.
For labor advocate Dolores Huerta is now calling for a boycott of Target stores following the company's decision to roll back its diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative.
What is
and
this
she's not
supposed to
alone.
mean?
Makalo Medina talked to Huerta. He is live in Long Beach with more. Makalo?
What are you leaking?
Well, Kathy and Jonathan, Target is the main focus of Huerta's boycott and others. There are 6 other companies she said should be boycotted as well.
If you don't respect our community
then, you shouldn't have our dollars.
Dolores Huerta, who co-led the successful United Farm Workers Great Boycott in the 60s and 70s, is getting ready to lead another, this time targeting Walmart, Lowe's, McDonald's, Ford, Meta, Amazon, and Target, that have recently announced rollbacks to their diversity, inclusion, and equity programs that she says impacts not just communities of color, but disabled, LGBTQ+, women, and veteran workers. Huerta hopes to start with Target, orchestrating press conferences and protests within the next few weeks.
In front of every Target store, and to let people know what is going on.
In a press release on the decision, Target says the company is concluding our 3-year diversity, equity, and inclusion goals and racial equity action and change initiatives as planned. They also are ending a program to help black entrepreneurs, which was started after the George Floyd protests. The company had said it was going to end that initiative anyway. They also wrote it was stopping all external diversity-focused surveys, which tracks the company's progress on LGBTQ+ initiatives. As a result, Twin Cities Pride, a longtime partner of Target, said the company was not welcome at this year's Pride celebration and renounced its $50,000 sponsorship. Meta, responding to our request for comment, said its changes to their initiatives was because of the shifting legal and policy landscape. President Trump, on day one of his presidency, signed an executive order cutting DEI programs from the federal government. Huerta says that caused a ripple effect across the country.
And the least we can do is send a message to Donald Trump's backers. You know what? If you don't want to support our community, then our community is not going to support you.
Amazon emailed us saying their decision to end some programs came in December and were part of routine assessments, writing each one of these programs addresses a specific disparity and is designed to end when that disparity is eliminated. They haven't told us what disparity was eliminated, but they did write, we will keep investing in programs that help us reflect those audiences and help our employees grow. Meantime, Reverend Al Sharpton and his National Action Network are holding buy-ins for companies like Costco that are keeping their DEI initiatives. So is Delta, Cleveland Cavaliers, JP Morgan, Apple, Ben & Jerry's, and Elf Beauty. Sharpton says he's strategizing boycotts as well, but wants to show support for businesses like Costco that are wise and courageous enough to stand firm in their values.
We have to do something.
Great soundbite.
It's still not clear exactly when those boycotts are going to be planned, but she says within the next few weeks. Meantime, we did get a statement from Walmart a short time ago saying, in part, that they remain committed to creating culture where everyone can be successful and ensuring we are a Walmart for everyone, they say. And McDonald's just emailed us saying as well, they had carefully considered how their inclusion policies could evolve or would evolve and are making those changes. They say they are committed to inclusion. We did reach out to Lowe's and Ford for comment and have not heard back. We're live in Long Beach. I'm McCallum Medina, NBC 4 News.
Yes, now Democratic Congressman from Texas, Mark Veazey. He's a member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Congressman, what is your reaction to these moves, and does it make us safer?
No, these moves are absolutely crazy and unnecessary. Trump actually caused a panic, a huge panic in the healthcare community a few days ago when he did that initial freeze. I had individuals from federally qualified healthcare centers reach out to me and tell me that morning at 8 a.m. that they were locked out of the grant and loan system, and they were not able to get in that morning before it was supposed to even take place at 5 p.m. And so he compounds it with this effort. And I had a doctor reach out to me from Chicago that I know that grew up here in Texas that said that all of the information about contraception and STIs that were on the CDC website has been pulled down, and that there's now an actual black market amongst healthcare professionals to get this information because no one can access it and find it now. And it's very critical that healthcare providers have this information. But of course, he took it down. And so now it's created this crazy underground system of doctors trying to share this information with one another. Just absolutely ridiculous and unnecessary.
Well, I've heard confusion from folks, even in the public health sector. HIV/AIDS is not something that impacts one demographic or another. It's not an LGBTQ or a gender identity issue. All people of any demographic, age, gender can be affected by this very serious virus and disease. So that's really concerning a lot of people. I also wanted to ask you, some government agencies have suspended all events marking holidays like Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Black History Month, which is now underway. This is even coming as Trump actually signed a proclamation marking February as Black History Month, which is a bit confusing. The son of Martin Luther King Jr. is speaking out today saying, quote, "I object to Trump disingenuously citing my father," he said of the DI attacks that, quote, "Nothing could be further from my father's dream." How much progress do you think could be reversed if these policies continue and stay in place for the next 4 years?
Oh, I think a lot of progress is going to be reversed in all government agencies, in the military. You know, it's interesting. I had an off-the-record conversation back in 2021 with female soldiers at Fort Hood, now Fort Cavazos in Killeen, Texas. And they told me that because of some of these programs that were put in place after the death of Vanessa Guillen that lost her life, that a lot of the jokes, a lot of the slights, a lot of the sexism and racism, not anything, you know, blatant that was already being addressed, but things that people could get away with before, that had ended. And my guess is that a lot of those programs that were designed to really sort of get at the root of some of the racism that is more subtle, that's going to completely be eliminated, and that people can't address issues about things like inappropriate jokes or inappropriate sexist comments. And as they say, America's back. And for a lot of conservative and MAGA people, what America's back mean is that we can go back to the time to where you didn't have to worry about saying inappropriate things to people or making comments that could be misconstrued as racist or sexist. Because life was better back then. And that's really what I'm worried about, is that people are going to think that now it's open season and you can get away with whatever the hell you want to get away with.
I also want to get your reaction to what's happening at the FBI. All 6 of the FBI's most senior executives are being forced out, along with multiple heads of FBI field offices across the country.
They shouldn't have done DEI.
As mentioned, was tied to their roles
they didn't think
in
about it
prosecutions
before
of
they
Trump
did
and
it,
January
huh?
6 rioters. You know, top Democrats have slammed this and other actions as an assault on the rule of law. But what is the plan to fight back? What are Democrats doing besides coming on here? And thank you for coming on here and talking to us. But is there anything concrete that Democrats are really doing to push back?
We are going to obviously have to count a lot on our judicial system to push back on a lot of this. But I think just raising awareness amongst our constituencies and asking them to really speak out against all of this, I think is going to be important. And I think we have to be strategic about what we speak out against. You heard Steve Bannon say flood the zone, meaning just throw so much out there that it's hard to respond to anything and have people pay attention to it. And I think that this example, prosecutors being fired, literally prosecutors being fired for putting people in jail that beat the crap out of cops. Think about that. That's the sort of thing that we need to emphasize to the American public over and over again, and not let Trump pull us in every which way and every which direction. And we need to be very vigilant about that. And it's crazy to think about Kash Patel, who said that he's not sure that Joe Biden actually won the 2020 election, that this could be someone that's going to be put in charge of the FBI. It's just bananas that he was even nominated and that people are acting like it's normal. And it's another thing that if he actually gets in there, but those are the sort of things that we need to focus on and center on. And again, just not be pulled in so many different crazy directions that every time this man opens up his stupid mouth.
All right, Representative Mark Veazey, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Warnings or messages that government websites will be shut down this evening to scrub them of DEI content. Can you confirm if that's accurate?
Shut down?
Government websites, will be shut down this evening to scrub them of DEI content. Can you confirm whether that's accurate and if there are any concerns?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like a bad idea to me. DEI would have ruined our country, and now it's dead. I think DEI is dead, so if they want to scrub the websites, that's okay with me. But I can't tell you. I guess probably certain people handle it certain ways. But I'll tell you who's very happy about it: the military. The real leaders, the real generals in the military, they're very happy about it. Doug is very happy about it. He's got a big group of people that are going to be working for him are really starting right now. He just got signed up, and they're very happy about it. He had a lot of DEI. Everybody did, but he has not been a fan. It was really hurting our country badly. It's costing a lot of money too. You see the kind of money we're talking about? Hundreds of millions of dollars for nonsense. Now we have our country back now. Our country is back, and it's a nice thing to say. I've never seen such love. I've never had anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. People are coming up, sir, thank you for bringing our country back. We were losing our country, and I think we're stronger now than we've been in many, many decades.
And the diversion
on your
On and welcome on into another edition of Trump 2.0. This is the show that will take a look at everything happening in Washington, D.C. through the lens of this second Trump administration, because we all know, frankly, for the next 4 years, that's essentially how everything in Washington, D.C. is going to be framed. And joining me to do that again this week, my good friends David Brody and Dan Andros. David Brody, of course, CBN News chief political analyst, and Dan Andros, host of the CBN podcast Quick Start. Gentlemen, my goodness, I've got my sleeves rolled up. All right, so we're ready to go because what a year this week has been. Let's start off with the most recent news to come down the pike, and that, of course, is the plane crash near Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. You had a Black Hawk helicopter crash with an American Airlines flight just seconds before it was set to touch down at Reagan National Airport. Obviously, we've all been praying for the victims, and the investigation is now ongoing. The NTSB is on the scene, and it's their ball now. So they're going to be taking a look at people. They're going to be taking a look at equipment. They're going to be taking a look at conditions to see what exactly happened. How is it that more than 60 souls lost their lives in a crash that certainly should have been preventable? Nothing like this should ever happen. But one of the things that we saw this week was President Trump, of course, offering his condolences to the victims, but also in the news conference talked about perhaps some of the diversity, equity, and inclusion policies put in place by the Obama and Biden administrations, he claims may have had something to do with it. And of course, that has been getting some fierce blowback from Democrats who are saying that he's engaging in conspiracy theory and that he's speculating on something far too soon during the course of the investigation. So, David, let me send this to you first. Do you see what Donald Trump is doing as healthy speculation? Is it important that we're looking in this direction, or is it politicizing a tragedy too soon?
Well, look, I mean, Donald Trump is his own person, as we know, is his own man. He's going to do it on his timing. It's unconventional. I think a lot of people would have preferred that 24 to 48, 72 hours of waiting and then get into that. But that's not Trump, you know? He's just not going to do it. And so I think people are really having a problem, quite frankly, with the timing of it, number one. I mean, they have problems with the content of what he's saying, too. But I think they just have a problem, first and foremost, of the timing of it. And so, look, everybody can decide, you know, whether or not that was appropriate or not. But having said that, in terms of the actual content, he's definitely onto something. And once again, that's not analysis, that's just fact. I mean, in 2015, Obama changed the FAA guidelines. I mean, he called for a biographical test specifically. I can go into all of this here, but there are collegiate training institutes, right? I mean, that's where the air traffic controllers come from.
He's a pilot.
Typically. But in 2015, Obama's folks said, you know what, we're not going to really look at this merit-based system so much because you went to an institute. We're going to actually take folks off the street, that was the word at the time, off the street, and we're going to give them a biographical test. In other words, you know, tell us a little bit more about your story. It was definitely more DEI, even though it wasn't called DEI back in 2015. And so this was the beginning of some of the concerns that folks were having in the conservative world about what was going on at the FAA. And then Biden, of course, we know some of those guidelines that was there on the website at the time from Biden as it relates to psychological disabilities. And even Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary at the time, said that he wanted to increase those type of jobs within the FAA to 3%. Now, does that mean air traffic controllers for 3%? No, it doesn't mean that. But the point is DEI is alive and well. So Trump is on to something. I think the timing is really the issue. And look, I think beyond that, we can get into the understaffed portion of this at the FAA, specifically at Reagan National, where they're supposed to have about 30 air traffic controllers overall at Reagan National. They have 19 right now, so they're understaffed. And there's so many other questions. But in terms of the DEI, he's definitely onto something.
In
And
terms
one
of
thing
the
I've learned about
DEI
Donald Trump is that a lot of people will laugh and say, oh, and snicker and go, oh, come on, this is ridiculous. It's not this, it's not that. And then it turns out that 70, 80, 90, he would say 100% of the time, he's right. So let's just wait and see to see how this all shakes out. And to be clear, I just want to say one last thing before heading over to Dan on this. The media went with headlines. I looked this morning. Just look them up. Just Google it. Type in Trump and DEI. You will see the New York Times with a headline. Trump blames the crash on DEI. Politico, DEI. Trump blames DEI. That's not what he said. He never said that. He said it could be DEI. And then later in the Oval Office yesterday, he said, well, we're not sure. It could be. It might not be. But you're not getting that balance. But here at CBN News, the truth matters. So
What
we're
a
going to give you
moronic thing to
exactly
say.
what he said. And give you the context.
Actually, he didn't say that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. And to your point, David, I mean, I think
good point, huh?
like you said, this is just Trump's just not going to do this. But I agree that it would have been, this close to a tragedy. We don't have exactly what caused it yet. I mean, I think both things can be true at the same time, that this DEI issue is a big problem within a lot of areas of the federal government, including the FAA. And that can be an issue, but we don't know specifically what happened on this particular crash. And so by him, going into that really in depth on that issue, while he may not have said it directly caused it, I mean, it certainly leaves the impression that that's what he's saying. So,
yes.
Given that he did them at the same time. So the timing, I just, personally, I would have liked to see those separated, because I think it's a discussion worth having. A friend of mine, Stu Bergier over at The Blaze, our friends there, he had a documentary just a few months ago called Countdown to the Next Aviation Disaster. It's up on his X page right now if you want to check that out. The full thing is up there. But they basically go through all of this stuff and say, like, what is going on here? And they go through all the hiring practices and how they took away some of these standards, included this, sort of, like you said, that personality test or whatever they called it, to basically essentially get to what is your cultural background. And they factored that into these hirings. So those answers, those questions need to be answered. Like what has happened to places like the FAA and government offices where there has been this big DEI focus? What has been the extent of it? But we also don't know what happened in this particular crash. So right. I think both things are worth, that is worth discussing. That is worth going into for sure. But I think while we don't have all the facts on this particular crash, maybe it would have been better and more effective to wait. But, like you said, Trump has a way of getting these things going and making the narratives happen. And that's certainly what the narrative is right now.
Yeah. And the other thing, too, with a crash like this, a natural disaster, or not a natural disaster, a man-made disaster like this, but any kind of disaster like this is you want to make sure it doesn't happen again. So how do you do that? You do that by figuring out exactly what happened. And certainly the NTSB is going to do that. There will certainly be internal investigations with the FAA, with Reagan Airport. They're all going to be taking a look at what happened here. And it's clear that just 24 hours before this incident happened at Reagan National Airport, there was a near miss incident. The Washington Post reported that a plane that was on arrival had to pull up and make and reroute a second time because a helicopter was near the landing zone. So you had also reports that there was inside the air control tower that there was actually one person who was doing the job of two people directing helicopters and commercial flights. So there's clearly something going on here. Whether it has something to do with DEI directly and whether or not DEI is a problem in aviation and around the country and in the U.S. government overall, those are absolutely conversations that are worth having. And I think the Trump administration certainly is engaged in that. And that was my whole thing, is I want to make sure that whatever comes of this, that the actual solutions are come to the forefront, and we're not distracted by an issue that may have something to do with this, may not have something to do with this, and to keep the messaging focused on getting to the solution of the problem.
I don't think we're going to be distracted. Help me out on, John, on your philosophy on that or your analysis on that. How are we distracted? I mean, you can do two things at the same time. I mean, so Trump put it out that DEI could be an issue, and it could be. And then, but hang on for a second. Then the NTSB and all the investigations are going to go on as normal anyhow. If Trump said it or didn't say it, how does that affect the investigations? I guess is my question.
Well, what I don't know, why not just wait until the investigation is over? And if it seems as though staffing has been an issue, if it seems like people are unqualified in these positions because of the hiring practices, an executive order at that point or a policy put into place at that point would seem to make sense to me. It's just the order of things I don't think makes a whole lot of sense.
And that gets back to my original point, which is the timing. People don't like the timing. People like to be conventional about it. He's not conventional. He's unconventional, and he's going to throw things out. I mean, he's a guy that's going to say, hey, look, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this, it could be that. Here's some tinfoil here, here's some tinfoil there.
Oh, my God.
No, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is him. So if you don't like the style, I think your issue is more with the style. I don't think it's actually with
these people, bro.
Unless did you say, I didn't know if you said earlier that it's not DEI. Did you say that? Maybe you didn't say that. I don't know.
No, I didn't say one way or the other. I didn't say one way or the other. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, just because the investigation is in its infancy right now, and we'll see how this all.
Well, and guys, he walked into a little bit of I felt like he kind of walked into a little bit of a trap on this press conference because he was going on for a while about the DEI problem. And then someone asked him, well, then is it safe to fly? Because the impression was like, well, DEI has messed up this thing so bad.
Seeing them do the apology for Trump.
And then he said, yeah, it's safe to fly. Like, well, those two didn't really line up to me. Like, I mean, DEI can be a problem. It can be safe to fly. And we don't know what happened with this crash yet. So I think the way he was sort of framing it, I think he left himself open to that. Like, it did make it sound like, well, if we have this DEI problem and the implication is it led to an accident like this, then should we just be grounding flights right now until we get this DEI problem cleared up?
Yeah, but he was all. I see what you're saying, Dan. That makes sense, kind of on its face. I'll just say this: that what Trump was saying is the reason he was saying it was safe to fly is because these are very rare occurrences. So even if DEI is an issue, it's still a rare occurrence. I mean, it's not like therefore 30% of flights are going to crash in the United States. I mean, because of DEI. I mean, he wasn't suggesting that, and no one was. So I think that I do understand the argument there, but it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things from this week that we're taking. I think we're not going to the funding freeze. Some of the messaging from the White House has been a little bit of it. I don't know. There's been some confusion on different things during the course of this last week with messaging, and that's to be expected. Second week in a new administration, that there could be some issues, and maybe not. There might be there might be people who are totally understand exactly what the Trump administration is going for here. Let's move on to the hearings this week. There were obviously 3 potential cabinet officials, who were up for their nomination hearings this week, and certainly some popcorn eaten viewing, as if you were into these hearings this week. Let's start off with RFK Jr. He was actually before 2 committees this week. First before the Senate Finance Committee, and then before the Senate Help Committee on Thursday. And he went after senators for some claims of corruption on their part. He had a tense exchange with Bernie Sanders on Thursday, claiming that Bernie Sanders takes money from big pharma and other pharmaceutical companies. Really, at the heart of this. Really, it comes down to one Republican senator.
Fox
David,
News played the same clip,
Bill
and it's
Cassidy,
like not a
He
win.
needs to get Bill Cassidy on his side. Bill Cassidy is a medical doctor, and he was really asking RFK Jr. to clarify his position on the link between vaccines and autism. Do you think that RFK Jr. did enough to convince maybe any holdout Republican senators who might be wary of his position on vaccines, autism, and anything else about his personal life to make it through the Finance Committee and then to the full House, to the full Senate?
80%, 90%. I think so. I mean, I'm not saying it was a stellar performance. I mean, he's going to be criticized. I thought the style was a little rough from RFK. But having said that, you're right, John. You're right on the money. Bill Cassidy is the ball game in town. I mean, he's got to get Bill Cassidy, who's the head of the Health Committee, in essence. There, he's got to get that. And will he get it? We think he will. I say we, as in we pundits, I guess. We like I hang around with pundits every day. But we think he will. But we're not positive. Having said that, if I'm a betting man, and I'm not, I would say that RFK does get through. we'll go on to Cash and Tulsi in a moment. But Dan, that's kind of where I'm at on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll, at the end of the day, get through as well, even though, like you were saying, that it wasn't a perfect performance by any stretch. I thought there were a couple moments. One that stood out to me, because I didn't get to see the entire thing. I watched a lot of it. But the one moment with Elizabeth Warren, who, generally is one of these ones that, goes for the grandstanding and whatnot. But she did kind of press him on this idea about, and I'd love to get your reaction on this one, David, but on suing the big drug companies and stuff. And she said, will you promise not to take a fee while you're, in this position and, benefit financially from suing these companies? And he said, well, what you're saying is to tell me not to sue them. And she's saying, no, you can sue them as many times as you want. I'm just saying, don't get a fee for it. Don't financially prosper. And he just kept going back to, well, I'm not going to not sue them. And it was a rare win for, I thought, Elizabeth Warren on that moment. I mean, unless I'm missing something on that, I just couldn't understand why he wouldn't just say, yeah, no, I won't profit on that. It certainly left the appearance that he just either didn't understand the question or, was trying to dance around it and didn't do a good job. But he hit on a lot of big points, though, that were, key sort of rallying cries on the right. When it comes to, vaccines and being able to have personal autonomy on these things. I mean, that's a big issue. And I think Americans are still sort of jilted about what happened during COVID with these people being fired from their jobs, particularly in government positions, if you weren't taking the jab. And it's like, that kind of thing is very personal, very raw to people. And when he comes forward on this and he's championing that, regardless of all these other, side things that might pop up on it, I think he's going to have a lot of momentum just based on that.
Well, I thought he split the difference. John, I'd be curious to get your take. I thought he split the difference. He was trying to say to Elizabeth Warren, well, yeah, I'm not going to take any money while I'm HHS secretary, but I'm not going to make any bets after that.
Right.
And so, I mean, it kind of made sense. I mean, I think to the layman, at least, it made sense. I mean, I don't want to call it his livelihood, but this is what he's done his whole life. I mean, he's a litigation guy. He's in court all the time. He's suing these drug companies, and he's not going to, all of a sudden say, I'm done with that because Elizabeth Warren told me to.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I get the concern of somebody being in a position of power and using that position of power to put wheels in motion, put things in motion that will benefit them financially or benefit friends financially after their time in the government. And certainly, I think that's what Elizabeth Warren was hitting at there. I also see the point. RFK Jr. has made his living doing a lot of the things that they kind of want him to do as Secretary of HHS. And so, you can, if that's a true concern, then you'd have to find someone who wouldn't be able to benefit financially in anything in the health field at all.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
As HHS secretary. And maybe that person's out there, but how qualified is that person? I don't know
Right.
that particular line was I hear what you're saying. And I think,
that's a fair point.
He would have done better to kind of just say what, Senator Warren wanted to say. But I think on RFK's defense with vaccines and autism, no matter where you come down on that issue, he didn't backtrack. He did say, he believes in the childhood vaccine schedule, but he didn't disavow his past comments. And I don't agree with his past comments, but he wasn't telling people telling them what they wanted to hear at the hearing.
Yeah, and I will say that before we go to David there on that, I will say that in these hearings on either side of the issue, there's obvious moments where they're like Elizabeth Warren there are just trying to get you to say something. Right. And like, you just know in your head, probably like, okay, yes or no, like, and they're just trying to like walk you into this corner. And it's like, under any circumstances, you're just saying, I am not going to just say what they want me to say because they're trying to walk me into a trap here. So I totally get that. That's the game they play in these things. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Well, and a quick, very important note here. I'll just take 20 seconds on this, but he defended President Trump's pro-life policies and said that they would implement those, and that he said it's important that we take a look at the safety of the abortion pill, mifepristone. So, to me, That's pretty significant. We kind of knew he was going to say that going in, but the fact that he said it in front of the committee is important because let's be honest, the way he would really not be able to get confirmed and get tanked if the pro-life community would come out against him, because at that point you got a lot of pro-life senators that would be a very hard vote for them if he was saying things that were the antithesis of President Trump's pro-life views, which of course he's not going to do. So he did a good job there.
Let's move on to the Tulsi Gabbard hearing for Director of National Intelligence. And here it seems maybe there are more headwinds. Republican Senator James Lankford, who had previously said that he would back her, said afterwards that there are a lot of questions now about her. Specifically, he was going back and forth with her, trying to get her to say that Edward Snowden was a traitor. She has defended what Edward Snowden has done in the past, and she refused to do that. Republican Senator John Curtis of Utah said the hearing had deepened my concerns about her judgment. Republican Senator Todd Young also clashed with Gabbard over Edward Snowden. He said, I've got, for now at least, all the information I need. And then Republican Senator Josh Hawley on Fox News warned that I'm worried that her nomination may be in jeopardy. So, David, it sure seems like there are more Republicans who are more on the fence and maybe even outright in opposition to Tulsi Gabbard becoming the Director of National Intelligence. Is that your read as well?
He's in trouble. Yeah. I mean, look, you're going to lose McConnell. You're going to lose Murkowski. You're going to lose Collins. That takes you to 50. That brings J.D. Vance into the seat to break the tie. But the problem is that for Tulsi Gabbard, she probably has a fourth senator against her, maybe a fifth, possibly even a sixth. Todd Young could be one for sure. I know there's some others, but you mentioned Lankford and others. I think ultimately they'll back her. I think Todd Young could be that fourth senator from Indiana, Todd Young from Indiana, that actually does not go for her. So we'll see. I think it'll be tough. Having said that, I thought she did really well. I mean, in terms of the best she could do under those circumstances. I mean, she's really swimming upstream here, right? I mean, this is talk about. It's not just populism and Trump and a mandate. This is like literally going against everything Republicans have talked about for years and years on national security ever since 9/11. So I think she's going to have some tough sledding to do.
Well, yeah, and this kind of comes at a time, like you said, David. Like does seem to be an upheaval of norms within Republican line of thinking on a lot of issues. Like you're getting more into this whole like just we just need to go away completely, eject entirely from any foreign funding for any foreign country, let alone engaging in any wars of any kind or any military action of any kind. So you've got this like total shift going on, and so will it fully matriculate here during this with Tulsi Gabbard? I don't know. Like you said, you got people still on both sides of the old sort of guard Republican and the new. And so when the dust settles, it'll be interesting to see where it lands. But yeah, echoing what you said about it's murky right now for.
And there's a lot of steps here too. Real quick, John. I mean, it's not just Edward Snowden, right? I mean, it's FISA and 720, or Section 720, right? I mean, you've got some of what you said about Russia. Of course, Bashar al-Assad in Syria and the meeting there. And there's more. There's a whole lot more. So it's one hurdle after another, and I think it could be, in a way, kind of political death by 1,000 paper cuts here. I think that could be the concern if you're Tulsi Gabbard. So.
And quickly, let's finish up with Kash Patel, Donald Trump's nominee for FBI director. He was confronted by Democrats as to whether he would have an enemies list of Trump political enemies to go after if he was head of the FBI. One thing I thought was of note that he said he opposed Trump's mass clemency of January 6th defendants. However, Democrats on the committee were saying that a lot of those comments about the January 6th defendants were disingenuous. They claimed he helped raise money for January 6th defendants. And the Democrats were saying, essentially making the argument, you're saying things now that we like, but they're contrary to some of the things you've been saying over the last 3 or 4 years on podcasts and in the media and in other places. Dan, let me throw this one at you first. With Kash Patel, that line of, I think if you haven't been following him and his career and some of the things that he has said, you might not be able to grasp everything the Democrats are going for here with regards to trying to compare past language to present language. Watching his hearing, does it seem to you like he's got the path forward?
Certainly did to me. I mean, you're always going to find yourself in a few pickles in these hearings. I mean, especially someone like him who's been out talking on podcasts and things like that. They're going to find and just get any little contradiction or thing they can dig up. But I thought he did a good job. I mean, he seemed to have a real good command of things going on, and explaining his past positions. I thought he did a good job overall. Particularly on that January 6th issue, like you said, I was kind of, eyebrows went up a little bit when he said that, because, a lot of the people in some of these hearings, have just kind of wanted to distance from that and just kind of move forward. But he did say it, like, hey, anybody who's assaulting an officer, I'm not for that. And, I wouldn't grant, clemency to that person. So, that and other interactions, I thought generally, I thought he did a good job, David.
Yeah, I thought he did a great job. I know Cash. I mean, I'll do a disclaimer. I've known Cash for many years, we've been in contact, kind of behind the scenes a little bit as to what's happening there. Look, no, he did a great job. Look, here's the thing. He was in a tough spot on that January 6th stuff. I mean, he had to give that answer. I mean, he really did. I mean, you can't be the head of the FBI and say I'm okay with violence against law enforcement. So, right. I mean, he had to. Excuse me. So. He had to say the commutations part of it. He had to say, I'm not for that. So that was the tough spot he was in. Having said that, excuse me, I'm all choked up. It's emotional. No, it's not. Excuse me. I'm like the old guy now at the, but anyhow, look, we talked about RFK Jr. being 80%. Cash Patel's going to be 100%. He's getting through. There's no doubt about it. So if we're going odds, we're going Cash Patel 100, RFK 80, Tulsi Gabbard 40, 30 maybe.
Yeah, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley was vehemently in support of Patel, and most of the Republicans, if not all the Republicans on the committee and in the Senate, believe the FBI needs a complete overhaul and needs a complete shakeup, something that Cash Patel has promised that he would do. And so we expect next week for these nominations to be brought up in the committees, and then if and when they clear the committees, they'll be brought to the full Senate. But of course, like you mentioned, if Gabbard doesn't have the votes, it won't go through the committee. They won't take it up. I mean, maybe they will, but I think, you'll whip those counts and you'll see, listen, if this goes through committee, it's not getting through. Maybe you pull your name out before the vote takes place. But we'll see how the machinations in Washington work next week. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of things. So the process, and you guys know this, but the process will be, so there'll be a vote on Tulsi Gabbard. Let's just talk with Tulsi Gabbard for a second, deal with her. If she does not get through committee, they can have a separate vote then to basically bring her to the Senate floor without recommendation. That would be the second vote. Now, at that point, you would think, well, they just rejected her. So how in the world are a couple of Republicans, whoever does that on the committee, like a Susan Collins and others, going to now say, okay, I'll vote for her without recommendation? But it could happen. And at that point, it does go to the Senate floor. And then at that point, you see if you get 50 votes. But I think that would be tough. I do want to say one thing on a separate note. Can we change these Senate confirmation hearings? I mean, oh my gosh. If these people with their opening statements, we gotta limit them to 2 minutes. Send a PDF file with all your gobbledygook, and do your 9-minute PDF. Look, even if you want to do it, get a podcast mic and record it. I don't care. Put a wave attachment. I don't care. But stop wasting our time. 2 minutes is enough. And oh, by the way, enough with these rhetorical questions that everybody asks, right? They have 5 minutes and they ask a 4.5-minute rhetorical question.
They're never wanting to. It's auditions, David. They're auditioning for. They're trying to get a viral clip. It's so ridiculous.
And that's my point, which is that I'm done with it. And so, can we just install a buzzer? Here's what I think should happen. Okay, and a trapdoor. Here's what I think should happen. I literally think that the question from each senator should be no more than 45 seconds. They should have a clock. 45 seconds, you get a question. And if you are past 45 seconds, the nominee has a buzzer. And they literally stop, and their mic is cut off. The senator's mic's cut off, and they speak. And, of course, we can have a trapdoor as well. Could you imagine the must-see TV that would be? Oh, now that would be good.
You people are very silly.
Can I add to your idea, David, real quick?
Sure.
I mean, what if we created an AI droid or something, and everyone had to submit their questions ahead of time. And the AI droid then just like perfectly, asked the right questions and tried to, ask the toughest questions at the toughest time. And
I love it.
You could attribute it, right? And then you just have to. So then there wouldn't be the droid doesn't care if he gets a viral clip, right? So like you got to just saying.
I like that.
Clearly, improvements can be made to these confirmation hearings, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. But we will be keeping an eye out on the news with regard to these nominees and, of course, everything that's going on in Washington, D.C. Over the course of the next week until we chat again through the lens of the Trump presidency here on Trump 2.0. David Brody.
And there's already a trend that we've seen in corporate America where companies have really scaled back their DEI programs. Let's talk first about what exactly Trump has done so far to dismantle DEI policies, not just in the private sector, but in the federal government.
Yeah, you mentioned one of the things that happened is he's dismantling DEI in the federal government completely, letting the people go, getting rid of all the departments. And he also made some changes in gender. Male and female are now the genders of the land, according to the Trump administration, or the sexes of the land. There will be no more gendering in the Trump administration. And I mean, that's actually, until today, that was the most significant thing he did that affects corporate America, because that sort of definition leaks over into how corporations have been dealing with things like transgender people in sports and transgender women in men in women's bathrooms, that sort of thing. But today, or over last night, he actually put a finer point on it, and he said that his agency head should also identify external companies and larger institutions where DEI might be being done illegally, which is way more concerning for corporate America than what he had done up till now.
Right. So he's definitely broadened what he had started off with, which was targeting the federal government. You mentioned the word illegally. An executive order, which is basically the actions that he has taken so far, is not the same as a law. What are the current laws that govern what companies can and can't do right now?
Yeah, to get a little wonky, it's called Title VII. It's a 1964 Civil Rights Act, had several different sections. Title VII applies to companies. Title IX applies to sports. And this is the first attempt for him to take a stab at Title VII. What he had been doing before was more directly in his purview, but he's asking his agencies to look around and identify companies that may be doing things that could be construed as being against the law in terms of what Title VII says. And all Title VII says is you don't discriminate. It means when you hire, you only hire based on merit, basically, and not based on race or gender. And that usually meant you can't give white people preferential treatment. That was what the original intent was, to try and help people of color. But more recently, conservative groups have been using it to fight back and say it also means you can't discriminate against white people.
So, Jeff, as you look ahead to what else the president is going to do when it comes to rolling back diversity initiatives, what will you be watching for specifically?
Well, this was one of the things we're watching for. This is the kind of thing that unless they change the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which no one seems to be calling for, it's basically redefining what is allowed and what isn't allowed under Title VII, which has been adjudicated quite a bit recently and is likely to be adjudicated more. There's a lot of cases that are coming to the Supreme Court eventually, potentially, that will try to sort of chip away or redefine what is covered and what isn't, what's lawful and what isn't lawful. And many of the people who are leading that charge are now part of the Trump administration.
Donald Trump continues his focus on reshaping the federal government by ending some efforts to promote some types of diversity. In the wake of the deadly crash outside the nation's capital, he suggested that diversity, equity, and inclusion programs may have been to blame. Meanwhile, President Trump also appears to be pushing ahead with a long-promised economic plan. CBS shows us the rest of his plans.
From President Donald Trump, theories continue to circulate around what led to Wednesday night's deadly mid-air collision outside of Washington, D.C.
Are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role.
The question as Trump signed a new memo blaming Biden and Obama-era efforts to improve diversity for problems with the Federal Aviation Administration.
The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website.
But the program also existed during his first term, designed to ensure recruitment for a variety of roles included people who have disabilities. Another program established during the first Trump administration worked to help people with disabilities get ready for careers in air traffic operations. On Capitol Hill, Democrats pushed back against the president's claim.
It just turns your stomach.
This while senators grilled 3 of Trump's cabinet picks during confirmation hearings. Meanwhile, back at the White House, President Trump promised new 25% tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico, citing immigration and drugs.
Those tariffs may or may not rise with time.
Oil explicitly not included on the list of taxed items. Trump said that, though, could change based on price. Jared Hill, CBS News.
The directive you're referring to is consistent with the president's
Can't hear you.
Learned the Trump administration and its officials instructed all federal agencies to wipe clean any of their websites and social media accounts of diversity-related content. We're also following President Trump's promised tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. The White House confirming they will go into effect Saturday. The president had previously said he was weighing whether oil imports would also be included. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was unable to clarify his decision, but defended the president's tariffs plan.
I think Americans who are concerned about increased prices should look at what President Trump did in his first term. He effectively implemented tariffs, and the average inflation rate during the first Trump administration was 1.9%. In fact, when President Trump left office, it was 1.4%. So President Trump is going to do everything he possibly can to cut the inflation crisis.
CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cortez joins me now at the White House. Nancy, we'll sort of take one of these topics at a time. First, what do we know about the removal of this DEI-related content, and how long are these websites expected to be down?
So it sounds right now, Lindsay, and I have to stress that this is all kind of unfolding and we still don't have complete information. But what we're being told by the White House is that entire government websites should not be down, that this was simply meant to try to remove specific content, and various agencies were given until 5 o'clock today to do it. The content that they say should have been eliminated had to do with the president's executive orders on transgender individuals, on DEI, things like that. Words associated with those topics were supposed to be purged from various government websites. But like so many of the president's other executive orders that have been issued with tight timeframes to comply, it sounds like some of these agencies have struggled to go in with surgical precision and remove only those topics by the deadline. And so we started getting reports at midday today from outside experts saying we're seeing all kinds of important data eliminated from government websites, health data, important demographic data that have nothing to do with DEI or transgender individuals. So what the White House is stressing is that it's only those topics that are supposed to be removed. Perhaps more information was removed than necessary because these agencies were trying to comply. And we'll see if that information on other topics, which medical experts in particular say is crucial for them to be able to do their jobs, let's see if that information gets restored as soon as they hope it is.
Let's look at tariffs now. Do we know exactly what tariffs will be implemented tomorrow, and have we heard any response from the leaders of any of the 3 impacted countries yet?
Yes, the White House says that the president is going to go ahead and impose 25% tariffs on both Mexico and Canada, our biggest trading partners, and a 10% tariff on China. Mexican officials were speaking up today. The economic minister said that this is going to end up harming U.S. companies that manufacture their products in Mexico. I'm thinking in particular of major car manufacturers like Ford and GM. He also predicted that Americans will start seeing higher prices for fruits and vegetables and that kind of thing. The president of Mexico said she is hoping that rational discourse prevails and that she can find a way to head this off. But President Trump was asked just a couple of hours ago in the Oval Office, Lindsay, if there's anything that the leaders of these countries could do or say to dissuade him from imposing these tariffs, and he said no.
CBS News has also confirmed that some senior FBI officials have been asked to resign or retire or be fired. What's happening there?
So what we have learned is that some number of FBI agents who had worked on the January 6th investigations, which have now been closed. This was the largest investigation in DOJ history, looking into all of the people who were involved in entering the Capitol and attacking police on that day. A lot of those FBI agents are now being looked at for potential removal from their positions. And this is part and parcel of a larger DOJ initiative to remove some of the top career officials now that President Trump is in office. It shouldn't surprise anyone who listened to President Trump or some of those around him on the campaign trail. They threatened that they would do something like this. And interestingly, Lindsay, they're not saying that the FBI agents who worked on these January 6th cases did anything wrong, carried out their jobs improperly, did a bad investigation. Instead, according to a Justice Department memo, it simply says that these agents and federal prosecutors who are also potentially going to be fired have hindered the ability of the D.C. U.S. Attorney to faithfully implement the agenda that the American people elected President Trump to execute. And so the appropriate step is to terminate.
Best. I'm Mr. Beat. I am definitely not the best. Anyway, I've been teaching American history both online and in the classroom for more than 15 years at this point, and during that time, I have come across some pretty awesome laws that the United States government has passed. Hey, I kid you not, Bugs Bunny. You just sit there and eat your cereal like a soldier when I tell you that sometimes the government actually can do good things. So what makes a law awesome? Well, it's awesome if it has done a lot of good for a lot of people. In some cases, these laws did a lot of good for a fewer number of people, but that impact was so positive that they still made this list. Look, this is not going to be easy. There were a lot of awesome laws passed by the federal government over the years. I know! It surprised the heck out of me too. We're not talking about the United States Constitution itself. We're talking about what Congress passed and the president signed, going back to when the founders first ratified the Constitution. And remember, we're talking federal laws here, not state laws. For the record, my favorite state law is the Texas law that says you have to give notice to the victim of any crime you may commit at least 24 hours prior to doing so. Hello? Hey man, I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to murder you tomorrow. Now wait just a second. What time tomorrow? 7 p.m. Okay, alright, that's fine. Looks like you just barely made it in time. It's 6:50. If it was after 7, I would have had to report you to the authorities. Well, thank goodness I remembered to call you then. Thank goodness indeed. See you tomorrow? Not if I see you first. Well, he seemed nice. Oh, okay. Apparently the law never passed, but someone tried to pass it. Texas, you could still pass it. There's still time. I'm giving you 24 hours to pass it. Here are the 10 best federal laws in American history, in my opinion. And now we go to the streets of Middle America, where Mr. Beat confidently strides as a pedestrian in his stylish new shoes. Waterproof shoes, durable shoes, comfortable shoes. Shoes by Vessi. Not only do they handle the snow and ice, they look oh so snazzy. Yes, I'm excited to have Vessi as the sponsor for this video. I've been testing these shoes out, for real. And I just love how comfortable they are all day long. As the newsreel pointed out, I do a lot of jaywalking out on those streets. I'm such a rebel. And my Vessi shoes keep my feet dry while staying durable in wintry conditions. Most importantly to me, the shoes look amazing. Vessi stands out from other brands with their unique blend of style, functionality, and sustainability. Take the first step in 2025 with confidence. Get it? First step. Anyway, explore vessi.com/MrBeat for waterproof shoes that go with all of your outfits and get an automatic 15% off your first order at checkout. There's also a QR code. Yeah, hi. Hey, good QR code. You're such a good QR code. Thanks to Vessi for sponsoring this video. Oh my stars, is this really happening? Are we really existing right now? Well, that's debatable. Anyway, here are the 10 best federal laws in American history. Like, ever. Number 10, the Pure Food and Drug Act. Passed on June 30th, 1906, it was the first major federal consumer protection law in American history. It banned foreign and interstate traffic of tampered with or mislabeled food and drug products and allowed the federal government to regulate and inspect certain food and drug products. More importantly, it directly led to the creation of the Food and Drug Administration. I know it gets really annoying when I say this, but yeah. I have a video about that. It was also called the Wiley Act. Wiley Act. After this dude, Dr. Harvey Washington Wiley.
After
who was
Wile E.
a
Coyote.
big reason why the Pure Food and Drug Act got passed. I gotta say, in that video, I explained how Congress gave Wiley money to slowly poison 12 young men. Yeah, but it's true. Watch the video if you don't believe me. Anyway, the Pure Food and Drug Act was the first federal law to penalize companies for mislabeling food or being misleading with what they were selling. It required potentially dangerous or addictive products to be labeled. The law has been amended many times over the years and inspired countless other laws to make further products safe for us. And yep, the FDA still exists today, of course. It's an incredibly important public health organization that has probably saved millions of lives. No big deal. The bottom line is we can thank the Pure Food and Drug Act for our food being a lot safer and healthier today. Number 9, the Patent Act of 1793. Yeah, this one might be a surprise to you, but based on all the evidence that I've seen, I think American patent laws are a big reason why the United States became the richest country in the world. First of all, a patent is just a protection from the government that says someone owns exclusive rights for making, using, or selling an invention, usually for a set period of time. In other words, the government recognizes the patent holder as the one who gets credit for inventing something and therefore should get special privileges for that. Passed on February 21st, 1793, the Patent Act of 1793 said a person applying to get a patent has to adequately describe the invention so that others could actually make that invention a reality. Yeah, this is a big freaking deal because it not only protects the person who invents something, but it makes the invention for everyone. But honestly, all of the patent laws really, I think, are important. From the first one Congress passed in 1790 all the way up to the most recent one passed in 2014. And this all goes back to the Constitution itself, baby. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 of it says, quote, Congress shall have the power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. So why are not just American patent laws, but all patent laws so important? For starters, there are no wealthy countries in which patent rights are not protected. So many hugely successful companies around the world would not exist if not for them successfully getting patent protections early on. When governments have our backs after we invent something new, we are able to make more money. This further motivates more people to invent more, leading to competition in different industries and thus more innovation. Ideally. Now, sometimes companies use the government too much to protect themselves, and they end up creating a monopoly, and they shut down competition, and this hurts innovation. By the way, that's been happening a lot in the United States lately. And this is why the Sherman Antitrust Act is also one of my favorite federal laws in American history. Oh, it barely missed the top 10, but it's an honorable mention, okay? Number 8, the Safe Drinking Water Act. Water. Everybody loves water, just like everybody loves Raymond. Heck, everybody's made up of mostly water. But water with bad stuff in it could kill us. That's why this law exists, man. So that the bad stuff stays out of our water. Passed on December 16th, 1974, the Safe Drinking Water Act spelled out a list of harmful contaminants that had to get filtered out of all public water systems across the country. Further amendments to the law in years since have expanded that list of harmful contaminants and issued strict standards for keeping these contaminants out of our water. If you are an American watching this here video right now, 9 out of 10 of you can thank the Safe Drinking Water Act for making sure the water coming out of your tap is currently safe. To understand the importance of this law, perhaps it's better to remember how things were before this law existed. Before the Safe Drinking Water Act, the federal government could barely enforce any requirements for water. Industrial pollutants like lead nitrates seeped into drinking water. Cancer rates skyrocketed because of this. Between 1961 and 1970 alone, there were more than 46,000 documented cases of people getting diseases from waterborne, fluorine-resistant pathogens. The lives of millions of Americans are undoubtedly better because of the Safe Drinking Water Act. But I should say that the only reason why this law isn't further up my list is because its enforcement at times has been mismanaged. Number 7, the Fair Labor Standards Act. So hey, are you a fan of the minimum wage? How about the fact that you get paid time and a half if you work more than 40 hours in 1 week? Or how about the fact that kids don't have to work in horrible circumstances to support their family, but instead can focus on going to school? Well, the Fair Labor Standards Act provided all of those protections at the federal level for the first time. Today, we take the 40-hour work week and the idea of the weekend for granted. No, not the weekend. The weekend. Like, you know, Saturday and Sunday. The days most Americans have off work if they work Monday through Friday, which we call the work week.
Hello, Peter.
No!
What's happening?
Don't let Lumberg tell you to come in to work on the weekend, Peter.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow, okay? Go ahead and come in on Sunday, too. Okay.
But yeah, we take the weekend for granted. But a big reason why the weekend is even a thing to begin with, not only here in the United States, but around the world, is because of the Fair Labor Standards Act. You better recognize it. Passed on June 25th, 1938. It was indeed the first federal law that created a minimum wage and a payment to a worker 1.5 times their usual hourly rate for every hour they worked more than 40 hours in 1 week. It was meant to be a penalty to an employer, by the way, not as a bonus to the employee. The law also said humans under 18 years of age couldn't do certain dangerous jobs, and that humans under 16 couldn't work in manufacturing or mining or during school hours. 700,000 American workers immediately saw raises once the Fair Labor Standards Act went into effect. Over the years, the law has been amended several times, but the heart of it is still there, brother. If you are a worker, which I bet you are, This law still helps you today, whether you realize it or not. Number 6, the Social Security Amendments of 1965. Passed on July 30th, 1965. This was the law that gave us two of the most important programs in American history, Medicare and Medicaid. Medicare is a health insurance program to help Americans aged 65 and older pay for medical bills. It also helps some Americans under 65 with certain disabilities. Later, Medicare was expanded to give Americans additional private health insurance options and to help pay for prescribed medications. Medicaid is a health insurance program that specifically helps Americans who are financially struggling. It has also expanded over the years due to additional legislation. Medicare currently helps more than 67 million Americans pay for medical bills. Of those, 90% are 65 years and older. Another 80 million Americans get help paying medical bills thanks to Medicaid and related programs. In fact, Medicaid is the biggest single source of funding for health-related stuff for Americans who are financially struggling. Now, the programs aren't perfect. First of all, they are expensive. Last year, they cost an estimated $1.7 trillion. Critics of the programs also say they have led to fraud and waste, as well as leading to the overuse of services, which further increases healthcare costs. Still, Medicare and Medicaid have undoubtedly helped reduce health disparities and made tens of millions of Americans have more access to healthcare that they otherwise would not have access to. Both are safety nets we, again, just kind of take for granted today. I have many loved ones who depend on Medicare funding in order to survive. I'm a big fan of it in particular. Odds are you probably have loved ones who currently depend on it too. And apparently, I'm not alone in loving it, by the way. A recent poll found that 92% of Americans not only want to keep Medicare benefits, they want to expand Medicare benefits. Number 5, the National Aeronautics and Space Act. I mean, holy crap, it's why NASA exists. NASA! Yep, passed on July 29th, 1958, the National Aeronautics and Space Act is the one that created NASA in response to the Soviet Union's launch of Sputnik, the first human-made satellite successfully sent into Earth's orbit. This law single-handedly caused the space race, or the Cold War fight between the United States and the Soviet Union to achieve spaceflight superiority. This law makes the top 10 list simply because of all the amazing things NASA has accomplished that benefit all humans. Since its inception, NASA has been the leading space exploration program in the world. It has sent 24 humans to the moon. Half of them even got to walk on the surface of the moon. In fact, the United States is the only country in the world to have landed humans on the moon. In total, NASA has sent 379 humans to space so far. This guy spent more than a year in space, thanks to NASA. It sent this space station to Earth's orbit, and today helps run this space station, the International Space Station, along with the Commercial Crew Program, a partnership with private companies like SpaceX and Boeing to bring more people to space. It ran the Space Shuttle program, the only winged crew spacecraft to go to orbit and return to Earth with the same vehicle, making multiple flights to orbit. And don't forget all the scientific discoveries that happened thanks to NASA. NASA pioneered the discovery of nearby planets and not so nearby planets and stars and galaxies. It's still communicating with a spacecraft that left Earth in 1977. It's out in interstellar space at this point. The most distant human-made object from Earth. NASA has helped us better understand our own planet and the sun and moon and entire universe, for that matter, or all matter, I guess, and antimatter, but I digress. It's furthered our understanding of physics and how the universe literally began. Not to mention all the inventions we now have back here on Earth thanks to NASA. Inventions like camera phones, CAT scans, memory foam mattresses, water purification systems, the insulation in your walls, the computer mouse and laptop you may be using to watch this video right now, and those wireless AirPods possibly in your ears right now. I could go on forever, baby.
I could go on.
But basically,
forever.
In my opinion,
Baby.
NASA has made the world a better place. Number 4, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Yeah, that's one you're probably already pretty familiar with already. Passed on July 2nd, 1964, the law outlawed discrimination based on skin color, religion, and national origin. It was a monumental step toward ending the fact that African Americans had, for so freaking long, been treated like second-class citizens. More specifically, it got rid of voter registration discrimination, employment discrimination, and racial segregation in schools and facilities generally used by the public. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 marked the end of Jim Crow laws, or state and local laws, mostly in the southern United States, that enforced racial segregation. But an underrated and lesser-known part of this law banned discrimination based on sex. Indeed, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 helped break down some of the institutional barriers women faced, especially in trying to find a good job. It sparked a bunch of other civil rights laws in the coming years. Later, it was used to protect LGBT+ rights in the workplace. Overall, though, the law marked a turning point in the entire civil rights movement. Speaking of which, there were several other civil rights acts that didn't quite make this top 10 but deserve an honorable mention. A shout out to the Civil Rights Act of 1866, the Civil Rights Act of 1875, the Civil Rights Act of 1968, and the Civil Rights Act of 2029. Yeah, that last one hasn't happened yet. Number 3, the Homestead Acts. This one is also several laws that all gave free government land to ordinary citizens. The first Homestead Act passed by Congress, but was vetoed by James Buchanan, that punk. But Congress revived it after Abraham Lincoln became president, and the Homestead Act of 1862 passed on May 20th of, you guessed it right, you smart genius, you, 1862. It said any adult American representing a family qualified for a grant of 160 acres of public land. Sure, they first had to pay a registration fee and promise to improve the land, and they had to live on the land continuously for at least 5 years to keep it, but what a freaking good deal, eh? And like I said earlier, many don't know that Congress passed many other homestead acts later on that further opened up homesteading opportunities. Contrary to public perception, most homesteading took place during the early 1900s, not the 1800s. The last American to get free land in this way got it in 1988, for crying out loud. When they were all said and done, the Homestead Acts opened up more than 160 million acres of public land and gave it directly to citizens. That's around 10% of the total area of the country. By the way, more than 4 million Americans filed for this free land. Since most of the free land was west of the Mississippi River, the Homestead Acts were pivotal getting Americans to settle the West. To me, no other federal laws in American history better represent the American dream than the Homestead Acts. The idea of being a self-sufficient farmer, working hard to build a future for yourself, and most importantly, building wealth through real estate. Now, the laws weren't perfect. Not nearly enough minority groups got this free land. They further led to the displacement of Native Americans off their lands, and speculators often exploited the laws. However, the Homestead Acts still provided a huge opportunity for poor Americans who otherwise wouldn't have such an opportunity to gain wealth. The historian Kenneth Davis once wrote that the Social Security Act was, quote, the most important single piece of social legislation in all American history. Yeah, but I think it was the second most important. Number 2, the Social Security Act. We're talking about the OG Social Security Act here. The Social Security Act of 1935, passed on August 14th of, you guessed it right again, you smart genius, you, 1935, is the one that created the Social Security program. The law provided insurance for older Americans who could no longer work, as well as unemployment insurance and financial aid to those with disabilities. Funded by payroll taxes, the Social Security program created a pension fund, or a pool of money used to pay Americans a monthly income after they retire. Currently, the average monthly Social Security benefits for retired workers is $1,976 a month. The Social Security program has dramatically reduced poverty and increased the quality of life for Americans, especially among older folks. I mean, look at this freaking graph. Look at this freaking graph. Look at this freaking graph. That's incredible stuff. In fact, Social Security lifts more folks out of poverty more than any other single program. Notably, it keeps around 1 million children out of poverty. My understanding is that before Social Security, many Americans simply didn't get to retire. They just worked until they died. I should also mention that the Social Security program is also expensive. Last year, it cost an estimated $1.5 trillion, which is about 5.2% of the country's entire GDP. But dadgummit, more than 68 million Americans depend on it. It truly is the most important and foundational part of our social safety net. Simply put, so many of us would be truly screwed without it. Number 1, the Clean Air Act. Clean air. Everybody loves clean air to breathe, just like everybody loves Raymond. Passed on December 17th, 1963, but amended several times since then. The Clean Air Act defines the federal government's responsibility for improving our air quality and protecting the ozone layer. The law was the first to allow the federal government to regulate air quality by setting standards and penalizing private industry for polluting the air that we all breathe. Since its passage, concentrations of at least 187 air pollutants have dramatically dropped. Take carbon monoxide. It comes out of the exhaust of internal combustion engine cars, and if we breathe it in too much, it kills us. Well, since the passage of the Clean Air Act, the amount of carbon monoxide in the air has decreased by 83%. Despite so many more Americans driving and using energy from fossil fuels today, there is way less lead, sulfur dioxide, and smog in the air than since before the Second Industrial Revolution began. I mean, look at these pictures of Los Angeles before the Clean Air Act passed. Now look at Los Angeles today. The Clean Air Act has arguably saved millions of lives and saved trillions of dollars. According to some estimates, it saves 230,000 lives each year and prevents 2.4 million asthma attacks each year. At the very least, it has improved the lives of tens of millions of Americans, and importantly, I must say, it has not hurt our economic growth and prosperity one bit. How do I know the Clean Air Act is important for us? Well, look at all the times giant corporations who regularly pollute our air fought it in court. Yes, those are just Supreme Court cases in which energy companies sued the EPA when it tried to enforce the Clean Air Act. The Clean Air Act is the most important piece of legislation Congress has ever passed because it's helped us all. And if you take it away from us, Congress, I will vote you out of office. So that's it. Those were the 10 best federal laws in American history.
Web pages went dark today after a White House order to wipe out DEI and gender ideology language. The web pages include contraceptive and STD treatment safety information for doctors. Without it, one doctor in National City tells NBC7's Alexis Rivas she and her co-workers cannot tell whether some treatments are safe for their patients.
I am very stressed. I'm afraid for my patients. I'm afraid for other providers.
Stressed and afraid, says OBGYN doctor Jennifer Weinsberg, because when she and her colleagues tried to check birth control or STD medical guidelines through the CDC website or app on Friday, they weren't there.
We don't know how to respond to this.
Weinsberg says doctors commonly use the CDC guidance to make sure patients with chronic conditions, STDs, or who take other medications receive care that works and won't react dangerously with something else.
We could be giving patients the wrong medications in the wrong situations, and it can affect patient safety.
The CDC was ordered to eliminate DEI or gender ideology language by a deadline of Friday afternoon. In a rush to meet that deadline, a government staffer told NBC News that the CDC began pulling down web pages regardless of whether it included gender. It's unclear when those pages might be restored.
It's a widely used resource, and it's a huge thing to not have it available.
In National City, Alexis Rivas, NBC7.
Other data sets taken down by the CDC include heart disease, death rates by gender, health disparities among LGBTQ youth, and safer food choices for pregnant women.
Hilarious.
President Trump's return, sweeping changes have been made to federal websites.
That includes the purge of LGBTQ plus content, and the sites, they already look different. This is what the Department of Health and Human Services website looked like last week, and that same page looks like this is of Friday at 5 o'clock. The orders to purge these sites came down from the Oval Office. The Trump administration wiping clean content from sites under the DHHS umbrella, which includes the Centers for Disease Control and National Institutes of Health.
Color me shocked, right? The president's attacking the LGBTQ community again. This is a war he started waging when he was campaigning, and now he's making good on promises he made to his base.
Emmy Zanatti with the Equality of Michigan Action Network says LGBTQ plus folks are already reeling with other executive orders targeting their community. Now this.
They try to wordsmith, they try to delete things, they try to, erase us essentially, but you can't do that, right? Trans people and LGBTQ people have been here since the beginning of time, right? And that's just evidenced by me standing here today.
As of Friday, unrelated LGBTQ plus content was taken down too, a tool the CDC uses to measure data on sexually transmitted infections, another to study natural disaster response, and there's no more access to tracking system on health-related behavior of high schoolers.
It's really disappointing to see. We're going to see how all of this continues to play out, and we're not going to issue any kind of knee-jerk reactions to the long-term impact until we know more.
So, Brandon, it's unclear if this is temporary or permanent. We did reach out to the CDC for comment. They did not get back with us in time for this story.
Yeah, this is something that a lot of people want to pay attention to because you have a bunch of marginalized people who feared that this would happen if President Trump got into office, which has happened. So it's been a very turbulent couple weeks for certain groups in our country.
Sure. ABC News has obtained a memo ordering that all references to, quote, gender ideology be removed across the federal government. The deadline was about an hour and 20 minutes ago at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and we're seeing those changes take effect as we speak. The memo orders agencies to do things like take down all public websites and social media accounts that promote, quote unquote, promote gender ideology, and turn off Microsoft Outlook features that prompt staff to write out their pronouns. It also orders an end to any employee resource groups that promote gender ideology. This happening right after the CDC scrubbed a bunch of HIV-related content from its website as part of President Trump's efforts to roll back diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives across the federal government. The agency started taking down all content related to gender identity today. That is according to one government staffer, as well as HIV-related pages. Those were apparently part of that scrub. Remember, earlier this week, the Trump administration started telling organizations in other countries to stop giving out HIV drugs that were bought with U.S. aid, even if they'd already received the medications, and those medications are there sitting in local clinics. Let's bring in Berkeley Lovelace, who has been reporting on this for us. Hey, Berkeley. Berkeley, what pages were taken down, and what are you hearing from people inside of the agency on these new policies?
Yeah, so as of this afternoon, several CDC pages have disappeared as officials move to rush to meet today's deadline. So key resources for healthcare providers are gone. Information about gay and bisexual men and transgender people are gone. Pages on racial disparities in HIV are gone. Resources on risk behaviors for youth are gone. And that's just some of the pages that have disappeared. There are many more that we're finding right now. One government staffer I spoke with called the process demoralizing. They said the officials or employees were initially unsure how to implement this new policy, but as the deadline loomed, they were left with no choice but to take down almost everything. And so, according to them, this new policy has effectively shut down the CDC's ability to combat HIV in the very groups most impacted by this virus. And right now, they have no idea if or when these pages will be restored.
And in terms of what you've heard from experts, how have they said this will impact AIDS care, particularly when it comes to minority communities?
Yeah, so experts are deeply concerned about this change. The CDC's HIV prevention work dates back to the early 1980s. Experts warned that the moves by the Trump administration could essentially dismantle the CDC's efforts to prevent HIV because addressing disparities based on race and sex and gender identity are fundamental to their work. So HIV has long disproportionately impacted minority groups, including Black and Latino people, gay and bisexual men, and transgender people. And the CDC plays a crucial role in tracking HIV infections, nationwide providing millions of grants to state and local health departments, and helping lead on-the-ground efforts to combat the virus. So one staffer I spoke with kind of put it plainly that, like, how are we going to be able to talk about the risk if we can't acknowledge it? And so this is something that we'll have to follow very closely.
All right, Berkeley Lovelace, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Talking about a video that was released by the new leader of Syria,
Yeah, I'm actually going to put this on
Let's
first.
get into it. What a week.
Steal more of their content while I get up.
On Sunday, ICE arrested nearly 1,000 people in raids across multiple cities, the most in a single day since President Trump returned to office. It would have been over 1,000 arrests until they found out that most of the people on the Amelia Perez store are not from Mexico. Some of those raids were attended by none other than television's Dr. Phil, who embedded with ICE officers in Chicago and live-streamed his adventure on Merit TV. Just for the time capsule, I want to say that sentence again because of how normal it seems to us. Television psychologist Dr. Phil McGraw embedded with immigration officers as part of President Donald Trump's broad immigrant crackdown at the start of his second term. When reached for comment, Dr. Phil said, "Sure, I tore families apart in the studio, but sometimes it's nice to get out there and see it in the real world." Here's Dr. Phil getting recognized by a man under arrest who said he was born in Thailand.
But you've never been deported before?
Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil.
How do you know me? I saw you on Dr. Phil. On Monday, Trump gave a speech to the House Republican Conference saying this about the deportations.
300 people sitting in a plane, every one of them either a murderer, a drug lord, a kingpin of some kind, the head of the mob, or a gang member. And you're flying that plane, it's not going to end well. You ever see the movie Con Air? That's what, yeah, except here's the difference. The people in Con Air were actors.
Look, it's not important, but we've got years to talk about what's important. The moral of Con Air is not that Con Air was a good way to transport the criminals. Con Air didn't work. Like, sure, Steve Buscemi didn't murder that little girl, but other than that, the whole thing went pretty much tits up. Con Air, the inspiring story about how transporting prisoners by plane is a good idea. On Monday, Trump signed an executive order shutting down the military's DEI programs and reinstated service members who were discharged after refusing the COVID-19 vaccine with back pay. Just so we understand where we're at here, Trump's position has always been clear. COVID-19 was created in a lab as a biological weapon to be used in war, and America's military should be as vulnerable as possible to it. He also issued an order banning transgender people from military service, which is huge for Trump. He's just invented an exciting new way to dodge the draft. People often forget this, but the trans ban is why the A-Team went AWOL after Mrs. T made that big life change. We debated people would know the A-Team. Enough of you did. Enough of you knew. And then on Tuesday, Trump announced an executive order to make it harder for doctors and parents to provide gender-affirming care to trans kids, including teenagers as old as 18. Look, this is obviously awful. This is the government getting between parents and children, between doctors and their patients. It is a group of right-wing ideologues imposing their fears and hatreds on all of us. And worst of all, this may stop young people from accessing gender-affirming care that will help them become the best and truest versions of themselves, while doing nothing to stop those very same young people from choosing new weird names like Canopy or Bayou. Everybody loses. Meanwhile, in a vaguely worded memo on Monday, the Office of Management and Budget ordered an abrupt pause on all federal grants and loans, causing widespread confusion, with hospitals, schools, and other organizations that depend on federal payments unsure if they'd be able to provide basic services. Oh, what? So now the White House Budget Office can't get loose and try stuff out? Creativity's illegal? Hey, hospitals, try a little more yes and a little less we need insulin. It's jazz. And the panic only increased when the Medicaid portal where states access federal funding stopped working on Tuesday. Trump's new press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said in an X post, "The White House is aware of the Medicaid website portal outage. We have confirmed no payments have been affected. They are still being processed and sent. We expect the portal will be back online shortly." And let's just stop and review in case anyone is confused. Caroline Leavitt is the terrible press secretary. Jonathan Lovett is the podcaster who's weirdly looking younger lately. Democrats pointed out that the freeze is unconstitutional. It's up to Congress to appropriate federal funds and up to the executive to spend those funds as Congress has directed. That money is our tax dollars. It's already been allotted. If we wanted to fund a study of whether mice can drive tiny Subarus, that's where the money should fucking go. And don't worry, I've been in touch with the Stuart Little Institute, and so far they've been unaffected. The OMB subsequently issued a new memo telling federal officials that the pause was only meant to apply to programs specified in Trump's executive orders, including those that took aim at foreign aid, climate spending, and DEI programs. The initial memo, as written, went much further. So did they do a bad job writing memos, or did they try to get away with something insane and underestimate the backlash? Either way, sure wish Kamala had a better answer on The View that time. A federal judge in D.C. temporarily blocked the order on Tuesday before it was set to go into effect, siding with the activist group Democracy Forward. And then on Wednesday, the Washington Post broke the news. Trump's Office of Management and Budget rescinded the order to freeze federal funding. Or did it? White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt threw America back into uncertainty, writing on Twitter, "This is not a rescission of the federal funding freeze. It is simply a rescission of the OMB memo." What does it mean? Your guess is as good as mine. I liked the government 2 weeks ago. The president at that time was also incomprehensible, but in a way that was much less terrifying day to day.
Okay, I'm back.
Also this week, the Trump administration sent a memo to every single federal worker, all 2 million of them, offering them an option to resign now and continue being paid through September. The subject line of that buyout offer email was "Fork in the Road," the same line that Elon Musk titled his email to Twitter employees in 2022, when he told them to commit to extremely hardcore work or leave the company. More like dork in the road. Do you think we're all dead? What if we're all dead? And where were the Democrats during all of this, you ask? Why, they were leaping into action. Here's Chuck Schumer.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
You know, earlier this week, I said Democrats should stop wasting time workshopping their perfect message and just get out there and speak from the heart. Today, I feel like maybe a little more workshopping. So I stand corrected. Bernie Sanders said of the freeze, "If President Trump wants to change our nation's laws, he has the right to ask Congress to change them. He does not have the right to violate the United States Constitution. He is not a king." Not a king? I don't know. Multiple wives, one of whom is buried in the backyard, casting off advisors the second they cross him, symptoms of syphilis in the brain. None of us would be surprised to learn he had gout. There's a lot of red meat in that diet. And on some level, we all know that if he started wearing a crown, a lot of people would be completely into it.
Yep.
Late Wednesday, an Army helicopter carrying 3 U.S. service members collided midair with an American Airlines flight carrying 64 people near Ronald Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed into the icy Potomac River, said a spokesperson for Boeing, "Not ours." I don't know. With literally nothing known about the cause of the accident, President Trump held a press conference on Thursday to blame, you guessed it, DEI.
We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by
I don't
a
like
standard
AI.
that's the exact
Yeah,
opposite.
nobody does.
DEI is starting
Except for
fires in
weirdos.
California. It's crashing planes in D.C. Pace yourself, DEI. It's only January. You're going to burn out. When asked whether he was getting ahead of the investigation, Trump shot on the reporter who asked the question.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all.
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have lost it. I think that's not a very smart question.
Yeah, use your critical thinking skills. It wasn't a White Hawk helicopter. Hey, how's everybody doing? Everybody hanging in there? Bill's in the aisle with a bottle of gin, and Kennedy's on the other side with a fistful of Ativan. Just raise your hand, and one of them will find you, or both of them, if you're nasty. Whatever you need. But rest easy. Trump's new transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, is on the case.
Obviously, it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that.
I'm glad he pivoted away from his earlier message of, I think they're supposed to do that. Last week, Trump dismissed everyone on the Aviation Security Advisory Committee. Air traffic controllers were also affected by Trump's federal hiring freeze. What Trump is doing is sort of like what surgeons do. They take out all of the organs, then put them back in one by one until the patient is fine. That way, everyone can be certain that all the leftover organs were a waste of taxpayer money. Of course, there's no evidence so far that Trump's freeze or dismissals had any role in the crash. But maybe we just say they did. Should we try it? I don't know. You see a plane crash on the news, the president blames diversity, and a former Real World star as transportation secretary explaining that planes are not supposed to do that. Maybe we just try it. Nah, it's not us. It's never been us. That's the shame of it. We could be. You want it to be us? You want to just do it? You want to get there? I don't know. No, now you see, there's that little flicker. There's that social studies student. They're my perfect, sweet little front row angels. You know it. You know you want it. You feel that pull. You feel the devil on your shoulder. Like, let's do what they do. Can we do what they do? But here's the problem. We can't do what they do. We can't pull it off because we have shame. We do, and it sucks. It sucks, but we're fighting with one hand behind our backs. That's just how it goes. We're getting the absolute ever-loving shit beat out of us. And, well, that's it. And it's like, what do we do? You get fucking housed. The truth is, this is the first commercial crash to result in fatalities in the United States since 2009. Flying is incredibly safe, and it is incredibly safe because of the federal government. Trump's changes, in all likelihood, didn't cause this, but his attack on our government is going to lead to a world where crashes like this are more commonplace, bullying people out of their jobs, undermining these agencies. He feels unconstrained in doing this because Americans take for granted the safety and reliability that aren't a given, but instead are the result of decades of hard, painstaking work to build inspection regimes and safety measures, and yes, bureaucracies that can be annoying and slow, but also made it so our biggest worry when we fly is whether that guy with the rotisserie chicken is sitting next to you. And he is, and it's me.
Love It or Leave It is brought to you by Factor. Ready to optimize your nutrition this year? Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that
These guys must make so
Trump's
much
acting
money.
attorney general, James McHenry, on Monday fired more than a dozen prosecutors who worked on special counsel Jack Smith's criminal investigations into Donald Trump. According to a DOJ spokesperson, McHenry said they couldn't be trusted to faithfully implement Trump's agenda. You know, it's interesting. If Joe Biden had narrowly lost, there wouldn't have been an insurrection. And Donald Trump wouldn't have been radicalized against democracy. And he wouldn't have had the time to put in place the plans he's now implementing so thoroughly. And we'd right now be saying goodbye to him as he was tarred with all the damage that came from inflation that he would have had no ability to stop. No use thinking about that. On Tuesday, Caroline Kennedy, daughter of JFK, heard of him? Sent a letter to the Senate tearing apart her cousin, RFK Jr., ahead of his Senate confirmation hearing. Here she is, reading from that letter.
I've known Bobby my whole life. We grew up together.
His whole
It's
family
no
fucking
surprise
hates
that
him.
he keeps birds of prey as pets, because Bobby himself is a predator.
By the same token, it's no surprise that I keep a golden doodle as a pet because I myself am a fussy, barfy princess. Imagine you're in the middle of a job interview for a new job you're excited about, and your first cousin, barges in and says, "You used to do terrible things to animals." Now imagine the interviewers are like, "We're on the fence." Anyway, nobody takes down a Kennedy better than a Kennedy or the CIA. Caroline also described RFK Jr.'s bizarre behavior while dealing with addiction, writing, "He enjoyed showing off how he put baby chickens and mice in the blender to feed his hawks. It was often a perverse scene of despair and violence." Oh, sure, you all hate putting baby chickens and mice in the blender now, but every single one of you will pay $20 for it when Erewhon calls it a smoothie.
Who?
Try the new RFK Jr. smoothie at Erewhon.
This video is extraordinarily lame. I agree.
Sea moss in it.
But I just put it on because I
You all fell for
things
bone
to
broth.
do. We can switch to this one. I just had to get up for a minute and it was longer, so.
Who will be president for 4 years. His name is Ahmed al-Shara, and he released a video recently about what his plans for Syria was. And I don't want to take too much time talking about it. I want to get right into it and listen and read what he says. It's got subtitles so you can see what he was saying, and then we can talk about it because I'm very curious to hear what he had to say.
بقلب ملئه الأمل والعزيمة موجها كلمتي إلى كل السوريين والسوريات إلى من يعيشون في مخيمات التهجير إلى النازحين واللاجئين إلى الجرحى والمصابين إلى عائلات الشهداء والمفقودين إلى الناشطين الثوار الذين كرسوا حياتهم للنضال من أجل سوريا الحرة. أقف أمامكم اليوم بعد 54 يوما من تحررنا جميعا، تحرر سوريا من قيود نظام مجرم جثم على صدورنا لعقود. 54 يوما مرت على زوال 54 عاما من أحلك أشكال الحكم الاستبدادي في العالم أجمع. تحررت سوريا بفضل الله أولا، ثم بفضل كل إنسان ناضل في الداخل والخارج، كل إنسان ضحى بروحه ودمه ومنزله وماله وأمنه وأمانه. تحررت سوريا بالشهداء والمعتقلين والمعتقلات والمعذبين والمعذبات والمفقودين والمفقودات.
I heard something about
وجميع
chocolate.
أمهاتهم الثكالى وأهلهم المكلومين بسبب تضحياتهم وتضحياتكم جميعا. أقف هنا اليوم لنفتح معا فصلا جديدا في تاريخ بلدنا الحبيب. انطلق هذا النصر من حناجر المتظاهرين وهتافات المحتجين في الساحات والميادين. انطلق من أنامل حمزة الخطيب.
So when he talks about this victory started from the fingers of Hamza al-Khatib, what he's talking about is
terrorism.
A 13-year-old boy that was tortured and ultimately killed, I believe, in 2011.
But I'll probably watch this video.
The only articles
Not
I can
this
find
video,
about him
but
were published on 31 May.
Shura's video.
Said
Shurara, I forgot. We'll watch that
the
probably
young
tomorrow,
boy
the whole thing.
Was taken, arrested during a protest in Saida, which is 10 kilometers east of Dara, on April 29th. And then his body was returned to his family on Tuesday, 24 May, horribly mutilated. The child had spent nearly a month in the custody of Syrian security, and when they finally returned his corpse, it bore the scars of brutal torture. Lacerations, bruises, and burns to his
video
feet,
of the body
elbows,
too.
face,
They
and
go through the
knees,
whole,
consistent with the use of
basically a
electric shock
visual
devices
autopsy
and of
type
being
thing.
whipped with cable, both techniques of torture that have been documented by Human Rights Watch as being used in Syrian prisons during the bloody
Imagine
3-month
torturing a
crackdown
fucking
on
child to
protesters,
death.
specifically in Sednaya. Hamza's eyes were swollen and black, and there were identical bullet wounds where he had apparently been shot through both arms, the bullets tearing a hole in his sides and lodging in his belly. On Hamza's chest was a deep, dark burn mark. His neck was broken, and his his reproductive organ was cut off.
Child.
There was a video that was uploaded to YouTube about like somebody that was inspecting his body apparently a while back. I don't know if it's still there. The original clip
You can find
was
it on Twitter.
removed. And then somebody re-uploaded a blurred version of it. So, because his, like, obviously his genitals were showing. It was a month before he was released to his family. And when they received him, he was a corpse. So, that's what he's referring to when he's talking about Hamza.
وأهازيج المظاهرات وآهات المعتقلين والمعذبين في أقمية تدمر وصيدنايا وفرع فلسطين واستمر بتضحيات الثوار الذين حرروا أرض سوريا رغم سنوات من عذابات الصواريخ والبراميل
Barrel bombs, chemical attacks, yeah.
ولم ينكسروا أيها الإخوة والأخوات تسلمت بالأمس مسؤولية البلاد وذلك بعد مشاورات مكثفة.
So he appointed himself as the president for 4 years, from what I've been hearing.
مع الخبراء القانونيين لضمان سير العملية السياسية ضمن الأعراف القانونية وبما يمنحها الشرعية اللازمة ومن هنا أخاطبكم اليوم بصفتي رئيسا لسوريا في هذه الفترة المصيرية سائلا الله أن يوفقنا جميعا للنهوض بوطننا وتجاوز التحديات التي نواجهها ولن يكون ذلك إلا بتكاتف الجميع شعبا وقيادة. أحدثكم اليوم لا كحاكم بل كخادم لوطننا الجريح ساعيا بكل ما أوتيت من قوة وإرادة لتحقيق وحدة سوريا ونهضتها مستصحبين جميعا أن هذه مرحلة انتقالية وهي جزء من عملية سياسية تتطلب مشاركة حقيقية لكل السوريين والسوريات في الداخل والخارج لبناء مستقبلهم بحرية وكرامة دون إقصاء أو تهميش وسنعمل على تشكيل حكومة انتقالية شاملة.
An inclusive transitional government. That's interesting.
تعبر عن تنوع سوريا برجالها ونسائها وشبابها وتتولى العمل على بناء مؤسسات سوريا الجديدة حتى نصل إلى مرحلة انتخابات حرة نزيهة واستنادا لتفويضي بمهامي الحالية وقرار حل مجلس الشعب فإنني سأعلن عن لجنة تحضيرية لاختيار.
Look, I mean, they could have held an election. Who do you think would win that election, though? Do you think he wouldn't? You know? And they could have held a Shura Council election. That's true, too. But I think it's fine to say I'm a transitional admin. The thing is, every time I've seen it happen, it doesn't happen. Like, I want to say that happened in Egypt. I know that's what happened in Sudan. You know, it happens all the time. Biden said he was a transitional president. Look what happened there. That was a joke, of course.
مجلس تشريعي مصغر يملأ هذا الفراغ في المرحلة الانتقالية وسنعلن في الأيام القادمة عن اللجنة التحضيرية لمؤتمر الحوار الوطني والذي سيكون منصة مباشرة للمداولات والمشاورات واستماع مختلف وجهات النظر حول برنامجنا السياسي القادم وبعد إتمام هذه الخطوات سنعلن عن الإعلان الدستوري
Constitutional Declaration, okay.
للمرحلة الانتقالية سنركز في الفترة القادمة على رسم أولوياتنا ضمن الآتي تحقيق السلم الأهلي وملاحقة المجرمين الذين
prosecute criminals who shed Syrian blood. See, that piece, it's like, okay, you're going to prosecute him. I've still, like, literally yesterday, as far as recently as yesterday, I saw a video of some Hayat Tahrir al-Sham guys just gunning a dude down that was like a brigadier general for Assad's regime. So, like, are we going to prosecute people or are we going to just gun people down in the streets? Because there's obviously a big difference, you know, so that's, and I don't know if he has control over all of those people because there's so many different groups and there's so many different people operating in the, you know, I guess, quote unquote, militarized forces, like that they have. It's more of a militia, really, because there's a bunch of people from all these different countries operating in there. So he's probably going to have to get control of those folks and like stop that kind of thing from happening if he wants any type of legitimacy in his government.
ولغوا في الدم السوري وارتكبوا بحقنا المجازر والجرائم سواء ممن اختبأوا داخل البلاد أو فروا خارجها عبر عدالة
Whether they're hiding inside or outside. Interesting.
انتقالية حقيقية إتمام وحدة الأراضي السورية.
Completion of the unity of the Syrian territories. Now, that's interesting because like right now, it's kind of like, the northeast of the whole country is controlled by the Kurds mainly, which are backed by the U.S., like the Syrian Democratic Forces, for example. And I mean, we have a bunch of bases there. So that's going to be an interesting, like, depending on what he means by that, by the context, that could be a particularly interesting thing to see how that is navigated.
كل سوريا.
All of Syria, and impose its sovereignty
وفرض سيادتها تحت سلطة
under one authority
على أرض واحدة.
on one land.
وبناء مؤسسات قوية للدولة تقوم على الكفاءة والعدل لا فساد فيها ولا محسوبية ولا رشاوى.
Without bribery.
وإرساء دعائم اقتصاد قوي يعيد لسوريا مكانتها الإقليمية والدولية ويوفر فرص عمل حقيقية كريمة لتحسين الظروف المعيشية واستعادة الخدمات الأساسية المفقودة. يا أبناء سوريا الحرة إن بناء الوطن
Zero sons of free Syria. Not sure what that means.
وهذه دعوة لجميع السوريين للمشاركة في بناء وطن جديد يحكم فيه بالعدل والشورى. معا سنصنع سوريا المستقبل، سوريا منارة العلم والتقدم وملاذ الأمن والاستقرار، سوريا الرخاء والتقدم والازدهار، سوريا التي تمد يدها بالسلام والاحترام ليعود أهلها إلى وطن عزيز كريم مزدهر آمن مطمئن بإذن الله والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that's going to be interesting to see what happens with that, because I mean, he's got a long way to go. I know a lot of folks are very skeptical of this because of the fact that he was the leader of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which used to be formerly called Nusra Front, which is an Al-Qaeda affiliate. And so it's going to take a lot of work to build legitimacy within their government, just because
just pretty much showed the whole thing didn't
if
really
you work that hard
it.
to go in one direction, you have to work just as hard to get back. So I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. I'd like to know what you guys think. Do you think that they're going to be able to form a legitimate government? Do you think?
Back, and we are joined once again by Hanno Hauenstein, independent journalist based in Berlin. Hanno was with us less than a year ago to talk a little bit about the suppression of protests for Palestine in Germany. Thanks so much for coming back on the show.
Thanks for having me, Emma.
So, and especially on short notice, because I hadn't anticipated Elon Musk giving a virtual speech at a German far-right party after hitting the Sieg Heil at the inauguration. We'll play this in just a second, and we'll get to Elon Musk and his role in this far-right party and in endorsing it in just a bit. But can you give us a sense of who the Alternative for Deutschland, the AfD party is, what they are? And I mean, today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. So this has, very significant implications, the fact that this far-right party has started to become a legitimate threat.
Absolutely. I just want to pick up on that for just a second, since you mentioned it. Today's Holocaust Remembrance Day, and today it couldn't be like more in the nose. Alice Weidel, one of the co-leaders of the AfD, and Elon Musk are meeting together with Olaf Scholz, the still incumbent Prime Minister of Germany, and other ministers, the Chancellor, in a meeting organized by Axel Springer, which just tells you the extent to which I think there is a lack of urgency with some of the established legacy media outlets on what is like the moment that we're hitting right now in this direction. But to pick up on your question, like what is the history of the AfD and like where does it come from? It was basically founded a little over 10 years ago in 2013 as this kind of like Eurosceptic party arguing against the European Union and kind of advocating for Germany to leave the EU. But it over the years it pretty quickly pivoted to more like nationalist, nativists, also outright kind of racist narratives, especially during and after the so-called refugee crisis in Germany. You know, Germany took in like close to 1 million refugees who fled Syria and other Arab countries, and during that time, and the AfD really capitalized on some of the fears that were existing and growing in Germany, specifically in those years. And I think what's important to know is that like it really the strongest support for the AfD lies in the east of Germany, because it has really managed successfully to kind of foster those economic frustrations of people who live in these countries like Thuringia and Saxony-Anhalt, and also the lingering distrust like towards like established institutions. And like in the post like reunification era, like after 89 when the Berlin Wall came down, like a lot of people were like economically very not well off as opposed to the west of the country, and that really created this fertile ground for a party like the far right AfD to kind of like to capitalize on
Sounds
racism
like
basically and like fear mongering.
what's up?
So that's kind of like the
It
background
sounds like
from how the AfD has
communists,
transformed from this kind of like
these ex-communists,
niche
are closer to
anti-Euro
fascist,
kind of
huh?
obscure party into like a really successful model of like far right policies in Germany today.
And you mentioned Thuringia. I believe I read that they won a state election there in September or early, I guess, so 2024, late 2024.
Exactly.
And that's the first time that a far-right party has won a state election in Germany since the Second World War.
Right.
That feels very significant. Can you speak a little bit more about those economic conditions and what Germany is facing that kind of left a vacuum for this far-right party to gain traction?
Well, so for like the past years, the leading coalition was like the so-called traffic light coalition. We always like name those coalitions by like by colors, because it's like the Social Democrats, the Greens, and the neoliberal FDP party. They formed this coalition, which basically collapsed back in November due to a few factors I won't go into too much detail on, but like it's the main thing was like internal disagreements on economic measures like public spending and climate questions. But that's basically where the vacuum emerged, and the AfD just like positioned itself as like a party advocating for kind of austerity dogmatism, and also like pretty much like
as I
racist
said,
messaging, like
what's
anti-immigrant
really
messaging, and
because we
kind of
actually
Germany
yesterday
first, so to speak,
we looked at a
was
video
the-
that's about the next party coming in, and I saw that they wanted to repeal the Supply Chain Act. Awful, horrific policy. Why would you repeal the best policy ever made? And then so what I was saying yesterday is my concern isn't that the AfD is going to win. It's how many seats they're going to gain and what kind of coalition they'll be able to make. I don't think they'll make a coalition with anyone. But, you know, maybe the Germans know better. As in the Germans here.
approach, and it's the question why it has been so successful in doing so. I think it's like just really managed to fuel like some of the dissatisfaction that has been growing over the past years, but really in coalition with established media outlets, especially on the part of Axel Springer, that have really helped, I think, this kind of right-wing drift that we're seeing. We're seeing it all over Europe, but like in Germany, it's really feasible right now. And I think in a way, my personal argument would be that the AfD has its own rhetorics, but like I think the established parties in Germany have also kind of failed to provide like a different vision, right? I mean, like their version of like trying to weaken this kind of like right-wing emergence and right-wing drift was basically to kind of accommodate the talking points by the AfD, these anti-migrant, anti-immigrant talking points.
This sounds very familiar.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like I often think of like what's happening in the US when I see Germany right now. It's unfortunately there's a lot of like similarities and parallels, right? Like so there were like knife attacks in two German cities in over the past months. One in Solingen and the other one in Aschaffenburg, and both were committed by like non-ethnic Germans. And in the wake of that, like all of the established parties, basically from the SPD to the main opposition party, the CDU, and the Greens, they've kind of been framing, deportations and stricter regulations on migration as like effective security measures, which again, as you say, is very resonant if you look at how Trump is talking today, especially last week since the inauguration. Like it's just like pretty much the same type of rhetoric that doesn't effectively this. First of all, there's no statistical rationale. There's no like proof to back up this thesis. That's one part of it. But the second part of it is that it doesn't help to weaken the far right because people always want the original. Like
Right.
it effectively just strengthens them. And right now the AfD is looking at like consistent 20% in the polls, maybe
That's an
more.
interesting thing
It's
to
going
say.
a little bit up and down over the past months, but like this is basically where it's at. It's the second biggest party in the polls for projected for these elections, which are in less than a month. And it's like a real concern that like it already today, like the AfD has been, no matter what result they're actually gonna get, they have already helped like normalize this kind of part of this like extremist rhetoric. And in Germany, there is this thing of like we call this Brandmauer, like a kind of a firewall norm in established party politics that like basically none of the established parties will do like official business with the AfD. But this is kind of like seeing cracks right now. Like Friedrich Merz, the opposition leader of the CDU party, who's very likely going to be the next chancellor, has already announced just a few days ago that he's willing to kind of work with any party out there to discuss like the need for limiting migration, limiting asylum for asylum seekers, some of which is actually written into the German constitution. So like these are all grave questions, like if that is even constitutional, what is asked for there. But like it just feels right now like a really important moment where people should be very aware that like this is like can be a real problem. I don't think that any of the established parties are going to form a coalition with the AfD on the national federal level, but we're already seeing cracks in this kind of like firewall on the state level and the regional level. So that's I think that's something we're gonna see more in the next.
I mean,
couple
just the fact that you mentioned here in the United States, the far right movement driven by anti-immigration sentiment. It's the same in Germany, Italy. I mean, and then in the UK, this is also a situation where liberals and Labour Party, they are completely incapable of meeting this moment to fight really the creeping rise of fascism. It's just that liberalism has really never been more lacking in its power, frankly, in some of these Western elections. And what's so scary is, as we said, today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. But the way that this fascism is taking hold here, or far-right politics, the anti-immigrant sentiment I mentioned, anti-Muslim sentiment in particular in Europe as well, but also this AfD party is critical of Germany's politics of remembrance. So can you can you talk a little bit about what that looks like in practice in German politics? Because, Holocaust denial is illegal in Germany, but this AfD party creeps up to the line quite a bit in order to dog whistle to those same folks.
100%. I think over the AfD has different fractions within it. There is like kind of the moderate far right and the extreme far right, and like this would be too
Interesting.
too kind of like in depth to go into right now. But there's one politician that really symbolizes the very extreme branch of the far right of the AfD that has been by constitutional courts. Constitutional courts have argued that like it would be legal to call him a fascist, which is says something in Germany. His name is Björn Höcke, and he has called the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin a symbol of shame. Basically, I'm like roughly translating from the top of my head right now, but like that's the messaging that's right there. And this is certainly breaking taboos with which shouldn't be broken in Germany, in my view. And like I think a lot of people are recognizing this, but like there has been a steady attempt from within this party to message in this direction. At the same time, what we see is like a lot of, I mean, the AfD is really not hiding their racism, but they have also increasingly dog whistled in the direction of like, all these kind of tropes of globalists in Brussels kind of controlling the economy and world policies. It's a lot of anti-Semitic dog whistling.
Which is interesting because, like, of all of the countries that is going to complain about the EU, Germany should probably be last on the list. It's kind of rigged in your guys' favor.
I would argue the same thing, but like that's apparently this rhetoric works for some people still. But like coming back to your point about the kind of critique of memory politics. It's interesting, like just I'm sure we're going to talk about Elon Musk as well, and we'll
play that in once you're done. Well, you want to just play it right now because I think it gives us a good framework. Because he's
good audible,
right,
Emma.
So this freak, the richest man on the planet, spoke virtually at an AfD rally right after doing what Nazis are perceiving as a neo-Nazi salute on the stage of the inauguration.
Can we show this?
Same
week,
watch
out, Germans.
He's making
Watch out, you're
going to
get arrested for seeing an unblurred thing.
He did what very much looked like a Nazi salute at the inauguration. And then he goes and virtually speaks at an AfD rally, this far-right party in Germany. This is what he had to say.
So, like, I think there's, like, frankly, too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that.
Oh, it's not the salute. Y'all lucked out.
Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great-grandparents, maybe even. And we should be optimistic and excited about a future for Germany. And that's really my message, is be optimistic, excited, and preserve German culture and protect the German people.
What does that mean?
And, and there's some other things that I think would be very helpful
Question.
too, which is
Elon,
I
question.
think you want more self-determination for Germany and for the countries in Europe, and less from Brussels. That's my opinion. I think there's too much bureaucracy from Brussels, too much control from sort of global elite, and when I've given talks at these sort of global government conferences, what I've said is there should be less global government. There should be more determination by individual countries. So I very much hope that the AfD does well, and that Alice Beadle does become chancellor. I think that would be very good for Germany. And I think it's very important. I hope that German people unite and strongly support AfD. Go!
Okay, so there we had it. He hit all the dog whistles there. The global elites.
Right.
We preserve German culture. past guilt.
Oh, I heard somebody in the
now, I guess
background
it's a
about
good
culture.
way
I
to
was like,
talk about
they
how,
keep a
like,
clip playing?
the politics of
That's him giving
remembrance
her the
again of
suggestion.
the Holocaust, of the fact that it is illegal to deny the Holocaust in Germany. They are criticizing the fact that there is baggage for Germany having committed the Holocaust, and we will renew your nationalist feelings about Germany, and don't worry so much about one of the worst crimes committed in the history of humanity. Let's not think too hard about that.
Right. Well, over the years, like the AfD has really deepened its ties with real far right extremist groups, and like I think it just speaks to their kind of continuous radicalization of the past years. And like speaking about Elon Musk, you know, like as you well know, he is very much inserted himself on the global stage in the US, but also in Europe, and like specifically in Germany, as we just saw. On X, on his platform. He's been flooring far-right influencers like Nomi Zeibt, who's pretty well known for kind of spreading all sorts of like conspiratorial worldviews and narratives, like the Great Replacement theory, the fact that we're like supposedly overrun by immigrants that are then going to replace the white race, all this kind of stuff. His consistent anti-trans messaging, his like pro-natalist messaging, and like I think all of these things are very resonant with what the AfD is messaging towards as well. And after Musk, so Musk, this kind of like flirt with the AfD that pivoted in the clip we just saw. This started in a tweet where he said basically that only the AfD can save Germany. Why he did that, I think Musk is like a kind of an erratic character, and it's not. I mean, it aligns with his policies and like his worldview right now. But like, some people are speculating that there's some broader kind of strategy there, that he might want to destabilize Germany in order to profit from that, like to kind of weaken the euro. But I'm not sure if that's true. It's basically,
he does build, you know, a lot of SUVs in Germany, so that's part of it. But I also just think some of this is just ideology from a guy. He makes it pretty clear is when the richest man on earth starts talking about global elites. Like, no, you're the global elite. So when you say elites, you mean globalists in the anti-Semitic sense.
Right. Yeah, well, it's like it's quite telling. It's quite telling indeed. And you know, like so the tweet on X where he kind of like claimed that only the AfD can save Germany was quickly followed up in an op-ed in Die Welt, an Axel Springer outlet, which Axel Springer, again, Europe's biggest publisher, the owner of Politico, the publisher that publishes the biggest newspaper in Germany. So there's a real in-depth complicity here on part of like established legacy German media outlets that could very well say, no, we don't give this man a platform to endorse a fascist party, but chose to do the opposite. So this was followed up on like a public conversation between Musk and Alice Weidel that lasted for about an hour, in which honestly Weidel, you know, made some pretty bizarre and historically false claims, such as, to give you just a few of the highlights, that Adolf Hitler was supposedly a communist because he nationalized things, or that supposedly like the leftish Palestinians, as she framed it, were like the true heirs of like anti-Semitism, because they criticized Israel after October 7th for Israel's onslaught on Gaza. And I think all of these things are very telling for where the discourse is going right now. Like the Hitler remarks were so obviously untrue that like it actually sparked a little bit of backlash in Germany. But I think when it comes to the other question, for example, about like how you know, supposedly Palestinians and the left are the only ones to blame for anti-Semitism, is that actually reflects like a broader sentiment in Germany right now, where like these kind of notions are shared by kind of like a broader mainstream, and they're effectively helping the AfD kind of to hide their own anti-Semitism. What we spoke about earlier, the kind of like rhetoric of like global elites controlling the economy and whatnot. Yeah, well, kind of discriminate against minorities like Palestinians, which there are a lot of in Germany, by the way, which is another discussion we could have at another time. But yeah.
Well, I mean, I am curious as to how those politics are manifesting themselves, in the sense of when we had you on 10 months ago, it was about the nature of Germany's support for Israel and how there is this outsourcing of collective guilt from the nation for committing the Holocaust into the settler colonial project of Israel. Like, how are the liberals kind of greasing the runway? I think I'm mixing some metaphors here, but making it easier for the AfD and the right to launder their own anti-Semitism.
I think, in Germany, there's something that the Germans refer to as Staatsräson, the raison d'etat, like Germany's kind of like reason of state, which is to almost unconditionally support Israel, which is something that has manifested one-on-one over the past 15 months in this like genocidal war in Gaza, where we've seen that Germany has supported Israel militarily, symbolically, rhetorically, on pretty much every level you could possibly imagine. And it has repeatedly, on an institutional level, within the courts, within the police, on the streets, but also on the part of like major politicians, like critics of Israel's policies have repeatedly been denounced as supposedly anti-Semitic, when in fact they were voicing statements that are pretty much consistent with what all human rights groups who working on that issue are saying, such as things like, that Israel is committing apartheid in the occupied territories. Such statements have been called anti-Semitic time and again, and I think that has really helped actually the AfD as an entry ticket to mainstream discourse, because that's exactly what they're saying. Like, Palestinians and leftists who criticize Israel are the real anti-Semites, and we aren't. I mean, that's the AfD's main kind of like one of the main kind of talking points at the moment. And I think like the failure on part of the German, I don't want to be too generalizing here, but like, there was a big scandal. There are so many scandals about like anti-Semitism on the left or on part of Palestinians that it's hard to even know where to begin. But for example, on Berlinale, like the big film festival, like the now Oscar-nominated film No Other Land, these two protagonists, they basically spoke out against apartheid and against the war in Gaza, and were denounced as anti-Semitic by the mayor of Berlin and by the justice minister of Germany. And like, these kind of things happen time and again, and I think it fails to recognize the real threat of anti-Semitism. It actually conceals the fact that there is real growing anti-Semitism, such as the one we see on the part of the AfD, and it like externalizes it to minorities.
And so in the end, you can just basically blame minorities and largely Muslim immigrants in Europe, which is really, at the end of the day, what the AfD and the right wing was already doing in the first place. It's very convenient, right?
Sure.
Because it's the minorities are taking your jobs, and they're also the real anti-Semites.
Exactly. It's quote unquote imported anti-Semitism. So like, in Germany, anti-Semitism is, according to the way it is often discussed in the public sphere, it's no longer homegrown, it's actually imported. And like, there was a resolution passed by the Bundestag against anti-Semitism. And again, I'm not Jewish. I'm very much against this type. I think anti-Semitism exists in Germany. It is a real problem, but I think it's at the same time, this resolution that was passed on anti-Semitism just a few months ago, it like named a few examples of anti-Semitism, and it referenced Berlinale, what I just told you about, where what happened on Berlinale was really everything but anti-Semitic, but it didn't reference something like Halle, where a city in Germany where about 5 years ago a right-wing neo-Nazi attempted to storm a synagogue and like basically just kill people, and like he killed a few people because he didn't manage to get into the synagogue, but like it's um it's quite remarkable the extent to which there seems to be a bit of a confusion on this topic in Germany. Like this, and I think the AfD has been very smart actually in capitalizing on that sense of confusion, and as you said, you know, basically easily blame the others.
Well, Netanyahu, by the way, says this kind of thing all the time, where he says this false, complete falsity that Hitler got the idea of exterminating the Jews from the Palestinian Grand Mufti at the time. That is just a way to justify dehumanizing Palestinians and absolve the German fascist movement of its responsibility, which you can see like in the form of this party that is intoxicating to people, finding someone else to blame and not internalizing shame. That's what they're selling.
I agree. And you know, like I think the current interpretation of Zionism by this specific government that is like so hardcore ethno-nationalist and racist and anti-Palestinian is in many ways also like an inspiration for a party such as the AfD. And you know, I think the other established parties would do well in kind of understanding that like supporting a government like the current one that has committed these atrocities in Gaza over the past months and is increasingly annexing the West Bank and whatnot is not actually helping a version of you know, historic responsibility that has nothing to do with that. It's it actually would mean a bunch of other things that yeah, you don't tick the box by just like but just agreeing to this type of government.
Well, Hanno Hauenstein, independent journalist based in Berlin, thanks so much for coming on the show today. And
Okay, I will get back to news, but we have to let the chinchillas out first. Okay, we might do something like this instead. My chapstick! Species over here hiding because everything's moving around. He's nervous. What do you think of that? We like this? Is this good framing? You good? You sure you're already done? Everyone like this? We can see him plot from 2 different angles. He has no clue. Oh, wow. Hi, BB. Oh, we found a blind spot. Huh? Look at him. Whoa. He hiding. Whoa. see. I'm not sure if this is cut. How much does this even cut off? How is Zapata's eye today? I'll look at it when I let him out. Tiny man. I love it when he stands with his paws all proper. Hello, sweet prince. What are you doing? Are you plotting? Just the heater. You good? You done or not? Are you done? Zapata requires a different setup. Oh my goodness. I know Zapper. Is your water bottle not trigger pal? That looks great. Oh, I think that's the angle. You motherfucker. He's learned to jump out the other side. I can't believe it. And he's upstairs. Hey, what are you doing? Whoa. That wasn't very cash money of you, Zapata. He's the darkness. What are you doing? I was about to get rid of this QR code. Hi, bud. His wheels are turning. I see you. Yeah, I see you. Whoa. You inspecting it? What a magnificent creature. Whoa. What are you doing? You plotting? Don't do it. Don't you jump out. I'll thin it even more if I got to. Whoa. Where are you going? Where are you going? What are you doing? Hi. Hi, beautiful. What are you doing? You doing an inspection? Whoa. You all set? Okay, where did I put your strawberries, guys? if I was me and I was moving stuff out of the way to film chinchillas, where would I put my strawberries? Condom. I accidentally put him in the trash. Ha ha ha. Okay, who's ready for your strawberries? Ouch! You're a little too eager for those strawberries, huh, pal? Here. Uh-oh. Trying to fight already? Oh my goodness. So you have to put a bunch of stuff on the floor of Biji's cage because it prevents him from running back and forth and going crazy. Who's the drama? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Enjoy this little video while I get everything set back up.
And fly a few miles across the border into Mexico. They touch down outside a nondescript single-story building that intelligence believes is being used by the cartel for manufacturing fentanyl. The door is blown, 5 sicarios are eliminated. The squad leader finds intelligence on a laptop of the location of another cartel facility up the road. Just then, an FPV explosive drone slams into one of their helicopters. They blow the equipment in place and the team jumps into the remaining helicopter. An MQ-9 Reaper drone flying overhead fires a missile, flattening the entire building. On January 20th, 2025, the United States government officially designated Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, which now opens up the door for the possibilities of missions exactly like this to occur.
This evening, the president declared a national emergency at the southern border.
President Trump officially designating them as foreign terrorist organizations.
What historical examples can we examine to better understand how this situation might unfold? What would military action against the cartels look like at the tactical level? How might the cartels respond? And are we finally going to get Sicario 3? A series of 10 executive orders signed by President Trump into law outline this crackdown, and within them are a lot of surprising changes. One of the most important to understand, I think, is the United States government's declared the border with Mexico as an emergency, which orders the U.S. armed forces to repel forms of invasion at the border. This includes illegal migration and cartel drug trafficking. By declaring an emergency, it will change the current situation in a few ways.
But before we get into that, I want to tell you about this video sponsor. PDS Debt provides personalized debt solutions, and this would have been a game changer for me back when I was underway, and it could be the only thing keeping. This will in turn surge the amount of troops at the border who will work to construct additional physical barriers. We're talking about the most overpowered part of the US military being put into action here. It's logistics, its ability to bring material on site. According to an internal US government memo obtained by CBS News, right now they're considering sending 10,000 additional soldiers to the roughly 2,500 already stationed there. The memo revealed more about the plan, stating that the Defense Department may convert its bases into holding facilities for detained migrants and will use military transport planes to send migrants back to their home country. The first thing that stood out to me right off the bat is the type of units that are being sent gives us some kind of clue of what's going on here. These are some of America's top infantry units, the 82nd Airborne, the 10th Mountain Division, and 500 engineers from the Marines. This is meant to send a signal to the cartel, I think.
Shortly after the changes, cartel gunmen opened fire on American Border Patrol agents on Fronton Island, which has been nicknamed Cartel Island because the cartel often gallivants through there. The gunmen were in the middle of trying to smuggle migrants across when they opened fire on the agents. Border Patrol, of course, fired back, causing the cartel to flee, and there was no casualties, but it's clear indication to me personally that the cartel is pushing boundaries and testing what the response of the new administration will be. Cross-border gunfire between rival factions in the cartel isn't unheard of, but what's really unusual, I think, is the cartel directly targeting Border Patrol agents now. So there's a misunderstanding here with a lot of people. Technically, designating cartels as FTOs does not immediately grant authority to use the US military against the cartel, but it does open the door to it, and let me explain why that is. So they're actually prohibited from doing any law enforcement roles under the Posse Comitatus Act, but possibly not for long, because there's a part of the emergency at the border executive order that I think a lot of people might have missed. If you look at section 6B, it says, quote, within 90 days of the date of this proclamation, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall submit a joint report to the President about the conditions at the southern border of the United States and any recommendations regarding additional actions that may be necessary to obtain complete operational control of the southern border, including, and this is the important part, including whether to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807, end quote. I think that paragraph is almost more significant than the FTO designation, which is already huge, and that's because if the Insurrection Act ends up being recommended, it will allow US troops to pull triggers and arrest cartel members. So the logic here is that by first designating them as foreign terrorist organizations, it builds the case that there's a justification in using the Insurrection Act, which would in turn allow special forces to knock on cartel doors. Well, probably they won't knock, but you know what I mean. The Insurrection Act is one of the most powerful emergency acts that the US president can use. It would essentially let the government to go weapons-free ham style on the cartels. It would take Congress and the courts a long time to try to revoke it in a difficult process if they even wanted to try. So what would that look like? The Insurrection Act has a complicated history from being used against the KKK during the Reconstruction era in the early 1870s. It was used to combat widespread terrorism by the Klan against African Americans. And to me, that sounds like a pretty badass mission to be on. But there's also been kind of less cool uses. It was used to persecute Native American tribes and capture fugitive slaves, which in hindsight, not so great. It's not just the Insurrection Act, though. President Trump also stated that he would invoke the Alien Enemies Act, which would further grant the U.S. military the ability to deport foreign gangs and cartel members. To get a better idea of what using special forces against the cartel would look like, I spoke with former Green Beret from 1st Special Forces Group, Nate, from the YouTube channel Valhalla VFT. Nate has experience running counter-narcotics missions in Afghanistan.
The biggest one that we don't see getting talked about in all these videos right now about, you know, Delta Force to smash the cartels and special forces to destroy the cartels. Okay, this isn't Iraq in 2006. This isn't Fallujah, where we can just do call-outs into Tijuana or wherever, a city, and then just be like, if you aren't out by tomorrow at noon, everybody dies inside. This is an allied nation. Okay, so civilian casualties is a massive consideration for any type of operation or direct operation that we're going to do against the cartels, because keep in mind, the cartels are inlaid through everything, through cities, through the government, police forces. Tons of people make their money through the cartel system. Really, what we'll have to do is assist the Mexican military or police in whatever they think is the appropriate way to do that. Keep in mind, as Green Berets, that's all we do. There's only 12 of us on a team. We can't do anything unilaterally, really. It's not realistic.
As an American, this is a lot to unpack. Not sure how I feel about this exactly, right? You don't want the cartels operating with impunity any longer, but there's also some possibly downsides to this. Usually when I'm unsure about something, I like to make a pros and cons list to suss it out.
I was about to say, he's going to do a ground news ad.
Disruption of cartel operations, reduction of drug flow, increased intelligence gathering, improved regional security, potential humanitarian relief by helping weaken cartels that subject local communities to violence and exploitation, possibly more control of weapons trafficking from the United States to Mexico. Those are all, I like that. Now, the cons. Could violate Mexico's sovereignty and cause strain in relations with our largest trading partner. Could increase civilian casualties, retaliation from cartels against U.S. assets. Could escalate violence and create more chaos. Could become just a long, prolonged engagement that's similar to past failed U.S. military interventions like in Afghanistan and Iraq. Could have a negative economic impact. All right, so the pros and the cons list hasn't really made it any more clear. Let's take a look at lines on the map to see if that tickles my tism any better and sheds some more light. To give you some context visually on what the problem looks like, this here is a map that shows where the Sinaloa and Juarez cartel control sections of the territory that extends along the border. So these executive orders are aimed at keeping that contained, but the exact scope of the mission is going to be determined in part by the Secretary of Defense. According to a former U.S. Special Forces operator who spoke to the Rolling Stone magazine, this is how U.S. military action against the cartels might play out. U.S. Special Forces would run vehicle interdiction missions where they would track targets to their headquarters and then they would execute raids on high-value targets. Intelligence gathered from mobile phones and interrogation of captured fighters would lead to a mission cycle or a core gameplay loop that would rinse and repeat until a list of the top cartel leaders were absolutely eliminated. From there, they would start to move down to lower-ranking foot soldiers.
That's a huge one that we're going to have to deal with is getting that intelligence. Even in Afghanistan, the majority of our intelligence, human intelligence, came from Afghanis who would sell out the Taliban for money and things like that, right? So it's not as easy as we're going to war with cartels, we're going to go get them. Like, okay, who? Okay, where? These questions have to be answered before we could ever consider, sending in U.S. special operations to take down cartels, syndicates, and bosses.
In the past few years, we've witnessed cartels turn into private armies with armored cars, vehicles, attack drones. There's full-on battles between the cartel and the Mexican army. And I can't show the footage here due to restrictions, but I have uncensored combat analysis on Pepperbox TV. If you're interested, the link is in the description. To test it out, you get a 14-day free trial. It's $7.99 a month after that.
Oh,
and you
this
can
is
cancel
the ad, huh?
anytime. So
Didn't
if
you already
the
put an
FTO
ad?
designation doesn't allow for use of force,
Was that an
just yet,
affiliate?
what does it allow for? According to a former DEA agent, Mike Vigil, quote, number one, it allows the U.S. government to seize bank accounts and properties belonging to these designated groups in the United States. Secondly, it would sanction American citizens if they have any ties to businesses belonging to these designated groups. And thirdly, it tries to prevent them from coming to the United States, end quote. But it also allows for using military intelligence.
Everybody thinks that like we have the CIA, right? So we just know where everybody is around the world, and we know where all the cartel bosses are. And most likely, we probably don't know shit in Mexico.
Since the pros and cons list didn't really solve this, let's see if a barely credible defense briefing can. Welcome to the briefing. Please be seated. Thank you. First slide. I think the best way to understand what's happening is by using a historical frame of reference. This actually is not unheard of, and there is recent historical precedent that we can examine here. In 1997, the United States government labeled the Colombian drug cartel, FARC, as a foreign terrorist organization. After that, there was increased military aid and cooperation between the two by a heck of a lot. Because since then, the US government gave $12 billion in equipment and training to fight the FARC organization. It was called Plan Colombia, and it's ultimately credited with helping deal a decisive blow to the Colombian cartel. One of the key aspects was they didn't deploy American boots on the ground in large numbers or conduct missile strikes. Instead, they worked together to embed US Special Forces, small teams, and CIA officers into the Colombian security force to help advise them on missions and give them actionable intelligence. It'd be like if you were playing a video game and someone is whispering over your shoulder, telling you where the bad guys are located. You'd have a huge advantage. You'd be like having a wall hack. My producer Armando and I spoke with Francisco Santos, who was Colombia's vice president from 2002 to 2010. He was instrumental with advancing Plan Colombia and its policies, and it was a little surreal to talk to a former vice president from Colombia.
Colombia was almost a failed state in 2002. 180,000 hectares of coca. A third of the country was controlled by the paramilitaries, a third of the country was controlled by the guerrillas, and a third of the country was controlled by the state. With Plan Colombia going after drugs and going after the guerrillas which were involved in the drug business, in 8 years we changed the country. They were really relegated to far areas of the country. They didn't have the impact that they were having. Yeah, so it can be done. It needs political capital. It needs results.
But it took time to start to see positive results. Jan Schakowsky, a U.S. Congresswoman, said in 2003, quote, Plan Colombia was supposed to reduce Colombia's cultivation and distribution of drugs by 50%, but 6 years and $4.7 billion later, the drug control results are meager at best, end quote. However, that didn't stay the case because 7 years after she said that, by 2010, homicides had been cut in half, terror attacks reduced by 90%, and U.S. exports to Colombia quadrupled to $15 billion. By April 2010, former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates said, quote, in just a few years, Colombia has achieved a remarkable, indeed historic transformation in the security arena that few would have thought possible. From a nation under siege from drug trafficking organizations and military groups to a country quickly becoming a linchpin of security and prosperity in South America, end quote. But I think a lot of that ended up getting swept under the carpet. You didn't really hear about it because of the war on terror was so big in the news at the time. But by 2016, a peace accord between the Colombian
Can you just watch and let me know when he's at the actual podium so we're not wasting. We'll watch this in the meantime.
Agreed to dissolve itself and disband.
Actually, I'll watch it, and I just won't have my
Mexican
monitor up.
cartel disbanding, but that's the goal here that I think we should be aiming at with these executive orders. By 2021, the U.S. government removed FARC from the foreign terror list. Nothing's perfect by a long shot, but there are, of course, a lot of factors that went into that happening, and it's not an exact one-to-one comparison, but it's close. Because if we want this to succeed, what we're going to need to do is have clearly defined goals, a clear end game for what success against the cartels mean.
That, I think, is a good end goal. I think one of the complications with that in Mexico is it's not like the FARC in Colombia. You have 10 different cartel organizations that are all competing.
But look, one of the problems of the US is that they hate to learn from success. They love to learn from failure. So you go to the State Department, they have tons of books on Iraq, where we failed, Afghanistan. You go and see, hey, and what do you have about Plan Colombia? A 1-inch folder with some memos. That's really, that happened to me when I was ambassador.
But we need buy-in from the Mexican government and the people there on those goals. I think one of the mistakes we made when we got involved in Iraq was not understanding what the people wanted there and not understanding what the criteria was for mission success. Whether cracking down on the cartels with military force will be effective or cause blowback will depend on how it's executed and how the Mexican government and people feel about taking the fight to the cartels. I, for one, was surprised to learn that according to a Mexican newspaper, Reforma, a poll that they conducted found 46% of their respondents, nearly half, had a favorable view of Mexico collaborating with the United States to fight the drug cartels. I guess it shouldn't be surprising when we consider the fact that nearly a quarter of people in Mexico have been personally affected by cartel violence in their lives. The poll found that 75% of respondents believe the best way the United States can help Mexico fight insecurity was a collaborative scheme relying on joint operations. It's also telling that only 24% chose undercover operations by U.S. security agencies. Polls are, of course, fickle creatures, but these numbers suggest to me that if we want buy-in from the largest stakeholders, then working with Mexican security agencies is the way to go. It's like my old squad leader used to always say, fight smart, not hard.
The perspective of people in Latin America is like, what matters to them? What do they want? What do they not want?
They want safety. It's like in the US, they want safety. They want to feel safe. You don't want a drug trafficker giving you safety. You want the state to give you so in the end, it's the same. The problem is that you have really strong police institutions. Many of our countries don't. I have no doubt they're going to start using the drones to get many of those high value targets. Okay, so you're screwing with us? There you go. Because that's become a new way of exerting pressure, of creating having a political effect.
How do you get that buy-in? You have to provide some type of value. What is the value opportunity cost here? If I'm a politician that gets paid off by the cartel, what's the value in it for me to want to say, hey, yeah, let's clean this up?
Now that we're talking about it, I feel like it just could be very expensive. Like in Afghanistan and in Iraq, for sure. I went on missions where we would hand out hundreds of thousands of dollars to local sheikhs, and it's basically, we said it was grant money for your farm or this or that, but really it's work with us, not the insurgents. And I don't know, if we're really serious about doing this mission in Mexico, I would think that might look similar to that.
There's something like 1.6 million Americans living in Mexico abroad and nearly 40 million Mexicans living in the United States. This is a joint problem that requires a joint solution. And who better to join forces with than our allies and #1 trading partners in Mexico? Who wants the destruction of these cartels more than the Mexican people themselves who suffer at their hands? The Mexican army has fought bravely against the cartel. We usually only see the headlines of cartel violence, but if you monitor the situation closely, the Mexican army routinely wipes the floor with cartel gangs when it comes to battles won on a tactical level. The problem is, fighting an insurgency takes more than just bullets and stacking bodies, as we learned in Iraq and Afghanistan. Is America's goal to get the cartels to disarm and disband? Then some kind of agreement would likely need to be made to turn the cartels into legal political entities in exchange for laying down their weapons. This has been done in history, is filled with examples of this, of armed groups transitioning away from violence. Other cartel and insurgent groups have followed similar paths. I believe the greatest threat to a joint operation is corruption, which spawns distrust between the two.
They are mayor, they buy the police, they corrupt the police, and they have a territory they can move through. 2, they can control territories. In Mexico and in parts of Colombia and in parts of Argentina, they control territories because they They intimidate so hard. They have the police
First time chat. Hello.
also push back or bot.
Not
Mexico
really watching
has
my
arrested
monitor right now
hundreds of
'cause
their
I'm watching
own
for Trudeau,
officers,
so
judges, politicians, military generals for taking bribes from the cartel. Plata o plomo is a Spanish phrase that translates to silver or lead. It essentially means money or bullets. It's used to convey a forceful ultimatum from the cartel where someone's given a choice to cooperate with a bribe, plata, or face violent consequences, plomo. And it originates from a threat that Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar used to make against government officials if they didn't take his bribes.
Plata o plomo. Ustedes eligen.
The United States has prosecuted thousands of their own customs agents and other authorities as well. What we can't do, I think, is let the cartel push us to see each other as enemies. The United States and Mexican forces should be united against the common enemy of the cartels because we both have a lot to gain by weakening them. How will the cartels choose to respond to increased pressure on them? According to a CIA officer who spoke to Rolling Stone magazine, past administrations had turned down the option to use CIA ground branch due to the potential risk of cartel retaliation against the operators' families inside the United States. The cartels could also choose to attack Americans living abroad or tourists visiting, or energy plants or oil infrastructure in the United States. These are things that they're considering.
I think the scariest thing for America to understand is that it doesn't matter if you close the border completely, because there are tens to hundreds of thousands of cartel members in America living in America right now. What will they start doing? Terrorist tactics in America.
I'll give you a story of cartels. When Pablo Escobar killed a justice minister in Colombia, all hell went loose. If the Mexican cartel does that, oh, they're going to pay a very high price. So they have to understand, and as a Mexican government, you have to raise the cost and saying, you go after us. Look at what's going to happen to you here, 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 here. And I think that's part of what is going to be. We're going to see it in probably this year.
The official executive order, it's published online, and I think it reveals a lot about what we're seeing here. It reads, international cartels constitute a national security threat beyond that posed by traditional organized crime, with activities encompassing convergence between themselves and a range of extra-hemispheric actors, from designated foreign terrorist organizations to antagonistic foreign governments. They're talking, of course, about how the cartel cooperates with Chinese companies and likely the Chinese government to produce massive amounts of fentanyl. To me, though, the million-dollar question is how much of this will be by, with, and through the Mexican government. Meaning, will Mexico choose to cooperate with the United States to combat the cartels? And I think there's a lot of new evidence to indicate it could go either way. The United States and Mexico have decades-long history of working with each other. America sent $3.3 billion worth of aid to help train and equip Mexican soldiers through the Medellin program to fight the cartel. This initiative went from 2008 to 2021. Putting aside its effectiveness, it shows that the two nations can and have cooperated on security in the past. Delta Force, the DEA, and other American experts have been welcomed by Mexican authorities in the past to help give advice on high-profile counter-narcotics operations. One reportedly led to the capture of El Chapo. One of the biggest proponents of labeling the cartels foreign terrorist organizations has been Congressman Dan Crenshaw, a former Navy SEAL. He frequently stresses the importance of working together with Mexican security forces as partners. He also states that it's a two-way road, and the United States needs to cut down on the flow of weapons into Mexico, while Mexico needs to cut down on drugs into the United States.
Now, the way we do this in places like Colombia, and we have done it for decades, is we of course work bilaterally with them. If you go in unilaterally, that means that we've exhausted all other diplomatic options.
The Mexican government has stated they strongly oppose any actions that are taken without their approval inside their nation. On January 21st, Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum came out and she gave her first remarks about these developments. And she said that they would not object to America trying to keep asylum cases being heard in Mexico. She also said that they would cooperate on security matters
so long as Mexico's sovereignty is respected. Her exact words were, "They can and should act in their territory, they in their territory, we in our territory," end quote. This response appears to show some early indication that there's room for cooperation. I think part of designating cartels as foreign terrorist organizations is a symbolic move. It'll put additional pressure from the international community to act against them, or at least not cooperate with them. The White House executive order states that justifications for why the cartel fits the bill as an FTO is, quote, "In certain portions of Mexico they function as a quasi-government entity, controlling nearly all aspects of society," end quote. The fact that they control parts of the government's function is a huge justification for why they're able to designate them as a foreign terrorist organization. Goes on to say the cartel's activities threaten the safety of American people, the security of the United States, and the stability of the international order in the Western Hemisphere. But there's a big reason why Mexico might not be excited about this or want to get on board. It's partly because it could have an impact on them economically. This designation will have knock-on effects potentially impacting foreign investments from, say, the United States into Mexico. It means that payments made to any company that has cartel affiliation in their organization can be seen as sending material support to a terror organization. So if you own a business that's working with companies in Mexico, if it turns out that they have cartel connections, you could be going to jail for a very long time. Considering just how wide the cartel network is, they employ some 175,000 people. This means that there are huge liabilities when choosing to work with a Mexican company, because you better hope that you're vetting them correctly and doing your due diligence and that they don't have a cartel connection. The reason I think this is an interesting time for this to happen is because right now, the most powerful Mexican cartel is in the middle of a kind of civil war. The Sinaloa cartel is fighting themselves. Two rival factions within that organization have been at war with one another over the past few months. To me, this raises a question, a huge question, of whether they will choose to unite against the US government or if it'll be easier to destroy them in this weakened moment. We know that currently the cartels fear retaliation from American forces. In 2023, 2 US tourists were killed by them when they were mistaken for drug smugglers. The Gulf Cartel immediately did an apology and turned in their own member who was responsible for what happened. But at this point, it might be a little late for an apology now. Former Special Forces soldier Brian Michael Jenkins, current senior advisor to the RAND president, put it this way, quote, "The terror label seems to have great appeal not because it expands legal authority, but because it sends a loud message. People view terrorism as more heinous than ordinary crime. Calling it drug trafficking, kidnapping, and murder by themselves doesn't adequately reflect the national outrage of some. The terror label elevates the issue, suggesting that more must be done to prevent these kinds of acts in the future, and that in this case, if Mexico does not do something, the United States will. Applying a terror label raises the possibility of military action," end quote. As the famous Kissinger quote goes, "The guerrilla wins if he does not lose. The conventional army loses if it does not win." Everyone agrees on what the problem is. The drug epidemic has been horrible. Nearly everyone, myself included, have lost someone close to us or know someone who's died from a drug overdose. There was a period of several years where we were losing 90 to 100,000 people a year, and that might still be occurring. But they can't agree on the solution. I think the way a lot of Americans feel about this issue is it largely shakes out into two positions. On the one side, feel like the problem is not being taken care of, and so someone has to do something about it. The other side feels like the root cause of the problem might be in US demand for drugs, and military action might have the opposite effect of destroying the cartels. The stakes are high, and so are the risks, but the reward of being rid of the cartels is one that I think is worthy of cooperation. Check us out on Pepperbox TV. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy.
Trudeau's still not here. just wanted to see if that dagger did anything, if it's not destroying jokers. Look at this guy crawling around. to Trudeau to be late. Where's Trudeau? Where's Trudeau? Bring me Trudeau. Wowzer. Speed racer. I'll win this time. Something tells me. Give me diamond. Fuck. Oh, that's a spade. It's okay. Fuck. I'm so stupid. That was a close one. Would have lost it right at the end. That's bullshit. Giving me a fucking joker like that this late in the game.
Bonsoir.
Trudeau.
Good evening. Today,
He's here. He's
the
here.
United States informed us they will be imposing 25% tariffs on Canadian exports to the United States and 10% on Canadian energy. A decision that, should they elect to proceed with, should take effect on Tuesday, February 4th. Cette décision met en péril une relation économique
Oh, he's speaking that
historique.
alien tongue.
Une relation qui a été la source de tellement de richesse, de prospérité et de possibilités des deux côtés de la frontière. Tonight, first, I want to speak directly to Americans, our closest friends and neighbors.
Not your
This is a
buddy,
choice
guy.
that, yes, will harm Canadians, but beyond that, it will have real consequences for you, the American people. As I have consistently said, tariffs against Canada will put your jobs at risk, potentially shutting down American auto assembly plants and other manufacturing facilities. They will raise costs for you, including food at the grocery store and gas at the pump. They will impede your access to an affordable supply of vital goods crucial for U.S. security, such as nickel, potash, uranium, steel, and aluminum. They will violate the free trade agreement that the President and I, along with our Mexican partner, negotiated and signed a few years ago. But it doesn't have to be this way. As President John F. Kennedy said many years ago, geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends, economics has made us partners, and necessity has made us allies. That rang true for many decades prior to President Kennedy's time in office, and in the decades since. From the beaches of Normandy to the mountains of the Korean Peninsula, from the fields of Flanders to the streets of Kandahar, we have fought and died alongside you. During your darkest hours, during the Iranian hostage crisis, those 444 days we worked around the clock from our embassy to get your innocent compatriots home. During the summer of 2005, when Hurricane Katrina ravaged your great city of New Orleans, or mere weeks ago, when we sent water bombers to tackle the wildfires in California. During the day the world stood still, September 11th, 2001, when we provided refuge to stranded passengers and planes, we were always there, standing with you, grieving with you, the American people. Together, we've built the most successful economic, military, and security partnership the world has ever seen. A relationship that has been the envy of the world. Yes, we've had our differences in the past, but we've always found a way to get past them. As I've said before, if President Trump wants to usher in a new golden age for the United States, the better path is to partner with Canada, not to punish us. Canada has critical minerals, reliable and affordable energy, stable democratic institutions, shared values, and the natural resources you need. Canada has the ingredients necessary to build a booming and secure partnership for the North American economy, and we stand at the ready to work together. Let's take a moment to talk about our shared border. Our border is already safe and secure, but there's always more work to do. Less than 1% of fentanyl, less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States come from Canada. But hearing concerns from both Canadians and Americans, including the American president himself, we're taking action. We launched a $1.3 billion border plan that is already showing results, because we too are devastated by the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has torn apart communities and caused so much pain and torment for countless families across Canada, just like in the United States. A drug that we too want to see wiped from the face of this earth. A drug whose traffickers must be punished. As neighbors, we must work collaboratively to fix this. Unfortunately, the actions taken today by the White House split us apart instead of bringing us together. Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products in 21 days' time to allow Canadian companies and supply chains to seek to find alternatives. Ce soir, j'annonce la réplique du Canada, des tarifs douaniers de 25% sur 155 milliards de dollars de marchandises américaines. dès mardi, 30 milliards de dollars de produits américains vont être touchés par ces tarifs. Et dans 21 jours, pour donner le temps aux compagnies canadiennes de trouver des options alternatives, ce sera le cas pour 125 milliards de dollars de marchandises de plus. Like the American tariffs, our response will also be far-reaching
Real
and
quick,
include everyday
you'll
items
still be able to hear.
such as American beer, wine, and bourbon, fruits,
I got
and
this
fruit
bitch right
juices,
here.
including orange juice, along with vegetables, perfume, clothing.
Come on,
and
Daddy
shoes.
needs a new pair of
It'll
boots.
include major consumer products like household appliances,
Crush that.
furniture, and sports equipment, and materials like
I
lumber
rule.
and plastics, along with much, much more. And as part of our response, we are considering, with the provinces and territories, several non-tariff measures, including some relating to critical minerals, energy, procurement, and other partnerships. We will stand strong for Canada. We will stand strong to ensure our countries continue to be the best neighbors in the world. With all that said, I also want to speak directly to Canadians in this moment.
Hi, Canadians.
I'm sure many of you are anxious, but I want you to know we are all in this together. The Canadian government, Canadian businesses, Canadian organized labor, Canadian civil society,
Canadian
Canada's
organized
premiers,
crime.
and tens of millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast are aligned and united. This is Team Canada at its best. Plus tôt aujourd'hui, j'ai parlé avec les premiers ministres de toutes nos provinces et territoires. On est unis et solidaires. Ils ont tous appuyé notre approche. On est aussi alignés pour faire tomber les obstacles qui freinent le commerce entre nos provinces et territoires et rendre ça plus facile pour les consommateurs de choisir des produits de chez nous. Il y a quelques minutes, je me suis entretenu avec Mme Sheinbaum, la présidente du Mexique, notre autre partenaire nord-américain, qui a lui
Trudeau is
aussi
giving us
été la cible de
really low
tarifs
rating.
douaniers aujourd'hui. On s'est engagé à travailler ensemble pour y faire face.
People don't seem to like him.
Il s'agit d'une menace qui vise l'ensemble du pays. Et ça m'a fait chaud au cœur de voir autant de nos leaders répondre à l'appel et s'engager pour qu'aucun Canadien ne soit laissé pour compte. Notre gouvernement va être là pour les Canadiens. On va être là pour vous. Mais en même temps, j'ai quelque chose à vous demander. Je vous demande d'être solidaires les uns des autres. Beaucoup d'entre nous vont être affectés par tout ça et vont vivre des moments difficiles. Je vous demande d'être là les uns pour les autres, d'être là pour vos amis, vos voisins et vos compatriotes. D'un océan à l'autre, les Canadiens sont très différents. On parle de différentes langues, on a de différentes croyances, on a de différentes opinions, de différentes idées. Mais quand on reste unis, on puise notre force dans cette différence. And now is also the time to choose Canada. There are many ways for you to do your part. It might mean checking the labels at the supermarket and picking Canadian-made products. It might mean opting for Canadian rye over Kentucky bourbon, or foregoing Florida orange juice altogether. It might mean changing your summer vacation plans to stay here in Canada and explore the many national and provincial parks, historical sites, and tourist destinations our great country has to offer. C'est le temps de choisir des produits d'ici et d'appuyer des entreprises d'ici, d'appuyer nos producteurs agricoles, nos manufacturiers, nos travailleurs, nos entrepreneurs, nos artistes. It might mean doing all of these things or finding your own way to stand up for Canada. In this moment, we must pull together because we love this country. We pride ourselves on braving the cold during the long winter months. We don't like to beat our chests, but we're always out there waving the maple leaf loudly and proudly to celebrate an Olympic gold medal. On a notre propre identité, notre propre histoire et nos propres valeurs. Les Canadiens sont accueillants, ouverts, novateurs, ambitieux. On préfère régler nos disputes avec diplomatie, mais on est prêt à se battre quand c'est nécessaire. Canada is home to bountiful resources, breathtaking beauty, and a proud people who've come from every corner of the globe to forge a nation with a unique identity worth embracing and celebrating. We don't pretend to be perfect, but Canada is the best country on earth. And there's nowhere else that I and our 41 million strong family would rather be. And we will get through this challenge, just as we've done countless times before, together. Thank you. Merci. Vive le Canada.
All right, so we'll take 20 minutes of questions, 20 minutes de questions. One question, one follow-up, une question à suivi. Merci.
Bonsoir, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Raymond Filion de TVA. Est-ce que vous avez parlé ou tenté de parler avec le président Trump aujourd'hui ou dans les derniers jours?
Ça fait depuis l'inauguration que j'essaie de rejoindre le président. J'espère pouvoir lui parler bientôt. It's been since the inauguration that I've been reaching out to speak with Donald Trump. I hope to speak with him sometime soon.
Dans son décret qu'il a signé aujourd'hui, M. Trump menace le Canada d'augmenter encore plus les tarifs s'il y a des mesures de rétorsion. Vous annoncez des mesures de rétorsion ce soir. Certains vont se demander, est-ce que ce n'est pas risqué? Est-ce que ça ne risque pas d'envenimer la situation?
On va toujours faire ce qui est nécessaire pour défendre les Canadiens, défendre nos intérêts. On est en train de répondre avec un ensemble de mesures fortes mais appropriées et on va continuer d'être là pour défendre le Canada, les Canadiens et notre avenir.
Bonsoir, M. Trudeau. Vous avez mentionné que vous envisagiez d'autres mesures qui ne sont pas reliées aux tarifs. Pouvez-vous élaborer?
C'est sûr qu'on a beaucoup d'initiatives en dehors des tarifs qu'on peut entreprendre en tant que pays. On est en train de parler avec les provinces et territoires sur certains éléments dans leur région, leur juridiction. On a aussi des mesures comme ce que les provinces sont en train d'annoncer, d'enlever l'alcool, les spiritueux et les vins américains de leur régie des alcools. Il y a des mesures au niveau de l'approvisionnement municipal, provincial et même fédéral où on peut moins acheter des Américains. Le choix des Canadiens d'acheter des produits canadiens, de choisir des biens et des services du Canada et non américains, ça fait toute partie de notre réponse collective.
Mais juste pour précision, est-ce qu'il est question peut-être de couper l'approvisionnement en énergie? Mais la deuxième question, c'était davantage sur le décret des Américains. Il n'est pas question là-dedans, il est question de la frontière, mais pas de la relation commerciale. Est-ce que c'est parce qu'il faut s'attendre à une deuxième vague de tarifs?
Tout d'abord, ce qui est important quand on va regarder différentes façons de répondre ou de mettre encore plus de pression sur les Américains pour reculer sur les mesures qui sont de l'avant, on va s'assurer qu'il n'y ait aucune région du pays, aucune industrie qui va porter un plus large fardeau, un plus lourd fardeau que d'autres régions. On sait qu'il y a certaines industries, dont l'industrie pétrolière, qui ont un grand impact aux États-Unis, mais on va s'assurer que toute réponse qu'on va faire va être équitable à travers le pays, parce qu'on ne veut pas que ce soit seulement une région ou une partie du pays qui paye le plus pour défendre.
Had to ruin it with French, of course. I know, right?
Un principe sur lequel tous les premiers ministres sont d'accord.
Est-ce qu'on peut s'attendre à une deuxième vague? C'était ça aussi la question.
Sur l'enjeu une deuxième vague, dans quel sens?
De tarifs, parce que dans le décret, il n'est pas question de la relation commerciale, il est juste
oui, tout à fait. Ces tarifs d'aujourd'hui sont ancrés dans la préoccupation du président sur le fentanyl. La réalité, c'est que le Canada représente une infime partie du défi au niveau du fentanyl auquel les Américains font face, et on est prêt à travailler avec eux pour régler cet enjeu dans nos communautés comme dans la leur. En même temps, il y a une enquête sur nos relations commerciales qui est en cours dans le système américain, qui va aboutir le 1er avril, et à ce moment-là, ils vont prendre d'autres décisions. In regards to actions we might take in terms of responding to the American trade action, there are a number of different industries and regions of the country that can have greater leverage over the United States. One thinks of the oil industry, for example. What is extremely important for me, and I think for all the premiers, is that no one region of the country or one industry carries a larger burden than anyone else in standing up for Canada. We need to all be in this together. This only works if Canadians are fully united from coast to coast to coast to stand up for this extraordinary and beautiful country. And that's why, as we look at different measures, including non-tariff measures that we might move forward on, we will not be moving forward on issues that further divide the country, which is why we're working with all premiers to look at different ways we can encourage the Americans to step back from these trade actions.
Bonjour, Christian Noël de Radio-Canada. Pour être clair sur cette question-là, les tarifs sur le gaz naturel et le pétrole ne sont que de 10 % alors que pour le reste, c'est de 25 %, notamment parce que les États-Unis ont besoin de notre pétrole. Ils ont besoin de plein d'autres choses dans notre secteur énergétique. À quel endroit est-ce que vous êtes prêt à couper le robinet?
Tout d'abord, soulignons que oui, les Américains ont besoin de notre gaz et notre pétrole, ils ont besoin de nos minéraux critiques, mais ils ont aussi besoin de nos pièces d'automobile, ils ont besoin de nos produits agricoles, ils ont besoin de notre ciment, ils ont besoin de notre bois d'œuvre. Il y a énormément de choses que le Canada produit, qu'on vend à des prix très, très bon marché ou bien responsables aux Américains, sur lesquels ils dépendent pour leur bien-être économique. Des tarifs de 25 % sur tout ce que le Canada produit, ça va faire mal aux Américains, aux consommateurs américains, aux producteurs américains. On s'attend à avoir des défis énormes dans l'industrie automobile, par exemple, aux États-Unis, où des pièces et du travail canadien et mexicain sont des éléments essentiels de ce qu'ils font. Alors, on va être là pour regarder et encourager les Américains de revenir en arrière sur ces tarifs et on va utiliser toute la gamme d'outils qu'on a. Pour être très clair, on ne veut pas être dans cette situation. C'est le choix des Américains de nous mettre dans cette situation-là, mais puisqu'on est ici, on va répondre de façon responsable et forte pour défendre le Canada.
Dans un match de hockey ce soir à Ottawa, durant l'hymne national américain, il y a des Canadiens qui ont hué l'hymne national américain. Est-ce qu'ils ont raison d'être en colère et êtes-vous en colère?
On a une très longue histoire avec les Américains. On a un partenariat sans pareil, mais il y a toujours eu des moments de différends, des moments de tension entre nos deux pays. Et c'est des moments profondément sentis parce qu'on est si proches en tant que voisins et amis et famille. Et ça peut être pénible pendant qu'on passe à travers ces moments-là. Mais j'ai confiance. J'ai confiance dans les Canadiens, mais surtout j'ai aussi confiance dans le peuple américain qui comprend à quel point leur lutte, leur grand défi dans le monde, c'est pas le Canada. Et qu'en travaillant ensemble, on va pouvoir passer à travers ces moments pénibles pour en sortir encore plus fort. Je pense que les Canadiens ne comprennent pas tout à fait pourquoi les Américains sont en train de cibler leurs meilleurs amis et leurs plus proches partenaires.
It's going to answer questions in English or what?
D'autres pays dans le monde. I think Canadians are a little perplexed as to why our closest friends and neighbors are choosing to target us instead of so many other challenging parts of the world. I don't think there's a lot of Americans who wake up in the morning saying, oh, damn Canada. Oh, we should really go after Canada. We're there as friends, as partners. We always have been, we always will be. Sure, we're going through a difficult time right now, and yeah, emotions may run high here and there, particularly around hockey games. But I know we're going to make it through this because we have the most successful partnership the world has ever seen, and it's a true value in this time of really challenging geopolitical instability.
Gillian Piper with Global News. Prime Minister, will you recall Parliament to pass a bill to help Canadian workers and end prorogation?
As you can see from our strong response package, as we spoke about with premiers this afternoon and have for many weeks, we have the tools to be able to support Canadians through this challenging time as it stands. This is a moment for Canadians to pull together, including Canadians of all different political parties.
The views are back up.
This is a moment where we need
Trudeau's
to set
a
aside
hit,
our
I guess.
differences and focus on delivering for Canadians, standing up for Canadians, and protecting the most successful political, military, economic, and security partnership the world has ever seen. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We have the tools to do it as a government right now, and we will keep doing it alongside our premiers and our partners.
A member of the Canada-US Council, Lana Payne, today said that an ally would not act this way, and therefore the US is no longer Canada's ally. Do you agree with that?
No.
Like I said, I think there are going to be people who are upset and even hurt by what's gone on
Are you
here.
going to cry? You going to
But I
cry?
have faith. I have faith in Canadians, but I also have faith in the friendship between Canada and the United States that has gone through challenging times before, but we always make it through because we've been able to count on each other for over 150 years, and we will continue to be able to do that long into the future. This is a friendship that has stood the test of time, and despite challenges that we can work on and we will work on together, we will continue to be friends and neighbors.
Prime Minister, you said earlier that you're not going to move forward on measures that would further divide the country. Does this mean that blocking energy exports is fully off the table?
It means that any conversations around further measures, particularly involving one industry or one region of the country more than another, is something that we're going to do carefully and thoughtfully and with the full partnership of regional leaders, provincial premiers, businesses. No one part of the country should be carrying a heavier burden than any other. We're in this together. We're all going to stand together, and we'll be there for each other from coast to coast to coast.
And President Trump said in the executive order that it's about the border and fentanyl. Do you think that this is what it's about?
We have one of the strongest, more secure borders in the world between Canada and the United States. As I said, less than 1% of fentanyl going into the United States come from Canada. Less than 1% of illegal migrants going into the United States come from Canada. That doesn't mean there isn't more to do. And that's why we've invested $1.3 billion in strengthening our borders. And we're seeing over the past number of weeks, past couple of months, the numbers significantly decrease at the border already. We are making progress in working together, including sending joint teams over to China to talk about the precursor chemicals that get developed into fentanyl all across North America. There are things that we can and must do together, and I understand the preoccupation the American president has with fentanyl deaths. We share those preoccupations. We've seen far too many communities across our country devastated by toxic drug supplies, by fentanyl, by opioid addictions. We have taken action over the years, but we're happy to do even more with the United States to counteract this horrific tragedy. That's why we have committed to doing even more and working alongside. But this trade action against Canada is not the best way we can actually work together to save lives.
Good evening, Prime Minister. Stephanie Taylor with the National Post. What does it tell you about your relationship with President Trump that you've been trying to get a hold of him and he hasn't been speaking with you?
I think this is a time where we've all remarked on just how active President Trump has been in engaging with a wide range of topics.
I missed it.
In his
What'd
first
you
weeks in
miss?
office. As you all know, I've had many.
You're the one who
many
wanted it
good
here, and you
substantive
didn't wait
conversations
around
with President
for
Trump
Trudeau.
over the past months, where we've highlighted the work that we can do. Our ministers and
believe you.
officials have been engaging, in many cases like today, multiple times a day with their counterparts to talk through these issues, to move forward on areas of mutual concern. We will continue to engage, and I will continue to be there to work with President Trump as we've worked together in the past. We've worked together to solve some pretty challenging issues over the years. I look forward to doing that again. Je pense qu'on peut souligner à quel point le président est extrêmement actif avec beaucoup de différents enjeux sur sa table. Ça fait plusieurs mois que j'ai eu beaucoup de conversations avec lui sur les enjeux dont on est en train de discuter aujourd'hui. Il sait très bien mes positions et en même temps, les ministres sont extrêmement actifs à être engagés avec leur contrepartie américaine, compris plusieurs fois chacun aujourd'hui, pour souligner le travail que nous pouvons faire. Alors, il faut se souvenir que moi et le président, nous avons réglé de grands enjeux dans le passé et je suis toujours prêt à le faire encore une fois.
But if you can't get a hold of President Trump on a day as consequential as this, when it really matters, can Canada have a productive relationship with President Trump and the Trump administration moving forward?
As I've said, we have had a very effective and constructive series of conversations throughout the American administration. We'll continue to. I look forward to speaking with President Trump in the coming days and weeks. This is something that matters, but we've solved big issues before, and we will solve them again.
Last question, dernière question, s'il vous plaît.
Thanks for taking our questions. Raisa Patel, the Toronto Star. When did you first learn that President Trump intends to increase tariffs if Canada retaliates, and how has that changed your strategy?
I think Canadians understand that we need to respond to this. We need to respond in a way that is appropriate, that is measured but forceful.
It was fucking
that
busy
meets
with
the
your
moment.
mom, yeah.
We're certainly not looking to escalate, but we will stand up for Canada, for Canadians, for Canadian jobs. We will also continue to do
the
more.
thing is what's
together with the
so
United
interesting
States
about this is Scheinbaum is like
counteract the scourge that
doubling
is
down
fentanyl.
with shit talking, you know,
We'll
Introduce
continue to work
doing
on
the
growing
it's
our
okay
economies
babies,
together,
it's
creating
okay
jobs,
babies,
and
daddy's
competing
got ya.
with the rise
You
of
know,
market
they're both
economies
doing
around the
like
world.
different
We
responses
can and
to
will
it.
do things together, and that is my focus. My job is to stand up for Canadians.
My job.
That's exactly what we're doing. But we're also standing up for the relationship between Canada and the United States, which, as I've said, is the most successful partnership and friendship the world has ever seen.
You're dealing with a U.S. administration that says, you know, there's nothing that you can do to stop this. You know, we're not looking for any concessions. So do you see any conceivable way out of this because of that?
The coming weeks will be difficult for Canadians, and they'll be difficult for Americans. The level of cooperation, the level of effective partnerships between our two countries that have been established over decades and generations means that this trade action by the Americans and our response is going to have real consequences for people, for workers on both sides of our border. We don't want to be here. We didn't ask for this. But we will not back down in standing up both for Canadians and for the incredible, successful relationship and partnership between Canada and the United States. I look forward to working with the American administration on a range of challenging issues that our communities and our world is facing. And I hope that day comes soon. Merci beaucoup.
All right, this concludes today's press conference. Ça conclut la conférence de presse aujourd'hui. Merci.
Merci tout le monde.
How did communist regimes treat opposition and dissent?
Damn it. This is just a fucking... Okay. I saw this. History of Communism. 4 subscribers, 3 views 3 days ago. And I was like, we gotta fucking check this out. But it looks like it might be AI read. I love that they put this lady in. Most of their videos have no views. Okay, let's, even though it's AI voice, let's watch it for a second and see what's going on.
How did communist regimes treat opposition and dissent? If you're curious about how communist regimes handled opposition and dissent, you're about to uncover some stark realities. Let's explore this complex and often harsh history together. Communist regimes, particularly those like the Soviet Union, under Vladimir Lenin and Joseph Stalin, were notorious for their rigid control and suppression of any form of opposition. From the outset, the Bolsheviks relied heavily on a strong, secret police force, initially known as the Cheka, established in December 1917. This secret police was empowered to investigate and punish counter-revolutionary crimes, quickly expanding its powers to include summary justice and a campaign of terror against the propertied classes and enemies of Bolshevism. Under Stalin, this machinery of coercion became even more brutal. Stalin employed police repression against opposition elements within the Communist Party itself, a tactic previously reserved for external opponents. Key figures like Leon Trotsky, Grigory Zinoviev, and Lev Kamenev were among the first victims, expelled from the party in late 1927. This was just the beginning of a broader purge that would engulf the entire country, culminating in the Great Terror of the 1930s. During this period, millions of innocent Soviet citizens were arrested, sent to labor camps, or executed. The Soviet regime also targeted specific groups perceived as threats, such as the intelligentsia, religious groups, and non-Russian nationalities. The Russian Orthodox Church, for example, was severely persecuted, with nearly all its clergy and many believers shot or sent to labor camps. Theological schools were closed, and church publications were prohibited, leaving only about 500 churches out of over 50,000 open by 1939. In addition to physical repression, communist regimes used surveillance and information control to maintain their grip on power.
This is like the worst way to
They
present
developed
this.
sophisticated systems to monitor dissent and assess levels of discontent among the population.
Hello, friends. My name is JJ. And why does
His thumbnail said this new game. This game isn't new.
Atro, the game that is sweeping the nation, feature baseball cards, hanging chads, and guys dressed like Ted Kaczynski? I would say it is because it is part of a new wave of indie games that I'm gonna call Americanacore. You know, games that are packed with sly, sentimental, and irreverent references to American culture as part of their general theme. And today, we are going to look at some of those references that Balatro makes. Over the last decade or so, I feel like we've seen a real slew of pretty iconic Americana core games. And what is particularly interesting to me is how many of the most iconic ones were made by Canadians, which of course just helps reinforce my life's thesis that Canadians share American culture and very much recognize it as something of our own. I mean, just consider Cuphead, which came out in 2014 and was a heartfelt homage to early 20th century American animation, was made by two brothers from Saskatchewan. Pizza Tower, a hilarious 2023 send-up of 90s era American pizza culture, was made by a French-Canadian guy from Quebec. And now Balatro, made by a fellow from sunny Winnipeg. But what is Balatro all about exactly, you ask? Well, that is a very good question. And I guess before I can do any analyzing, I will either have to play the game for myself or get a Zoomer to explain it to me.
Oh,
And I
come
think
on,
I know
bro.
which
My
one of those two
grandmother could play
options
this game.
I prefer. Okay, Greg. So what is
God
the
damn it.
objective
I'm
of Balatro?
glad he picked
Balatro, I'm
Drake
so
to
glad
come
you
on.
pronounced it
But
properly,
come
'cause I
on,
know
bro.
you've
Just
been
play the game
intentionally-
yourself.
You've intentionally been trying to get it to stick in your head as Bagalago or something. So
It took a lot of restraint to not do that, yes.
It was like a 4D boomer chess move you've been using just to personally annoy me. Balatro, yeah. So the goal of Balatro is to get a certain score, right? And that score changes every level, and it typically increases as you go through the rounds. And you score these points by making hands, poker hands, flushes, straights, royal flushes, pairs, two pairs, that kind of thing.
And it uses just normal cards, right?
Yeah, so you start off with a deck of 52 cards. That's a standard playing card deck. As you go, you might buy more cards. Maybe you buy a bunch of threes, and then you can like ensure that you're going to draw a hand of like 4 threes. Then you can make 4 of a kinds, which are very powerful. Sometimes you'll buy tarot cards, which affect your deck in certain ways. But you start off with just a standard deck of playing cards.
Tell me more about these special cards.
Well, there's 2 main special decks, right? There's your tarot cards, which you're familiar with all the major arcana of tarot. We're making a tarot deck. And each tarot arcana does a different thing. The other deck is planet cards. Each planet card levels up a certain hand that you're playing. And then the final sort of twist is that there's jokers. Each joker affects your deck in different ways. And you've obviously seen the jokers. They're very beautifully done pieces of art that reference Americana, which is why primarily I think you're interested in it.
Like, what role do they play exactly in the game itself?
So each joker affects the run in different ways, and typically buffs whatever hands you're playing. So maybe you get, there's like a blackboard joker, that's like a joker which has been scrawled on a blackboard, and it increases your score if you have spades or clubs. Every single card references the Joker in some ways. You'd like baseball card. It's like it's a baseball card, but he's dressed like a Joker. There's a trading card, which lets you like discard your cards and trade them in for other cards. There's also like driver's license, which is clearly like Western style driver's license with the Joker on it. They play with cards in all kinds of ways.
Greg, would you say that the game is a love letter to American card culture?
No. You would say that, so I explicitly wouldn't say that.
Okay.
So Balatro is a roguelike. JJ, are you familiar with these
Yes,
roguelikes?
correct.
I've heard that word, that term used, but I don't know what that means. What is a rogue and why is it like it?
Rogue was a game made in the 1980s or something. It was like made with ASCII art. Do you know those kinds of games where you play like an @ symbol walking around? In that game, when you die, you lose all your progress, you go back to the beginning. It's kind of like an arcade game. Completely skill-based. There's no grinding to be done. From that, there's roguelikes. Roguelikes are like Rogue in the sense that when you die, you go back to the beginning. Once you lose, it's done. It's over. You lose everything. It's impossible to talk about Balatro or its cultural impact without recognizing that the roguelike format is incredibly addictive. It rewards playing over and over again and incrementally learning. This is why it's so addictive. This is why so many young people are really into Balatro.
Okay, that's great, Greg. I feel like you've given me a lot to work with. Thanks so much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
So, as Greg very explicitly said, Balatro is very much a love letter to American card culture. A game that dares to ask the question, what if there was a card game that involved literally every kind of card? The core gameplay involves the cards from one of these standard 52 card decks. As I discussed in an award-winning video I made quite a while ago, standard American playing cards with the 4 suits and all of that originated from late 15th century France, but similar forms of less standardized playing cards had been in Europe for centuries before then, and those cards in turn had been adapted from card games that had been imported from the Arab world, which were in turn probably adapted from card games imported from China. On this continent, our face cards are done up in this very iconic, hyper-stylized, pseudo-medieval woodblock-looking way, which traces back to the designs of a very popular 19th century British card company called Charles Goodall and Sons, that were later brought to the States. But what's interesting is that the face cards in Balatro are done in the original, more detailed French style, which is still how French playing cards look to this day. So that's a fun nod. On the reverse, the Balatro cards have a very busy design with 2 vaguely circular shapes. This feels like the sort of thing that most of us just take for granted is how the backs of cards are supposed to look, but it's actually a proprietary design that originates from the Bicycle brand card company. They were founded in 1885 in Cincinnati to sell British-style cards, and are today the largest card producer in the United States. Bicycle cards have always featured symmetrical circle-based designs on the back of their cards, intended to represent the 2 wheels of the bicycle, and indeed often feature artwork of bicycles on them, the bicycle being a very glamorous, newfangled invention of the time. By the way, when I talk about things like this, I am not implying that the Balatro creator, Local Thunk, was necessarily going out of his way to include all of these specific cultural callouts. In many ways, it's actually more interesting if a lot of the stuff in the game simply reflects the sort of cultural knowledge he takes for granted as being normal, as a product of American culture. Anyway, as Greg mentioned, the basic objective of Balatro is scoring points by making poker hands, combinations within 5 cards like pairs and 3 of a kinds and straights and all of that. Poker is an American game that originated from the southern US in the 1830s or so, and became very popular during the cowboy era of saloon gambling. Its reputation as the cool American game helped it build an increasingly large, increasingly global following throughout the 20th century, and it is now a mainstay of casinos all over the world. The idea that professional poker could be a competitive game that you could watch on TV first took off with the creation of the World Series of Poker, which was founded in Las Vegas in 1970. And of course, today we live in a world where every 25-year-old kid thinks that he can become an overnight millionaire playing competitive poker online, which first became a thing in the early 2000s. Online poker is actually often given credit for making real-life poker more popular over the last 20 years, rather than the other way around. You supplement your standard cards in Balatro by buying bonus decks from the in-game shop, which come in little packages that look like these. They are what we commonly refer to as foil packs because of the shiny paper they're made in. Foil started to become a popular way of packaging collectible cards in the late 1980s, reflecting recent innovations made in the technology of so-called metallized polymer film. Prior to that, cards usually came in packages made from waxed paper. The game calls these booster packs, which is a slang term originally used for gadgets you could use to make an electrical appliance like a TV or stereo work better. But then in the 1990s, the term started to be used as a pun to describe a pack of cards that you would buy for a trading card game. Trading card games, or TCGs, are themselves largely a creation of the 90s, and their rise can be credited to the popularity of 2 games in particular: Magic the Gathering, which was created by Dr. Garfield of Philadelphia in 1993, and Pokemon, which was a game from Japan brought to America in 1999 by the Wizards of the Coast, which was the same Seattle-based company that distributed Magic the Gathering. One of the Balatro Joker cards, in fact, is called a trading card and has a design that combines elements of Magic and Pokemon. And on that note, let us now pivot to talking about some of Balatro's other Joker cards, which, as Greg mentioned, are the main strategic linchpins of the game. The idea of putting a Joker, or 2, into a deck of 52 standard playing cards originated in America, probably sometime in the 1870s, at least according to this guy, who has a whole website devoted to solving this particular cultural mystery. As far as he can tell, there is no obvious reason why Joker cards were created, other than to inspire creativity when making up new games. Balatro features 150 Joker cards in all, but let's just talk about a couple that I think are particularly worth reflecting on as artifacts of American culture. The credit card. Taking out loans or lines of credit from the bank to pay for things is a very old idea, but the idea of credit cards is something that American banks dreamed up in the aftermath of World War II. The post-war American boom had made Americans richer, which somewhat paradoxically meant that they could now also afford to buy things that they couldn't afford, simply because larger incomes made it easier to repay larger debts over time. The first ever credit card was released by the now defunct Franklin National Bank of New York in 1951, which was then copied by other banks, and then eventually large alliances of banks who started producing credit cards in conjunction with two big new corporations founded explicitly for this purpose, Visa and MasterCard. The first plastic credit cards debuted in 1959. Like all modern credit cards, the Balatro credit card has a gold EMV chip in it. This technology, which stores information about the cardholder, started being rolled out by the big credit card companies in the 2000s to replace the previous system where cardholder information was stored on a magnetic strip that had to be swiped. And before that technology was introduced in the 1960s, stores just had to make a carbon copy of your card using this weird contraption and then mail that along with the receipt to your bank and hope that you weren't a deadbeat. The business card. The humble business card began life as a fairly elitist thing. In the late 18th and early 19th century, it was common for fancy people to leave cards with their names on it at the homes of other fancy people in order to let them prove to future guests that so-and-so had been there. These were known as calling cards, and it is from these that we get the modern expression of referring to proof of somebody's presence as being their calling card. Like, aha, a half-empty package of Zins on the kitchen counter. Truly Greg's trademark calling card. In the Victorian era, calling cards really exploded in popularity as printing and paper became cheaper and more accessible to middle-class people who could now make their very own calling cards to promote themselves in any number of ways. Small business owners found them a good way to advertise, and of course, once telephones were invented, they became an essential way to remind people of how to stay in touch. In the latter half of the 20th century, American business card culture reached new heights as ever more advanced printing technology made wowing people with them an increasingly sophisticated and complicated art. I feel like social media has given them a new boost of relevance as well, since when you meet a new person, it is always useful to know what all of their usernames are. By the way, can you guess who are the single largest purchasers of business cards in the United States? That's right, real estate agents. The red card. The red card is one of the great symbols of professional soccer. When a player commits a truly inexcusable foul worthy of his immediate suspension from the game, the referee will dramatically flash a red card. This is an idea that was dreamed up by a British man named Ken Aston, who in the late 60s was serving as the head of referee instruction for FIFA. And here's how his brainstorm was described in his 2001 obituary in the New York Times. In 1966, after confusion at a World Cup game concerning disciplinary action by a referee, Aston came up with and pushed for the idea of showing a yellow card for an official caution and a red card for an ejection. He said the idea came to him while stopped at a traffic light. The cards were introduced at the 1970 World Cup finals and are used universally. Mr. Aston later moved to the US, where he continued to do soccer work and was considered an influential figure in the modest growth of interest in soccer that Americans experienced in the 80s and 90s. The card sharp. This one looks like that famous sketch of the Unabomber, but it's just supposed to be a professional poker player. At the highest level, competitive poker playing can be an extremely psychologically demanding game, since so much of poker is based around bluffing to the other players that you have a better or worse hand than you actually do, which makes concealing your emotions critical. And thus, in recent years, a lot of professional poker players have taken to wearing the two iconic articles of clothing seen here, sunglasses and a hoodie sweatshirt with the hood pulled up, in order to block out as many visible signs of your humanity as possible. The mail-in rebate. A mail-in rebate is a sort of old-fashioned after-the-fact coupon. in which you mail a proof of purchase from some product, like a receipt or a barcode, back to the company, and then they mail you some money in return. In Balatro, the mail-in rebate is depicted as a U.S. airmail envelope, which is a distinctive type of envelope with a white and blue border. Airmail began in the United States in 1918 and was initially an expensive luxury for sending letters to other countries much faster than could be done by ship. In 1928, the U.S. Post Office, working closely with the main American envelope manufacturer of the day, unveiled a new envelope design intended to help postal workers identify and sort letters intended for airmail. A few other countries copied this system using their own patriotic colors on the border. You can still buy these envelopes to this day, though they're basically little more than a nostalgic novelty, since letters now are all sorted by machines. Well, to the extent that anyone is still even mailing letters. The baseball card. I spoke a bit about baseball cards in my video on presidential souvenirs, of all things. Basically, they originate from a late 19th century tradition in America and Britain of putting colorful collectible cards in packages of candy, gum, and especially cigarettes as a fun little bonus prize. These cards were basically limitless in terms of the things that they would depict. Everything from pretty ladies with fans to the industries of Guatemala. But it was the ones featuring sports celebrities that proved to be the most popular, professional sports only having been recently invented. In the first half of the 20th century, some American gum companies decided that they could make more money just selling the cards directly, and they chose to focus on cards with baseball stars specifically, as that was the hottest sport of the time. Big League Chew is usually given the credit for being the first to sell dedicated packs of baseball cards in 1933, but it was the Topps Gum Company in 1952 who introduced the conventional sports card design that we know today, with the more rectangular shape and player data on the back. And now, of course, Topps has become this huge juggernaut of American culture, dominating the multi-billion-dollar industry of collectible sports celebrity cards, which now span all the major leagues. It is baseball cards, however, that continue to fetch the highest prices among collectors, with the most expensive sports card ever sold at auction being one of Topps' original 1952 cards of Mickey Mantle. It went for $12.6 million in 2022, the first time in American history that a sports card had cracked 8 figures. The Hanging Chad. This one is cool because it is based on such a particular moment from recent American history. The 2000 presidential election between George W. Bush and Al Gore was incredibly close and came down to the votes of a single state, Florida. Many counties in Florida at that time used these distinctive punch card ballots in which voters indicated their preference by using a stylus to punch out a tiny square of paper known as a chad, which created holes that were then counted by a special computer. The problem, however, was that sometimes people failed to punch the chads out completely, which left them hanging by an edge, which the computer would then ignore as valid votes, even though it was easy to argue that the voters' intention was clear. So as Florida plunged into a time-consuming manual recount to figure out who had actually won, these hanging chad ballots became a huge focus of national attention, and eventually a bit of a meme symbolizing just how chaotic and petty the aftermath of the election was getting. This embarrassment then led to Florida introducing a new statewide standardized ballot design in 2001. Never again will there be a hanging, dangling, or impregnated chad in the state of Florida, said the Florida Secretary of State in a statement that made a lot more sense at the time. The driver's license. Driver's licenses have been around in some form in America since the dawn of the 20th century, also known as the dawn of the motor car. In the early days, however, a driver's license was little more than a piece of cardboard. The modern American driver's license that we recognize today, a hard plastic card with your photograph on it, only started to be rolled out in the 70s and 80s. According to the Federal Department of Transportation, approximately 87% of Americans over the age of 16 have a driver's license, which is now also often used as most Americans' primary and in many cases only form of photographic ID. South Dakota was the last state to require drivers to have a license in 1954, and Tennessee was the last state to issue driver's licenses with photos on them in 1982. All right, so those were a few of my favorite jokers But in addition to the Jokers, Balatro also features a bunch of cards from 3 other decks, Tarot, Planets, and Spectrals. Tarot cards are one of the 2 15th century evolutionary paths of European playing cards. In the early days, the Europeans had an endless array of different styles of playing cards, but eventually people wanted things to get more standardized and predictable so that everyone could play the same games. So from the initial chaos, we have one branch that leads to the standard French 52 card deck that we all know and love today. And then we have another branch leading to the much larger and more complicated tarot card deck that arose in Italy in the 1430s. And then from this evolved several other smaller decks that are still used in some European and Latin American countries to this day, but are less known to us. In the Anglo world, we associate tarot cards exclusively with fortune-telling, mysticism, and the occult, but in Europe, they've historically just been used as ordinary playing cards for different sorts of games, and still are to a fading degree. Tarot cards didn't really come to Britain and America until the turn of the last century, which also happened to be a time in which interest in the occult and card-based fortune-telling had become a major craze, and thus tarot cards have always held a quite distinctive cultural significance over here. In Balatro, there are 22 tarot cards, all of which take the form of the so-called Major Arcana cards, which are those richly illustrated picture cards that most lay people will recognize. The Minor Arcana cards are just the boring kings, queens, and numbers and all of that, which are less well known outside of the tarot fandom. The iconic designs that we in the Anglo world associate with the Major Arcana come from a very famous tarot deck that was first released in 1909 and has been reprinted endlessly ever since, the so-called Rider-Waite or Smith-Waite deck. A British guy named Arthur Waite commissioned a British woman named Pamela Coleman Smith to design a set of tarot cards that would be explicitly occultist in design, since they were both really into that sort of thing. So Pamela stuck in a bunch of symbolism relating to Egypt and the Bible and ancient Jews and so on. And thus, an enormous new reservoir of cultural symbolism for the Goth set was born. Balatro's Planet and Spectral cards, meanwhile, I believe are supposed to evoke the idea of what are called oracle decks. These are the sorts of cards you'll often see for sale at your local woo-woo store. They usually have pictures of planets and constellations and stuff like that, and are used in all sorts of different ways by people who are into New Age spiritualism of one form or another. So like I can pull out a card and be like, aha, it is Pluto, the final planet. That means we are coming to the end of the video. So, I hope you enjoyed this little tour through some of my favorite Balatro cards and their cultural significance. Like I said at the start, even though I am not much of a gamer myself, I have been very much enjoying the rise of Americana-core indie games as an exciting new genre, and I am proud that we Canadians have played such a large role contributing to it. If you know any other cool indie games that you think might
that he picked some wrong targets, and you know, countries don't like being bullied, and leaders politically can't afford to look like they're just rolling over. So he may encounter resistance just because certain leaders, whether it's the Canadian Prime Minister, feel like they can't give him what he wants because it would be too embarrassing for them politically.
I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number 1. Let's put religion number 2. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us.
There you go. A very beautiful word, but I think we'll all agree tariffs is beautiful. What's the word for tariffs in French? Maybe it's even more beautiful. Well, the Donald, he has been as good as his word. He has slapped a whopping 25% tariff on goods imported into the US from Canada and Mexico, and 10% tariffs on goods from China, effective as of today. Now, President Trump has long threatened to use tariffs to ensure greater cooperation from the countries on stopping illegal immigration and the smuggling of opioids. He also hopes that they're going to boost domestic manufacturing. So I'm joined now by Dmitry Grozubinski, a former Australian trade negotiator and diplomat, and the author of Why Politicians Lie About Trade and What You Need to Know About It. Welcome to the show, Dmitry.
Good to be with you.
Okay, well, you seem like a good man to ask. Is he lying now? Are the reasons that Donald Trump is stating for putting tariffs on the real reasons?
Well, I guess the first thing to say is it's not actually clear he has put tariffs on Canada and Mexico. He says he has, but no one can find any of the kind of mechanical steps that you would expect in terms of how, I guess, government works. So nobody's quite certain what to do at the border at the moment. So that is neither here nor there, and I'm sure that'll get sorted out, but it is emblematic of just the level of chaos and spontaneity around all of this. In terms of whether he is lying about his reasons, to the extent that he might be, he's doing it in a very Trumpian way.
Bad framing.
In the sense that he
Too much
throws
headroom.
out 3 or 4 somewhat contradictory, overlapping reasons without letting you know which one he actually cares about. So with Mexico and Canada, he has named illegal border crossings. He has named the flow of fentanyl, which is an opioid, across the border. And he has also named the U.S. trade deficit. So the fact that Americans buy more from Mexico and Canada than Mexicans and Canadians buy from the U.S. Now, all 3 of those are reasons, but it's really hard to work out why he's actually doing this and to what extent he's doing this for the long term versus, as he threatened with Colombia, as a way to kickstart a negotiation, earn a concession or 2, and call off the dogs.
I mean, his mandate and his power certainly feels greater than it did in 2016. And yet, how will he withstand the potential inflation that could result from these tariffs?
I mean, so there's a couple of things to think about here. I mean, he has the same powers as he did in his first term. The acts of Congress he'll be relying on are the same. He just seems a little bit better organized and more focused this time around in terms of wanting to use them. I would also warn that the U.S. economy is less trade exposed than just about any developed economy in the world. So part of his thinking might be, well, hold on. It's going to be quite a while until there are direct inflationary effects, and he'll have a lot of power to say, ooh, this one product, say Canadian oil, that's quite inflationary because we put it in our cars. I'm going to exempt Canadian oil. So from his perspective, he may be thinking 3 things. He may be thinking it's a long time until anyone notices the inflation, and in a conflicted media space, as your listeners in the UK will know, it is very difficult to post factum, trace back something happening on the shelves to a government decision. You learned all about that during the Brexit years. Secondly, he may be thinking, I can undo the most politically damaging parts of this. And third, again, he may be thinking, this may only be in place for a little while because these other countries will come to negotiate, they will come to make me offers, and I'll be able to take these off before the inflation really hits.
And so the wargaming of this is that the other countries will want to stave this off. Is there a point where if the global trading community were to withstand and have a more aggressive response to Trump, that he might have to rethink?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, President Trump in both terms and throughout his life has often backed off when sort of bullying hasn't worked. I will say it's probably less likely to be sort of the whole world marches arm in arm against the Americans, and it's far more likely to be that he picks some wrong targets. And, you know, countries don't like being bullied, and leaders politically can't afford to look like they are just rolling over. So he may encounter resistance just because certain leaders, whether it's the Canadian Prime Minister, feel like they can't give him what he wants because it would be too embarrassing for them politically. And then there might be resistance. It's much more likely to be that kind of bilateral resistance than any kind of, you know, people taking to the streets and singing Les Miserables.
But how encouraged do you think that he was by the very short-term success he had? I think it was this week with Colombia. There were threats of trade, and then the planes that he wanted to take, deport people back, were moving again, and it all seemed to be smoothed out quite quickly. Was that a bit of a false dawn for him?
Well, I don't know if it was a false dawn. It was certainly for him a proof of concept in the microcosm. And in a lot of ways, it actually gave a lot of other countries some hope. Because if you look at what the Colombians actually did in practice, they pretty much just restored the status quo. It wasn't a big give to the US, and it got him off their case. So a lot of people started thinking a little bit more optimistically, saying, hey, you know, he is going to rampage around and make threats and try to extort people, but when he does that to you, you can buy him off quite cheaply. You don't need to put anything real on the table necessarily. You can get him off your case with a few gimmies. But now he's targeting, like, the guns are much bigger, and he is targeting far larger and more economically significant to the US countries than Colombia. So it's a new day and a different ballgame.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Dmitry Gruzubinski, a former Australian trade negotiator and diplomat and author of Why Politicians lie about trade and what you need to know about it.
Can you give us an update on the president's plan for his tariff agenda? He spoke a lot about this yesterday, and there's a couple of dates coming up that he's spoken to. Number one, February 1st, he's alluded to
press conference,
for Canada and Mexico, but also China to take effect on those days. What's he thinking about that?
Yeah.
Should those countries expect that?
Again, he was asked and answered this question this past weekend when he took a lot of questions from the press, and he said that the February 1st date for Canada and Mexico still holds.
What about the China 10% tariff that he also had mused about last Tuesday going into effect on the same day?
Yeah, the president has said that he is very much still considering that for February 1st.
Separately, yesterday he talked also about sectoral
The
tariffs
audio
on,
is
for
all
instance,
over with this.
pharmaceuticals as well as semiconductor computer chips. He talked about steel, aluminum, and copper. What's the timeline on those? Is that a similar sort of coming days thing?
Yeah, so when the president talked about that in his speech yesterday, that actually wasn't a new announcement. That was within a presidential memorandum that he signed in one of the first days here in the White House on his America First trade agenda. So there's more details on those tariffs in there. As far as a date, I don't have a specific date to read out to you, but the president is committed to implementing tariffs effectively, just like he did in his first term.
And finally, he also was asked on the plane when he gaggled about the potential for a universal tariff. He was asked maybe about 2.5%. There was a report about that. He said he wanted much bigger than that. Should we understand that these tariffs would add up? You know, in other words, you might have country-specific tariffs like Canada, Mexico, China. You might have sectoral tariffs like on pharmaceuticals, as well as a potential universal tariff on top of that. Do these stack on one or the other, or would one sort of take precedence over another?
All I can point you to is what the president has said on this front. The February 1st date for Canada and Mexico, also the China tariff that he has discussed. He rejected the 2.5% tariff. He said that was a little bit too low. He wants it to be higher. I'll leave it to him to make any decisions on that front.
To another Zateo Zoom Town Hall. We have an amazing guest with us today. Everyone's talking about Canada and America. Who better to talk to than one of Canada's most outspoken party leaders, Jagmeet Singh, leader of the new Democratic Party, the Progressive Party in Canada. Welcome to our Zateo Town Hall.
Thank you so much. Excited to be here.
And Jagmeet, you and I last spoke, I had to go Google it to check, in November 2019 for The Intercept. We did a live event together in Toronto. Feels like
That's
another
right.
world pre-pandemic. It was 5 years ago.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. I remember we just were reminiscing, but yeah, it's been a long time.
And you were then at the time, just for our viewers to be aware, you had become leader 2 years earlier, I believe, in 2017. You were two
That's
years
right, I was a fresh.
in. The New Democratic Party is the third biggest party in Canada. It's the left party. You had just become leader. You're now 7 years in. We're on course for another Canadian election before October of this year legally, but it may be much sooner due to Trudeau's resignation recently. How are you feeling about leading the NDP into another election, your third election, I believe?
Yes, I'm excited about it. I think that this election is a really important opportunity. There's a lot of things going on in the world which are scary, and I think people are feeling worried. And in Canada, there's a big opportunity for us because people feel let down by the governing party, by the Liberal Party. They feel like they don't want to give them another chance. So the choice is going to come down to the Conservatives with Pierre Poilievre or myself. Conservatives have made it clear they want to cut the programs people need, like healthcare, pensions, the things that people really count on. It's going to cost people more. And we've made it clear we want to defend those things and lower people's bills by taking on corporate greed, building homes people can afford, and improving our healthcare system, which we're very proud of, but needs improving. So I think the choice is really clear. For the working class, we're there. For the billionaires, it's the conservatives.
So I do want to talk about domestic politics and the election. We've got a bunch of questions already coming in. We've got over 100 people in the chat, more people joining. Already got a couple of great questions in the Q&A. If you do have questions, stick your questions in the Q&A. Obviously, I won't be able to get through all of them, but I'll try my best. I'm just going to ask a few of my own, and then I'll bring in some subscriber questions. I got to ask first, Jugby, about Donald Trump. I hate to, but I have to. You're going to the polls this year in Canada, and now you have an American president, the shadow of an American president over a Canadian election in a way I don't think you've ever had before in modern Canadian history, where your next door neighbor, the president of the United States, your ally, is saying, Canada, that's a province. That should be the 51st state. And the prime minister of Canada, he's referring to him as governor. I mean, he would say joking, but he's not really joking. Polls show that weirdly, even though a majority of Canadians say they have no interest in joining the United States, I saw a couple of polls. 25% of Canadians say they'd be open to the idea, considering it. And amongst young people, the numbers go up. Amongst 18 to 34-year-old men are much more open to becoming citizens of the United States. What is going on with Canada, America, the 51st state? What was your reaction to Donald Trump's rhetoric?
Well, I mean, it sounds like the musings of an internet troll, not the president of the United States. And I mean, we shouldn't be surprised that the president sounds like that. He is confirmed himself in that status of trolling people instead of really having a serious relationship. We pride ourselves on having a good relationship with our neighbors. In general, Canadians believe you look out for your neighbor, and we've done that. We've built a really strong relationship, a strong economy, but we're proud Canadians, and we'll fight to defend who we are. We've got a healthcare system where you don't go bankrupt if you fall ill. You get the care you need. You could be the child of a CEO or the child of a working class janitor, and you can end up in a world-class children's hospital and get the best care, world-class care, and not have to spend money out of your pocket in Canada. And we're proud of that. And so we are going to defend that. I am worried, though, that there are people that are getting radicalized by the right wing and are losing sense of what we've built in Canada that's special. And it's my job to remind people that we've built really special things, that what Donald Trump wants to do is not going to benefit everyday folks. It's not going to benefit the working class. He's already shown in some of his decisions that the recent tax cut announcement, it's going to benefit those that earn over $300,000. That's not going to help a working class person.
But surely you recognize, even if it's a minority, if a minority of Canadians, the number should really be zero, but if there's 10, 20, 30%, especially among young men, saying, actually, we'd like to be part of the US, that suggests that Canadian politics, the Canadian establishment, has failed them.
Well, it certainly suggests that. I think that's concretely true. And I would point out the establishment in Canada, the two parties that have governed in Canada have been the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. The red and blue teams have governed in Canada, and they failed, absolutely. We're in a position right now where you can earn a decent living and you can't afford a home. We're in a position now where people are having a hard time buying groceries, basic things that you would think, in a developed society, people shouldn't worry about a home and worry about their groceries. But those two fundamental things, shelter and food, people are worried about. So yes, there's been a failure. And that's why we're saying the only way we fix that is by going after the root cause, going after the corporate greed, which drives up the cost of food, going after a housing market that is built for developers and investors, but not built for the working class. That's what we got to fix, and I'm committed to fixing that.
Zain Raza in our Q&A, one of our subscribers says, I think Zateo should host a national debate for PM candidates when the elections are called in Canada. I wish, Zain, I wish, but I don't think Pierre Poilievre would sign up for that. We'll come back to Pierre in a moment. Andrea says, as a Minnesotan, Jagmeet, would you consider absorbing Minnesota? Most Americans think we're part of Canada anyways.
I've heard some folks saying that, listen, there's a couple of states that might want to actually create something special with Canada. We have folks that believe in universal health care, folks that believe that we can do better when we look after one another. That sounds that's very encouraging that people do believe in building a better world. So
there are a lot of Americans who want Canadian healthcare, and actually, there's a lot of Americans who think if you became the 51st state, would that help them get healthcare in the US and the other 50 states? Phil Grauer says, "How would so here's an interesting question that Phil has. Jagmeet, even if you say we don't want to be the 51st state, it's a ridiculous idea. You're trolling us. Trump is saying I'm going to use economic leverage to pressure Canada into joining the US tariffs. He's obsessed with tariffs, right? Phil Grauer says, how would a 25% tariff, which is what he has suggested, affect the Canadian economy? What would it mean for cross-border trade, for Canadian businesses? I've seen one study, Jagmeet, that says you could lose 1 million jobs in Canada from a 25%.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it would be massive, massively destructive. And I want to point out, not just for Canada, but for America as well. Our economies are so interconnected. Manufacturing, for example, there are products that start in Canada, cross the border, get further refined in the US, come back to Canada, and go back to the US for final sales. So there are so many people that will be impacted, not just in Canada. It's going to have repercussions and impacts in the States as well. So this is a divisive tactic. And we know that Trump is a bully. In this case, he's an economic bully. And bullies only understand one thing, which is force. And so what we will do is respond in kind. One example that I've said is that there's only really one source of critical minerals for the US, which is sustainable, which is viable, and that's Canada, for many of the critical minerals they need. I've said, let's turn off the tap on critical minerals. They want to threaten a tariff with us. We can go after Elon Musk directly, who's the billionaire buddy of Donald Trump, and he needs those critical minerals for his batteries. So let's go after
cobalt, lithium, that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
So you preempted my next question, which is, if Prime Minister Jagmeet Singh is in office come October or whatever it is this year, your strategy for protecting Canadians from Donald Trump's threats and a tariff war, a trade war, is not to be his best friend like Pierre Poilievre, but to actually raise the costs for the US.
We got to fight back. And in doing that, we got to keep in mind, we love our neighbors. We want to work together. But Donald Trump doesn't understand cooperation, negotiation. He understands first. The last time we were in a similar situation was when he and his administration imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum. The only way we won that fight was responding with tariffs in kind. And then we were able to get them to back away. So similarly, we've got to respond with strength. Cozying up to Trump does not work. Trying to wine and dine him does not work. Fighting back is the only way. We've got to show strength. And we'll work with our allies. There's governors, there's Congress folks that we can work with. There we can apply pressure and use the diplomacy. But with Trump, we have to use force.
Okay. Well, interesting. Phil Grauer, who asked a question, has a follow-up, which I think is good. Could the MAGA movement revive the Canadian right-wing trucker movement that occupied Ottawa last winter?
Well, I'm troubled by the fact that there are even 20% of Canadians that are cozying up to the idea that Trump's putting out. So there is a certain climate that Trump and his kind of right-wing MAGA folks inspire in Canada as well. But still, the hope that I have is 80% of people reject that. So I think it is troubling that he could maybe fan the flames of some of the extreme right-wing folks that are in Canada. My responsibility is to not let folks get divided. I feel fundamentally working class folks, everyday folks have far more in common. We have far more things that are common struggles, common issues, common challenges that we can address together, and we are only able to tackle if we work together. So I really want to find ways to bring people who might think that they're different, who might think that they come from different walks of life, but really are fundamentally working class folks, middle class folks, and say, we're better off when we bind together.
I do want to talk about the domestic politics in the election. Just one more on America. Lovely Pariah is the name of a subscriber in the chat. Says, I'm American-Canadian. The tariffs that have been threatened, what concrete kitchen table examples can I give to my American relatives to explain to them why this would be bad for them and not just Canada and the world?
Okay, I can give them steel and aluminum. So if they apply tariffs on steel and aluminum, Canada is one of the biggest producers of refining aluminum, and many of those aluminum products actually go to the States. So if there's a manufacturing company that requires aluminum products or aluminum pieces, a tool and die company that needs certain pieces made a certain way, we're the ones that will supply that. So a tariff on those will discourage someone from buying them, but then the buyer in America who needs that for their factory to run, who needs that for their products to be produced, won't be able to buy that anymore, or it'll be too expensive to buy it. And so it'll increase the prices for Americans. So a tariff on Canadian goods is going to hurt Canada. Absolutely. It might discourage people from buying our goods, but it also means that it'll be more expensive for folks in America. They may not be able to find the same product or the same quality. It might mean factories get shut down. It will have impacts. The steel and aluminum tariffs, when they were applied last time, actually directly hurt American manufacturing as well and American jobs. So that's one of the leverage points that we said, without even doing anything, it was hurting people in America. And so we don't want to see that happen. We do not want a trade war. We do not want our economies to be hurt in this way. We don't want workers to be impacted in this way. But this will have real impacts. And we have to show Trump that this is not the way to go. This is painful, and it's going to be hurtful to both our economies. We want to protect and build on what we have, not hurt it and harm it.
Amanda Greenwood says, is Canada willing to take any of us in that do not want to live under this authoritarian regime in the US? Amanda, I'm sure Jagmeet will take you guys in when he's Prime Minister. Home to refugees.
Everyone's welcome.
You supported the Trudeau government from 2022 onwards in what's called a supply and confidence deal, where Canada's a parliamentary system, for those people who aren't aware, who are watching from around the world. It means that Trudeau didn't have a majority. You could have allowed him to govern as a minority government. NDP, as a third party in Parliament, provided the votes to basically prop up that government on issues that you agreed with. You pulled out of that not that long ago. Trudeau obviously has resigned in the recent weeks. Do you regret propping up his government? Do you wish you'd never done that supply and confidence deal?
Yeah, when I think about that, so first of all, I would frame it differently. At the outset, we fought and forced the government to deliver on things, and we used our power and leverage in a minority government. The thing that I think about, the person I think about when I think about what we were able to achieve in these past 2 years, I think about a woman named Sue. Her name is Susan, but she insists I call her Sue. I met her in Ottawa, our capital, at a dentist's office.
And her name is Sue.
We had fought for a dental care program. When we were able to win that program, we forced the government to deliver it. And Sue was at the dentist's office. She had invited me to join her. She's a cancer survivor.
Her name is Susan, but
She's
she
a
insists
senior
I
on a
call her
fixed
Sue.
income, and she had lost
What a
all
dumb
her
thing
teeth
to
because of the
say.
treatment that she had to deal with the cancer, the chemotherapy, the radiotherapy. She'd lost almost all her teeth. Her teeth were in really bad shape. She was in the dentist's chair, and she asked the dentist, could you get my
okay, so
smile
she's
back?
good at
And she
gummies
had a picture
now.
of her beautiful smile. And the dentist looked her in the eyes and said, yes, I'm going to get you your smile back. And she broke down in tears of joy. And then she looked at me and said, it's because of this program that you fought for. And so I think about Sue. 1.2 million people like Sue were able to go to the dentist because of the program we fought for. That's who I did it for. I did it for Sue and the millions of people that are now going to be able to go to a dentist because of our program.
You weren't a fan of it because you ended up pulling out of it.
Well, what happened was we had got the dental care program. We also got a pharmacare program. So to cover people's medications, starting with diabetes medication and devices, we got that legislation passed and money secured for that medication to be covered. We had got as much as we could get done, and it became clear when we wanted to push for more, they were unwilling to go there. Particularly when we said, to make life more affordable, we have to go after corporate greed. The corporate grocery stores ripping off people, the housing market designed for investors and developers, we've got to change that. They were unwilling, so it became clear we could not get more out of this government.
And this government is now looking for a new leader. They've got elections for a leadership going on between Chrysler Freeland and Mark Carney as the two frontrunners. Justin Trudeau has announced his resignation. He was on the scene for a very long time, a decade. How will history remember Justin Trudeau in your view?
Well, I mean, I do have to acknowledge we were able to do some really important things together. While I had to force him and I had to push him, I do want to acknowledge that together we were able to achieve a dental care program, which is the first expansion of healthcare in Canada since we brought in our healthcare system. And like I mentioned, millions of people have been able to go to a dentist and use a government dental health card and get that covered and not have to worry about the cost of it. So that's really special. The pharmacare was something that we've been fighting for decades. We were able to achieve that. And the fact that we brought in better protections for workers, these are really important things. And so it'll be a part of our shared legacy that while we forced the Liberals to do things they wouldn't otherwise have done, ultimately the Prime Minister was able to work with me to get these things done, and we were able to achieve them.
You mentioned the things you got out of the deal, like the dental care. What you didn't get, though, was a fully proportional voting system. Mohammed Baig says, why did you not make proportional voting a part of your supply
that
and
shit was
confidence deal?
horseshit last
It would
election.
put the
I
NDP,
agree.
your party, in a much better position in this coming election.
Well, that is very insightful, and you're absolutely right, it would have. It was actually one of the things we did negotiate when we first sat down to negotiate that supply and confidence agreement. But the Liberals, Justin Trudeau, was firmly against proportional. He said no, and there was no, he had other ideas, but what I thought was the most just, and what we had a parliamentary committee that went around Canada asking for advice on what people wanted, and the consensus was a proportional system was what people wanted, so that each vote would give you the same percentage of power in Parliament. So if you got 10% of the vote, you got 10% of the seats. It makes sense to me as a Democratic Party. I really believe that people's voices should be reflected. He had a flat out no to that, and there was no compromise. And for us, that was the only system that we had any sort of public buy-in and viability for.
And you mentioned he didn't budge on that. Some of his replacements are going to be to the right of him. I think many would argue Mark Carney would end up being to the right of him on the economy. Bill Vogiatsis, sorry, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, says Ruby Dalla is entering the leadership race. She wants the party to move to the center-right. Does this create an opportunity for the NDP to be more progressive? I want you to take that question, but also, regardless of how you pitch yourself in the election, if it is another hung parliament and the Liberals have a chance of forming the government over Polyev and his right-wing Conservatives, will you entertain the idea of a coalition or another supply and confidence deal?
I appreciate both questions. I'll start with the general kind of lay of the land. We have been really the force in Canada to get the things that people really believe in and need. The healthcare system that we're proud of came in a minority government, similar scenario, where New Democrats had the leverage, had the balance of power, and we brought in that healthcare system. Our old age security, which is a support for seniors, our pension, even our employment insurance. So when workers lose a job, there's a fund they can go to and it'll give them supports. All of these social safety nets that Canadians are proud of were all New Democrat things, everything that our party brought in historically. So we will always be on the side of working class people, and I am firmly and proudly going to fight for the working class. This is the battle that's in front of us. The Conservatives have made it clear, accepting the endorsement of Elon Musk, that Pierre Poilievre is in the pockets of billionaires. That's who he wants to help. He has made no qualms about it, and right-wing folks often do that. We see the Trump administration already doing it. And so really it's that battle between billionaires and the working class. And so in the next election, I have to be, again, clear about this. I cannot entertain any sort of speculation about the outcome. I'm running to become prime minister. And I have to focus on that goal because Canadians need me to be in that position to make decisions for the working class.
Hold on.
Anyone who wants to work with me, I'm ready.
I'm in the US now where it's a presidential system. I interviewed Jill Stein. Some of our subscribers got very upset with me because I made the point that you can't be president, which she can't. She was like, I can be president, you can't. All right. In the UK, we had a coalition government when I left the UK to move here in 2015. There was the same debate with the Liberal Democratic Party, as you know, the third party in the UK. Which of the two parties are you going to support? Clearly, I understand you have to say I'm running to be prime minister, but you're in third place in the polls. You're probably not going to be prime minister. And if you enter into a coalition or confidence supply, almost certainly not with the Conservatives. Can you at least rule that out, that you would never support a Polyev government?
Well, I've said that very clearly. We have nothing in common. There is no way we could work with the Conservative government.
You're definitely not going to support the Polyev government, but what would it take? And there's a question from one of our subscribers, Michael Morkenthau says, practically, what specific policies would make it worth it to support a Liberal government until October? He's asking about right now. But also, I would ask beyond October,
I'll be right back.
What would make it worth it to support the Liberals in government?
Well, I can ask about what policies matter to me, but I cannot, going into an election, entertain anything but trying to win and form government. I can tell you this. Many
you're ruling out a coalition or a deal with the Conservatives. I just heard you rule it out. But you're not ruling one out with the Liberals. You're not saying I'll never, ever do another confidence supply with the Liberals.
Well, I can tell you this. I frame it in this way. I want to become the next prime minister, the first prime minister that is the Labour prime minister that's working for working class people. And anyone who wants to work with me on my agenda that's going to benefit working class people is welcome to work with me. I'll work with anyone that cares about putting working people first, that cares about fixing our healthcare system, that cares about lowering the price of groceries, taking on corporate greed, putting in a price cap on food essentials, banning big corporations from buying affordable homes, which is happening in the States, or it's happening in Canada massively as well. That's what I can commit to. But in terms of what I could do to continue this government till October, on this point, I've been also very clear. At this point, there is nothing. When Parliament resumes, I will be voting against the government at the next opportunity. It's become clear that we cannot continue. That's correct.
And okay, I understand what you say when you say I want to be prime minister, and you have to say that. But you are in third place. You're polling at 17%. I want to win an Oscar, but I don't think I will win an Oscar. You have more chance of being prime minister, obviously, than I have of winning an Oscar. But I just look at your record. Your critics would say when you became leader of the NDP, they had 44 seats in Parliament. Today, I believe you have 25 seats in Parliament. How do you defend your record over 7 years if the number of seats in Parliament have gone down?
Well, when I became leader, we were at like 10% in the polls. So even though we had previously secured some victories. There has been 2 years that the former leader stayed on, didn't leave, and we were pretty low in the polls. Like I said, 10%. And I took that party from 10%. And now, while you mentioned one that has a 17, there are many that have put us at 20 and 21 and ahead of the Liberal Party, putting us in second place. So we've grown significantly over that time. But ultimately, polls may go up or down. The final poll that matters is going to be in the next election. And in this election, there's a real opportunity. And I want folks to know this. People do feel really let down. Like you mentioned, Justin Trudeau has been in power for almost a decade. And so people are feeling like they want change. They feel let down and they don't want to give that party another chance. So there's only two choices, really. And so I invite people, no matter who you voted for in the past, you might have voted for another party in the past. If you want to reject conservative cuts, if you stand against Pierre Poilievre, who's cozying up to Trump, who's accepted an endorsement from Elon Musk, if you reject that, stand with me this time. And this time, we can fight and win together.
Do you see Pierre Poilievre as a MAGA conservative, as a Trump-like figure for Canada? Aubrey Harris says, I'm frightened at the prospect of a re-elected Doug Ford in Ontario, coupled with a potential Trump-like Pierre Poilievre as Prime Minister. Do you share that view?
I'm deeply concerned about Pierre Poilievre, and I'm concerned about him for specific policies that he's been really open about. He's made it clear that he wants to cut healthcare. Healthcare is something Canadians really believe in. He wants to privatize it. He wants for-profit healthcare in Canada, which is the exact opposite of what we believe in. We believe you should be able to go and get care and not have to worry about how much it costs you. He wants it to be pay for access to healthcare, which is really problematic. He wants to cut pensions for seniors. And this is something that seniors have really raised as a concern. Seniors in Canada get a combination of a Canadian pension and an old age security, which gives them some basic amount of money so they can survive. It's not enough, actually, as it is. It can range between $1,200 to $1,600 a month. And at one point, it was decent. Now it's barely enough to get by. He wants to cut that even further. That's going to cost seniors. We just were able to, as a part of our agreement, we were able to secure childcare as a law of the land. And so for many families, they're able to access $10 a day childcare. And Mehdi, I don't know if you know the going rates of childcare. It can be thousands of dollars a month. We've got it down to $10 a day for many families. He wants to cut that as well. Cutting that could mean thousands of dollars more a family has to spend. It could mean that many women won't actually be able to go back to the workforce. So his cuts are serious, and that's what I'm worried about. And that he's leaning into a pro-billionaire, a pro-Trump type of rhetoric. That's also very troubling.
You mentioned his spending cuts. I just want to put in a question that we had about that, if I can find it again. Give me 1 second. We've got a lot of questions in the comments.
This is great. Well, I just appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, here we go. Well, we appreciate you taking the questions. Ali Abdul Hamid says one of the main criticisms of the NDP and Liberal parties more generally is that increased government spending is both inflationary and increases deficits
Jagmeet
and
Singh
debt.
is so cool to
How
like
would
do
you
shit
deal
like
with the
this as
contrasting
well.
priorities of fiscal discipline?
He doesn't care.
spending
He
on
doesn't
what's
need to come in
desperately needed,
person like
healthcare?
Jill Stein, you know?
Well, I think I'm going to take this question very seriously. We do need to spend within our means. Actually, the first leader of our party, Tommy Douglas, who the Canadian listeners will know is one of the most famous Canadians, he brought in healthcare. He actually was
Kiefer
very
Sutherland's
prudent.
grandfather, isn't he? He's Kiefer Sutherland.
That's right. That's right. That's the connection. Very, very, very well done. Yeah. So he was an icon. He was actually voted as the greatest Canadian ever. He's the first leader of our party. I've got a picture of him in my office. He actually, in Saskatchewan, where he was first the premier, he first balanced the budgets to make sure that we were fiscally responsible, and then brought in universal Medicare in that province. And then when he was elected, brought it in across the country. So we believe, and our roots are, we've got to be prudent with our money. The things that I would cut would be some of the waste. We give billions of dollars in subsidies to highly profitable oil and gas companies. I would end that. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on outside consultants when our public service, the federal employees, could do that work. So I would cut those contracts. There's things that I would cut, but there's places where I would invest. I believe in investing in healthcare. I believe we could invest better in education. I believe we could do a better job in investing in taking care of our seniors. So I would make investments strategically for working people, and I would cut the wasteful things that Liberals and Conservatives have spent billions of dollars on for so long. I think it's harmful when Conservatives talk about cutting.
Yeah,
the
I
things that we
agree with
need
you.
Just to give more money to the
He
billionaire
does. It
buddies.
doesn't need to be
That's no way
pointed
to
out,
build an
but
economy.
also like
Beryl Pilkington, you mentioned oil and gas companies, says climate breakdown
Canada
is
is
the
a
biggest threat to the world,
parliamentary
burning
system.
fossil fuels. What will the NDP do to address the challenges such as wildfires,
wins as long
floods,
as he gains
drought, and so
seats.
on?
Well, twofold. One, we have to do our part to reduce emissions. Bluntly, we got to bring down our emissions. And secondly, we now live in a reality where climate change has become the norm. So what we would call extreme weather has become normal that extreme weather happens. And given that, we've got to make investments to build better and more resilient communities. Many communities that face floods or fires could have prevented the brunt of those damages if they'd made or were able to make investments to improve their infrastructure. So having better water management systems in place to prevent the flooding from happening, having better forest management systems in place to prevent the worst impacts of the forest fires. So this is something, an existential threat. I got 2 daughters. I think about the future planet I want to leave to them. So we've got to fight the climate crisis, and we've got to build more resilient communities. I would say those twofold approach.
Thank you. Moza Al-Talibi says, I love your approach to so much, Jagmeet, but your lack of fight when Quebec pushed their bill to forbid religious symbols, like your turban, in government troubles me. How can we believe you will put up the good fight for Canada when you didn't do that for yourself against a racist bill?
Oh, I said that the bill is absolutely discriminatory. In fact, it happened in my first leadership campaign, and every day of the campaign when I went to Quebec, I was asked questions on it, and I called out the discriminatory nature of that bill. And it probably hurt my numbers in Quebec, but I didn't back down from it. I never said I accepted it. I never said it was okay. I always said it was wrong. I think we need to challenge it. It's being challenged in court right now, and it's going to make it to the Supreme Court of Canada. It is a discriminatory bill, and it says basically based on your articles of faith, you cannot hold certain jobs in the province of Quebec. I think it's wrong. I think it's discriminatory, and I'll continue to oppose it.
You mentioned just one. I do want to ask about Gaza. A lot of questions in the comments about your foreign policy position. Before I get there, one last domestic politics question. You talked about you're not able to say what your conditions would be for a deal and coalition, but practical question from Afzal Habib, Canadian voter, says, what would you say to me, people, Canadians like myself, who'll be voting in upcoming elections in districts where NDP candidates are unlikely to win? They're trailing significantly, but Liberal candidates have a chance to beat the Conservatives and Polyev. Should we be doing, he says, hashtag strategic voting, or tactical voting, as we call it in the UK?
Yeah, well, I would say in this election, we're in a very unique scenario. In this election, we've seen again and again, people are telling us that they feel really let down by the Liberals. People are telling me this. And it's normal that after a period of time, people feel let down by the current government. So a decade in, 2, 3 mandates in, people feel let down, and they're not going to give the Liberals another chance. So I would say this time very specifically, it's one of those moments where I ask people to stand with me this time. It doesn't matter who you voted for in the past. It doesn't matter where things look right now in the polls. Ultimately, Canadians are not going to give the Liberals another chance anymore. And so it really is a choice between the Conservatives who want to cut or New Democrats who want to fight back. I am the only one that can fight Pierre Poilievre. The Liberals can't do it anymore. The Liberal Party is not able to do it anymore. They just no longer have the steam. I am ready to fight back. And if you want to fight back against them, I invite you to join me.
So a lot of questions in the chat. I can't take all of them, but I'm going to try and sum up some of them about your position on Gaza. Obviously, Canada has been pretty supportive of Israel since October the 7th during this genocide in Gaza. You actually used the word genocide on the parliamentary floor last May. You called for Canada to invoke an arms embargo on weapons sales to Israel. Do you believe that the Canadian government, if you're saying it's a genocide in Gaza, which most Western politicians won't say, but you've said it's a genocide in Gaza, does that mean that Canada, your government, Justin Trudeau, is complicit in genocide?
There is no question that Canada has not done enough and has been complicit in what's going on in the horrible conflict. And let's be really clear, this has been a war that has killed innocent children, innocent women, families, the heartbreak, just the sheer horror. We saw the images. It was televised and telecast live. People saw the horror of the violence that was perpetrated against the people of Gaza. It is heartbreaking. Anyone who has a heart, any human can look at that and say it is wrong. And the fact that how wrong it was, how horrible it was allowed to go on for so long with so little opposition is also really demoralizing and heartbreaking as well. And I take no pride in the fact that I tried to do what was right. I stood up and said early on, within a couple of days after, when no one was willing to say this, I said, we need a ceasefire. This has to stop. I called
your
Canada.
Prime Minister started saying ceasefire and then stopped famously mid-sentence. He said seize and then switched to
That's right. So we put pressure on the prime minister to change his position, and it took months and months, and finally he changed. We said we need an arms embargo. We said beyond that, we need accountability. We said that there needs to be war crimes and a prosecution against those that are culpable in committing war crimes. We wanted sanctions, severe sanctions, specifically on Netanyahu and every single one of his war cabinet for the war crimes that allegedly, I think, will be proven, but for the actions that they committed. The arms embargo is a minor thing that Canada could do to say, listen, we're not going to send weapons to it, we're not going to sell weapons to a country that is engaged in activity that is so heinous. And so I've taken these positions, I stand by them, but it really in a lot of ways feels not enough given how horrible what happened, how many lives were lost. But we will continue to maintain our position in defense of human rights and unequivocal about that.
I'll come back to your party's position, but Rachel Forseth says, I appreciate you highlighting Canada, Mehdi. Well, thank you for being a subscriber. I'm excited to vote for Jagmeet. I'm sure Jagmeet's delighted to hear that. She asks, why do you think the Liberals have pushed against speaking out on the genocide in Palestine?
You know, I don't know why. I mean, it became so clear, and it took so long for them to even support finally the position of a ceasefire, which would seem to be very obvious. Why would you not want to support an idea of ending violence and ending the deaths and ending the loss of life and the horror happening? So I can't understand it. I can't understand why the Liberals took the position they took. We were able to force a vote in Parliament calling on a number of steps to be taken. And that vote passed in Parliament, and it called on the embargo, called on sanctions against the war cabinet. It called for very specific measures. They voted in favor of it, and that motion was the will of Parliament, and then they failed to act on it. And so I don't understand why. They would vote one way and still not act on it.
And of course, Pierre Poilievre, who is the favorite right now to be the next Prime Minister of Canada, the Conservative, sounds like he's even way more pro-Israel than Justin Trudeau. Has talked about even being hawkish on Iran. Reagan Bellin says, Jagmeet, as someone who's been very upset with the Canadian government's complicity in the siege on Palestine, some of the moments where I've been most hopeful have been seeing NDP MPs like Heather McPherson advocate fiercely in Parliament for a ceasefire and an end to occupation. How would an NDP government change course on Canada's current foreign policy positions? And Shabina Khatri adds, you've previously advocated for recognizing a Palestinian state. Would you do that as Prime Minister?
Yes, I would do that as Prime Minister, absolutely. I think the only solution for long-term peace is statehood and ensuring that people can govern themselves in peace and security. And also, I believe absolutely that people of Israel should be able to live in peace and security. And the only way to achieve that is to ensure that both people have the right to govern themselves and to live in peace and harmony. So I absolutely support that position. We'll maintain that. And I forgot the first part of the question, actually.
It was about just generally Middle East foreign policy positions and how.
Oh, yes. How we would change I mean, we would follow through on the things that we forced Parliament to vote on, and were able to secure the support of Parliament, and then it didn't happen. So we would enforce an arms embargo, frankly, on any country that violates human rights. We said that similarly that Saudi Arabia, given their human rights violations, should not receive, we should end the sale of arms and weapons that were going to Saudi Arabia. Canada has a number of contracts with Saudi Arabia. We would be very principled in our human rights. Canada actually used to have this reputation across the world as being a country that was unequivocal on the side of peace, diplomacy, and promoting that. And for some time has lost that respect on the global stage. So we'd restore that, which I think is very much in our tradition. It's very much in our history, in our past. We were a country that took these really strong stances in the past. I would take those again.
One subscriber asks, what about relations with India? India and Canada have had rocky relationship lately. How would you take that relationship forward as Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, continues to crack down on minorities, Muslims, Sikhs, and even apparently targeting international critics, members of the Sikh community in Canada, of course?
Yeah, I've been really critical about the Modi government. Similarly, when I talk about our neighborhood, our being strong neighbors with Americans, I love that relationship. I think the same thing applies to India. We've got incredible people that come from South Asia to call Canada home, many of them from India, and that's a beautiful thing, and I want to maintain those relationships. But it's clear that the government in India, particularly the Modi government, is a autocratic, is a violent government. It is one that abuses minorities, and I want to continue to call that out. We want to have a relationship with countries based on the foundation of basic respect for human rights. And that means you cannot abuse minority groups because of their religion. You cannot abuse critics that call out the abuse that's going on. You can't target journalists and academics the way the Modi government's doing. I think it has to be a relationship that's built on a foundation of human rights, respect for the dignity of life, and to do otherwise would be an insult to our tradition of defending human rights.
And we're just wrapping up, but I do want to take this question, go back to domestic policy, because a lot of people are asking about housing, so I feel I should ask. Bill Vogiat, how would you approach housing in Canada? I live in Toronto, where it's largely unaffordable. Would an NDP government invest in housing, not just give tax breaks to private companies? And David Dole asks, on the relatedly, have you put any thought into advocating for social housing with the kinds of investments seen in a place like Austria, where Vienna consistently ranks as the most livable city? Renters pay a fraction there of what they do in other major cities.
Yeah, housing is when I said the two major things that I hear from Canadians are grocery prices and housing. And when they talk about housing, they talk about a home. And so what we need to do for homes in Canada is really all of the above. So what so far the approach has been is to incentivize builders by giving them a tax break. That is not enough on its own. We need to build more homes with private development, sure, but that's not a solution on its own. We need cooperative housing. We used to build homes where everyone in the building, everyone in the apartment were owners of that building. That is something that we can do again. We need not-for-profit housing, housing that's built and maintained not for the purpose of returning the biggest investment to these shareholders, but the purpose of it is not for profit. The purpose is to keep the building in good repair and keep the rent as low as possible. So building not-for-profit housing. We need to find ways for the government to directly invest in building homes again. And we did that after the post-World War period, where many hundreds of thousands of homes were built by the government at incredibly affordable rates. We need to do that again. And the sheer scale of that will bring down the cost of housing. We need all of these options. And finally, fundamentally, the housing market in Canada works for rich developers and investors. You can make lots of money in the housing market, but it does not work for the working class. We need to shift that. And one of the laws that I would bring in to change that would be to ban big corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes that exist. They are doing that across the board. It used to be 0% the ownership by corporate landlords. Now 1 in 5 rentals are owned by a large corporate landlord. That has to change.
Last question, and we've had so many questions. I apologize to our subscribers. I haven't been able to answer all of them. Although we have asked, I believe, 24 questions. So Jagmeet Singh is not like a lot of politicians who gives long-winded answers. We managed to zoom through these. We're out of time. I'm going to give the last question. I think it's a fascinating one to Ben Curtis, who says, what has the NDP learned from the outcome of the US election? Which I think is fascinating. He points out that the Democrats didn't shift on Gaza. They tried to shift to the right on immigration issues. When you look across at your neighbors in the US, you look here what happened to the Democrats, to Kamala Harris. What lessons are you taking from that as you get ready for the election in Canada?
Well, first of all, we're absolutely taking lessons from that. I got to learn wherever I can so that we can be in the best position possible. What I heard, and I think one of the most compelling examples of what's going on in the States, was when I saw a compilation of AOC and Trump voters. It went through and asked people who they voted for, and they said, I voted for AOC. Why? Oh, she's awesome. She's got my back. She's going to fight for me. Who'd you vote for president? Trump. Why? He's going to lower my bills. And it became clear to me that people did not see all of his crimes, all of his horrible ideas, all of the horrible things he said. They fundamentally believed that he would make their life more affordable. And so we can't dismiss the fact that right now workers in Canada, similarly, cannot afford to get by. That Canadian dream, like the American dream, is no longer there. People do not feel like you can get a good job and find a home that you can afford and pay your bills and buy your groceries. We've got to address that directly. And so that's going to be my focus. Fundamentally, working people in Canada need to know that with the new Democrat government, one good job should help you buy a home, should help you should be able to buy your groceries, you should be able to live a good life, save for the future. And I'm going to really focus on that because that is what working class people deserve. I believe in that. I know how much that is something that is no longer, it doesn't feel attainable. So we're really going to focus on the things that matter most to working people.
Dean Michael says, Jagmeet, thank you for your principled stances. You have my vote. There you go. One vote at a time. You're getting them in there.
One vote at a time, brother.
One vote. I'm sure there's many more than that in the comments. We have a lot of people joining this call. A lot of people are going to watch afterwards. I know you're a very busy man. We appreciate you taking time out for this live town hall, for taking subscriber questions. I know our subscribers are very pleased.
Listening to the onslaught of stories and the watching the media not be up to the moment.
What is
in many
the
respects, watching
description
many of the Democratic leaders not being up to the moment. It's
Did I get
unclear
descriptions?
what
I don't
we can do
remember.
to stop this. in the short term. Obviously, people can go to the courts. The difference this time around, of course, is that Donald Trump has about 270 appointed federal judges now, which he didn't have at this time in 2017. It's an opportunity for Democrats to take some time to like make people appreciate what, it seems to me, what our federal government does. Like, I hearken back to the wake of the financial crisis where Obama supposedly, you know, when he made his turn to austerity, it was reported at the time that he was saying, like, you know, we don't have the resources right now to trying to explain to the American public why their deficit hysteria is not as relevant as they think it is. Well, if there was ever a time and an opportunity and a lower opportunity cost associated with making the American government understand that you can call them faceless bureaucrats, but they do stuff. They keep planes in the air. They find out why planes fall into rivers. They keep rivers clean. They keep our food supply safe. They keep our, speculative markets at least somewhat on the up and up. They do. They get the checks out the door. We could go on and on and on. And it feels to me like we're not seeing enough of that. Good for Democrats for boycotting the Senate Budget Committee meeting where they okayed Russell Vogt, OMB nominee, through, and hopefully we'll see more of that. But here's where the media fails. I want you to imagine, and I know, we're going to do this a million times. We did this with Donald Trump the first time around. What if Barack Obama said this? But just imagine if on day one, Pete Buttigieg was in this situation.
Four faces of peace,
and
no surprise
answered
wars.
questions like this.
What does four faces of peace mean?
MTV, the Real World.
The Real World Christian.
Real World, what's his name? Sean Duffy?
Sean Duffy. This is the reality TV administration.
He is the transportation secretary, and he wants to assure you that planes falling out of the sky, not the plan.
That the helicopter was on, is that a common flight path, and is it normal for helicopters to get clearance to cut across busy footpaths?
So, I don't know if you all could hear the question. It's a question about the flight path of the helicopter. I don't want to go into too much detail about the information we have from the FAA.
Pause it for a second. Why do you think that might be? Do you think it's because that's sensitive information? Or do you think it's because he never bothered to ask? But he's going to pretend he did. Go ahead.
Go into too much detail about the information we have from the FAA, but obviously it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that.
Oh,
wow.
But prior to the collision,
don't
the flight
say.
paths that were being flown from the military and from American, that was not unusual for what happens in the DC airspace.
Okay,
And,
so he just wants to be clear, though. This is not, going forward, this is not the standard plan to have aircraft crash into each other.
It'll just probably be an offshoot of the austerity and deregulation that the Trump administration wants to pose. So don't worry, it's not intended, but what we're intending to do is deregulate the airspace so Elon Musk can send whatever junk he wants up into space because he has some beef with the FAA. And whatever happens, happens. Don't worry about it.
Well, you can say we don't have an FAA, but let's give Sean Duffy the opportunity to address, who is the acting FAA director? Because, of course, there is one, right? And
the buck has to stop somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, let's ask him.
Is there an acting FAA director?
Well,
walking away.
No, but there is somebody who hands out jackets with the words FAA, so I guess it's the same thing.
Ask Doge.
As I said yesterday, Michael Whitaker stepped down as FAA administrator on January 20th, the day of Donald Trump's inauguration. This is The Verge. After clashing with Elon Musk, whose company SpaceX is regulated by the agency. Musk publicly called on Whitaker to resign after the FAA fined SpaceX for failing to get approval for launch changes. And now the power vacuum at the agency comes into sharp focus after an Army helicopter, and they explain the details. Whitaker was only a year into the job when he announced his intention to step down. He had several years left in his term. His resignation clears the way for President Donald Trump to name his own replacement. Trump is basically floating an executive in the aviation industry. Musk, a major donor to Trump, is reportedly helping the administration vet candidates to certain positions and is directing an effort to purge thousands of federal workers from all levels of the government. And while it's unclear whether Musk has been directly involved in picking a new FAA administrator, the billionaire mogul has reportedly been involved in overseeing Boeing's development of the next Air Force One jets. But Musk's effort to get Whitaker were well known even before Trump's victory in November. He complained many times about the FAA, lashing out in September after the agency levied a $633,000 fine for launching missions with unapproved changes. And Musk is worth over $400 billion.
Hold on for a second. A day after this plane crash, the Trump administration decided to appoint an acting FAA
person
administrator.
Glad they got to that.
I mean, that's just...
This is as acute of an example. And again, like, there are a bunch of factors that go into this. But the chaos that Trump just created did not help. I mean, it was chaos for people that needed their SNAP. It was chaos for kids going to school with Head Start. It was chaos for teachers in those schools, for people that rely on the government for health care. It was chaos for all federal employees who didn't know what to do. Teachers wanted to get their checks. They may not have been able to do that. You think that that wasn't extended to the FAA? And then you have like the Associated Press basically saying, shoot, I lost it here, but that confirming last night, the Associated Press said that staffing was, quote, not normal in the air traffic control tower at the time of the mid-air collision near DC. The FAA report that was leaked to the AP says.
We don't have a crystal ball. We can't tell that there would be a problem. It's not our fault.
We're actually the side with enough information to be stating things. And I want to shout out Pritzker, Governor J.B. Pritzker, for coming out and saying Trump is not fit for this. And also, we need questions immediately about the Elon Musk relationship to these decisions.
Let's play a clip. Do we have it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I saw the text of it, but we can look for the clip of it. But that's the sort of thing, like, it can't be the, oh, Donald Trump is mean, or doesn't he have empathy for things? Because that doesn't get put in the write-ups for the first reports on it. It is Trump blames DEI, and everybody else is saying, how could you? No, you need to level the charge against them.
Yeah, and the DEI thing too, back to your criticism of the media, why isn't the press going, what do you mean by DEI? Have you drawn a causal connection?
Everybody knows. Why are you even asking that question? Because you're a DEI hire?
Because the initial reporting says that it was white pilot, white air traffic controller, white pilot of the helicopter.
Let's put this press release up.
Was this just like the general idea that they were so terrified that they could be replaced by non-white people that it threw them off? It's a culture of DEI.
Pritzker puts out some questions for the maybe the media to ask the administration, or maybe even Republic. Now listen, Elon, who may be all over this decision, also is going to challenge you in a primary. So if you don't want someone funded with a $50 million war chest for your primary, maybe you shouldn't ask these questions.
Well, this is where Pritzker being a rich guy is helpful for him.
Well, for Pritzker, it's not a problem. But these are questions that need to be asked by a Republican senator.
Oh, that's what you mean.
And none of them are going to do that. That's why Tom Tillis, we never even got to this story. Yeah. But Tom Tillis told Pete Hegseth's ex-sister-in-law, if you sign this affidavit, about having to have a safe word for Pete Hegseth's former second wife, or I should say former wife, the second one, and that he was abusive to her. It's going to change people's minds, including mine, said Tom Tillis. And then when push came to shove, it changed 3 other people's minds, but not Tom Tillis's. It's about principle, right, Tom? Pritzker, the Trump administration must answer critical questions that are in the interest of the American public. Was the control tower not fully staffed at the time its crash as reported by the FAA in a preliminary safety report? Specifically, was the controller on duty doing a job normally done by 2 people? Why did the Trump administration fire members of the Aviation Security Advisory Committee? In light of this tragedy, does the president understand fully staffing federal agencies can be a matter of life and death? This is exactly the messaging that you should be having. And he's planning to reverse his unilateral decisions to decimate the civilian federal workforce. I mean, couldn't be better. And Chuck Schumer should be reading off of this. Did Elon Musk play a role in the removal of the former FAA director who had bipartisan support? Why was a replacement to lead the FAA not named until after the crash? I'll tell you why. Because Elon Musk had to interview everybody, and he's probably busy going around trying to break into the Treasury to see how he can steal the technology about writing checks so he can privatize that whole function for the government. But he needs to have an interview so he can make sure the next FAA guy pulls back on all his requirements about what he does with SpaceX. Elon just being Elon. Why was did the federal government authorize Black Hawk copter to fly in the commercial flight path at the same altitude as a commercial aircraft? If so, will federal government continue authorizing military helicopters, et cetera, et cetera? Will the president, vice president, defense secretary, and transportation secretary cooperate with the independent NTSB investigation and correct any misinformation they spread about the crash? In other words, whether it was a DEI hire.
Right.
Well, when was the last time you saw a black guy, fly a plane? I mean, we all know Charlie Kirk told me this is why they were falling from the sky.
NTSB sounds woke.
I mean, why did that door fall off the airplane? Was it because of a black guy? Or maybe it was a gay guy? Or maybe it was a woman? You got to have strong jawline to be a captain of a plane.
Look at this guy's central casting.
Okay. Really? We should have Pete Hegseth. If you don't look like... Listen, Pete Hegseth's a 9. If you don't look like a 9 or a 9.5, you're not flying any more planes.
You ever see Top Gun? You ever see Top Gun?
Let me ask you this. Who starred in Top Gun? Was it Wallace Shawn? Was it Harvey Firestein? Was it even Denzel Washington? He's a good-looking guy, but could he? I mean, would anybody believe that? No.
No. We need our own Maverick. Kind of made him British there.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show.
Diamond, and this is the global story from the BBC World Service. Slicing through the Americas, the Panama Canal is a feat of engineering that has changed the very fabric.
Okay, but for real though. It's that easy.
fabric of world trade. Built against incredible odds by the United States, it's been run by Panama for more than a quarter of a century. But President Trump wants it back. He says China is reaching too deep into Panama's affairs for comfort, and that America is paying too much to use the canal it built. We'll look at the astonishing history behind one of the marvels of the modern world and ask Panama, whose canal is it anyway? I'm now joined by Michelle Fleury, North America business correspondent for the BBC. She's following the economic agenda of the Trump administration for us and is recently back from a reporting trip on the Panama Canal. Hi, Michelle.
Hello, Johnny. Great to be with you today.
Let's talk Panama Canal. I don't remember this coming up at all in any of the election campaign or what you might call manifesto promises. When did this first turn up?
Yeah, you are not suffering from memory lapse here. This was not actually a major talking point in foreign policy in either the 24 election campaign or his previous presidency. And I think that's what caught everyone off guard. Is suddenly, out of the blue, you got this tweet at Christmas time, basically including comments about Panama Canal, but also about Greenland and Canada becoming the 51st state. So that was the first indication, really, we got of Donald Trump in this kind of expansionist mood that certainly in the last month or so has been a hallmark of his second term.
The Panama Canal is a disgrace, what took place at the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave it to them for $1, and they were supposed to treat us well. I thought it was a terrible thing to do.
Do we understand what the reasoning is behind the claim on the canal?
It's hard to know. Look, you know, is it a symbolic goal or would it bring economic and political benefits as well? I mean, certainly it is something that Donald Trump has talked about in terms of trying to check China's power, that whole US-China relationship and kind of who's on top. As we know, this is something very important to Trump. And it's also a view shared not just by those inside the White House, but also if you look at the language now coming out of Congress, there seems to be kind of increasingly a shared belief that China's power, certainly along this crucial bit of real estate, needs to be checked.
China essentially has taken it over, and we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let that happen.
You've been in Panama relatively recently. There is some truth behind the claims about Chinese penetration of the Panamanian economy and its role, if not in the operation of the canal itself, then certainly around the waterway.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you listen to what Panama's political leadership are saying, they will tell you that China does not control the Panama Canal. And when we visited it, you know, the people who run the canal and the Miraflores lock and all of that, they were very much at pains to kind of say, you know, we are independent. But what is giving rise to this fear amongst American congressional leaders, amongst Donald Trump right now, is that there has increasingly been a sort of cozying up, if you like, between Panama and China. And it dates back a while. You've got on the economic front things like the increased commercial presence of Chinese firms. So there's a Hong Kong billionaire, Li Ka-shing. His company, Hutchinson, runs and operates some of the ports that are kind of on either side of the canal. At the same time, you also have Panama's position on Taiwan, essentially siding with the Chinese and sort of breaking with the American view on kind of Taiwan and how it's controlled. And so this has increasingly raised eyebrows. And now we've got Marco Rubio heading there to the canal. And I think you see this concern reflected across the board. As I mentioned, Congress, but also Trump. You've also got support from the general public behind this. I mean, I think there was a recent YouGov poll which showed that Americans in general support the idea of this, certainly much more so than they do things like the idea of Canada as a 51st state or Greenland. And so with the wind in his sails, I think we're going to hear more about this, you know, from Donald Trump, the kind of real estate mogul who sees Panama as a piece of real estate he wants to claw back.
There's also the question of transit fees, which have gone up very sharply recently. They've gone up for everyone. It's not just the Americans, but obviously it is America that uses the canal more than any other single nation. That's a big deal.
It is a big deal, and I think, lawmakers might like to look at this and say, oh, this is all, part of a wider conspiracy. I think, to be fair to the Panamanians, if you look back at the investment, so when I went to Panama Canal, we visited the Miraflores lock. That's the sort of bit that tourists are allowed to see. But in reality, that older lock is not used nearly as much as the Neo-Panamax Canal. And that is the lock sort of where the really supercharged, super big tankers go through. That is where the huge amount of cargo and volume goes through and the real money is made. And that was developed at great expense by Panama, and it was that investment that really has pushed up the prices of the transit fees. So it's not really about politics so much as just straightforward maths and kind of recouping the cost of their investment.
What is your smell about how this gets resolved? I mean, presumably you don't expect the Marine Corps to be landing in Panama anytime soon. Is this a play to try and get transit fees reduced, to try and get Panama to push back against Chinese investment?
I mean, I think it's definitely the latter. If they could also bring down transit fees as well, that's another added win. We know this is a very transactional president, and so if you're talking to me about smell tests, as you say, he's not going to stop threatening to use force or threatening to kind of enforce the treaty that was signed between these two countries, which assured the neutrality of the canal. But I think it is a sort of opening gambit. If you just look back at the standoff we've seen between Colombia and the White House over the acceptance of deportation flights of immigrants and the threat of tariffs if they didn't accept these planes, that was resolved within 2 days with the Colombians sort of ceding ground and agreeing in the end to accept the planes. I think Donald Trump is trying to do the same thing here. He's trying to destabilize, throw uncertainty on the Panamanian Authority and government, make them rethink their relationship with China.
Dumb analysis, because the issue was
pressure,
military planes.
He's
They
hoping that he
immediately
will
got
succeed.
those people.
Michelle, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
So we know President Trump is keen
No,
on taking back control
know.
of the Panama Canal. But does the US really have a claim to it? Let's take a look at the waterway's history. With me today is Julie Green, Professor of American History at the University of Maryland. Hi, Julie.
Hello, Johnny.
Before we get to the stage in which the United States comes on the scene with the Panama Canal, it was far from the first nation to envisage slicing through the Americas, and a very considerable effort was made, in the 1880s by a team led by the man who built the Suez Canal, wasn't it?
The first project was actually a railroad constructed in the 1850s, but then the French government became involved, led by Ferdinand de Lesseps, who had built the Suez Canal. The French tried and failed disastrously to build the canal between 1881 and 1888.
And you say disastrously, and the primary reason for that disaster, leaving aside the vast expenditure, was a terrible loss of life, wasn't it?
It was said to be so much death from disease that top French officials, when they came to the Isthmus of Panama, would bring caskets with them because they so feared they would lose their life during the project. So more than 20,000 deaths in that less than a decade of the French construction effort.
The Americans came on the scene around the turn of the century, as the 20th century dawned, and brought with them engineering know-how, medical know-how, crucially, to defeat yellow fever, huge amounts of money and energy, and they got it done, but again, not without enormous struggle.
Yes, it was a very difficult project, absolutely. By the time the U.S. was involved, there had been advances in industrialization, technological advances, and crucially, the cause of yellow fever and malaria had been discovered, so the United States was able to take extensive measures.
And they poured money and energy into the project, vast sums of money in today's money.
The best figure for what the United States spent was $352 million, which in today's money would be somewhere around $19 billion. So it was an expensive project. And the United States also, built an entire civilization there in the Isthmus of Panama, building hospitals, hotels, cafeterias, prisons, housing, everything that would be needed to maintain a labor force of up to 45,000 workers at a time.
And Panama itself was created in part to enable the canal to happen.
I think the origins of how the United States acquired the Panama Canal Zone is a very important part of the story, which often gets neglected when we start talking about these issues. The United States had its sights on building a canal. It tried to negotiate a treaty with Colombia. Panama at that time was a relatively neglected province of Colombia. When the Colombian Senate refused the treaty that the United States had proposed, Theodore Roosevelt, the President of the United States, began to encourage a group of Panamanians who wanted independence. As soon as the revolt succeeded, the Roosevelt administration negotiated a treaty giving it permanent and absolute control over the Canal Zone, a huge region which cut through the heart of the Republic of Panama. The key thing here is that this treaty was negotiated not with any Panamanian, but with the Frenchman, Philippe Bunau Varilla, the man who led a private company, the New Panama Canal Company, which had taken over the digging of the canal when the French government's effort failed. It was said that the new president of Panama, nearly fainted when he learned what Bunau Varilla had given away to the United States with this treaty.
And the canal is up and running for several decades, really, before...
Boring. Let's go check out this dipshit.
He is not a warmonger. Joe Biden was a warmonger. The question is, will we attack Iran?
Does Netanyahu survive?
He's a politician who has at least 9 lives. He is ultimately responsible
a 10-hour stream.
happened
Yeah, why
on
not?
October 7th.
Who cares?
And Israel failed.
If there's viewers,
in
I'm
Gaza.
gonna stream,
Trump's
you know?
comments are divorced from reality.
Fuck 'em.
The Russians are in the driver's seat on the battlefield.
If they're so strong, why did they need to recruit 10,000 North Korean troops?
One could argue that you can never have enough troops.
There's only one reason Vladimir Putin needed those troops, and that's because he himself has his own manpower issues.
The Russians are doing quite well on the battlefield. It's the Ukrainians who, by almost all accounts, are in truly deep trouble.
President Trump took the plaudits for forcing through a Gaza ceasefire deal and hostage release in the final days before his inauguration. But this week, the new president...
Or Shimmer LARPs as an expert,
that
exactly.
Gaza should be cleaned out, with Palestine relocated to Egypt or Jordan. Trump's America First foreign policy is about to be put to the test on multiple fronts. He's also taken a swipe at Russia's President Putin, warning him to end the ridiculous war in Ukraine or face a tidal wave of sanctions. We're returning to Uncensored to try and unpack all this. One of the most influential and controversial thinkers in the world on the topics of war and power, Professor John Mearsheimer. Professor, great to have you back.
I'm glad to be here, Piers.
I want to start by playing you a clip. This was from your last interview with me, in which you were not hopeful that whatever happened in the American election, it would have any significant impact on the Israel and Gaza conflict. Let's take a look.
I don't think that the outcome of this presidential race will have any effect on what's going on in the Middle East. The United States will continue to support Israel unreservedly or unconditionally, whether Donald Trump is in the White House or Kamala Harris is in the White House. Nothing's going to change. I think with regard to the Middle East, as I just said, they're Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Well, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, so we got rid of one of them. I'm not quite sure which one you would categorize as the dumb one, but one of them's gone, obviously. Donald Trump is now president again, and there does seem to have been immediate action in terms of a ceasefire that is so far holding. I mean, do you think you were wrong, or does your overview that actually it doesn't make a lot of difference? What's your feeling now?
Well, I think, Piers, that the principal reason that you got a ceasefire now
Mersheimer,
under
wrong?
Donald Trump is because the Israelis were in deep trouble in
Oh,
Gaza.
the Jews.
In a very important way, Trump
Because
was
of the
pushing
Jews, of
on
course.
an open door. You want to understand that the IDF, the Israeli military, had not defeated Hamas. It was incapable of defeating Hamas. The Israeli military was suffering significant casualties in Gaza. And the Israeli military, which is configured to fight short wars, not long wars, is overextended and was beginning to come apart at the seams. So the IDF itself was putting huge pressure on Netanyahu to cut a deal, to have a ceasefire, because it could not continue to operate the way it was inside of Gaza. So it was this situation that allowed Trump to come in and push hard. There's no question he pushed hard to get this deal that's now in place.
The deal was pretty well the deal that was available from kind of May onwards under the Biden administration. I mean, you gave some credit there to Trump for getting this actually off and running, the ceasefire. I mean, it seems to people on the outside of this that Trump was a significant factor through his Middle East envoy, going around putting the hard yards in and cracking a few heads together, that actually, if Trump hadn't won, it is highly unlikely we'd be in this scenario. Do you think that that's correct?
No, I don't. I think that the Biden administration, or what would have been the Kamala Harris administration, would have been able to get a ceasefire. It might have taken a little bit of time. But the more important point, Piers, is that Donald Trump
we're gonna speed
is
this one
going
up.
to remain profoundly
Mersheimer
committed to
is
Israel
slow.
moving forward, just the way Joe Biden was profoundly committed to Israel over his 4 years in the White House, and just as Kamala Harris would have been profoundly committed to Israel if she had defeated Trump.
Is the difference perhaps that Trump essentially is a man of peace, which is a curious word to use about him, given how incendiary he can be a lot of the time, but he really believes that war is a very bad thing, not just for human life, but for business, and that therefore, both with Israel and we'll come on to Ukraine, that he just wants these things sorted because he wants to get on with actually
Totally
what he prefers to do, which
true.
is doing big deals.
I think there's no question that Trump is a man of peace, to use your phrases. He is
Oh my
not a
God.
warmonger. And I think that Joe Biden was a warmonger, or is a warmonger. And I think that Trump is not interested in starting any new wars, as he made clear.
What an idiot.
I think the issue on which I may be proved wrong,
He should realistically
regarding my claim that there's not much
realize
difference
he's a
between
fucking
Biden and
moron.
Trump, has to do with Iran. The
With
question
his
is, will we
realism.
attack Iran? I think the Biden administration did not want to attack Iran, but I think that they were more inclined to do so, if necessary, than Trump will be. I think that Trump does not, under any circumstances, want to have to attack Iran because he is not a warmonger. So I think there is a difference between the two presidents. And I think the one issue where I may be proved wrong is on Iran. And let's hope I'm proved wrong, because the last thing the United States needs and the Middle East needs is a war involving Iran.
Interesting what you said about the IDF and about the war with Hamas. I mean, what was pretty alarming to people were two things that were quite alarming. One was before the ceasefire, in the days preceding it, was an admission from the American intelligence that they believed that for every Hamas terrorist who'd been killed, they'd already been replaced by other people who shared that ideology. And secondly, you saw some evidence of that when the first tranche of hostages were released, and you just saw these mob scenes around these young women where Hamas insignia was on full display.
Hamas.
And it was a clearly deliberate show of force that we're not defeated. In fact, quite the opposite. What did you make of that?
I think what it shows, Piers, is that Israel has suffered a significant defeat in Gaza. You want to understand that as a result of this ceasefire, not only is Hamas alive and well, but the Israelis, to my amazement, are leaving Gaza. Netanyahu said they were going to be there for the long term. It was quite clear with this general's plan that everybody talked about that Israel was bent on ethnically cleansing northern Gaza. If you look at what's happening today on the news, there are huge numbers of Palestinians moving back into northern Gaza. Furthermore, humanitarian aid is flowing in. And as you pointed out, if you look at Hamas, it is alive and well. So I think this is a serious defeat for Israel.
this idea that President Trump put forward, that perhaps all the displaced Gazans could go to Egypt and Jordan. I mean, I'm in Saudi Arabia at the moment, and certainly the feeling I'm getting in the region generally is that's a complete non-starter for Arabic people, that would happen, because they would fear, probably with some reason, that there are certainly members of Netanyahu's cabinet who would be quite happy never to see any of them come back. And that's been their game plan for some of them from the start of this. Do you think there's any chance that this would happen?
I think there's hardly any chance. You want to remember that Israel's principal goal since October 7th, vis-a-vis the Palestinians in Gaza, was to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. Israel's principal goal, although it was not talked about very much in the Western media, was to drive the Palestinians out. They failed. Look at the pictures on the television today. What's happening is the Palestinians are returning to northern Gaza. Exactly the opposite is happening. And what is Netanyahu going to do now, or what is Trump going to do now? They're going to force 2.3 million Palestinians to leave Gaza. You want to remember that these people are not going to leave voluntarily. And there are about 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza. The idea that Israel, with the United States helping, can drive them out into Egypt and Jordan is just not a serious argument.
What happens now? I mean, first, do you think the ceasefire is going to hold? I think it's in 3 parts, this first sort of 6-week ceasefire. Do you think it's going to hold for that long? Secondly, what happens after that? Well, let me ask you first of all that question. Do you think the ceasefire will hold?
Well, I think the ceasefire will hold until all the hostages are out. There are 2 phases to the ceasefire. Each one is 6 weeks.
I mean, he's
and
not wrong
in the first
here.
phase, 33 of the 98
Once the hostages
come
are
out.
released,
And then in the
Israel's going to
second phase,
attack.
this is the second 6
He's
weeks.
not wrong.
The remaining 65
He's being a
hostages come
realist
out.
there.
And I think it is likely that the ceasefire will hold up to that point. But then we morph into the question that you're asking is, what is the long term for Gaza? And that's a very difficult question to answer. I find it hard to believe that the Israelis are going to go back in there and they're going to start all over again where they started in October of 2023. That just doesn't make sense to me. But then the question is, what happens inside of Gaza? You want to remember that Hamas has effectively won, which means Hamas is effectively going to be in control of Gaza, which is apparently not acceptable to either Israel or the United States. So the question is, how does this end? And it's very hard to say.
Well, also, you have a leader of the Palestinian Authority who's in his 80s, and there's a lot of concern that if Hamas was not to have any role in leading Gaza after this, and any form of government, then who actually would? Would it be the Palestinian Authority, who, to many people's eyes, are too damaged to do that? And if it's not the Palestinian Authority or Hamas, then who the hell is it?
I don't know. It's certainly not the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority was damaged goods before October 7th, and they're in even worse shape today. It's hard to imagine them coming into Gaza and running the place. The Palestinian Authority is seen as being complicitous with the Israelis. Many Palestinians, maybe most Palestinians, think that the Palestinian Authority does Israel's dirty work in the West Bank. And the last thing they need is for the PA to come into Gaza and do Israel's dirty work there. So it's not going to be the PA. It is possible that some sort of new organization or institution will be created, but it's hard to see what that is at this point in time. And furthermore, even if you replace Hamas, whoever comes in to replace Hamas is going to have deeply hostile relations with Israel, because Israel is interested not only in cleansing Gaza, but Israel is deeply interested in not giving the Palestinians a state of their own. And the end result of that is the Palestinians are going to continue to resist. You know, we had a first intifada and we had a second intifada before we had October 7th. So if you don't have some sort of meaningful peace agreement where the Palestinians get some sense of sovereignty over a fixed piece of land, there's no chance that this is going to go away. You're going to have apartheid for as far as the eye can see. And apartheid, from my point of view, is a prescription for disaster for Israel, for the Palestinians, and for the United States.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be a very concerning situation, because I've always felt from the start, I felt several things. One, I felt that Israel had a fundamental duty to its people to respond with force after October the 7th. They had to, particularly given that Hamas went on record, on camera, within a week saying, we're going to keep doing this as many times as we can get away with it. So if you're Israel, you had to do something big. The problem was what was proportionate and what would not end up, if they weren't careful about their response, being a situation that would inflame rather than douse down the threat. And it's very hard to see right now, despite all the protestations from Benjamin Netanyahu, that he's won and everything else. When you see the scenes going on with these hostages being released with so many Hamas terrorists around, so many people supporting them, and you get the intelligence reports from the Americans saying that they believe they've all been replaced anyway by people with the same ideology, the very fear that I've had, which is that you can kill a group of terrorists as you identify them, but if you don't kill the ideology, and in fact you fuel it, you could end up with a worse scenario going forward than you had before.
I agree completely. I mean, the fact is that there is no purely military solution to this problem. The Israelis have this belief that they can use the big stick, they can use military force, what they sometimes call the iron wall, to beat the Palestinians into submission. They've been trying this formula for decades. It does not work. the only way you're going to resolve this conflict is to come up with a political solution. And this is the principal reason that so many American presidents have pushed hard for a two-state solution. A two-state solution is a political solution, and it gives the Palestinians a sovereign state of their own. And most people recognize, at least outside of Israel, that that is the only way you're ever going to shut this conflict down.
But the problem with the two-state solution is that Netanyahu has shown zero interest, it seems to me, for more than 20 years in having a two-state solution. In fact, if you look at the history since the start of the new century, Netanyahu was very, very keen for billions of dollars to be funneled to Hamas from 2005 onwards, and didn't seem to have any idea what they were then spending that money on. And then we find out on October the 7th actually they spent it on a very sophisticated tunnel system, which allowed them to then run and hide among civilians, making the response from Israel almost impossible in the way that they were conducting it without massive civilian loss. So it seemed to me that at every stage of this, Netanyahu's desire for a two-state solution has been almost non-existent, and yet he's still prime minister. So if the person in charge of Israel at the moment has no interest in a two-state solution, then although most people outside think it's the only way this ever eventually gets resolved, how does it get resolved?
Well, it's important to emphasize, Piers, that Netanyahu is hardly the only Israeli leader who's opposed to a two-state solution. There's a rich history of opposition to two states in the Israeli national security establishment. So Netanyahu's not an anomaly here. You also want to ask yourself the question, given what's happened since October 7th in Gaza and even what's going on in the West Bank, can you really imagine a workable two-state solution? I thought a two-state solution was dead before October 7th, but it's deader than dead at this point in time, just given the events since October 7th. So I don't see that as a viable alternative. You then raise the question, what is the solution here? And I don't see any solution. I think what you're going to get is pretty much a continuation of the situation that existed before October 7th, which is where Greater Israel is effectively an apartheid state, and where the Palestinians who live in the West Bank and in Gaza are constantly looking for opportunities to rise up against the Israelis and create a first intifada, second intifada, or another October 7th. This is a disastrous situation for Israel. And of course, it's a disastrous situation for the Palestinians as well.
Donald Trump, obviously very pro-Israeli, but he's also got very good relationships with people like the Crown Prince here in Saudi Arabia. He's made it clear he wants to go and see him sooner rather than later, as he did last time when he won office. And there's obviously, I think, a desire for more normalization with Israel if this situation gets resolved. And they want it resolved in the Middle East on the Arab side with a two-state solution. Can you see any more normalization of relations between countries like Saudi, for example, with Israel if it isn't resolved?
I think there is a chance, maybe even a good chance, that you can have somewhere in the future, not too distant future, another Abraham Accord. Remember, Trump was the person who put together the Abraham Accords when he was president the first time around. And he really wants an Abraham Accord with Saudi Arabia. It is possible that the Saudis, who have no special place in their heart for the Palestinians, would be willing to agree to an Abraham Accord. But the question you have to ask yourself is, what are the consequences of that? It has zero effect on the Palestinian problem, both in Gaza and in the West Bank. It has zero effect on the problem with Hezbollah. It has zero effect on what's going on in Syria, and it has zero effect on what's going on with regard to Iran. So an Abraham Accord may improve relations between the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia in particular and Israel, but in terms of dealing with the really thorny issues that are out there, it matters for little.
Does Netanyahu survive? There's a lot of heat now coming from a lot of Israelis saying he thinks he's got this completely wrong. They shouldn't have done this deal with Hamas. That Hamas's show of strength is a reminder to people they haven't been beaten, far from it. Could the pressure on Netanyahu get to the extent that he has to resign?
You know, he's a politician who has at least 9 lives, so he's not the sort of person that you want to say is heading for the exit. But let me just say that, first of all, he is ultimately responsible for what happened on October 7th. And number two, it's becoming manifestly clear to the Israeli public and other Israeli elites that Israel failed in Gaza. And you see all sorts of pieces, including pieces written by Israeli generals in the Israeli media making that point. So, you know, it's now clear what the outcome is in Gaza, and it is not good for him. The other thing is that his health is not good. He just had his prostate removed, and there's been talk that he's having heart problems as well. So I think given his health and given the state of Israel today, I wouldn't be surprised if he's pushed overboard in the next couple months.
It's extraordinary times. Let's turn to the other big war that's been raging that we've talked about multiple times in the last year, Ukraine and Russia. Donald Trump, of course, famously said he would get all this resolved in 24 hours. I don't think that even he believed that was possible. I think he's discovering that it's a very, very complex thing to try and resolve now, not least because there's a kind of stalemate where a lot of people are now dying on both sides and not a lot of territory is being gained or regained, and that there's just a slaughter going on of young troops. And that ultimately, it's almost impossible to see how it gets resolved in the sense that Vladimir Putin is showing no signs of wanting to obviously suffer any kind of defeat or lose or retreat. And Ukraine are adamant they're not going to give up territory, but they've already lost a lot of territory. How does this get, even for a skilled deal maker like Donald Trump, how does he navigate through to a deal that doesn't give Putin a big win and doesn't give Ukraine a shuddering loss, but avoids giving Putin pretty much what he's taken?
Putin.
Well, it's hard to see how Trump gets a good deal. First of all, I would dispute your claim
The
that
art
this
of
is a
the deal.
stalemate and people are getting slaughtered on both sides. I think if you look carefully at what's happening on the battlefield, the Russians are clearly winning. They're steadily moving forward and capturing all sorts of strategic territory. They're inflicting, in my opinion, many more casualties
say
on
it's
the
clear.
Ukrainians than the Ukrainians are inflicting on the Russians. And all of this is to say, I think the Russians are in the driver's seat. They believe that they have the military capability to win this war. The second point I'd make is that in terms of actually getting a deal, Putin believes that Ukraine in NATO is an existential threat. And Putin is
No, he doesn't.
demanding that the United States and Ukraine accept the fact that Ukraine will never be either a de jure or a de facto member of NATO. Furthermore, Putin is demanding that Ukraine and the West, and here we're talking mainly about the United States, accept the fact that he has annexed, or Russia has annexed, 4 Ukrainian oblasts plus Crimea. Getting the West to accept that, and certainly getting Ukraine to accept that, is going to be extremely difficult, if not impossible.
won't.
And the same thing is true with regard to a neutral Ukraine. So I find it hard to believe how Trump is going to be
Howdy.
able to agree
Clockwork
to
Orange.
the principal demands of Putin for settling this conflict. So I don't think you're going to get a meaningful peace agreement here. I think what you're going to get is a frozen conflict. At some point, I think the conflict is going to peter out, and you'll have a frozen conflict. But the end result of that is that the potential for that frozen conflict to turn into a hot conflict once again will be ever present.
Yeah, hot conflict.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible to imagine that having taken Crimea, if Putin is able to hang on to the territory he's taken in this phase of his war with Ukraine, he's not going to want more, ultimately. I mean, why wouldn't he try and get more? It would be in his nature to do so, wouldn't it?
I agree completely. I think he's taken about 20% now. He's taken 4 oblasts in the easternmost part of Ukraine, plus Crimea. And I think that he will try to take roughly 40% of Ukrainian territory. I think he'll try to take Odessa. I think he'll try to take Kharkiv. And I think he'll probably try to take 2 or 3 other oblasts. And what he will attempt to do is turn Ukraine into a dysfunctional rump state and put Russia in a position where it controls a huge swath of territory in eastern Ukraine, including Odessa, which will then prevent Ukraine from having access to the Black Sea. And the fact is, Piers, every time people in the West and Ukrainians talk about bringing Ukraine into NATO, that just gives the Russians greater incentive to take more territory and to do more to wreck Ukraine. So this situation, in my opinion, is disastrous for Ukraine. It's disastrous in the extreme for Ukraine, but it also means that it's going to be exceedingly difficult for President Trump to get any kind of meaningful peace agreement with the Russians.
Well, he's already come out and explained one way he may try and do this. He wrote on his Truth Social platform on Wednesday, I'm going to do Russia, whose economy is failing, and President Putin a very big favor. Settle now and stop this ridiculous war. It's only going to get worse. If we don't make a deal, and soon, I have no other choice but to put high tariffs of taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on anything being sold by Russia to the United States and various other participating countries. Let's get this war, which wouldn't have started if I were president, over with. We can do it the easy way or the hard way, and the easy way is always better. It's time to make a deal. Now, Putin responded by telling a Russian state TV journalist, we believe the current president's statements about his readiness to work together. We are always open to this and ready for negotiations. It would be better for us to meet, based on the realities of today, to talk calmly. And he described his relationship with Trump as businesslike, pragmatic, and trustworthy. So, I mean, unusually diplomatic from Putin there. But Trump wielding the card of big tariffs in particular, that he's just done very successfully with Colombia in one of the shortest showdowns in history. Obviously, a very different situation with Putin. But, you know, is he right in saying that Russia's economy is failing? And that actually, if America did really turn the screw economically on them with sanctions, it could make Putin come to the table?
Putin.
I think that Trump's comments are divorced from reality. First of all, as I said before, the Russians are in the driver's seat on the battlefield. There's nothing that Trump can do to turn the tide on the battlefield. And this, of course, is why he emphasizes putting greater economic sanctions on the Russians. But this is not going to work because there's hardly any room for more economic sanctions because we have so thoroughly sanctioned the Russians. Don't you think Joe Biden, who was deeply committed to defeating the Russians in Ukraine, has put almost all of the possible sanctions on Russia? And the answer is yes, he has. So it's not like there are these sanctions in the back closet that Trump can turn to and then bring the Russian economy to its knees. And furthermore, the Russian economy is not doing badly. And by some accounts, it's doing quite well. So the idea that he's going to really damage the Russian economy, I believe doesn't make any sense. But furthermore, let's assume that he can really hurt the Russian economy. The question you want to ask yourself is, what will the Russians do? Will they capitulate? I do not think they will capitulate because the Russians believe that Ukraine in NATO, they believe that the West winning is an existential threat to Russia. So the Russians are committed to pay an enormous price to prevail in Ukraine. So even if I'm wrong and Trump is right and he can damage the Russian economy in a significant way, I think in the final analysis, the Russians will not throw up their hands and surrender. They will continue to fight on.
Now, one response I would have to that, which I just wanted to put to you as a potential clue that perhaps you may not be entirely correct about your reading of it, is both in Russia's military and economic strength, is what happened in Syria. Because it seemed to be very strange that this bunch of rebels were able to run through Syria, depose Bashar al-Assad, who immediately fled to Russia, and that Russia basically decamped just as fast themselves and didn't try and stop this happening, having taken a bit of a stranglehold on Assad's side, a decade ago. Was there nothing about that made you think, well, that's a very curious response by Russia, and that maybe it was a sign they're not as strong as you think?
I think what happened in Syria is that American sanctions on Syria, coupled with the fact that the United States basically controlled all of Syrian oil and therefore cut off the revenues from that oil to the Syrian government, ended up strangling the Syrian economy, which in turn led to the hollowing out of the Syrian army. So the Syrian army was not capable of putting up a fight in late November when the rebels started their offensive, and it quickly collapsed. Both the Russians and the Iranians were willing to help the Syrian government, the Assad government. They had a deep-seated interest in helping Assad, but they could not help Assad simply because his army had been hollowed out and was not capable of putting up a fight. And there was no way the Iranians and the Russians could send their own troops to do the fighting for Assad's troops. So the Russians and the Iranians basically had to leave Syria, and it was clearly a defeat for them. But the situation that Russia faced in Syria is fundamentally different than the situation that the Russians face in Ukraine. The Russians have a huge army that has become more formidable with the passage of time. The SACEUR, the Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, who was an American general, General Covello, has said that the Russian army today is a much more formidable fighting force than it was when the war broke out in February of 2022. So you're talking about a really formidable army that believes it's fighting against a threat that is existential in nature. And the Russians are not going to give up. And the Russians, as I've said on a number of occasions today, are in the driver's seat on the battlefield.
If they're so strong militarily, as you say, why did they need to recruit 10,000 North Korean troops to go to Ukraine?
I have no idea. One could argue that you can never have enough troops. And if some country in the world said to the Russians, we're going to give you 50,000 high-quality troops to help you fight in Ukraine, the Russians, of course, would accept those troops. So obviously some sort of deal was worked out between the two countries, and I think the Russians would have been fools not to accept help from the North Koreans. When you go into a war, the name of the game is to win the war as quickly as possible and hopefully to win it decisively. And the more troops, the more high-quality troops you have, the more likely you are to achieve that goal. So having those North Korean troops makes eminently good sense from the Russian point of view.
Well, it does, except that it's also embarrassing. It was certainly reported that way. This is embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
Putin had to rely on handouts from the North Korean military. And Syria was seen as a very emphatic embarrassment. And you conceded that that was a defeat for both Putin and for Iran in Syria. So, you're depicting a very strong, very positive picture of Vladimir Putin and the Russians. But there are people saying, well, look what happened in Syria. Look at the fact he's bringing in North Korean troops. Look at the intelligence reports that Trump's been receiving that he sort of alluded to, which show, contrary to what you said earlier, that actually the Russian casualties in the war with Ukraine have been extremely severe, up to 2,000 men a day in the last few months. If you put all that together, I mean, do you accept you could be slightly overinflating Russia's capabilities right now, that it may be that it's all a bit smoke and mirrors?
I don't think so, Piers. Again, I don't think there's any meaningful analogy between what happened in Syria and what's happening in Ukraine. There's no question the Russians were embarrassed, to use your rhetoric, about what happened in Syria, but it was not a significant strategic defeat. And again, it has little bearing on Ukraine. With regard to Ukraine, I do not believe these Western reports about the enormous Russian casualties that we're seeing in the battlefields, on the battlefields of Ukraine. I actually follow the actual fighting quite carefully. And if you look at what's going on, the Russians are moving to deal with the Ukrainians in a very deliberate way. People in the West like to talk about massive frontal attacks where the Russians suffer enormous casualties. This is not what's happening. The Russians are using small packets of infantry to sort of figure out where the Ukrainians are, and then they're relying on massive artillery barrages. They're not charging headfirst into these well-defended Ukrainian cities. And one of the reasons that the Russian steamroller is moving very slowly, or has been moving very slowly in eastern Ukraine, is because the Russians are very cautious. And the Russians are very cautious because they want to keep the casualty levels down. The Russians fully understand that this is a war of attrition. And in a war of attrition, it's the casualty exchange ratio that really matters. The Russians want to make sure that they kill many more Ukrainians than Ukrainians kill Russians. And I believe that that's exactly what's happening. And if you read the media carefully, it's quite clear that the Ukrainians are having huge manpower problems. They simply can't raise enough troops to replace the troops that are being killed. And again, this is not a problem that the Russians are facing. The Russian army is getting bigger and bigger by the month. It is a formidable fighting force, as General Cavallo said.
I mean, Professor, you put quite a sort of positive spin on the North Korean troop part of that conversation we had. But there are people who say there's only one reason Vladimir Putin needed those troops, and that's because he himself has his own manpower issues on the ground in Ukraine. And that there are reports that he's been going to very poor parts of Russia and offering very large sums of money to families who lose their young men in battle. And that is an attempt to try and encourage more young men from the poorer parts of Russia to sign up, because if they die in combat, then their families get a big payday. None of this says to me that it's quite as strong as you seem to think they are.
Look, Piers, there's no question that any time a country fights a war of attrition like we see in Ukraine today, that those countries are going to have trouble raising troops. You want to remember when Britain went into World War I in 1914, they had an all-volunteer military. But by 1916, they had to go to a draft. Why did they have to go to a draft? Because there were not enough people who were volunteering. What the Russians are doing is going to great lengths to raise the manpower by providing all sorts of enticements to people in different places in Russia. This is just the way wars are fought. There's no evidence that the Russians are not producing enough of their own troops to fight the war. All the evidence is to the contrary. They are having much success at raising Russian troops and getting them to fight in Ukraine. But my point to you is, if you can get additional troops from another country like North Korea, you would be foolish in the extreme not to take those troops. It just makes common sense. So I think the fact that the Russians are relying to some small, and I choose my words carefully here, small extent on North Korean troops matters for little. The Russians are doing quite well on the battlefield. It's the Ukrainians who, by almost all accounts, are in truly deep trouble.
Well, that trouble could be compounded by the fact that new Secretary of State Marco Rubio has announced he would pause foreign aid grants for 90 days. President Zelensky clarified that military aid has not been stopped, but it's unclear whether humanitarian aid has been pulled. And the Ukraine relies on the US 40% of its military needs, as we know. I mean, we don't know how this ends, but if you were a betting man, I don't know if you are, you can tell me if you are, but if you were a betting man, in 6 months to a year, where do you think we're going to be with the Russia-Ukraine war?
Well, I would bet, and I'm not certain of this, I'm just telling you what my best guess is, that a year from now you will have a frozen conflict, that Ukraine will be a dysfunctional rump state, and the West will still be talking in more guarded ways about bringing Ukraine into NATO, and the Russians will have taken somewhere between 30 and 40% of Ukrainian territory and will be in the process of annexing all of that into a greater Russia. I think this is a total disaster for Ukraine. And I think it was remarkably foolish of us to not shut this war down a long time ago and minimize the amount of territory that the Ukrainians lost. But that ship has sailed, and I think at this point in time, it just looks worse and worse for the Ukrainians and for the West as well, because this is going to be a devastating defeat for NATO.
If it ends the way you think it's going to end, many people think, well, if he's got his blood up and he's got a victory in Ukraine, then Putin won't stop there. He's got much bigger ambitions to go and invade other countries and take more territory. Do you think that's a possibility?
Not at all. He's never indicated that he was interested in doing that, and he would be foolish in the extreme to try to do that. I believe he will not take all of Ukraine, in large part because he understands that roughly the western two-thirds of Ukraine is filled with ethnic Ukrainians who hate the Russians. And if he tried to conquer, occupy, and integrate that part of Ukraine into a greater Russia, he would run into fierce resistance from the ethnic Ukrainians. And the same thing is true if he invaded a country in the Baltics or Poland or Romania. I mean, Putin is fully aware that occupying other countries is a prescription for disaster in the age of nationalism. You want to remember that during the Cold War, the Soviet Union occupied Eastern Europe, and they had to put down an insurrection in East Germany in 1953. They had to invade Hungary in 56. They had to invade Czechoslovakia in 68. They almost had to invade Poland 3 times, except for the fact that the Polish Communist Party put down the trouble. And furthermore, they had huge amounts of trouble with countries like Yugoslavia, Albania, and Romania. The Soviets were up to their eyeballs in alligators in Eastern Europe because it's very difficult in the modern world to occupy other countries. You invariably run into resistance. And I think that Putin fully understands this, and he does not want to invade Eastern Europe and certainly Western Europe. And moreover, he does not have the capability. Look at how the Russians have struggled to conquer the eastern 1/5 of Ukraine. Just think about it. The Russians have struggled to conquer the eastern 1/5 of Ukraine. Does this look like the Wehrmacht in World War II? Does this look like an army that's going to roll over Ukraine, then roll over Eastern Europe and threaten Germany or France or maybe even Britain? I don't think so.
Does it mean if Putin can claim victory and it ends the way you think it will, does it mean there is more likelihood that China may make a move on Taiwan in the next 2 to 3 years?
I don't think so, Piers. I think whether China moves on Taiwan is largely a function of the balance of power between China on one side and the United States, Taiwan, and Japan on the other side. I don't think that if we lose in Ukraine, this will send a signal to Xi Jinping that we are weak and we won't fight, and therefore it's time for him to conquer Taiwan. I think, however, that the Ukraine war has significant consequences for Taiwan in that the fact that we have been pinned down in Ukraine has made it very difficult for us to fully pivot to East Asia and to put in place a formidable containment strategy against China. And furthermore, what we have done as a result of our foolishness with regard to Ukraine is we have driven the Russians into the arms of the Chinese. So the Ukraine war has weakened our ability to contain China. And to be honest, it's weakened our ability somewhat to defend Taiwan. But it's not because we're going to lose in Ukraine. It's because of the fact that the Ukraine war, and by the way, the Middle East conflict as well, has inhibited our ability to fully pivot to East Asia, which is what we should have done a long time ago.
Professor, finally, I'm curious, what keeps you awake at night? Is it the fear of artificial intelligence turning rogue? Is it the fear of climate change ravaging the planet? Is it the fear of nuclear war? What do you think is the most likely threat to our existence in the rest of your lifetime?
Well, if you're talking about a threat to our existence, the possibility of nuclear war has to be number one on the list. But thankfully, I don't think there's a serious chance of a nuclear war that would end up in our annihilation. That possibility is always there, but it is extremely unlikely to happen. What actually keeps me up at night is thinking about the state of liberal democracy in the West. I'm actually somebody who loves liberal democracy. I'm very thankful that I was born in the United States of America, and I'm very worried about where this country is headed. And I've long believed that if you have a national security state, a country that's always fighting wars, that country becomes militarized. And when it becomes militarized and develops a national security bureaucracy, what happens is that you begin to see your civil liberties being threatened. And I think we see that at play in the United States. So I worry greatly about the state of liberal democracy.
Professor, always great to talk to you. I always learn a lot when I talk to you, which I say to you every time, but I do, and I appreciate you coming back each time. Thank you very much.
To talk about Tulsi Gabbard, who is the pick for Director of National Intelligence, and Kash Patel, the pick for CIA, is none other than the FBI. Oh, sorry, FBI, my bad. None other than
Yeah, it is your bad.
Zateo's founder, Mehdi Hassan.
Hey, how's it going?
Terrible.
Well, I feel much safer knowing that Tulsi Gabbard will be the head of our DNI. So I feel much safer, Mehdi. How about you?
Well, I put out a piece this week pointing out that in 2019, an enemies list, quote unquote, leaked from the Tulsi Gabbard presidential campaign from an online volunteer listing people who they don't like and wanted to go after to block on social media. And yours truly was at the top of that list. So always good to find out you're at the top of an enemies list for someone who's about to control the CIA, the NSA, and the DIA.
I mean, let's talk about Tulsi. You know, before we go to some of the clips, I mean, what are the biggest... There's a million red flags, but for you, and I know you put out a piece also that everyone should read, things you didn't know about Tulsi or things you should know about Tulsi. What are the biggest red flags for her being in control of, you know, national intelligence like this?
Oh, so many. Where to begin? As I point out in the piece, she is someone who is super hawkish, but has a fake reputation for being super dovish, which many on the left, Francesca, people you and I like, including in the Bernie Sanders campaign, helped her develop and spread. And I think Bernie Sanders campaign made a mistake having her as a co-chair back in the day. She pushed this image of being a dove when actually she's a hawk. She supported Russia's bombing of Syria. Even today, she said, I hate Al-Qaeda. She's a real war on terror person. She's very George Bush, Dick Cheney-like when it comes to the war on terror. She's a big fan of all of that. She's very close to Narendra Modi, far-right Prime Minister of India. She's very close. She was very close to Bashar al-Assad. She visited him twice in one secret meeting, and basically came back and echoed Assad talking points about chemical weapons, about attacks on civilians, etc., etc. She's super close to Israel. She was hanging out with Miriam Adelson and Shmuley Boteach back in the day when even she was pretending to be a leftist. She's like so many other people in this MAGA movement. Now, she's a bit of a grifter, just goes where the power and attention and money is. She was this kind of mainstream Democrat, then leftist Democrat, then centrist Democrat, then Fox host, then Trump person. It's hard to take people that seriously when you're shifting your views on a dime like every few months.
I just want to like drill down on like national intelligence and the cozying up to some of these, dictators, the Trumps of other places like Assad, like Modi, and people who have gone after vis-a-vis, silencing, their any dissidents or any opposition parties, using digital means, but also paying people. Like, how compromised do we know, or do we think Tulsi Gabbard is?
I don't know the answer to that question. I would just add a caveat, which is like we're all on the left of the political spectrum, and we should recognize that across Washington, D.C., across parties, politicians in America support dictators, right? We see, this is not unique to Tulsi Gabbard. Let's say Tulsi Gabbard disappeared. Tomorrow they pulled her nomination because she's under votes. The next person they nominate for DNI will be a defender of some dictator or another abroad. Unfortunately, that is American politics. In fact, Senator Tom Cotton said this week, said the quiet part out loud. He said it's not about, we shouldn't support people who are pro-democracy, anti-democracy. We should only look at which leader is pro-America or anti-America, which was quite nice of him to say bluntly what American foreign policy is. He's a bastard, but he's our bastard. So in that sense, she's not that unique. What bothers me is she's completely unqualified. She is out there. Like I say, it's one thing to be like pro-dictator. Nancy Pelosi went and had a meeting with Assad too, which many on the MAGA right are pointing out. But Tulsi went secretly. She went with a weird bunch of Assad supporters. And then she came back and literally echoed kind of Assad Russian talking points. That's what's quite worrying, obviously, if you're director of national intelligence.
And her staffers, the staffers, when she went and had that secret meeting, they had no idea where she was. And also her staffers have said that she used to bring in pro-Russia talking points, team members.
Treated like Russia Today, like a credible media source.
And they're like, excuse me, Senator Gabbard, I don't think you should be bringing Russia propaganda into the meetings. But, we see there's a clip here I want to play from today because we see a recurring trend. Mehdi, you said the flip-flopping, right?
Yep.
For the record, I was always critical of Tulsi for the reason that you mentioned. I wanted to see CNN.
I have a Tulsi I was right fund. You can Venmo me if you $1 is all I ask
right
from the
there.
people.
And I got hit from progressives. I said, as a Muslim, she seems to be very, very pro-war when the bombs are dropping on brown Muslims. But there's a recurring trend here with RFK.
I was told, how dare you call her a Republican? She is now officially a Republican.
So all three of us were right. We're just saying, we don't want to be petty, but we'll be a little bit petty. Yeah. But all these folks, these reeks for Trump, you notice them flip-flopping. RFK flip-flopped on being pro-abortion. Now he's pro-choice. But here's a clip. I want to play this clip.
Before you play the clip,
yes.
Add one extra point, then we'll go to the clip, which is it's not just that they flip-flop. It's also when you look at especially Kash Patel, RFK, and Tulsi, the three who are up today, it is that line from Succession. You are just not serious people. That is fundamentally, there are lots of politicians who are pro-dictator, but I can still take them seriously as serious figures. I cannot take RFK, Kash, or Tulsi serious.
Mehdi held up that clip because he wanted to do that Succession quote, and that's okay because I have done that before on shows as well. Here's the clip.
If President Trump orders you to withhold appropriated funds from the Inspector General, will you refuse that illegal order?
I don't believe for a second President Trump would ask me to do something that would break the law.
Like a violent insurrection.
Well, this is a classic Gabbard moment for those of us who followed her for years. So when she was a Democrat, she still used to obviously attack Trump because she wanted to be president. Remember, she ran for the 2020 presidential nomination, took out Kamala Harris along the way on a debate stage. But I have receipts. I love to have receipts. Go back to April 2017. Trump bombed Syria. By the way, remember Trump was anti-war. No, Trump bombed the Syrian government. He bombed Syria, bombed Assad. And when he did it, Tulsi attacked him and she said, quote, he's behaving in an unconstitutional manner. She said he was anti the Constitution. He violated the Constitution, she said. So when she sits in front of Congress today and like a loyal Trumpist says, he would never ask me to do anything illegal. You said he did illegal, unconstitutional stuff in his first term. You said it. So yes, the flip-flopping, the inconsistency. You know, if I go out today and say Donald Trump is Saudi Arabia's bitch, people will say, wow, that's very strong language from Mehdi. That's what his Director of National Intelligence said. Tulsi Gabbard said Donald Trump is Saudi Arabia's bitch. Today she sits in Congress praising Trump, attacking Democrats, flip-flopping on a bunch of issues, right? She didn't just flip-flop on Trump's illegality. There were even the good things she used to believe in, she flip-flopped on.
One of the things that she seems to have not fully flipped on is Democrats were really hammering her on trying to get her to call Edward Snowden, who worked for the NSA or worked for a contractor that worked with the NSA that leaked the fact that we're all being spied on, metadata, massive warrantless collection of our information. I think many of us agree that we should all know about this, that the leak was ultimately good. But instead of hammering her on the thing you just mentioned, Mehdi, and you tweeted something like this, you know, about the Islamophobia or about saying, hey, you were against the unconstitutional bombing of Syria, and now you're saying he'd never do anything unconstitutional. How does that square? But here she was answering the question about Edward Snowden.
Scabbard, a simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him to come to you on this committee or seek out the IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government that led to serious reforms that Congress undertook.
Yeah, that wasn't even the worst of it. I think Michael Bennet went even further and insisted she called him a traitor.
Yes.
And yeah, you got Democrats slamming her on the one good thing she did, which was stand up for Edward Snowden against the national security establishment. But today, I mean, you're more generous than I am, Francesca. I actually think she did throw him under the bus there in that answer. She said that he broke the law and I didn't have the full information and he could have come to you. That's not true, actually. And there's no time to discuss it now. But
right.
She's the worst. I love his little comments.
Actually, the paths that were allegedly open to him were not open to him, and they're not open to a lot of whistleblowers from the NSA and the security world. So it was sad to see that. She wants power, so she's willing to switch on surveillance. She's willing to switch on Snowden. But Democrats are so embarrassing when they try and attack Republicans from the right. It is the most annoying thing that Democrats do is, oh, I've got a right wing in front of me. Let me come at them from the further right. And no, you could
I will get to the center this way.
They could have made a big thing about how she has helped demonize Muslim immigrants in this country. Right. She co-signed onto a Republican bill back in the day, which said that Christian and Yazidi and other minorities from the Middle East should be allowed into America, not Muslims. Right? They should be prioritized by religion. That kind of stuff. They could have called her out for it, but they didn't.
But I even think the Snowden. But I know we have to move on to Patel, but like the Snowden thing is so revelatory that the Democrats left that on the table because it is broadly supported even by xenophobes that we have some kind of privacy in this country, right? That our data shouldn't just be like randomly collected. Right, it's wildly popular to say that and to ask her, how would you treat a future whistleblower who is seeing something that was being done to the compromising Americans' security, or data or privacy? What would you say to that? Would there be
They gave her brownie points. They actually made her more popular with the mainstream without realizing it.
Eric Holder, who was Obama's attorney general, if memory serves me correctly, did come out later and said he supported a commutation, if not a pardon, for Edward Snowden. This idea that everyone must insist he's a traitor is absolutely said. I don't agree with everything Edward Snowden says, but what he did at the root was absolutely valuable and essential for the United States of America. And by the way, you see Warner going there. Is he brave? Well, whether you agree with him or not, he's clearly brave. He literally gave up his entire life, went up against the strongest government in the world, and is now hiding out in Putin's Russia, of all places. So, yeah, I think he is brave, regardless of whether you agree with him or not.
Speaking of good things coming through, so do bad things. We talked about RFK Jr., we talked about Tulsi Gabbard, and here to make you feel less safe, we have Kash Patel. And as I say, as the son of Pakistani immigrants, as the ambassador of all brown people, brown kids don't let brown kids grow up to be Kash Patel, a completely unqualified individual who has no law enforcement experience, will most likely get the votes to be the head of our FBI, who went on Steve Bannon's show, folks, and openly said that he will use that perch as the head of the FBI to go after Donald Trump's critics, which include, first and foremost, media critics, Mehdi might be on that list, and political critics. He is a person who has platformed conspiracy theories, lies, and actually normalized some of the worst hate mongers. And maybe, just maybe, folks, if you're the head of the FBI, maybe you should be against, oh, I don't know, a violent insurrection. Maybe you shouldn't, oh, I don't know, be cozy with violent insurrectionists. And I want to play you 2 clips from Kash Patel's hearing today. Here's the first clip. Simple question he couldn't answer.
Can you say the words, Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden was the president of the United States.
You understand this? There's a difference. I can say the words, Donald Trump won. I don't like to say it, but I must say it.
And speaking about January 6th insurrectionists, remember that choir? Of course you do.
Here's what you told Steve Bannon on his podcast. So what we thought would be cool is if we captured that audio and then, of course, had the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump, recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we went to a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it out as a song now releasing exclusively on the War Room. We. If you had nothing to do with it, Mr. Patel, why did you tell Steve Bannon and all his listeners that you did?
That's why it says we, as you highlighted.
Yeah, and you're part of the we, right? When you say we, that includes you, doesn't it, Mr. Patel?
Not in every instance.
Well, that's new. So when you say you didn't really mean you, is that your testimony?
Not unless you have a new definition for the word we.
Oh, okay. I always thought we included the person who pronounced the word.
This is not an episode of Veep. This is 2025 America, Mehdi.
That's fucking awesome.
First of all, my head hurts. That's the 3rd time I watched that clip today, and my head hurts. I'm amazed that Adam Schiff was able to keep a straight face during that. I would have
barely.
Barely did. He was like, okay.
I mean, Adam Schiff's like, you know, torturing the English language. Forget torturing people in Guantanamo Bay. Bill Clinton famously said, and you know, it depends what is means, right? This is now what we means. Anyone who's watched the clip of Kash Patel and Adam Schiff read it out knows he was talking about we, me and you, Steve Bannon, us, MAGA. We got together and got these insurrectionists to sing a song and get it to #1 in the Billboard charts or whatever it was. He bragged about it going to #1. He bragged about it on the War Room being his production. And now, under oath, he just lies. I find the irony of Kash Patel, of all people, lying under oath amazing because he's going to be director of the FBI. It is illegal in this country. It is a criminal offense to lie to the FBI. Which is ironic now because they will have a director of the FBI who in 2022 pled the fifth when he was called in during the hearings over over January 6th. And now today he lied on multiple occasions. He lied about his role in the January 6th choir, which Trump was involved in. He also lied about.
You know, there was a choir. You know, they really had everything. They had merch. They have a choir.
He lied about QAnon.
Petting zoo.
He lied about QAnon. This is a guy who's pushing QAnon conspiracy theories. In fact, he signed the QAnon motto on his books, right? Where we go one, we go all. He signed that in his books. Today, he claimed he had nothing to do with QAnon. He doesn't know anything about QAnon. He was asked about a podcast. I don't know if you saw that clip where he was asked about a podcast.
I have it for you, but please, this is beautiful. Give me the assist. Set it up. Talk about Stu Peters.
Stu Peters is a far-right, crazy kook conspiracy theorist, kind of COVID denier, has, you know, platformed Nazis, says outrageously anti-Semitic, crazy things. Kash Patel's been on his show many, many times. When he was asked about it today, let's see what he said.
This is thanks to Ron Filipkowski. He did the supercut. I had to say that. So shout out to Ron Filipkowski.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Always love coming on your show.
Kash Patel, thank you so much for making the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Appreciate it. See you soon.
I got to go, Kash. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thanks,
up against a hard break here. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Stu.
Kash Patel, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Stu. Appreciate it. You've got a great show.
Thank you.
So that was him on the show. What did he say today?
Stu Peters. Does that name ring a bell?
Deer in the headlights.
I'm sorry, what?
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Not off the top of my head.
He made 8 separate appearances on his podcast. He promoted outrageous conspiracy theories and worked with a prominent neo-Nazi.
Gotta love evidence.
I mean, I've never seen people lie as shamelessly, as brazenly, as repeatedly, as demonstrably as the Trump people. It's amazing to be like, he didn't just say, I do not recall, which is the standard, lie you say in front of Congress. He went, who? Not off the top of my head. We just saw him 8 times saying, love being on your show, Stu. It's amazing. You're under oath and they just don't care. And it really bothers me when like normies, people who don't follow the news like us 3 freaks, when normies say to me, politicians, they all lie, Mehdi. Trump lies, they all lie. No, nobody lies like the Trump people. I have followed politics in 2 countries for 25 years. There has never been a group of people who lie like Trump and Kash Patel. And even today.
Yeah, the whataboutism also with like, everyone takes bribes. It's like, okay, but we're talking on a totally different level. I just want to ask you, what does it mean if Patel is confirmed and Gabbard is confirmed and you've got the head of the FBI? I mean, this guy going on these white nationalist podcasts, Steve Bannon's War Room. Like, I've been very afraid, I think, even for an outlet like Zateo. And given the tech oligarch, high five, all left, if any ounce, because there's very small amounts of leftist media and everyone should be supporting Zateo, please, whatever you can. There's such a few of us, and all that is going to be surveilled, monitored, demonetized. Like we are in for a ride, to say nothing of the people on the streets and social movements.
Oh, 100%. I think a couple of things to answer your question. What does it mean? Number one, it means that these people are the most hypocritical people in the history of mankind. When they go on and on about meritocracy, as you both pointed out at the start of the show, and you have Pete Hegseth, the most unqualified man in our lifetime to be defense secretary, Tulsi Gabbard, the most unqualified person to be director of national intelligence, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the most unqualified person to be health secretary, and now Kash Patel, who, hold my beer, beats all of them. All 3 of the people I just mentioned are more qualified to hold those roles, God help us, than he is to be director of the FBI. This guy was a public defender who became a bag carrier for Devin Nunes in Congress, helped push all the Trump paranoia nonsense, lies about Russia, etc. Then gets promoted at the very end of the Trump administration to chief of staff for the acting defense secretary. Trump tries to make him deputy head of the CIA. CIA chief says, I'm going to resign. Completely out of his depth, writes children's books for the last few years praising Trump, children's books about Trump.
Yes,
he's
now, such a fanboy.
Is suddenly director of the FBI? That is astonishing, right? And this is a guy who's going to make Hoover look like a card-carrying member of the ACLU.
Yes,
Why mentioned this quote earlier? He said, I'm going to come after people. He said this on the Bannon Show. I'm going to come after the media criminally or civilly, right? This is the guy I said to a friend of mine recently, when you watch Hollywood movies, and Waj knows I love to watch a lot of action movies, a lot of action movies, Liam Neeson type movies, you suddenly have a twist where the head of the FBI or the head of CIA is the bad guy. There's the reveal, right? He's the guy who's been using the FBI to do his own personal dirty work. That is Kash Patel. You think Kash Patel's the guy who's going to be like, let's check with the lawyers whether we can tap that phone. Hey, guys, let's check with the lawyers whether we can send a bunch of agents around to someone's house. That's not who he is, right? These guys, everything they accused Biden of, weaponizing government, targeting your enemies, it was all projection. It's all what they plan to do. Every accusation is a confession. So
100%.
we should be worried about a loyalist, a bag carrier for Trump, a man who can't even say Joe Biden won the last election, a man who's openly threatened the media, a man who clearly lying under oath. He's going to be in charge of the nation's most important, most powerful law enforcement agency. Yeah, good luck to all of us. We need the support of the public to get through this.
But other than that, what do you really like about him? No, don't answer that question. Don't answer that question. Speaking about shameless, we're going to be talking about the media. But before we do, Mehdi, shamelessly promote yourself, sir.
I mean, what can I say? Zateo, it's a small little media outfit that we launched nearly a year ago. We're coming up to our first anniversary. We appreciate all the support from the folks on YouTube who are watching right now. We appreciate you both, Waj and Francesca, for your vote of confidence in us coming on board to do this twice-a-week show. America Unhinged, as you pointed out, truly unhinged tonight. And one thing I said to both of you when I talked to you about doing the show is we really need somewhere in the evenings to cover all the crazy shit happening. And I think today's a day that justifies this show more than any other day.
Did you like this video? Don't forget
No.
to subscribe to this.
You want to see what Hassan said about Ethan? Let's see this dumb shit.
Ethan Klein, if you want to have a conversation with me, I am available. I can talk to you about any number of different political disagreements that we have, except this time I'm not going to be f***ing nice to you, okay? I'm not going to treat you with kitty gloves. I'm not going to talk to you like you're a special boy.
Good.
who deserves
It'll make
my
you look
special
worse.
attention, and that
Do
you're
it.
so funny and so special. I hope, and I mean this with genuine sincerity, in all sincerity, I hope this was like, I hope he got it out of his system. You know? I hope he got it out of his system. And instead of like clip chimping everything that I'm saying right now and then posting it on his fucking stupid ass, silly little fucking drama show, okay? If Ethan wants to talk to me, he can talk to me, okay? He doesn't have to fucking constantly cry as a 50-year-old
He
adult
can talk to you
with
whenever. He
3
doesn't want to talk to
children
you, bro.
from behind an Instagram story, okay? You can talk to me in person, big dog. You got my fucking phone number. We can have a conversation on your stream. We can have a conversation on my stream. Last time, I had the fucking baby gloves on, and you cried like a bitch after doing Teddy Fresh ads in the midst of our genocide coverage, okay? That's right, and I'm not talking about the Leftovers episode where he actually cried. That was a beautiful moment, and I was actually very wrong for thinking that that actually meant something. It turned out it didn't mean shit for you at all, okay? Because selfishly, you spent the next
he's
year
so mad.
constantly fucking ripping into, suspiciously, a lot of, not myself, but other people of color. I'm not calling myself a person of color. I know it's going to get clipped out of context here as well, and then you're going to be like, meh, 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 whatever. No, just noticing that you have just been going after a lot of people of color, Arabs, Muslims in general.
Okay,
just constantly
this is so
fucking
stupid.
talking
Being
about
like,
how
yeah, the people who are
scary they
attacking
are,
Ethan,
you
he's
know?
responding
Why
to.
are they so scary?
And now he
I
can't
don't know, 'cause
respond
maybe
because
you're
of their
an
race.
Islamophobic moron who
Like, that's just
fucking
stupid,
retweets
you know?
or basically tweets out Ben Shapiro quotes about Hamas. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking super pro-Israel, okay? Maybe that's why. No fucking accountability, okay? No accountability whatsoever. Constantly pointing the finger at other people. Oh my God. It can't be me. It can't be the broad reception of my worldview. It cannot be the way that people understand where I'm coming from. Okay? The way people have heard the same talking points over and over again from people who are genuinely deeply pro-Israel. Maybe that was the reason why people were saying that. No, it must be because of anti-Semitism. And it's like, it's not as though anti-Semitism isn't increasing. It is, okay? And it's something that I understand. It's something that many of these people that Ethan has falsely smeared as anti-Semitic understand. So especially at a time when there's motherfuckers like Nick Fuentes, Jake Shields, or numerous other like actually anti-Semitic monsters out there who are running rampant, hyper-focusing on people who are anti-Zionist and expressly and openly not anti-Semitic is certainly a choice. How good is the Japanese coffee? It's not that good. Also, we are going to be watching a real nuke. Ryan Beard made a nuke about Destiny, who, unlike myself, actually has real major issues, and yet it gets no coverage whatsoever, obviously, because slop
Ethan literally
tubers
talked about
also
it on his
want to suck
podcast.
Destiny's cock, and do openly suck Destiny's cock, so it doesn't usually get much motion, unfortunately. Anyway, but Ethan Klein apologizes for platforming Hassan Piker. Is a very funny take. Anyway, I didn't even post it. I went live here. Okay. 52 minutes in. I'm posting.
Oh,
it
he big
now. I
mad.
didn't even post a blast off me. So stupid. Yeah, I'll debate you anytime, anywhere. All right, Ethan? If you want. All right, Ethan? The assumption that I'm afraid of you is so idiotic, okay? Tell your... Be honest with your fan base, okay? I'll talk to you anytime, any place. Don't... I'm done.
He never
I'm done
said
with
you
this
wouldn't.
nonsense. Like, these morons literally think
Hassan
I'm
is big
afraid
mad.
of a
It's
dude
so funny.
who does not know anything
I didn't
about
think he would
politics
care.
and basically just rehashed Willie Mac show and Destiny clips, dude. Like, these guys just literally go to Reddit. That's it. And they just repeat Reddit talking points over and over and over again. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Yeah, I saw Roman also popped off. Because, dude, if you are even remotely interested in politics, you're going to look at this and go, what the fuck are you saying? Incredible video that dropped in the current political climate. Fascist takeover happening in the U.S. and tons of other places. And he drops a 2-hour video on the biggest threat to America is Hassan and communism. Lol. LMFAO even. I fully expect Ethan Klein to become an anti-woke grifter within the next 5 years. So H3H3's vid on Hassan is dead ass just Red Scare and McCarthyism. I actually haven't even seen anything more pathetic in my life. Bro's trying to pander the last remnants of his right-wing fan base by going after lefty boogeyman streamer right after Trump win as well, and he's doing it also that people forget his controversial Israel takes. Incredible. That's what's so crazy, by the way, which is that like there are a million different ways to try and hit me on like drama related shit. Why the f would you try to do politics, man? You're so stupid. How narcissistic of you. How unimaginably narcissistic of you to think that you can like write this brilliant, political work. Like stick to your lane, dude. What is wrong with you? You look like a clown to adults.
It was
okay,
a
maybe
hilarious
not
video.
The cultish fans that have stayed behind. You know.
A lot of people are messaging me saying, Roman, how can you side with Hassan when, he has had terrible Ukraine takes? And I actually agree. I don't watch Hassan for his Ukraine takes. In fact, I don't watch him at all. But I do think he's a good force in today's world. You know what I mean? Like, once again, people are getting deported, Ethan, and you're dropping a 2-hour video on Hassan Piker saying that Hassan and communism is actually what's destroying America today, Like, please.
This
If
is
you're
so
choosing between
stupid.
Hassan Piker,
Things
who,
happen, so
once
you
again,
can't make
talks
a
about real
drama
issues and
video.
is, like, in my opinion, once again, a good force in this world currently, from my point of view, from where I stand. You know what I mean? Who actually talks about real issues, that minorities face and so on. Ethan Klein, though, he just talks about, like,
you know what? You want to know what's crazy about this? Like, these guys, and this is what's so frustrating to me about, like, Ethan, I can't believe is a part of this group now. But there are a lot of people online, like, what is his name? Like, Turkey Tom or something. Like, that's one of those guys. Like, all these dudes that have been, actually leaving Destiny's orbit now after suckling on his teat for maybe the past 3 years, right? Willie Mack Show, all these slop tubers, right? Just names that I never wanted to learn. They have no interest in politics whatsoever. And to them, it's just another way to extend the algorithmic boost that they can get. That's what's so annoying about it, okay? That's what's so goddamn annoying about this process is just like for them, it's just all drama, okay? It's all drama. Like, Ukraine, drama. Palestine, drama, okay? What is this? I think Ethan just wants to defame you and for you to react by suing him. I'm not even going to watch this video. And by the way, if I did...
Good.
Great
You're still mad, though.
overall. I'm not even going to dignify it. And you can say it's because I'm scared, okay? If you are literally the dumbest person in the United States of America, perhaps the entire planet, okay, then yes, you can think that.
I am.
I am stating it very clearly. Ethan Klein, if you want to have a conversation with me, I am available. I can talk to you about any number of different political disagreements that we have, except this time I'm not going to be nice to you, okay? I'm not going to treat you with kitty gloves. I'm not respect me because he's claimed that I wasn't like talking to him at all. So I say, hey, I don't think you respect me at all, but you respect Sam Cedar. You should talk to him. You should talk to him about this issue. He has a lot of lived experience. And he said that was fucking anti-Semitic. Everything is anti-Semitic. Anyway.
Celebrity drama or whatever. Like, fuck off, please. What it all comes down to is that I just don't believe that Ethan Klein, cares about any of these issues.
Yes, that's what's so fucking annoying about it. He doesn't. He does not. He does not. That is what's so unimaginably annoying about this entire process. He doesn't give a single shred of a fuck about any of these issues. Okay? And it is literally ego. It's not even like a significant political disagreement, by the way. It's more so ego. Okay? That's what's so fucking frustrating. And that's what really makes me mad about all of the people that hyper focus on this shit. Okay? It's just ego. It is a man who feels scorned. It is a man who bravely took the step online and became a more progressive person. That is the journey here, okay? A person who had some reactionary takes, a person who openly said the N-word a million times over and numerous other slurs, saying, you know what, this is the old me, this is not the real me, okay? I am going to become a better person. That is a person I will always admire, okay? It doesn't matter if his name is Ethan Klein, doesn't matter who that person is. I will always admire someone who has the dignity and the courage to openly say, I was wrong for doing this stuff. This is not who I am. Okay? Just understand. iDubbbz being a great example of this, right?
Wow,
yeah,
great.
You talking to E about D right now? I know. Yeah, here.
They got your mans on sex assault charges. Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Anyway, but yeah, after you cultivated a fairly progressive online fan base, you turned around and you had some opinions that you demonstrated that were directly at odds with said progressive fan base. And instead of going, hey man, maybe I should really reconsider my output here. I wonder why a lot of these people are saying this in the most narcissistic ways possible. You just looked to blame others. Instead of saying, hey, maybe my output here, maybe my fucking output here is the reason why people are, reacting to what I'm saying in the way that they're reacting to it. You're like, nah, it must be something different. Okay? You said you hid your power level to infiltrate his fan base and turn them against him. Guys clearly lost the plot. Yeah, that's such an insane take, man. No, dog. You actually made your fan base very progressive. Okay? That's what I mean. I didn't, yeah. Also, hid my power level is so funny. Here,
it's a
hid
joke.
my power level. You know who actually hid something? From what I understand, I didn't actually see this. I did not actually see this, but where is it? Hold on. This was on my subreddit. Where the fuck is it? I'm so ill prepared for this type of shit. I should just if I wanted to do reactions, I should just do an edited one. You know what I mean? Instead of just fucking doing this shit on stream, because then people just clip whatever they want to and complain about it. Just skip it. No, I saw Ethan talking about how I was hiding my political opinions. Okay.
You do.
All right. And it's basically this. The entire quote unquote content nuke is
You're
this.
also kind of borderline teetering on what would most people say is socialism, my guy.
Wait, what? Let me tell you something about myself then. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't think that the capitalist organization of the economy is adequate. We don't need to have that conversation. But yes.
No, there's no way you believe in that. Hey, listen, I'm one of the biggest pocket watchers ever known to man. I've already summed you up in what you make. And I sum up rappers, I sum up entertainers. Salute to my guy Kai. I just did a whole little rap sheet of his thing.
Socialism is not a poverty cult. You don't have to be poor to be socialist, even though you can still advocate for those who are less fortunate than you.
You're also kind of borderline teetering on what would most people say is socialism, my guy.
Wait, what? Let me tell you something about myself then. Yeah, there you go. What is this?
Had a terrifying vision.
Not what that means.
Had I been duped? Was Hassan...
Me, a 40-year-old child, was duped by Hamas Parker. That's Hassan groomed me, and I was a neurodivergent minor at the ripe age of 40.
It's kind of funny to have it come out the same day as the JCP
cringe
tour.
reaction,
Yeah, these
honestly.
people are also so fucking narcissistic. They people that do slop shit. Okay, people that do slop shit are so goddamn narcissistic that they will unironically say stuff like, "Oh, well, he did that because of me" or something. It's like, no, man, I set this up fucking weeks ago. All right, yeah, bro. He said you hid your views the week you've been promoting, talking to the JCP. Someone. Dude, look at my first interview, okay? Look at the first interview that I did with Ethan Klein, okay? Before I ever did the Leftovers podcast, we had an interview, okay? Please understand something. This is from many, okay? This is me. This is, I guess, a piece from his, I guess this is a piece from his video, okay? My hiding being a communist. Okay. I had a show on the Young Turks called Agitative Propaganda. Even in these clips, there is a fucking USSR Ushanka behind my head. Okay?
That's pretty cringe.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
There is a bust. There is a what is it called? A Matryoshka doll of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. That's Che Guevara. That is another USSR Ushanka behind my head. Okay? What the fuck are you saying? What the absolute fuck are you saying? Like, either you are being disingenuous and acting like there was something sinister afoot, okay, and that there is something that is sinister about
He's
being
so
a
mad.
socialist anyway, which is a ridiculous position, by the way. I think, like, there's nothing sinister about being socialist, all right? Ironically enough, the other person whose doll is behind my head, who has this artistic work behind me depicting him as a punk rock guy, also calls himself a socialist. Just, you know, the person that I interviewed a couple weeks ago before I left for Japan. Now, the question that is on everyone's minds is, like, there's two things here. There's two outcomes of this. Either you are the dumbest person on the planet and just, like, whenever I described my political worldview, it just, like, went in from one ear and it out the other. No bus stop in there, okay? No pit stops in there whatsoever. It was just like information coming in and out, okay? Nothing in there. Just an empty hallway, all right? And that you just did not retain anything that I told you. And you're like, I thought you were like a, you know, kind of progressive, vote blue no matter who type Democrat. What is going on? And if that's the case, then you have no business doing political commentary, okay? Because what the fuck are you saying? Like, what do you mean? You're just, like, ill-equipped to have this conversation. You've openly demonstrated that. He cropped him out of the video? No, he didn't. I mean, Che Guevara's still there. But I'm sure he just, like, zoomed in or something in this one. Because isn't this from the video, too?
I consider myself a liberal, but in the American political lexicon, I guess, like, I'm super liberal. That's what Americans think liberalism is. Like, the more left you are, the more liberal you are, even though there is a genuine distinction between the leftist and the liberal. But, yeah, I'm progressive, I guess. That's the catch-all term.
I like progressive.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to be progressive? It's in the name. We're progressing.
Yeah, well, that's why, like, early stage classical liberals who, like, wanted to rebrand, like Dave Rubin, for example, who now are very openly on the right and, like, everyone knows it, they originally tried to say, like, they're the real progressives, and that the people who brand themselves as progressives, people like myself, they were actually regressive.
George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say "bash fascist."
I'm sorry, I got to stop again. What is wrong with hating fascists? I just don't understand that point. I mean, aren't we supposed to hate fascists?
Has a club in his hand.
We're supposed to hate fascists as Americans.
I know. I don't get it. And then they'll say, like, Antifa is the real
This is not in his content nuke, chatters. This is just our first ever on-camera conversation, okay? The reason why I suspect someone spliced these two things together is because they wanted to show how fraudulent and how idiotic this is, okay? For Ethan to be like, I was duped. I was groomed into believing radical politics by this big, scary man, when even before we had a fucking podcast together, I never sheltered him from my true opinion. I even say it there. I'm like, I wouldn't consider myself a liberal, but in American politics, because people's false understanding of liberalism, they would say I'm a super liberal. Okay? So what's really interesting about this entire process, despite the fact that I have a literal fucking like Lenin bust behind me, a Che Guevara bust, and a USSR Ushanka behind me, okay? And also prominently display other famous leftist political figures, revolutionary political figures, and also Bernie Sanders, who is himself a socialist, okay, and go through the minutia and the process of explaining to him over and over again what my political worldview looks like, he just, I guess, either A, forgot what that conversation looked like and how that took place, or B, a second thing, and is cynically trying to present it as though I was secretly hiding the truth. Okay, I was secretly hiding the truth.
Why would you secretly do that?
Still bashing the fascists in that circumstance is still good, no? Like, I don't get it.
I thought fascism
makes
was
no
like the
sense.
antithesis of everything America stood for.
Yeah.
But apparently
Supposed to be.
it's supposed to be. Okay, I'll try not to pause, but there's just packed full of
It is
stuff.
packed.
Kirk, they tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll taste man flesh again. What the fuck? If they have their way.
I think he said he thought you were a dem sock like him. First of all, he's not a democratic socialist. Ethan is barely a social democrat. Okay, what are you talking about? There's a distinction between democratic socialism and social democracy. Social democracy is pro-capitalist. I often will openly state that in a place like the United States of America, it is a reactionary shithole where there's no class consciousness whatsoever, that where, you know, social democrats are seen as radicals in this country, okay? And they're still in line with improving the material conditions of the working class in the United States of America, okay? You told Ethan multiple times that you wish you hid being a socialist. That's the other problem. That's the other issue. I've told him before, but that's not my problem. I'm sorry, man. If you don't understand the difference between a democratic socialist and a social democrat, how the fuck is that my fault, dude? I've explained it before. Like, what are we doing here? How, dude, I'm sorry. In the year 2025, we're not doing that. Okay? In the year 2025, we're not gonna let other people's misunderstandings become everybody else's problem, because that's ridiculous.
What the fuck? Submit. Turn your weapons in. 2.
I just jumped in, but didn't this all start because of Gaza? Seems like there were no problems. Yes. No, literally, that's it. People were ruthless to Ethan, okay? It's true. They were. It's true. There were a shit ton of people that were saying some unhinged shit, all right? They were for a year. And there's also a real threat of rising anti-Semitism that's happening in that same time frame, okay? But the problem is, like, while that was going to happen, because there's always a rise in anti-Semitism whenever Israel goes around and says they're killing children for Judaism falsely, right? Turning around and claiming that I'm the reason why all of these people were actively radicalized in the direction of anti-Semitism, mind you. When I spend so much fucking time combating anti-Semitism, so much time educating people on dog whistles, talking about historic fascism, talking about anti-Semitism as a canary in the coal mine of fascism. Like, that's what's so insane about it. It's like, especially coming from a person who knows me, you know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous.
The nephew of Turd Breath, Sink Turd
Turd Breath.
Hassan Pecker.
What is he?
Hassan Pecker.
Oh, he called him Pecker, but it's obviously Piker.
Yeah, it's not even like a Turkish sounding last name.
Yeah.
It's normally Pikar, but still, like, it's pretty funny that he's going out of his way to deliberately mispronounce it, which I love.
Yeah.
I love all of that. Great.
And are you
he featured a Sneeko fan anti-Semite stalking E and blamed it on you. Yeah, that fucking weirdo clout shark dating coach cryptocurrency guy that was fucking annoying us at the goddamn Palestinian encampment at UCLA. Okay? I spent most of my time avoiding that dude when he tried to be on camera, when he found out how many fucking people were watching. Ethan, on the other hand, I think had him on his fucking stream. Why?
Yeah.
Possibly to make a mockery of, like, the
And it was
Palestinian
hilarious.
cause by presenting some random fucking douchebag as, like, the formative pro-Palestinian voice, you know? Remember when that fucking rando came up to us at the UCLA encampment and we avoided him the entire time? Noticeably uncomfortable that he was just like occupying space over and over again. What is this? Here's irrefutable proof that Ethan Klein is directly coordinating his messaging against Hassan with Destiny, accused sex criminal in his community. Yeah, I mean, he does. Of course he does. Look at this, dude. Destiny's like, thank God Ethan is like stupid enough to be fucking hyper focused and hyper fixated on Hassan when virtually everyone, Ethan included, would normally be talking about how Destiny is fucking sharing sex tapes unconsensually with random girls online that he wants to fuck. Okay? He's like,